until the four siblings simulated your life. They only then realized that their childhood mischief of playing with fire had resulted in the destruction of the house, even to the extent of selling all his younger siblings, the elder brother. What profound secrets lie concealed within? At the tender age of 12, you witnessed the tragic demise of your parents right before your eyes. Before her passing, your mother said to you, "You are the eldest son. You must take good care of your younger siblings." This phrase has been etched in your mind for 30 years. Ultimately, you guided them towards the light. The individual resisted arrest and was subsequently shot. On New Year's Eve of 1995, the 12-year-old Mu Gu, possessed by the spirit of Mu Ping Sheng, began to experience the life of the eldest son. The scenes unfolding before him rendered him utterly trembling, as if he were paralyzed in astonishment. The shepherdess, summoning her last ounce of strength, crawled before him and, with her gradually cooling hand, touched her eldest son. "My child, you must not cry anymore. You are to go to your grandmother's house to care for your younger siblings. You're the eldest son. The eldest son must not weep. Take good care of your younger siblings. Do not seek vengeance for us. You must live well. Do not engage with those individuals. They are all madmen." The matriarch coughed vigorously, whispering softly as she grew weaker. Ultimately, her visage became increasingly pallid, and she collapsed onto the ground, still clutching her eldest son's hand. Mu Pingshang began to regain his memories. He stood before the fire, murmuring to himself, "I remember now. That year, Mu Go went to our grandmother's house to fetch us. He said our parents were away, and there was a fire at home. It was not a fire that resulted in destruction, but rather an intentional act of vengeance that harmed my parents. Yet, why did Mugo choose to deceive? You are afraid, aren't you?" Mu Ping let out a furious roar, slapping himself several times to maintain his composure. Then, he swiftly approached his neighbor's door, but no one answered. The neighbors, gripped by fear and a desire to evade trouble, refrained from opening their doors. Indifferent to the commotion, they allowed Mu Ping to incessantly pound on the door. Mu Ping, weary and disheartened, ceased his relentless knocking. With a heart full of resentment, he gazed upon the town. His parents had offered so much assistance to the villagers, yet now they were met with ingratitude. With a swift resolve, he mounted his family's bicycle, a sturdy model, and hurried towards the police station, situated 8 miles away. However, fate dealt him a cruel blow. The tires had been punctured. The wheels trudged heavily through the muck. He stumbled several times, yet his resolve was remarkably strong. He pressed onward. "I wish to show you what it means to be the eldest son." After an hour, the shepherd arrived at the police station. Then, Mu Ping settled in comfortably. The police station had only 2 elderly officers on duty. Upon hearing about the case, they hurriedly called the county police department. The road was muddy, and it would take 3 hours to arrive. At the tender age of 12, Mu Pingsheng found himself lacking in strength. Exhausted, he sat in the police station, contemplating a call to his grandmother's home. In that moment, he was struck by a profound sense of hesitation. How could he possibly convey the situation to his grandmother and his younger siblings? In this chapter of his life, he bore the weighty title of the eldest son. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. "Grandma, my parents have been harmed. Please come quickly and bring as many people as you can." Listening to the various cries and calls of his younger siblings, Mu Pingsheng felt a tumult of emotions within. He was uncertain whether, as the eldest son, he had made the right decision at this juncture. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At the very least, he had not chosen to evade his responsibilities like Mu Ge. He resolved to swiftly uncover the true nature of the threat that endangered his parents, and, in his capacity as the eldest son, to care for and assist each of his younger siblings. Subsequently, Mu Ping calmly and decisively informed the veteran officer to prepare medical masks, engage fingerprint and footprint collection specialists, and request a large-scale lockdown for thorough searches. Interceptions were to be established at every vital traffic junction, alongside investigations into the villagers. A bounty was to be announced, and it was imperative to secure material evidence and incriminating proof for the immediate apprehension of the adversary. Upon hearing these words, the seasoned officer at the town's police station could not help but commend the child for their comprehensive thinking. At this moment, the life of the eldest son, as experienced by Mu Pingsheng, begins to captivate the entire audience. The visuals unfold like a cinematic narrative, with dramatic peaks and valleys. The scenes resonate with the essence of the 1995 era, while the dialogue is strikingly authentic. The audience can almost sense the inner turmoil of the protagonist, Mu Ping Sheng, the shadow of the eldest son. At the tender age of 12, he rode a bicycle with a sturdy frame, trekking through the muddy road for an hour to report the incident. Even in sorrow, he swiftly devised a plan with determination. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of leader, for he was truly suited to be the older brother. I am deeply intrigued by the memories depicted in the ballad of the eldest son. Confronted with the harrowing despair of his parents' tragic demise, what choices does he ultimately make? Why does he opt to withhold this information from his maternal family, choosing instead to shroud the truth in silence? Is this not an act of timidity? Soon, a new scene unfolds. At the age of 12, you suddenly hear the sound of doors and windows crashing. As the mother diligently prepared dumplings, her expression transformed dramatically. The father responded with remarkable quickness, while you promptly retrieved items from the kitchen. The shepherd acted swiftly, then grasped you and concealed you within a recess. Do not emerge under any circumstances, regardless of what transpires, until you are entirely certain that the adversary has departed. Do not contact the authorities. I suspect they are watching your younger siblings. Their influence is formidable. Hide well, and do not weep. The shepherd's voice was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. With eyes swollen and red, you lay on the ground, striking your own skin and flesh fiercely to stifle any cries that threatened to escape. Then you sought ways to focus intently on every sign of the disciples. The shepherd was trampled by the criminal, who interrogated him with a fierce intensity. How much evidence have you truly uncovered? Because of you, our 3 trafficking lines along the shore have been dismantled. Thus, I present to you an opportunity to join forces together. The masked figure abruptly crushed the pastor's rib, casting a fierce gaze towards the pastor's wife. If you drink the poison, I shall spare your husband's life. The shepherdess did not hesitate. She opened the farm and cast a lingering glance at her husband. With a swift motion, she consumed it all in one gulp, only to be overwhelmed by an incessant fit of vomiting and coughing. The shepherd roared in fury, yet he was silenced by another. He yearned to unleash another roar. Remove a dagger from the triangular blade, until the masked area reveals a blank visage. Approaching the masked assailant, devoid of expression, I swiftly thrust towards the heart of the shepherd. Freshly soaring, the shepherd who has fallen to the ground no longer resists. He trembles and tilts his head, silently expelling a sigh. His eyes lock with yours, hidden in the depths, filled with encouragement. Keep going. Previously, there was no trace of anger or discomfort displayed towards the child. During moments of adversity, encouragement was still offered to the child, despite the pain inflicted. The shepherd merely wished to convey a singular message: to continue hiding, to ensure one remains well concealed. Your eyes are vacant. Tears cascade uncontrollably. You have no time to wipe them away. Repeatedly, you bear witness to the assailant's demeanor. Each individual likely possesses a distinct posture. 4 of them don medical fabric masks, while 2 others remain barefaced. Pour agricultural essence into this fellow. Infuse the flames with the harvest spirit. Manifest the discord and strife between the couple, leaving traces of their mutual demise, while also etching a farewell note that mirrors their handwriting amidst the ruins. Alas, their child is absent from this scene. Otherwise, after completing all these actions, the assailants swiftly poured gasoline, placed a note at the entrance, and ignited the flames within the house. With a thunderous roar, a blaze erupted, illuminating the room. At this moment, you have not escaped. You dash to the kitchen, still in your sweater, which now rests submerged in a frigid tub. Then, you plunge your entire head into the sweater, seeking refuge beneath its fabric, enduring the howling smoke with great restraint. The pastoral song responds with undue slowness. Why does he not hasten to escape? The gasoline is strewn across the bedding, and the old house is prone to a catastrophic explosion. In such a moment, merely the fog could suffice to render him utterly paralyzed with fear. Soon, a new scene unfolded. Within the fog-laden room, footsteps echoed once more. The bald, masked assailant rummaged through the interior, kicking aside various objects. At last, he gazed with satisfaction at the inferno before him. His comrades had departed. Surely, no one remained. All were extinguished. The Bujiao was no more. the vintage venomidity thunderous roar, as the vehicle began to recede into the distance. Suddenly, you burst forth from below, yet in that moment, you did not rush out of the house. Instead, you repeatedly dragged your parents out. At the tender age of 12, your frail form exerted every ounce of strength to pull them into the yard. In the yard, the shepherdess gazes, from green to gold, from verdant hues to radiant shine. In her final moments, she cast a glance back at you. My child, do not weep. When your parents are no longer here, you must take care of your younger siblings. You are the eldest son. From now on, you must not shed tears. Your father and I have been investigating the trafficking ring, and the group has retaliated. You must find a way to protect your younger siblings from their vengeance. What will you do moving forward? I have yet to witness your union in marriage. The shepherdess has exhausted her strength. She no longer speaks. Her pupils begin to dilate. In her final moments, she clutches your hand tightly. You're the eldest son. It is time for you to mature. The scene was quite unappealing, marked by a disarray of individuals. The atmosphere was permeated by a pungent, acrid chemical scent. Inside the dwelling, flames surged skyward, accompanied by a billowing cloud of smoke. Outside, firecrackers resound. Fireworks dazzle in brilliance. Some are enjoying dumplings while watching the spring festival gala. You spent an hour moving your parents' bodies into the house, concealing them within the corn stalks. You had hidden them well. No more tears flowed. You simply concealed the bodies, though your hands trembled violently during the process. Then you charged into the blazing house, retrieving the bench used by the assailant to strike your father, the rolling pin, and the agricultural bottle, one by one, placing them in an inconspicuous corner of the yard. The young patrolling officer gazed at the memory retracing program, lost in thought for an extended period. Why did he choose to conceal his body? The seasoned officer squinted, letting out a sigh. The Mu family is not an ordinary target of vengeance. This is a direct affront to them. The parents of the Mu family are remarkable individuals, being the first generation of authority. It is evident who they have offended. Therefore, the pastoral song should be concealed. Externally, one should declare that the parents are missing, enduring this matter forcefully. Alternatively, one may later discreetly report to the National Security Bureau. At this moment, you retrieve a cloth bag from the 3/8 of a bar, extracting paper and pen. Alone, a solitary figure sits despondently before the main entrance, diligently inscribing words. Each recollection of your parents' tragic fate brings you profound anguish. Within the hospital, the imposing figure of Mu Pingzheng, the third son of the Mu family, stood with an air of authority. Suddenly, he spoke. Mu Gu recalled those hands. What was his intention? He had never heard you mention the murderer. In the recollections of the four siblings, after the New Year's Eve of 1995, you informed them of the mysterious disappearance of their parents and the unfortunate incident of their home being consumed by flames. Thereafter, they became orphans, one by one sent away by you. Subsequently, the siblings inquired about the whereabouts of your parents. You never mentioned anything, merely stating that they were missing without any success in locating them. When pressed further, you chose to remain silent. Neighbors rushed over, trembling with urgency to extinguish the flames. An elderly gentleman even delivered a few firm kicks to you. What more can you write? What are you doing? Your house is ablaze, yet you remain indifferent, merely immersed in your own world. To others, you appear foolish, but to the audience, you are meticulously sketching, creating a portrait of the criminal, piece by piece with utmost care. Later, my grandmother and her family arrived, accompanied by my four siblings. At 67 years of age, my grandmother, upon witnessing our home reduced to ashes, burst into tears. Little Gu, where are your parents? They had previously mentioned their intention to go on a business trip. At this moment, you were a tranquil expression, having concealed the envelope left by the rioters. Who set the house ablaze? Who could be responsible? Grandfather is seething with rage. Other villagers inquired as well. Indeed, is it you who has been playing with fire? At this moment, it seems as though you wish to utter something, yet suddenly, amidst the crowd, a balding, diminutive, middle-aged man gazes from afar. Instantly, an icy chill envelopes you, for he is a potential assailant. You lie helplessly on the ground, weeping and lamenting, I should not have played with fire, I should not have lit candles within the confines of my home. Your loud wailing attracted the ire of the neighbors, prompting them to kick you several times in anger. Moreover, your grandparents brandished sticks, threatening to break your spirit. You remain utterly still, allowing the blows to rain down upon you, while your gaze inadvertently drifts towards the few criminals hidden within the crowd. A balding, diminutive middle-aged man, his waist bulging with a counterfeit firearm. The bald, scarred man squints his eyes, observing the world around him with an air of nonchalance, much like the majority of those present. There's a man with long, flat hair who, with a look of regret, converses with others about the fire incident. I must not reveal myself. My younger siblings are still here, and I cannot allow them to focus on me. It is the elder brother's duty to safeguard his younger siblings. Chapter 5. 2 choices. 3 decades ago, Wei Xiao's parents met a tragic end, their home engulfed in flames, the perpetrators lurking right before him. Yet, he was compelled to feign ignorance, shouldering the blame for the arson. On that fateful night, 6 assailants merged into the crowd, unremarkable yet menacing. Their predatory gazes fixed upon the Wei siblings, each harboring lethal intent, poised to annihilate the family. They awaited their moment. Today, on this eve of the new year, many households still find it impossible to forget that harrowing night. Amidst the commentary, someone finally inquired, why didn't they promptly alert the authorities and have them encircle the area? This was 30 years ago. Are you aware of the rampant crime in the 1990s? The challenges of gathering evidence were immense, especially in a remote, abandoned mining district during winter when the roads were treacherous. The assailants were numerous and heavily armed. Do you grasp the difficulty of apprehending them? If they felt cornered, the Wei family could have been obliterated. It was truly a desperate situation. I can hardly fathom what followed, with the killers still lurking. I suddenly recall that in later years, Wei Xia was diagnosed with depression, bipolar disorder, and even schizophrenia. Could this traumatic event from his childhood have dramatically altered his temperament? In the hospital room, Wei Xia, along with his cerebral memories, seemed to be transported back to that dreadful scene, his expression contorting into one of anguish and torment, writhing in a frenzy as that recollection persisted like a nightmare. Within the room, the third brother, Wei Pingzheng, furrowed his brow at the unfolding images. Did we truly face a threat to our lives as children? How did we survive? How could I have been unaware? The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, expressed her confusion. Wei Xia is so foolish, only knowing how to cower in fear. I am curious about how he managed to navigate this. Wei Pingyang favored the portrayal of her second brother, Wei Pingsheng, who, upon stepping into the role of the eldest, promptly contacted the authorities and informed the rest of the Wei family, uniting them in action. Such was the intelligent and decisive approach. Indeed, the second brother seemed far more suited to leadership, destined to guide the police in capturing the culprits and liberating the Wei family from the shadows of their past. The fifth sister, Wei Pingling, appeared lost in thought, reminiscent of her childhood, relentlessly inquiring about their parents' fate, while her eldest brother, Wei Xia, merely mumbled evasively, revealing his cowardice. As the cerebral imagery continued to unfold, the scene depicted Wei Pingxing assuming the role of the eldest. In Zhangji town, the police finally arrived, braving the snow. Wei Pingsheng, composed, entered the vehicle and, facing the officer's questions, spoke methodically about the details of his parents' tragic fate. Checkpoints should be established at every intersection. I suspect the criminals are retaliating intentionally. My parents were public servants. Wei Pingxing remained calm, articulating the apprehension strategy while emphasizing their public service status to ensure the police's full attention. As he spoke, the officer's expressions grew serious, and they began making calls for reinforcements. The wind howled fiercely. In that moment, Wei Pingxing exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Although he inhabited Wei Xiao's body, he had already adopted a businesslike composure, calmly directing the situation. The police arrived and soon encountered the inferno consuming the house, repeatedly charging in, yet finding no bodies. The elder police officer furrowed his brow, beginning to knock on the doors of neighboring houses. Had a shooting murder occurred here? Where had the criminal fled? He inquired of old Zhao. Old Zhao merely shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. There was just a fire. Wei's child's parents had gone to the county to procure goods. Hadn't they? They left long ago and weren't home at all. We tried to extinguish the flames, but couldn't save anything, so I returned. There was no one in the room, he said, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Wei Pingxing's confident demeanor shifted dramatically. He realized a troubling truth. During the time he had gone to report the incident, the perpetrator had not only destroyed the crime scene and the body, but had also threatened the neighboring residents through other means, thereby obliterating all evidence. Wei Pingxing recalled his parents' warnings. The enemy was formidable. exceedingly so, and urged him not to report it. Now, he began to grasp that in this simulated life, as the eldest son, he was to confront a powerful and malicious enemy lurking in the shadows. The police conducted another search and inquiry, questioning several households, ultimately concluding that it was merely a fire incident. The police left the town's elder officer to assist with the investigation, while other officers were dispatched to address a murder case elsewhere, hastily departing. At that moment, an overwhelming chill enveloped Wei Pingxing. He found himself in the old courtyard, where his grandparents had arrived, along with his younger siblings. He even caught a glimpse of his younger self, dazed and confused, amidst a throng of onlookers gathered to witness the firefighting efforts. Despair consumed Wei Pingxing as he contemplated his choice to deceive his grandparents. The 7-member family borrowed a neighbor's tractor, daring not to claim any possessions, taking only some essential money and supplies as they made their way to Luoqiu County. After much contemplation, Wei Pingxing chose to evade. On the tractor, he observed his younger siblings, wrapped in blankets, seated beside him. Uncertainty gnawed at him. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming wave of pressure crash over him. Who was the murderer? The evidence had been obliterated. He had exposed himself to the killer. The entire family fled aimlessly to their aunt's home to escape the threat. On the tractor, his siblings wept uncontrollably, still struggling to accept the reality of their parents' demise. The 2 elderly figures also glanced around in fear, with Grandma continually reciting prayers. The sky dimmed to a dusky yellow. In this moment of life, I am the eldest. I must endure. Wei Pingxing's expression sharpened, regaining that commanding presence he held in the business world. Yet, turmoil continued to churn within him. He pondered curiously about Wei Xia's original life, how he had confronted the murderer, how he had resolved his dilemmas. You should flee, cowering, telling no one, concealing the news of death. You would surely choose to retreat. But I choose to confront it head-on. Yet, I am not wrong. Wei Pingxing murmured to himself. And at that moment, the original life of the eldest son was unfolding, simulating the life of the eldest son. As Wei Pingxing enters the body of Wei Xia, being the eldest son, he faces the future and chooses to expose the case. However, the adversaries are formidable, forcing him into a life of evasion. Wei Xia's memories. The killer blends into the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Wei Xia opts to conceal the truth of her parents' demise, choosing instead to bear the blame for the arson. 2 lives that mirror each other yet diverge in choices, creating a vast chasm in their destinies. Today, many netizens on social media engage in lively discussions. Different personalities lead to different decisions. While Wei Pingxing chooses to reveal the death and confront the murderer, ultimately compelled to relocate with his family, one wonders how Wei Xia would respond. It is likely that Wei Xia, too, would exhibit vulnerability, as the enemies are overwhelming, leaving them no choice but to yield. The narrative of Wei Xia's life unfolds. Chapter 6. Unyielding. On the eve of January 27, 1995, at 9 o'clock, the flames of the Wei family residence began to subside. Wei Xia lay on the ground, having been kicked several times by his grandfather, resembling a wild child in his soiled state. The neighbors, having learned that it was the young boy who had accidentally set the house ablaze, began to disperse. As the crowd gradually thinned, a bald, short, middle-aged man, the so-called murderer, lingered for a while before departing with the throng. Before the ruins of the old home, only the 7 members of the Wei family remained. Wei Xia, sprawled on the ground, finally exhaled in relief. He had successfully feigned madness to evade the murderer's scrutiny. Now, he lay weak and helpless. His 2 younger brothers and 2 sisters glared at him with resentment and hatred. The second brother, Wei Pingxing, aged 11, disdainfully uttered, "You've brought shame upon our parents by burning down the house. What will they say when they return?" The third brother, Wei Pingzhang, merely 9 years old, looked at him with indifference, declaring, "From now on, we shall no longer call you brother. You are unworthy." The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, merely 6, averted her gaze from Wei Xia entirely. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, just 1 year old, cried in their grandfather's arms. Both grandparents glared at Wei Xia with fury, their faces marred by anger and disdain. Yet, Wei Xia smiled. As the eldest son, he took solace in the knowledge that his siblings were safe. Thus, he disregarded their hatred and contempt. It held no significance for him. As he lay there, his grandmother went to borrow a tractor to transport the children back to the old homestead, with the rest of his siblings following her lead. Amidst the ruins, Wei Xia was engulfed by memories. His artistic skills, the recording of criminal information, and his composed demeanor were all lessons imparted by his parents over the years. His mother had once said that as the eldest son, he must learn and grow to serve the country and become an exemplary brother. The knowledge he had acquired in the past now found its application in the context of his parents' tragic demise. The pain weighed heavily upon him as he recalled his father's words, spoken to him in a soothing tone. As the elder brother, there is no retreat, only forward motion. At that moment, Wei Xia steadied himself against the wall, standing tall as he spoke to the empty, dark night. I shall be the pillar of my family. I must grow strong. I will die only on the path to greatness. As the elder brother, I will face death on the road to revitalizing our family name. Amidst the brilliance of my siblings' lives, and on the day when our parents' vengeance is fulfilled. 18-year-old Wei Xia repeatedly questioned himself, while also affirming his commitment to fulfilling his duties as the eldest son. In the darkness, his figure appeared solitary as the tractor carried his siblings away, and his grandfather, filled with anger, sent him running home. With no streetlights to guide him, he was accompanied only by a dim, worn-out flashlight. No one paid him any mind. Villagers murmured amongst themselves, disparagingly referring to Wei Xia as a scourge, suggesting that it would have been better had he been smothered in infancy. His grandmother raged about sending him to the brick factory or the mines when he turned 19, lamenting that he was a burden on their hearts. No one cared for him. No one acknowledged him. A unanimous sentiment deemed him a bad child, an incompetent one. The moonlight was dim as Wei Xia sat weakly at the village entrance, choosing not to return home. Exhausted, he lay in the straw to regain his strength. Driven by hunger, he stealthily picked 4 frozen persimmons from the roadside, their taste dry and astringent, yet he continued to bite into them. For he needed to replenish his energy. He had grand plans ahead. Wei Xia firmly secured the zipper of his pocket, which contained crucial evidence, sketches of the murderer, fingerprints, and shoe tread patterns. His backpack held the weapon used by the perpetrator, along with DNA evidence in the form of saliva and blood. My younger siblings, I must ensure your safety, but I cannot abandon my quest for vengeance. I am the eldest in the family. Wei Xia's eyes glowed red with rage. At merely 18, his frail figure radiated an aura of lethal intent. He placed the evidence from his pockets into a basket and retrieved a charred spring knife from his family's old residence. Diligently wiping the blade clean, under the cover of night, a solitary youth stood, polishing his spring knife. This scene was hard to believe, leaving many spectators stunned. The barrage of comments on Douyin was overwhelming. Is he mad? He sends his siblings away just to seek revenge. How could he possibly enact revenge? Amidst the flurry of comments, Wei Xia's third sister, Wei Pingyang, furrowed her brow in a hospital room. No wonder he didn't return home the day our house burned down. What is he planning? She could not fathom that her brother, who spent his days reveling with dubious friends, indulging in excesses and gambling, could harbor any sense of responsibility. On Douyin, Tushio, and Weibo, nearly 20 million viewers were captivated. Families across the nation tuned in on New Year's Eve, curious about Wei Xia's intentions. The scene continued. In the mining town, under the cloak of darkness, Wei Xia began tapping on the glass of each household, banging on doors. He intentionally altered his voice to a shrill pitch and climbed onto the village chief's wall, calling out the name of the chief's son. 8-year-old Xiaodong, bewildered, emerged to seek the source of his name being called. Wei Xia repeated this tactic at every house, beckoning children to come outside. In the ensuing chaos, the village's livestock began to bray, and the tires of the village chief's used Santana car were also deflated in Wei Xia's fury. Suddenly, the chief's loudspeaker blared an alarm. Everyone, wake up! Thieves have entered the village. Wake up! There are child traffickers here. Wake up! The loudspeaker's echo reverberated through the night. Stray dogs barked ferociously, and households hurriedly flung open their doors. The village chief, Zhou Qiang, watched in horror as the air from his car was let out, his expression shifting. If the car had been siphoned for fuel, it would not have been surprising, but to deflate the tires was clearly an attempt to thwart any pursuit. Every household was besieged by knocking sounds, with several children nearly lured away. Child trafficking was rampant in this era, brazenly occurring in broad daylight. In 1995, the province of Dongchang faced an extreme surge in human trafficking, with children being stolen at an alarming rate. The small mining town has descended into chaos. Each household's men hurriedly emerged, some brandishing sticks, shovels, and machetes. Tractors and motorcycles from every home were ignited, while most residents wielded flashlights, and a few even carried torches. With nearly 400 inhabitants, over 100 middle-aged individuals clustered together, anxiously discussing the situation. In the midst of the crowd, Wei Xia sobbed and trembled, exclaiming, "I saw the human traffickers deceive Xiaodong. The traffickers drove a dark gray Santana and a light gray van, one bald and the other a balding middle-aged man. They had abducted other children as well." Wei Xia wept profusely, and the village chief, Zhou Qiang, turned pale. Suddenly, he struck his forehead and exclaimed, "I understand. The fire at the Wei household may have been set by the traffickers to divert attention while they abducted children." The more Zhou Qiang contemplated this, the more horrifying it became, as the village had already experienced a spate of missing children in recent months. At that moment, the atmosphere became frenzied. The villagers, both middle-aged and young, erupted in panic and anger. No one wished for their children to be taken. They resolved to search the mountains and take to their vehicles. The village chief waved his hand forcefully, shouting fervently, "To the mountains!" Others in the village understood the urgency and began to ride motorcycles and tractors, while some remained behind armed with machetes and homemade guns. The entire village glowed like daylight on New Year's Eve. In front of the village chief's home, Wei Xia stood calmly, reaching for the spring knife in his pocket, observing the chaos he had orchestrated with an impassive expression. In that moment, a flurry of comments erupted, thousands appearing in an instant. "This 18-year-old is so calculating. Wei Xia's methods are terrifying. He knows that only by endangering the collective interests will the villagers unite and act, thus giving him a chance to apprehend the culprit or intimidate them into leaving." Moreover, Wei Xia's audacity lies in the fact that if he could substantiate the existence of the traffickers, panic would ensue in the surrounding villages and even the entire county, forcing the criminal gang to flee. He is also protecting the rest of the Wei family. This child is only 18. Yet he knows how to subtly manipulate the situation to steer events in his desired direction. It is difficult to fathom why he has achieved nothing while his siblings have found success. Chapter 7. Machinations beyond imagination. At that moment within the hospital, Wei Xia's fifth sister, Wei Pingling, was rendered speechless. The recollections of Wei Xia left her incredulous. Was this truly her elder brother from his childhood? Yet, in Wei Pingling's memories, Wei Xia had dropped out of middle school and immersed himself in the underworld, offending numerous individuals, and even sending his younger siblings to live with other families while demanding money from them. Consequently, in Luoqiao County, Wei Xia was labeled a rogue. He displayed no cunning, often gambling away his money and resorting to borrowing and debts. As for responsibility, he only knew to flee when faced with demands for repayment. Wei Pingling at that time felt fortunate to be raised by another family. Otherwise, being brought up by such a brother would have been a tragic fate. Thus, Wei Pingling frowned, questioning, is this really him? The 18-year-old who orchestrated a search of the mountains involving the entire village? She shook her head in disbelief. On New Year's Eve, she watched a program titled The Contrast of Eldest Sons, which ranked first in viewership. The first life depicted was that of Wei Ping, the second son of the Wei family, who simulated the life of the eldest son. He had now escaped to Luoqiao County with his younger siblings and grandparents, seeking refuge from their enemies. The second life was a retrospective of Wei Xia, who chose to expose the atrocities of human traffickers, instigating panic in the village and mobilizing the community to search the mountains, leveraging collective strength against the perpetrators. The contrast was striking. On New Year's Eve in 1995, police vehicles arrived at the mining town at 11 o'clock. At that time, Wei Xia was hiding among the straw, observing the unfolding events as police began their investigations and village headmen from neighboring villages arrived. The police car stood alone at the village entrance. Wei Xia surveyed his surroundings. Women and children huddled together awaiting news, while a meeting was convened at the village head's home, with the police in attendance. Thus, the police car was left unguarded. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Wei Xia seized a sharp stone and shattered the glass at two corners of the vehicle, then forcefully kicked open the glass, unlocking the door. Having learned about igniting a vehicle from his father, he quickly started the engine, and the car roared to life. At the age of 10, Wei Xia had spent an entire afternoon in the county learning about large trucks, making him quite familiar with manual transmission. He had a deep passion for driving, even crafting toy cars from mud. In that moment, as the police car roared to life, its thunderous sound drew the attention of many. Wei Xia drove the car up the mountain. A few police officers from the village head's home hurried outside, and the village head himself emerged in a flurry. At that moment, someone shouted, "It's over. The traffickers have taken the police car." They must have seen the police vehicle and, fearing it, seized the opportunity to escape. Damn those traffickers. Village head Zhou Qiang felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the earlier search of the village had failed to uncover any traffickers. They had been hiding, waiting for an opportunity for revenge or to steal a vehicle. Upon this realization, Zhou Qiang felt a profound dread, and the other village officials were equally tense. Such ruthless traffickers were indeed a rarity. Deputy Director of the District Public Security Bureau, Sun Haiyang, bellowed, "Call the Bureau. This is lawlessness. These traffickers are excessively brazen. We must intercept them. Roadblocks, checkpoints. We must bring these thugs to justice." Officers were on the phone, and other village officials were also making calls, urgently notifying the young men of the village to assemble. United, they blocked the roads and commenced their search of the mountains. Every household must remain vigilant, awaiting the capture of the traffickers. The sounds of commotion echoed throughout the mining town, Zhangji Town, Qinliang Town, Zhuang Township, Datong Village, Zhao Village, and dozens of other towns and villages, their loudspeakers blaring incessantly. "Attention all villagers! Attention all villagers! Put down your work and assemble at the village committee. Traffickers have been reported in the old mountain area of the mining district, and their audacity is unparalleled. We will cooperate with the police to search the mountains and apprehend the kidnappers." On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and sleep eluded everyone. The dogs in the village barked hoarsely. Children across the villages dared not sleep, while women and children huddled together, fearful of the traffickers snatching their young ones away. The men, armed with sickles or cleavers, gathered according to the directives of the village secretary, all heading up the mountain in search of the traffickers. The old mountain area of the mining district began to illuminate with flickering lights, shouts, and the continuous barking of dogs. All of this chaos stemmed from the plight of a single child, an 18-year-old orchestrating everything from the shadows. In the hospital, Wei Xia's younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, witnessed his sisters scheming to ensnare the entire village in a trap for the thieves, causing him to furrow his brow. Glancing at Wei Xia, who lay on the hospital bed, her life ticking away after resisting arrest with a firearm, he already had the answer in his heart. At just 18, she had the cunning to devise a plan for the entire village. In the face of tragedy, with her parents murdered before her eyes, she chose not to rely on the police, but to manipulate them for her own vengeance. Thus, this marks the inception of her descent into a life of crime. To her, the foreshadowing of her life had begun. At the Yeqing police station, the young officer Qin Xiaowen gazed at the unfolding scene with a complex expression, murmuring, "Why do you not trust the police?" The youth, merely 18, was but a recent entrant into the world of higher education. Did he truly believe he could confront such criminals on his own? It was a perplexity he could not fathom. The veteran officer, Mr. Zhou, sighed in response, casting a sympathetic glance at the young figure on the screen. In 1995, in this remote mining region, police resources were still meager, especially against organized and premeditated acts of revenge. The Wei siblings had also caught the attention of others. Wei Xiao was astute. She leveraged the name of the traffickers to threaten the village's interests, consolidating strength and escalating the situation to a critical level. Only in this manner could they compel the adversaries to retreat or provoke the intervention of higher authorities. Many onlookers grew increasingly curious as they observed the screen. A new scene unfolded. Police vehicles accelerated down the muddy mountain roads, with the jarring bumps shattering windows, while the 18-year-old pressed the accelerator, roaring into the night. On the mountain, villagers, brandishing torches as they traversed the night, spotted the police cars racing by and waved eagerly. The police had arrived. Surely, they would capture the traffickers. They shouted hoarsely, but the vehicles sped past them without pause. Unbeknownst to them, the traffickers had commandeered the police car, and seeing no intention to stop, they continued to flee along the mountain path. In another location amidst the mountains and forests, flames flickered to life. The tires of the off-road vehicle were caked with mud, while the van bore splatters of both mud and blood. A young man with a flat cap opened a can, devouring its contents voraciously by the fire, while a bald companion also partook of a meal, warming himself as he retrieved a photograph. In the image, the 5 children of the Wei family wore expressions of innocent joy, playfully posing with hand gestures. They brandished daggers, viciously plunging the blades into the photograph. Annihilating the Wei family was merely a preliminary task. Their principal objective lay in the complete eradication of the household. Chapter 8. He is just a man gazing at the family portrait of the Wei clan. The young man with the flat hairstyle sneered coldly, murmuring to himself, "Strike at dawn, wipe them out." Discarding a tin can carelessly, he was suddenly startled by an exclamation from beside him. One of his companions, caught off guard while loosening his belt, exclaimed, "Why is the mountain so bright? Someone is coming." The young man with the flat hairstyle forcefully pushed aside the figure, relieving himself, stunned at the sight before him. On the pitch-black mountain road, a vehicle's headlights swirled and approached rapidly. Following closely behind was a procession of torchbearers. The flashing police lights atop the vehicle made the scene all the more alarming. The others turned pale, dread creeping in as the bald man cursed angrily, his gaze sweeping across the area. Could it be that someone witnessed the massacre? Quickly, he ordered the scouts to return. Moments later, both the bald man and the young man with the flat hairstyle wore grim expressions. They had received news from villagers about the presence of human traffickers. Traffickers? Those scoundrels, they deserved to die? How could they appear at such a critical moment? They were engaged in drug trafficking, looking down upon such lowly criminals. As the vehicles drew nearer, accompanied by a nearly visible throng of torchbearers, panic ensued among them. Cursing vehemently, they split into two groups, hopping into an off-road vehicle and a van, making their escape. The police cars, with their flashing lights and blaring sirens, cut through the darkened forest. Wei Xia remained composed, maintaining speed as a multitude of pursuers followed closely behind. Mountain villagers, armed with hunting rifles, spotted the approaching van and off-road vehicle, growing increasingly convinced they were indeed trafficking vehicles, and began firing shots. The bald man, furious, did not reduce his speed, directly plowing through two villagers, accelerating even more. The two vehicles split at a fork in the mountain road, with Wei Xia unhesitatingly pursuing the van. Navigating the bumpy mountain path, the steering wheel was turned sharply. Bang! As the young man with the flat hairstyle angrily fired shots, Wei Xia crashed straight into his vehicle. The young man was flung out through the shattered window, while Wei Xia slammed on the gas, sending him flying several meters, landing in the muddy ground, wailing in agony. The police sirens wailed, and the van dared not stop, speeding away. At that moment, Wei Xia finally exited the vehicle, his expression blank, covering the young man's eyes, and laboriously dragged him into the car. The vehicle resumed its journey towards a nearby cave, with fuel running low and more villagers appearing on the mountain. Wei Xia's demeanor was cold and unyielding, far from that of an 18-year-old youth. In the hospital room, the third brother Wei Pingzhong, the fourth sister Wei Pingyang, and the fifth sister Wei Pingling stared in shock at the images transmitted from the pituitary gland. Over the years, what kind of person had Wei Xia become? In their memories, he was timid and greedy, always smiling awkwardly at them, seeking money. He laughed and joked, never displaying any malice, even when angry. It was merely his own silent frustration. They had never seen such murderous intent in him. Yet before their eyes, that 18-year-old youth had orchestrated a scheme utilizing the entire village, the police, and the treacherous mountain roads to bravely capture an armed criminal. How could he possibly resemble an 18-year-old boy? Wei Pingling looked on in disbelief. Is this truly Wei Xia? The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, adjusted her glasses. Her brow furrowed in confusion and bewilderment. Before them stood a youth, exuding an intense and unsettling aura, his expression as devoid of emotion as a machine. This was a stark contrast to their previous impression of Wei Xia, a man adorned with tattoos, yet characterized by timidity and avarice. The scene unfolded. A police car made its way towards the cavern, the door shutting with a heavy thud. In the back seat, a young man with disheveled hair struggled to keep his eyes open, his internal injuries worsening. Wei Xia opened the car door and, with remarkable deftness, covered the youth's head with a garment, binding his hands and feet. The impact from the collision had fractured several of the young man's ribs, and the act of dragging him out of the vehicle elicited excruciating pain. I'm so sorry. We shouldn't have poached the antelope. Please, let us go." The mournful cry, tinged with a hint of Inner Mongolian dialect, was hoarse. The youth's face was ashen as he desperately attempted to masquerade as a poacher. Wei Xia lowered his voice, fixing his gaze on the young man dragged to the water's edge, and inquired hoarsely, "On the night of January 30th, 1995, at 8:02 p.m., the criminals drove a nearly new gray-white van and an 80 new black Santana to crash through the gate. Led by a bald man, 6 criminals wearing medical masks proceeded to commit their heinous acts at the Wei residence. Just after 8 that evening, one of the victims was threatened to ingest pesticides. He was around 25 years old, had long, flat hair, stood approximately 1.73 meters tall, was not wearing a mask, spoke with an Inner Mongolian accent, bore a red scorpion tattoo on his right hand, and was dressed in denim and a leather jacket. The other 4 wore medical masks. one of whom was small in stature, approximately 40 years old, bald, male, bespectacled, with a black mole on the left side of his forehead, speaking in a muffled tone. His glasses rimmed with gold, clad in leather boots. The weapons included a dog-leg knife, a three-sided dagger, a replica handgun, and detonators. Who sent you? Each detail regarding the perpetrators and their weapons sent shivers down the spine of the young man. At that moment, he clenched his teeth, refusing to speak beyond his agonized cries. Wei Xia trembled, fear coursing through him, yet he would not falter. Within the cavern's depths, the water was icy and penetrating. Wei Xia laid the young man down, soaking the garment covering his mouth and nose. The frigid water invaded his airway, prompting the youth to struggle. His lungs nearly punctured by the fractured ribs. This was water torture. Ignoring the anguished wails, Wei Xia continued his actions. Finally, seizing an opportunity while Wei Xia fetched more water, the young man struggled and pleaded for release. I will speak. My name is Yang Daong, from Bayanki in Inner Mongolia. Yang Daong, age 25, was affiliated with a drug trafficking organization along the Yunnan border, where he served as an assassin, responsible for eliminating certain individuals. He had been hired by the bald boss Yang to kill a family named Wei for 50,000 yuan, and to eradicate the entire Wei lineage for 100,000 yuan. Moreover, the task involved coercing confessions, yet the Wei family refused to divulge any information. In 1995, 100,000 yuan held substantial purchasing power. He had brought 3 accomplices while boss Yang had the bald man, totaling 6 individuals. The bald man was named Ma Bao, a local from the Yunnan border, linked to a drug village. As for who boss Yang was, Chen Daong had no knowledge. I merely accepted the contract to eliminate the Wei family. I know nothing else. Please don't kill me. His cries echoed as Wei Xia retrieved paper and pen. His complexion pale, tears streaming down his face. As he recorded his observations, the 18-year-old boy wiped away his tears, valiantly suppressing his sorrow and despair while gathering all pertinent interrogation information. The scene froze at the Yecheng police station, where the young officer Chen Xiaowen and the veteran officer Zhou were both watching in stunned silence. The individual on the hospital bed, armed and defiant, had displayed such remarkable resolve and intellect in his youth. Chen Xiaowen's astonished gaze fell upon Wei Xia, who, while weeping, was resolutely documenting the chilling details of his predicament. Goodness, this young man chose not to evade his fate, but rather, he intended to exact revenge directly. He not only aimed to drive away his adversaries, but was determined to remember every detail about them. The young officer's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions as he pondered the gravity of the situation. Here was an 18-year-old whose parents had just been murdered before him, whose relatives had abandoned him. After pursuing the criminals, he forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor during the interrogation. Officer Zhou, too, felt a chill as he observed. Though unlike Chen Xiaowen, he was tinged with a hint of confusion, for he possessed some insight into the future of Wei Xia. Subsequently, Wei Xia found himself in and out of prison, even encountering the most terrifying of circumstances. By early 2025, the aged Wei Xia was implicated in murder, resisting arrest with a firearm, and ultimately succumbed to gunfire, teetering on the brink of death as he was rushed to the hospital. As he murmured to himself, the veteran officer was increasingly bewildered. How could someone so young, possessing such a comprehensive strategic mindset and capabilities, later find himself ensnared by drugs? Chapter 9. I will not cry, I shall not weep. An overwhelming barrage of comments floods in, with over 40 million viewers reflecting on this vendetta that transpired 3 decades ago. The eldest son of the Wei family, Wei Xia, delves into his memories. The comments swirl like clouds. Why has Wei Xia never mentioned his achievements? It seems he has only recounted a life filled with failures and transgressions. In the hospital room, Wei Xia's 4th sister, Wei Pingyong, gazes in shock at her frail, emaciated elder brother lying on the bed. Wei Xia, adorned with a respirator, his mouth and nose stained with blood, presents a pitiful sight. She stands frozen, recalling the harrowing chase after the assailant, the desperate struggle for survival, the imprisonment in a cave, and the completion of the interrogation. At that time, he was merely 18 years old. He was so formidable, yet upon arriving in Luoqiao City, he would send his younger siblings away one by one. Even he found himself homeless, subsequently arrested for theft and assault. Wei Pingyong's eyes reflect confusion. A new scene unfolds. The second son of the Wei family, Wei Pingxing, simulates the image of the eldest brother. Confronted by the lurking murderer, Wei Pingxing can only lead his family to seek refuge at their aunt's home in Luoqiao City. The tractor jolts violently as his younger siblings huddle together. stifled sobs escaping their lips, while two elderly figures shed tears. He even glimpses his younger self, helpless and panicking, weeping in fear. Finally, the vehicle comes to a halt. Exhausted, Wei Pingxing knocks on the door. Upon learning of the destruction of the Wei household and the fact that the murderer remains at large, their aunt looks at the children with compassion. You may stay here for the time being. Seated on the sofa, his uncle mutters complaints under his breath. So many of them, consuming our resources without contributing? His aunt remains awkwardly silent. The sounds of his sister and the two elderly relatives weeping in the background amplifying the pressure Wei Pingxing feels. His younger siblings need to mature, requiring resources for living and education, all while remaining vigilant against the potential return of the assailant. Yet, he gazes calmly at his family, gritting his teeth to speak. In this life, I am the eldest son. I shall prevail. I vow to persevere until the very end. He murmurs to himself, pondering that individual. Wei Xia, what does your recollection entail? It must be fraught with failures, just as before. You speak of your parents' disappearance, leading everyone to Luoqiu City, and subsequently sending your younger siblings away one by one. However, in this simulation of life, I am the elder brother, and I shall not follow your path. The eldest must embody the qualities of an elder. At this moment, Wei Pingxing clenches his fists tightly. As Wei Pingxing continues to murmur, the barrage of comments on today's headlines emerges, complex and revealing. But your brother witnessed the murder of your parents and chose to remember the killer. Pursuing him with the villagers, conducting interrogations, he never considered fleeing. Though Wei Pingxing remains composed in alerting the authorities, the ultimate outcome is still one of escape. And the murderer has grown wary, potentially targeting the family at any moment. The recollection of Wei Xia's life reappears. In the frigid cave, Wei Xia wipes away his tears, diligently documenting everything that the assailant, Yang Daong, has uttered. The perpetrator, Yang Daong, traversed the vicinity of the Chunhua guest house and the Laofan farmhouse before arriving at the mining community, leaving behind DNA and other significant evidence. He drove a van with the license plate DNC 9626 and an SUV with the license plate Gubi 3155. Bloodstains from the assailant were found in the police vehicle, available for forensic analysis. 6 accomplices had previously ignited a fire in the forest on the hillside east of the mining community to consume kin barbecue, from which remnants could be extracted for examination. Wei Xia meticulously documented the events as Yang Daong, blindfolded, experienced the crushing despair of broken ribs and suffocation. Spare me. Please take me to a hospital. I am dying. His cries were abruptly silenced, and a hoarse voice emerged once more. Why did you annihilate the Wei family? Tears welled in Wei Xia's eyes, but his tone remained icy. All I know is that the men of the Wei family were narcotics officers, having dismantled a drug trafficking ring in '94, causing significant losses to others. The women of the Wei family were national security agents who investigated the bald-headed issue. The bald-headed individual conspired with us, providing information to eliminate them. This was all he knew. Leaning by the pond, Wei Xia recorded every detail. Then, with a calm demeanor, he gazed at Yang Daong and suddenly drew a spring knife, plunging it multiple times into him. The crimson liquid, mingled with a pungent scent of iron, spread as Wei Xia, overwhelmed by both physiological and psychological turmoil, retched while wielding the blade, accompanied by initial cries of agony. Yang Daong gradually fell silent. Having just retched, Wei Xia, pale-faced, began to methodically manage the scene. He wiped away bloodstains, obliterated fingerprints, and removed his shoes to mimic the footprints of others based on calculated height and weight, creating the illusion that a third party had killed Yang Daong. Subsequently, Wei Xia would disguise himself as a child abducted by traffickers, completing his meticulous plan. While deftly arranging the scene, he pondered. Wei Xia discarded the body onto the ground, then retrieved a lighter, forging footprints leading to the police vehicle as he exited the cave. In the densely overgrown mountains, he ignited a wildfire, the flames illuminating the dark wilderness. Villagers searching the mountains began to approach the light. Wei Xia drove to a secluded river valley. After erasing traces of his driving, the spring knife reappeared. He gazed at his abdomen, eyes glinting with resolve, and decisively plunged the blade deep until it reached the hilt. The excruciating pain and loss of blood rendered his complexion ghostly pale, sapping his strength. Struggling to maintain his composure, he cast the dagger into the flowing river, obliterating DNA and fingerprint evidence, then lay down calmly, awaiting his fate, resembling death. This was the conclusion of the plan he had meticulously orchestrated. The ground was icy and damp as Wei Xia pressed on his ghastly wound, gazing at the night sky. He recalled his parents' teachings on how to examine crime scenes, the methods by which assailants would obliterate evidence. They had instructed him on preserving fingerprints, DNA analysis, and recording characteristics, as well as calculating height and weight through footprints. Memories of warmth flooded back, his father's earnest guidance playing in his mind. Wei Xia's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he stubbornly held back. I cannot cry. I am the elder brother, and brothers do not weep. I still have younger siblings. The dizziness from blood loss made the world spin, yet he steadfastly clutched his wound. It was only when the sound of footsteps approached that Wei Xia finally closed her eyes, succumbing completely to unconsciousness. Chapter 10. The seasoned officer reminisced about 30 years ago, when it was New Year's Eve in 2025, and festive melodies resonated from every corner. Within the confines of the Luo Chiu Happiness Sanitarium, a man in his 70s sat transfixed by the television screen. This individual was none other than Sun Haiyang, the deputy director of public security, who had traveled to the mining town 3 decades prior to investigate a human trafficking case. As Sun Haiyang watched the retrospective of Wei Xia's life unfold on the screen, his thoughts gradually drifted back to that frigid year. The weather was bitterly cold, and the mining district received an influx of calls overnight. Local residents reported that children were being lured away by traffickers. He and his colleagues, embarking on a bumpy journey through the mountain roads, muttered in anger. These traffickers are truly despicable. Even during the new year, they dare to abduct children. By all means, let us catch them and give them a beating. Upon reaching the area, they discovered that the locals had already begun to organize search parties to patrol the mountains. While recording details at the village chief's home, a voice shouted from outside, "The traffickers have stolen the police vehicle." It was evident that they had seen the police car and seized the opportunity to flee. Infuriated, Sun Haiyang immediately instructed someone to contact the bureau, demanding roadblocks to bring these lawless thugs to justice. After several hours, they learned that a child, who had just lost his home to a fire, had been abducted by the traffickers. The child's name was Wei Xia. Leading the villagers into the mountains to search, they arrived at a river valley and witnessed a harrowing scene. At that moment, Sun Haiyang opened his eyes, as the memory of that moment began to overlap with what was being broadcast on the television screen. Many gazed at the retrospective of Wei Xia, seeing only the river valley's edge. The just 18-year-old Wei Xia lay on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. "Chief, over here," a villager called out. Several officers, along with the local searchers, spotted the police vehicle in the valley and rushed towards it. On the damp ground, a small figure struggled to cover a wound on his abdomen, his pale face betraying his dire condition. "Quick, we must save him. This child has been stabbed by the traffickers, but he is still alive." The officers spoke urgently, applying a hasty bandage, while the villagers lifted Wei Xia onto a tractor to rush him to the hospital. With the victim now identified, Sun Haiyang's expression grew grave as he commenced his investigation. Following the tire tracks left by the police vehicle, they traced the path to a nearby cave. Witnessing the lifeless body of Yang Daong sent chills down the spines of Sun Haiyang and the accompanying officers. The vicious knife wounds to the chest and abdomen were aimed at vital organs, with blood saturating the area, a truly shocking sight. The forensic team diligently examined and reported their findings. The autopsy revealed multiple rib fractures. The cause of death was determined to be stab wounds to the heart and abdomen, likely inflicted by a weapon akin to a dagger. Footprints left on the ground were analyzed for depth and size, indicating a height of approximately 183 meters and a weight of 79 kilograms, suggesting a robust physique. Additionally, drag marks on the ground were presumed to belong to the victim. Based on these clues, it was concluded that this location was likely the primary crime scene. Due to the public's alarm and the ensuing sense of crisis, the suspect experienced infighting. Initially, they drove to this location, where the assailant killed a companion and subsequently abducted Wei Xia. However, during their escape, they realized that carrying Wei Xia impeded their flight, prompting the decision to eliminate her and abandon the vehicle. Discovering Wei Xia in a river valley, they left no footprints, suggesting that the assailant fled along the water's course. Sun Haiyang listened attentively to the technical expert's analysis, acutely aware of the escalating tension. He promptly reported the situation, requesting an increase in police presence to assist with the investigation. The human traffickers were audacious, not only abducting children and attempting to murder them, but also allegedly committing homicide. They needed to be apprehended swiftly, lest the repercussions become too dire. As news of the attempted murder of Wei Xia by the assailant spread, it ignited widespread panic not only in the mining town, but also in Chunliang Town, Zhuiying Township, Datong Village, Zhao Village, and numerous other communities. Village leaders, upon receiving notification, hurriedly convened discussions, some even plotting in secrecy. They are capable of killing children? These traffickers are insane. What are we to do? Anxiety permeated the air as they worried about how long it would take to apprehend the culprits. Despite the numerous officers dispatched to Lao Shanshan, the perpetrators managed to escape. The village officials from the mining town, having witnessed the gruesome injury on Wei Xia's abdomen, were particularly terrified. If the traffickers were not captured, they feared that once the police departed, the assailants might return and perhaps harm their own children. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the community. In the hospital ward, the acrid scent of disinfectant lingered heavily. Wei Pingling watched the footage of her elder brother's memories with disbelief. How could this be? Has he truly been injured? No, that can't be right. I remember he was perfectly fine at home, even working in the fields. How could he be hurt? It's impossible. Memories from decades past resurfaced in her mind. That year, their home had burned down, and their grandparents, filled with frustration, took them on a tractor. Wei Xia was punished for the fire and made to walk home alone. He never mentioned any injury upon returning. He moved about freely, and their grandparents were preoccupied with the distress of the 4 children, paying no mind to the eldest, Wei Xia, who had caused the commotion. Yet, in the retrospective of life, the horrific wound was undeniably real. Why didn't Wei Xia speak up? What was the reason for this uproar? Wei Pingling was left with a complex gaze, unable to comprehend. The barrage of comments surged on the live-streaming platform, with viewers expressing their astonishment. Is Wei Xia truly 18? With such a scheme, intellect, and methods, how could he resemble a mere child? Has no one noticed the direction of the police investigation and the results of the crime scene evidence? They are actually beginning to follow Wei Xia's lead to capture the traffickers. In a nursing home, the retired Sun Haiyang also watched the live broadcast. A wry smile on his face as he observed. The 1995 human trafficking case in Dongchong Luoqiu City's mining town had garnered significant attention at the time. Serving as the deputy director, he was present at the scene and the principal investigator. The investigation revealed infighting within the criminal gang, resulting in one assailant's death and a child sustaining serious injuries, prompting a multi-departmental investigation and public pressure. Yet, he now realized that everything had been orchestrated by a mere child. In a village fraught with tension, human traffickers exploit the pressures exerted by the police. This 18-year-old, driven by a thirst for vengeance against his adversaries, also seeks to shield his younger siblings from becoming targets of the murderer. The elderly man recalls the haunting image of the boy from days gone by. The valley is frigid, and the mountain winds sting the skin. The youth, stabbed, lies there, eyes wide open, clutching his wound, a testament to his indomitable spirit. With a pallid visage, he gazes calmly at him. In the recesses of his mind, subsequent images resurface. In the hospital, the wounded child is engulfed in panic, lost, and overwhelmed, his expression a tumult of fear. It is all a fade. Sun Haiyang murmurs in disbelief. Manipulating the police and the public, conducting a composed interrogation, fabricating the scene, and masquerading as a victim. The 18-year-old orchestrates a trap, uttering not a word, bearing the burden alone in solitude. At this moment, Sun Haiyang's gaze is filled with trepidation. What kind of life awaits this young man? Chapter 11. He has always been alone, and only alone on the eve of the new year. 25 years later, television stations began broadcasting scenes of celebration. In the township of Zhuiying, 3 elderly men gathered around a table adorned with simple ingredients. Among them were the village heads of Datong, Zhao Village, and the mining town subordinate village. As the wine glasses clinked, the old village head, Zhou Qiang, was momentarily stunned, gazing at the live stream on his son Zhou Xiaodong's computer. Now in his 80s, Zhou Qiang's thoughts drifted back to 3 decades ago. 1995, the year when he had a son in his later years. Zhou Qiang vividly remembered that New Year's Eve, when his family was immersed in joy, preparing for the festive banquet. Every household was adorned with lanterns and decorations, bustling in anticipation of reunion. Tragically, a great fire engulfed the Wei family's ancestral home. Wei Xia, the eldest son of the Wei family, had accidentally set the house ablaze while playing with fire and was subsequently kicked by his grandfather Cheng Zhong. Rolling on the ground outside, the child then wept, claiming there were human traffickers in the village. The commotion escalated. prompting the young and old from surrounding towns to scour the mountains, with the police deploying significant forces to search. Ultimately, the body of a trafficker and the unconscious Wei Xia were discovered on the mountain. Following this incident, Dongcheng City launched a massive crackdown on human traffickers, affecting over a dozen counties and hundreds of towns and villages within the jurisdiction. Even now, the repercussions linger. Snapping back to the present, the three old village heads exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with bitterness and disbelief. So it was him. This child had orchestrated everything. Yet he was merely a little boy back then. As the footage played on, the barrage of comments on Douyin surged, almost overwhelming the screen. This unprecedentedly authentic festive program captivated an increasing audience, causing its popularity to skyrocket. Is that scruffy middle-aged man lying in the hospital bed truly him as a child? He is doing everything he can to support his younger siblings and family. Accompanied by the comments, the footage returned to Wei Xia's life retrospective. In 1995, in a county hospital, on a hospital bed, Wei Xia opened his eyes to a blinding light, his eyelids heavy and swollen. His chest and abdomen bore fresh stitches, the effects of anesthesia waning, with pain gradually setting in. The loss of blood left him weak and in discomfort. Turning his gaze to the ward, he observed the enamel basin, enamel cup, and an old wooden cabinet, all steeped in the essence of time. In a fleeting moment, Wei Xia's eyes shifted from a daze to determination, and he murmured, "I am the eldest. With our parents gone, I am the pillar of this family." He gritted his teeth to suppress his feelings of grievance and despair, his eyes still red and swollen, yet his expression resolute as he struggled to rise. Each movement sent a twinge of pain through his wounds. He had to say this, he was telling himself, for he feared he might collapse otherwise. The bodies of his parents still lay hidden in the straw, the murderer lurking in the shadows. How would his younger siblings survive and grow? I cannot falter. Wei Xia, stand up. His youthful gaze sharpened in an instant. He forced himself to rise, repeating this mantra over and over. Until this moment, he felt as unyielding as steel. The hospital room door creaked open, and Sun Haiyang looked at the child struggling to sit up, sighing with pity. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" Uncle wishes to inquire about the specifics regarding those human traffickers. Almost at the moment he laid eyes on Sun Haiyang, Wei Xia's once sharp demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a sense of sorrowful choking and mingled dread, embodying all that a child of his age should express. They bound me and stuffed me into the trunk. I had no idea where we were headed. The vehicle sped along, ascending steeply. I only heard them mention the need to capture more children. Later, they spoke of police searching the mountains. Surely there was an insider betraying them. And then they began to fight. The next scene I witnessed was in a valley, where they brandished knives, intent on killing me. Wei Xia trembled slightly. Looking pitiful, Sun Haiyang asked for the child's family phone number, arranging for someone to come and settle the medical expenses. "My family has no money. We don't even have a phone. It's all right, you just rest well. I will cover these expenses," he reassured while shaking his head. Sighing at the plight of the child, Wei Xia's injuries were not severe, as he had exercised caution in his actions, avoiding critical harm. Upon seeing Sun Haiyang preparing to leave, he mustered the strength to rise from the hospital bed. "Uncle, I want to go home." After confirming the condition, Sun Haiyang took Wei Xia into the vehicle. In the back seat, Wei Xia gazed quietly out the window. Along the way, loudspeakers in each village blared alarms, organizing young adults to search the mountains, while militia teams began patrolling, creating a bustling atmosphere. The village where his grandmother resided, Datong Village, was well surrounded amidst the others. In this moment, Wei Xia remained tranquil, murmuring, "My younger siblings are finally safe." Sun Haiyang, concentrating on driving, misinterpreted this as concern for the other children in the villages and paid it little mind. The scene unfolded further. In the early morning, the mountains were damp and shrouded in mist. Sun Haiyang dropped Wei Xia off at the entrance of Datong Village and hurried off to apprehend the traffickers. Wei Xia walked weakly, carrying a backpack filled with medicine. Each step tugged at the freshly stitched wounds. At his grandfather's home, his younger siblings were still soundly asleep, indifferent to Wei Xia's return. He, however, did not rest. He pushed the door open and silently recopied the evidence left from the interrogation of Yang Daong, placing it in the crevice of a chipped cupboard at the very bottom. Subsequently, pale-faced and clutching his wound, he commenced drafting a plan. He aimed to visit the places where the suspects had lingered, including Chunhua Guest House and Lao Fan's farmhouse, to preserve physical evidence and collect DNA. He resolved to protect his younger siblings, and if necessary, send them away to evade the killer's gaze. He also contemplated the burial of his parents. Despite merely writing, Wei Xia's face appeared frail and pallid. As the anesthetic wore off, intense pain surged through him, each word causing his brow to furrow, gritting his teeth to endure. The room was dim, and Wei Xia sat alone by the window, summarizing everything. Behind him lay his younger siblings, exhausted from a night of fear and tears. At this moment, sunlight broke through. A frail figure struggled to sit in the light, casting a shadow that enveloped the 4 small children behind him. 30 years later, in a hospital ward, his sister Wei Pingling stood frozen, gazing at the recollection unfolding before her, her fingertips unconsciously gripping, nearly embedding into her palm. Was it truly like this 30 years ago? She recalled that day. Wei Xia had burned down their old house, and their grandparents had taken the 4 of them home first. Afterward, she fell into a deep slumber. Despite the incessant blaring of horns from outside and the commotion caused by the local militia searching the mountains, with checkpoints established at the village entrance, it was rumored they were in pursuit of human traffickers. The noise stirred her from a restless half-sleep, exacerbating her irritation, while Wei Xia remained seated, shuffling through papers. Was it during this time that you were compiling such evidence? In this moment, Wei Pingling's emotions were tumultuous. How could you face those individuals alone? To send us all away to confront the enemy, how could that possibly be achieved? She envisioned the image of someone who was once carefree, insatiable in greed, timid and cowardly. It was unfathomable to imagine that the Wei Xia of yesteryear could converge with the disheveled middle-aged figure lying in a hospital bed, defiantly firing a weapon to resist capture. Is this truly one person? Chapter 12. The eldest son's comparison. As Wei Pingling continued to gaze upward, she delved into the memories of her elder brother, seeking to unravel the life of Wei Xia that lay ahead. A new scene unfolded. Bang! An old enamel bowl was nearly tossed before Wei Xia, splattering soup everywhere. In the early morning, her grandparents, burdened with concerns, tossed and turned in their sleeplessness, having just prepared breakfast. Before Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling lay bowls of rice porridge, boiled eggs, and pickled vegetables. Yet, before Wei Xia sat only a bowl of thin millet soup, the grains sparse, and the broth hardly thick. In light of the recent incident of arson, her grandfather Cheng Zhong was irate, neglecting to inquire about Wei Xia's whereabouts the previous night, not even casting a glance in her direction as he busily served the other 4 children. Having endured a night of weakness, Wei Xia paid little heed, gulping down the soup to replenish her strength. After finishing her meal, she even smiled while clearing the table, assisting with the dishes. Post-meal, her second brother, Wei Pingxing, began to read. Now 11 years old, he was on the cusp of adolescence. The Lonely White Rabbit, wandering east and west, old clothes are not as good as new. Wei Xia dried her hands, smiling warmly. Old clothes are not as good as new, nor are people as good as old friends. This phrase, originating from the ancient songs of the Han Dynasty, serves as a reminder to cherish what is present and not to be swayed by novelty. Upon hearing her words, Wei Pingxing turned away in disdain, retorting, "What do you know? Mind your own business. You only know how to cause trouble." Unfazed by her younger brother's remarks, Wei Xia merely winced in pain, her expression nearly slipping beyond control. Her siblings remained oblivious, showing little concern for the frail figure squatting before the bicycle. Meanwhile, her third brother, Wei Pingzheng, was in the courtyard, struggling to fix his bicycle, the chain refusing to fit. Wei Xia fetched a small stick to help align the chain, allowing the pedals to engage. Upon noticing her, Wei Pingzheng irritably stood up and muttered under his breath, "You're everywhere." Observing her younger siblings closely, Wei Xia's pale complexion broke into a gentle smile as she whispered, "You all must take care of yourselves. You will all be all right." No one heard her, nor did they notice the fragile silhouette crouched before the bicycle. Wei Xia simply smiled, her gaze pure and hopeful. Time shifted once more, back to 25 years later. At the nursing home, now retired, the former deputy director of the human trafficking case, Sun Haiyang, watched. The lonely boy, crouched before the bicycle, filled with thoughts of his siblings, finally brought tears to his eyes. As his vision blurred, his mind drifted back 30 years. "Child, does it hurt? It's nothing. Uncle has covered for me." That child never uttered a complaint, even amidst such turmoil, with no family to support him. It turned out he wished to shield his elders and siblings from danger, shouldering all burdens alone. Later, while driving through, he would observe the search parties in the villages, asking diligently about the situation with the traffickers and whether any suspicious individuals had been apprehended. Ultimately, Sun Haiyang suddenly recalled the tender whisper, "The younger siblings are finally safe." Tears cascaded down his cheeks. Observing the disdain from his younger siblings, even the aversion from his grandparents, the feeling of hunger, and the isolation he endured, Sun Haiyang's aged face was etched with sorrow, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Oh, how could your life possibly be as ordinary as it seems on the surface?" A scene depicting Wei Pingsheng, the eldest son of the Wei family, a comparison of lives. In the winter, amidst thick fog, with the sun barely shining, Wei Pingsheng awakened at his aunt's home, his thoughts tangled. Now, the entire family resided under his aunt's roof, relying on her for sustenance and shelter, all requiring financial resources. In the short term, his aunt could manage, but over time, if unspoken grievances arose, even his uncle might grow resentful. Moreover, whether it was feeding his younger siblings or nurturing them, the costs were not insignificant. Money was scarce, painfully scarce. Regaining his composure, Wei Pingsheng began to contemplate ways to earn money in this era. Just as he was lost in thought, the door swung open, and his younger siblings rushed in. "Brother, how do you solve this problem? Please help me. My bicycle is broken. The chain won't go on. Brother, look, our sister is crying again. She's hungry." The cacophony left Wei Pingsheng's thoughts in disarray, yet he suppressed his irritation and patiently addressed each issue. Soon after, he left the house. Earning money was of utmost urgency. He had to make money. Once outside, the weight of pressure bore down on him. Besides the financial strain, he could not forget that a lurking threat was watching. "I must earn money. Just you wait. I am meant to be the eldest brother because I will not entrust my siblings to anyone else. With my protection, they will have everything they desire." Wei Xia, watch closely and see what it means to be the leader. Clenching his fists, he spoke to himself with unwavering conviction. He possessed the capability to care for his younger siblings. He must. Wei Pingsheng had a keen sense for business opportunities. Soon, by traversing both city and countryside, he focused on the trade of local eggs and loaches, commencing his venture to profit from the price differences. For his first batch, he headed to the countryside for transportation. Although he faced expulsion and had to pay over 100 yuan in stall fees while selling in the city, Wei Pingsheng still managed to earn an 80 yuan profit. Under the starry night, as he handed the money to his aunt, he finally witnessed his uncle's reluctant nod of approval. However, this moment was fleeting. Soon, fear clouded his eyes. A dented, unfamiliar van slowly passed by outside the courtyard, causing his complexion to pale as he recalled the lurking danger. Wei Pingsheng, hands trembling, slammed the door shut and retreated to his room. "Brother, what does this ancient text mean?" "The teacher said there would be a bicycle race next week." The disarray of voices from his younger siblings filled the air, a mix of anxiety and exhaustion, and finally, unable to contain his frustration, Wei Pingsheng shouted, "Can you be quiet for a moment?" In that instant, perhaps the threat was nearby, Wei Pingsheng felt utterly drained. Chapter 13, From now on. I shall be alone in the early morning. A scene unfolds in Datong village, where over 30 able-bodied young men have formed militia groups, dividing into two squads. One team establishes a checkpoint at the village entrance while the other ventures into the mountains in search of human traffickers. The loudspeaker at the village entrance broadcasts every hour, stirring the entire village, evoking a sense of awe. Observing this spectacle, Wei Xia nods in satisfaction before stepping outside with 2 coarse flatbreads. Behind Datong village lies an inconspicuous desolate mountain, where the rugged trails of the valley rarely see human footprints. Upon arrival, beads of sweat appear on Wei Xia's forehead. Yet he does not pause for rest. Fearing discovery, he refrains from taking the farming tools from home, opting instead to gather nearby wood and stones to commence his digging. The valley's rubble is chaotic, and the ground is hard. Throughout the day, he consumes a bite of flatbread whenever hunger strikes, managing to excavate a pit more than a meter deep, barely 20 centimeters deep. His fingers are cracked in multiple places, and several blisters have formed. As dusk settles, he returns home, dirty and weary, drinking a small bowl of rice soup. Later that night, he sits beside his younger siblings by the dim light, guiding them through their homework. "Look at you, covered in dirt as if you've been rolling in the mud. Why haven't you bathed or done the laundry? You'll have to wash the soiled sheets." Grandfather Cheng Zhong, increasingly irate, reprimands him, while his siblings cast disdainful glances. Unfazed, Wei Xia nods obediently and continues washing clothes until midnight. The Weibo live stream displays rolling comments. At this moment, Wei Xia is still far from healed. One can only imagine the pain of his wounds. The footage continues. For an entire week, Datong village remains under strict vigilance. not only here but also in the mining town, Zhuaning Township, in Zhaozhuang, where precautions have been unwavering, greatly enhancing safety. Wei Xia understands that for at least a month, the assailant has no chance to brazenly threaten them. During this week, he manages to dig 2 large pits. Each day, he returns home utterly exhausted, his wounds throbbing incessantly, subsisting only on cold leftovers. Yet, despite his weakened state, a smile persists on his face. Seeing his condition, Grandfather Qing Zhong's frustration mounts. Look at yourself. Where have you been every day? You're hardly ever home. I've been helping them search the mountains for traffickers. Wei Xiao replies. Qing Zhong furrows his brow, growing more vexed. You? Capturing traffickers? With that silly grin on your face all day? Who do you think you can catch? Useless. On the eve of the Lunar New Year in 2025, at a high-end nursing facility in Yeqing, the 93-year-old Cheng Zhong resides. His health frail as he sits in a hospital bed. His grandson, Wei Ping, chairman of the Yeqing Glass Industry Group, has meticulously chosen this place for his grandfather's care. Meanwhile, the caregivers adjust the live stream and busily tidy up. Cheng Zhong watches this scene, lost in thought for a long time. At 93, he suffers from Alzheimer's, and fragments of memories flash through his mind. Yet, the live stream evokes recollections of 30 years prior. During that week, his great-grandson Wei Xia always wore a silly grin. Returning home dirty and late, often missing meals, only to assist his younger siblings with their homework upon his return. He recalled that although Wei Xia often smiled, her steps were unsteady, her complexion exceedingly pale, and she frequently clutched her abdomen. He had assumed it was merely due to hunger. Little did he know it was a wound. Cheng Zhong reflected on that same year, when Wei Xia resolutely insisted on sending her younger siblings away to be raised by others, and how he had scolded her for it. To abandon your own flesh and blood, you are a beast. Your parents are still alive. This family is not yours to rule. Yet in this moment, Cheng Zhong trembled, pointing a quivering finger at her youthful visage, a complex sigh escaping his lips. So, after that, you sent them away for revenge? At 93, Cheng Zhong's thinning white hair shook as disbelief coursed through him, his chest feeling as though it bore an unbearable weight, heavy and suffocating. The murky gaze of the elderly Cheng Zhong trembled. The scene reflected in his eyes, overlapping with images from 30 years past. The night was dim. The mountains echoed with the calls of birds and the sharp whistle of the wind through the trees, creating a somber stillness. Outside Datan village, the young Wei Xia struggled to push her bicycle through the muddy mountain path. On the rear seat lay a coarse cloth bundle, containing a few cornbread pieces and some rudimentary incense. Near the old Wei family house in the mining town, a pile of straw lay heaped together. When the bicycle came to a halt, the eerie silence of the night was palpable, haunted by the presence of fire's devastation and human traffickers. Wei Xia knelt on the ground, her hands trembling slightly. As she pushed aside the straw, in the depth of winter, 2 bodies lay stiff and cold. Upon seeing her parents for the last time, Wei Xia finally allowed herself to weep in silent anguish. At that moment, she resembled a mere 18-year-old child, shedding tears quietly, repeatedly wiping her face as she murmured to herself, I cannot cry. I must not cry anymore. I have grown up. I am the elder brother. I will not cry. Wei Xia spoke to herself. With trembling hands, she almost struggled to lift her father's body onto the bicycle, laboriously pushing it forward through the starlit wilderness. Her injuries had yet to heal, and every stretch of the journey required her to pause and catch her breath. She transported her father's body to the valley before returning to retrieve her mother. In the mire, the pain from her wounds diminished her strength further, traversing the mountain path. She stumbled multiple times. Yet, she remained unfazed, lowering her voice, silently ensuring her father's body was kept clean, even at the cost of her own injuries. In the latter half of the night, she pressed the final handful of earth tightly, burying him, and retrieved a candle from the coarse cloth bundle to ignite. Alone in the desolate valley, she burned paper money, bowing in reverence. At that moment, she understood that she had no one left to rely on. Her younger siblings were now solely dependent on her. She had lost her parents. Mom and Dad, rest assured, the younger ones are safe, Wei Xia spoke softly. Her eyes reddened, her voice low yet calm and resolute. Memories of overhearing her parents argue flooded her mind. We have dismantled the drug trafficking route in Western Yunnan. But I have been exposed. I suspect there is a mole within the organization. The opposing party must possess significant influence. And if I were to suddenly die or go missing, the mole would suppress the news. I must root this individual out first. No, you must not go. Let this line go, her mother urged. Exposing such information to them is perilous. The identity of the traitor is too elevated, and the enemy too formidable. Wei Mu felt a surge of panic. Simultaneously, Wei Xia recalled the words her mother imparted to her on her deathbed. Your father and I faced retaliation while investigating a drug trafficking ring. You must find a way to shield your younger siblings from these criminals. In that moment, Wei Xia finally comprehended why her mother urged her to remain hidden. To avoid exposure, covering her face, tears streamed down her cheeks as she murmured, Mother, rest assured, I will take good care of my siblings. In the rehabilitation center, the retired deputy director Sun Haiyang stared at the scene before him, completely dumbfounded, his heart shaken by the revelation. A traitor of such high status. He struggled to fathom that the events which had stirred a wave of anti-trafficking efforts in Dongchang City decades ago concealed such a staggering secret. Sun Haiyang gazed bitterly at the unfolding drama, pondering the solitude this child had faced when he had first encountered her. At the Yecheng nursing home, lying in bed, Cheng Zhong, who had scarcely regained consciousness, looked incredulously at the lonely Wei Xia. The enemy is so terrifying. What happened next? Did you confront them alone? In the hospital ward? The incessant beeping of the heart monitor filled the air. Wei Pingzhong, the third brother, and Wei Pingyang, the fourth sister, exchanged glances. Unable to believe the gravity of the situation, the death of their parents entangled them in such a vast conspiracy, with an enemy so ruthless. Yet, Wei Xia was resolute in her determination to confront the unimaginable puppeteer behind it all. At the Luoqiao City Public Security Bureau, the young officer Chen Xiaowen and the veteran officer surnamed Wang were transfixed by the unfolding broadcast. The elder officer furrowed his brow, nearly rising to his feet. The revelations of Wei Xia's exposure were simply astounding. What would follow? Both men remained in a daze, gravely focused on the live stream. A new retrospective began to unfold. In 1995, Dongchang City was particularly unsettled. First, there was a fire in a mining town, followed by a stringent crackdown on human trafficking, and later, malicious searches in the mountains led to a murder case. This spurred a targeted assault on crime, with the Chunhua guest house notably affected. Nearby officers were frequently conducting checks on various credentials, far more rigorously than before. At 10 o'clock that morning, the youthful Wei Xia appeared at the mining area guest house on her bicycle. I need to book a room. You must have all your documents. The checks are stringent nowadays. Have your guardians come? The receptionist stated. No, I am the child of a previous guest. I just came to collect a few belongings. With a smile that radiated innocence, Wei Xia faced the receptionist. Upon hearing that she was not seeking a room, the receptionist frowned, impatiently spitting out sunflower seed shells. What do you want? We've cleared this place. There are no valuable items left. Don't try to swindle us. It's not anything of value. I suspect it was thrown out as trash. I just want to take a look, Wei Xia replied cheerfully, repeatedly assuring that she would not disturb anything, which led the receptionist to send someone to accompany her inside. As she approached rooms 132 and 133, Wei Xia maintained her smile, though her eyes had turned icy. The guest house typically did not discard garbage immediately, and based on the clues provided by Yang Daong, they had occupied the room for a full 7 days. In other words, they had only checked out yesterday, and the place had yet to be cleaned. Upon entering the room, Wei Xia immediately began to sift through worn clothing, cigarette butts, and various items that could potentially harbor evidence. As he rummaged, he engaged in conversation with the cleaner who was observing him intently. Auntie, have you seen my second uncle and his companions? They reside here, but it seems they have vanished, and I cannot reach them by phone. The cleaner frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Xia, who was digging through the trash. What do they look like? She inquired. Oh, my second uncle is bald. Dressed in a suit with black trousers, a black jacket, and a black cotton coat inside. He stands approximately 1.77 meters tall. Do you recall what his friends, who accompanied him, looked like? Wei Xia continued. I will ask my parents to search as well. He has been away for too long. They are in the Yunnan region, and I fear he may have lost his way. With a smile and a spirited demeanor, he remained resolute. Meanwhile, at the police station, observing Wei Xia diligently searching for evidence, the young officer Chen Xiaowen pointed incredulously at the screen. Turning to the veteran officer Zhou, he noticed that Zhou appeared even more astonished. This kid, initially leveraging the situation with the human traffickers to amplify the issue, he mobilized the community to create a temporary safe haven for himself and his siblings. Then, he ventured alone into the mountains to pursue the culprit and conduct interrogations, acquiring valuable information. During this interval, he managed to extricate himself and secured the opportunity to lay his parents to rest. Now, he is singularly focused on investigating all evidence pertaining to the criminal suspect. Officer Zhou, equally perplexed, had never witnessed this side of Wei Xia. His previous memories of Wei Xia were of a young man confined to prison, languishing in despondency, prone to violent outbursts. It was unimaginable that the Wei Xia from 30 years ago could be so formidable. A chill ran down Zhou's spine. Could it be that his prior incarceration was all part of a calculated plan for revenge? In that moment, Zhou felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, pondering the intricacies of such scheming and the transformation that lay ahead for Wei Xia. Chapter 14. He remains indifferent to fame and shame. It's all right on New Year's Eve 2025, in the bustling commercial district of Luoqiao City. Throngs of pedestrians filled the streets. A large screen atop a shopping mall prominently displayed the most popular live streaming program on the internet, Life Retrospection Comparison. Middle-aged individuals held their children's hands, while young couples gathered in the square, engrossed in the spectacle. Among the crowd, several university students huddled together, fixated on their mobile devices, oblivious to the influencers capturing content nearby. Many were incredulous. In a mining town, a middle-aged taxi driver glanced at the screen on his phone before turning his gaze to the desolate buildings before him. The once thriving mining town had long succumbed to decay. Yet he recalled vividly the scale of the joint crackdown on human trafficking that spanned multiple regions. This operation had resulted in the apprehension of over a dozen trafficking rings. What truly astounded them was that this extensive police initiative had been orchestrated entirely by a single youth, Wei Xia, the eldest son of the Wei family. The live stream continued, showcasing Wei Xia's life retrospective. For the Wei family, New Year's Eve in 1995 was hardly a festive occasion. It was tinged with discomfort. The biting cold wind stung their faces, but Wei Xia paid it no mind. As the remnants of daylight faded, he sat alone by the window, meticulously organizing evidence from an investigation. His third brother, Wei Pingjing, was teaching their youngest sister, Wei Pingling, how to ride a bicycle, their laughter filling the air. The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, was engrossed in her studies, calculating diligently. When the second brother, Wei Pingsheng, noticed Wei Xia, he frowned. Where have our parents gone? If not for the fact that only Wei Xia was aware of their absence, Wei Pingsheng would have preferred not to exchange words with his elder brother. Hearing this, Wei Xia quickly packed away the evidence. On a business trip, he replied. Wei Pingsheng sneered coldly when our parents returned to find the old house gone. You won't escape the blame. How embarrassing. The whole village knows you set the house on fire. Undeterred by his brother's reproach, Wei Xia leaned against his sister Wei Pingyang, offering guidance. Your approach to this problem is incorrect. With her hands reddened from the cold, Wei Pingyang shot him an impatient glance, retorting, If you hadn't burned down the house, I would have had my study materials and wouldn't need your insincere help. Mind your own business. The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, though still small, echoed her sentiments and turned to play with their third brother. I won't play with you. The house is gone. Dad will scold you. Wei Xia remained silent, returning to his room, watching his siblings walk away, and resumed his organization. On the old table lay two piles of evidence. The first comprised physical evidence from the scene, and the second included statements from the suspect Yang Daong regarding the other suspects. Additionally, there were DNA remnants from a cigarette butt and a water bottle at the Chunhua guest house, along with remnants of skin tissue from Lao Fan's farmhouse. Systematically categorizing all the evidence, Wei Xia swiftly packed everything into a leather case as evening descended. The atmosphere at the dinner table was particularly somber. The harsh yellow light of the bulb cast a gloomy aura, while grandfather Qingzhong wore a stoic expression, remaining silent, and grandmother quietly served vegetables to the younger ones. I don't want to study anymore. As Wei Xia spoke, Qingzhong's gaze locked onto her eyes, anger flaring anew within him, and he struck her across the face. You wretch. The Chung family and the Wei family have produced talents for generations, yet how could you turn out to be such a disgrace? Burning houses instead of studying, do you plan to live in prison in the future? Stung by the slap, Wei Xia remained silent, defiantly meeting his gaze and shaking her head. Qingzhong, infuriated, left without finishing his meal. The grandmother, too, was disinterested, muttering to herself, not studying saves money. In solitude, Wei Xia lingered in the yard. From now on, I shall grow my hair long. It might lend me a more mature appearance, she murmured to herself, contemplating that even if she appeared unkempt, it could still project adulthood. I must earn money now. I have a family to support. At that moment, The 18-year-old Wei Xia raised her head to the overcast sky. Standing tall, her demeanor was somber and solitary. The abduction case in the mining town had lingered for a week. Village Chief Shou Qiang stood outside with a few others. The case's deputy director, Sun Haiying, approached Wei Xia, presenting a collection of photographs. "Child, look closely. Are these the individuals?" Beside Zhou Qiang were several other village heads, all anxiously focused, their expressions weary. These were the individuals they had recently apprehended, all bound. The threat of violence and murder loomed large. The safety of the villages depended on capturing these criminals. Wei Xia obediently followed behind Sun Haiying, timidly glancing up at the photos. "No, none of them." With a hint of frustration, Sun Haiying gestured for the officers to take the suspects away. "Continue the investigation, continue the pursuit." Seizing the moment while Sun Haiying instructed the officers, Wei Xia feigned innocence, her gaze fixed on Zhou Qiang and the other village leaders. "I remember there was a child in the car that day. They had their kidney removed." The expressions of Zhou Qiang and his companions grew increasingly grim, realizing the severity of the situation. Upon returning to the village, they convened and promptly reported the matter to the county and then to the city authorities, demanding additional police presence to continue the manhunt. After all, the scope of the crimes had escalated from human trafficking to organ harvesting and murder, which bore significant consequences. Under mounting pressure, Deputy Director Sun Haiying found himself perplexed, confronting the 18-year-old. "Why do you say this now? Why didn't you mention this information earlier?" Wei Xia's eyes, strikingly clear, revealed both seriousness and fear, as if merely recalling the events was terrifying. It truly happened. Sun Haiying furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of doubt. He suspected that the child was intentionally escalating the situation. As the case was elevated through the ranks, the final verdict was rendered. The East Chang Provincial Bureau deemed it a major case, coordinating efforts with Luo Qiu, Shihai, Yicheng, Bincheng, and Hefei to conduct a thorough investigation, launching a severe crackdown on the trafficking of humans and organs. The unfolding drama attracted considerable media attention. Those individuals kidnapped other children and even harvested their kidneys. "I was also stabbed by a trafficker and left in the ravine." After an interview, Northern Morning reporter Ma Rushiwe prepared to leave. Just then, the boy who had faced the camera approached, extending his hand. The interview fee. Ma Rushiwe stared in disbelief, while village chief Zhou Qiang, witnessing the scene, sighed in exasperation and admonished, "Wei Xia, don't embarrass yourself." Wei Xia paid no heed to the murmurs around her as she collected the money, only putting it away after finishing her rounds. Upon returning home, she handed 200 yuan of her interview fee to her grandfather, Cheng Zhong. "This is what my mother left for me before she departed, intended for the tuition of my younger siblings." Cheng Zhong sighed in relief as he gazed at the money. He had been troubled lately, with the winter break drawing to a close and the school term approaching. At least now, the children would have their tuition covered. After giving him the money, Wei Xia ventured out once more, passing by a few women from the neighboring house who were gossiping. The granddaughter of the Lao Chung family is off to earn more money again. How swiftly it comes. The journalist, Ma Rushiwe, observed the scene with a sardonic shake of his head, thinking that the children from the mountains had such a limited perspective. Wei Xia remained indifferent, her gaze fixed on the fervent joint operation unfolding across multiple cities, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. In the nursing home, 93-year-old Cheng Zhong watched with a complex expression. The thought of that tuition fee, accompanied by a raspy voice, he recalled the day he received the money. 200 yuan was indeed a considerable sum during a time when meat cost merely over 2 yuan per jane. He had once doubted the child, suspecting her of hoarding money, and had reprimanded her in front of her younger siblings. So this is how the money was acquired. In Dongchang City, at the Ma residence, Ma Rushiwe, now with graying hair and aged considerably, had retired from the Northern Morning News and spent his days at home. Witnessing the scene before him, he and his family shared a bittersweet smile. 30 years ago, this child had orchestrated a scheme that led to a cross-province crackdown on human trafficking. She had even charged fees during interviews, all in an effort to contribute to her siblings' education. Scolded by the village chief and mocked by neighbors, she remained unperturbed by her humiliation. The elderly journalist couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on his earlier disparagement of the narrow-mindedness of mountain children, feeling somewhat ashamed to lift his gaze. What right had he ever had to ridicule a child who, at the tender age of 18, aspired to support her family? Chapter 15. He has always been there. And so have I. It is now New Year's Eve, 25 years later, and the clock strikes 9. The montage of life flashes rapidly. With only an hour remaining since Wei Xia was placed on a respirator. In the hospital room, Wei Pingjing gazes at the scenes unfolding before him, suddenly recalling a past event. 30 years ago, when he was still under 10, there indeed existed a special operation in Dongchang City aimed at combating human trafficking. That year, there was also a horrific massacre, and organ trafficking was rigorously investigated. As memories surged within him, Wei Pingjing murmured to himself, "But then we were taken away. Our family was torn apart. At school, he was bullied, yet he fought back on his own, managing to drive the bully to transfer. During that time, he had confided in Wei Xia, subtly hoping for his intervention. Yet, Wei Xia merely looked at him with indifference, calmly stating, 'This is your own affair. A man must handle his own matters.' It was precisely due to this incident that Wei Pingjing developed a disdain for the so-called elder brother and began to aspire to a position of authority. He did not wish to be bullied again and hoped that children like him would never endure such malevolence in the future. The program continued to unfold. Wei Pingjing simulating his eldest son. The scene expanded as he finished organizing the mountain goods, various farm fresh eggs, loach, and more. Wei Pingjing placed the baskets onto his tricycle, paid the stall fee, and left with a weary back and aching limbs. During this period, he continued to trade various goods for profit while discreetly seeking out individuals to offer a small fee in exchange for their assistance in alerting the authorities. Police began to appear frequently around his aunt's home, albeit for trivial matters, yet the perpetrator remained oblivious. This scenario repeated several times, and the van, noticeably dented from previous encounters, vanished for a while. Exhausted, Wei Pingjing returned home, only to have his younger brother, Wei Pingjing, approach him, tearfully recounting being bullied at school. Enraged, Wei Pingjing took a stick and went to the school to confront the bully. The outcome was that the bully, accompanied by their parents, retaliated against Wei Pingjing, leaving him battered and humiliated, even throwing money in his face before departing. The following day, his younger brother returned in tears, claiming that the two bullies had assaulted him again. Considering the physical strength of the bully's parents, Wei Pingjing made a decisive choice. "We shall move. We will no longer attend this school. In the future, I will earn money, and you will not be bullied any longer." In the hospital room, Wei Pingjing fixated on the screen, witnessing his second brother, Wei Pingjing, simulate the scene of being beaten for his sake, and felt a surge of emotion. This is what an elder brother should be. He stands up for his younger brother instead of turning a blind eye. As the montage of life unfolded, the contrasting scene of Wei Xia's eldest son appeared simultaneously. In the frame, Wei Pingjing was seen tearfully lamenting to his grandfather about being bullied at school. "They pushed me and even called others to beat me after school." Cheng Zhong looked at the child with helplessness, saying, "If you are bullied, you must report it to the teacher. Tomorrow, I will speak to your homeroom teacher." As the grandfather departed, Wei Pingjing helplessly wiped his tears away. He sought assistance from his teacher, yet beyond reprimanding the overweight show, there was no aid to be found. In resignation, he turned to Wei Xia. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia, cold and detached, meticulously recorded the events while asserting that a man's troubles should be resolved by himself. "This is your affair," she added, muttering that crying in times of trouble was unbecoming of a man. Young Wei Pingjing glared in resentment, ceasing his futile attempts to dry his tears. "You truly are unworthy of being a brother." At the desk nearby, Wei Xia heard this clearly but remained indifferent. Within the hospital room, now transformed into the mayor's office, Wei Pingjing gazed at the scene before him, reflecting on the past. Indeed, this person bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories. The words were frigid and devoid of solace. As Wei Xia's memories cascaded back, new images emerged. A narrow path behind the mining elementary school revealed Wei Xia standing by, watching a plump boy with a swinging backpack approach from a distance. Her eyes, devoid of warmth, fixated on him as she grasped a stick. She had learned that the one tormenting her younger brother, Wei Pingjing, was this boy named Zhou Xueqiang. The stick struck his arm, and despite the padding of his winter coat, Zhou cried out in pain and dropped his backpack. "I've been waiting for you," Wei Xia declared coldly, unrelenting in her assault, akin to a madwoman. "Who are you to defend him?" Zhou Xueqiang bellowed in anger, yet Wei Xia offered no reply. Soon after, Zhou summoned his elder brother, who arrived with a gang of delinquents. "Get him! Beat him up!" 5 of them each grabbed sticks and stones, charging forward. Wei Xia remained unfazed, retaliating fiercely, enduring a brutal beating herself. By the time she returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky, and her arms and hands bore numerous bruises and cuts. Grandfather Cheng Zhong glared at Wei Xia, pushing her away in anger. "Is this what you aspire to? To become a thug? How has our family produced such a disgrace? Wei Xia remained silent. The following day, battered and bruised, she confronted Zhou Xueqiang again at the gates of the mining elementary school. With yesterday's injuries still fresh, Zhou cowered, clutching his head as he cried out under the relentless blows. Who the hell are you? A rabid dog? What have I done to offend you? Wei Xia, with an icy expression, said nothing as she continued her assault until Zhou could no longer defend himself. She deliberately paused, waiting for Zhou's brother to arrive. Upon learning that his younger brother had been beaten again, Zhou's elder brother stormed over, fury ignited in his eyes. Are you insane? Beat him to a pulp. This time. The injuries inflicted upon Wei Xia were far worse than the day before, as she limped homeward. On the evening of the third day, within the elementary school's dilapidated restroom, Wei Xia again ambushed Zhou Xueqiang, unleashing a fierce attack. Zhou cried, anger mingling with helplessness as he faced the familiar stick. Zhou's elder brother, having heard the news, was utterly enraged, rushing forward with bloodshot eyes. A few rowdy students followed suit, their fury palpable. Wei Xia discarded the stick, her expression darkening as she seized a mop, plunging it into the filthy toilet and stirring the repulsive contents within. As Zhou's elder brother and his entourage charged forward, Wei Xia grew increasingly ferocious, wildly swinging the mop and hurling its foul contents at Zhou's brother's back. The sound of impact echoed as the mop flailed, filth scattering everywhere. Surrounding students, furious yet repulsed, hesitated to engage, retreating from the stench that wafted through the air. None dared to advance, for the odor was horrifically nauseating. You dare to threaten me? I shall end you. Kneel before me. The eldest of the Zhou family was struck by excrement, and in his disgust, he roared in fury. Several delinquent students pointed in anger, too fearful to approach. Some hurled stones from a distance in their rage. Zhou Xueqiang, in sheer terror, chose to hide away. Not out of fear of fighting, but rather of becoming sullied by filth. After all, it was winter. I shall kneel before your mother. Without a flicker of emotion, Wei Xia abruptly thrust the mop forward, jabbing it into the mouth of the Zhou brother. Instantly, he retched violently, crying out hoarsely as he dashed to the restroom, disregarding everything to splash icy water over his face and head. The remaining delinquents turned pale, retreating in panic, but it was too late. Wei Xia swung the mop wildly, creating a cacophony as excrement flew everywhere. The other thugs, terrified, screamed and fled, some even bolting in sheer fright. In that moment, Wei Xia was a whirlwind of fury, mercilessly assaulting the Zhou brothers. Zhou Xueqiang knelt on the ground, weeping and gagging. What have we done to deserve this? Whom are you defending? Speak a name. Yet, Wei Xia remained silent about whom he was protecting, merely dropping the mop, limping away. On today's headlines, the comments surged. The mop dipped in filth. Battling for 3 days with 4 or 5 individuals, Wei Xia is truly ruthless. It has been 3 days. Even the toughest of men cannot withstand such injuries. He has sacrificed so much for his brother. Why does he not inform him? Madman. After so many years, his body is devoid of unscathed flesh. Yet he still comes to defend his bullied brother. In the hospital room, the female host in the live stream gazed into the camera, her eyes reflecting awe. It was precisely because she understood that she felt astonished. Are you not curious why, for 3 consecutive days, Wei Xia never revealed whom he was defending, yet fought fiercely? Perhaps it is difficult to comprehend why he chose to remain silent rather than intimidate through disclosure. However, I must assert that this is the mark of true intelligence. By not naming the one he defends, he avoids implicating his brother in subsequent retaliation. Wei Xia's intention was to instill fear and despair in the bullies, compelling them to drop out or transfer schools. Such a mindset is terrifying. Yet, this is the essence of true strategy. Within the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng was left stunned. He had never envisioned that such events had transpired in the past. The scene once again unfolded before him, revealing a new chapter. Chapter 16, Pride. My brother the mop from the latrine swung, leaving Wei Xia with an unbearable stench. By the time they returned home, it was already dusk. Grandmother wrinkled her nose in distaste as she regarded Wei Xia. Did you fall into the toilet? How foul. Wei Pingsheng, the second brother, and the fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, looked on with evident disdain. Go wash up in the latrine. Do you even resemble an elder brother? Wei Xia merely nodded silently, taking a cold shower that made him shiver, the icy water aggravating his wounds until they became numb. At the dining table, only a small bowl of rice soup and some pickled vegetables were placed before him. As grandfather would say, if you don't strive for improvement, you must make do. 9-year-old Wei Pingzheng, who did not cry today, proudly held up a steamed bun at the table. That fat boy Zhou didn't he dare bully me today. I pushed him down, and he finally feared me. Moreover, he has been unusually docile lately, no longer daring to bully anyone. When faced with problems, one can only rely on oneself. One must retaliate fiercely. He glanced deliberately at the silent Wei Xia, turning away in disdain. Noticing his brother's gaze, Wei Xia continued to sip his rice soup in silence. In the dead of night, Wei Xia began to sharpen a knife, and under the cover of darkness, he stealthily approached the Zhou household. The guard dog, a black creature, barked wildly upon hearing footsteps, but Wei Xia's eyes glinted coldly as he swung the knife. Blood splattered across the ground, and the dog's cries attracted Zhou Xueqiang to come and investigate. Upon witnessing his beloved guard dog lying dead, Zhou Xueqiang felt a chill run from his spine to his brain, rendering him speechless. In that moment, Wei Xia brandished the knife in one hand while the other held the freshly extracted intestines of the dog, draping them lightly around Zhou Xueqiang's neck. He then urinated on Zhou Xueqiang. Trembling, Zhou Xueqiang dared not move as he stared at the glinting blade. Finally, Wei Xia patted his head, speaking calmly. If you dare to bully others again, this is the fate that awaits you. As Wei Xia departed, Zhou Xueqiang was left utterly terrified, despairing, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed to the ground. The following evening, after school, Wei Pingzheng smiled as he ruffled his sister's hair, his joy apparent. The fat boy Zhou had transferred schools and had become particularly meek. Many in the class were delighted. Wei Xia observed his increasingly confident brother, but chose not to speak, silently limping away. In 2025, on New Year's Eve, in Shihai City, Zhou, now 38, watched a live broadcast with a complex expression. The footage transported him back 30 years. That year, at the age of 8, he had been cornered and beaten for 3 consecutive days, even having his mouth stuffed with filth from the mop. No matter how they struck him or what they asked, he could never discern who was behind it, leaving him with no means of retaliation and feeling utterly humiliated, especially as he couldn't eat for 2 days due to the disgust. At that time, his elder brother advised him to be cautious, to lay low and see if he could uncover who was responsible. Once the culprit was found, he would exact a fierce revenge. He even heard his brother sharpening a knife in the dead of night, preparing to retaliate against their adversaries. Thus, he too donned a facade, appearing weak at school, while secretly working to unearth the true instigator behind it all, who knew that one's own large black dog would not only be killed, but also have its entrails extracted and draped around its own neck. The skin was flayed open, and it appeared thus at the entrance. Zhou Xueqiang wept in despair as he witnessed his elder brother rush out upon hearing the commotion, only to be confronted with such a gruesome sight, nearly driven mad by shock. In that moment, his brother could only manage a bitter smile. Having dropped the knife in his hand, let it be, he thought. This person is far too ruthless. We cannot afford to provoke him. We must learn to evade him. From that day forth, Zhou Xueqiang transferred schools, suffering from prolonged mental decline, and his demeanor transformed into one of gentleness. For throughout it all, he remained oblivious to whom he had offended. Only now does he comprehend the truth. At that time, Zhou Xueqiang gazed bitterly at his parents, wife, and children surrounding him. The figure of the portly boy in that scene is indeed myself. Wei Xia truly possessed remarkable prowess. At merely 18, he handled matters with such severity. Many believed that the 3 instances of beating were what subdued me, yet it was the brutal slaughter of the dog that truly extinguished my hope. He possesses a genuine understanding of how to deal with ruffians. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Zhou Xueqiang reflected on this. Nevertheless, he was also somewhat salvaged. At least now he treats people with kindness and avoids causing offense. A childhood friend, a fellow delinquent, was murdered at the tender age of 20. In this moment, Zhou Xueqiang gazed intently at that solitary figure. Such a person operates with enough ruthlessness to be deemed perfection itself. This is the essence of a true, formidable individual. At that time, both he and his brother were gripped by fear. Douyin now steps into a larger pool of viewership with an increasing barrage of comments. What does it mean to have a beginning and an end? This person handles matters like a madman. This is the true method for dealing with ruffians. They are not afraid of brutality, always believing they have nothing to lose, but must fear someone to be kept in check. Indeed, the unknown enemy and the unpredictable means of retaliation are what truly instill fear. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng paid no heed to the comments, lost in thought. He recalled the scene from his past with the portly boy. That day at school, cornered on the playground, he resolved to fight back. Thinking no one would come to his aid, The boy had been pushed down, yet instead of retaliating, he smiled and asked if Wei had called for his brother to intervene. At that moment, Wei dismissed him with contempt, retorting, "My brother? That good-for-nothing wouldn't dare stand up for me. I rely solely on myself." The boy then walked away, expressionless, without striking back. It was only now that he felt a chill at the thought of his youthful bravado. The portly boy had been fishing for information. He had merely sought to uncover who had been orchestrating against him in order to exact revenge. Afterward, the boy changed schools. And it was then that true fear took hold. Wei Pingzheng stood frozen, recalling the day the portly boy transferred, amidst the cheers of their classmates. He shook his head. The image of Wei Xia expressionlessly hanging the dog's entrails on the portly boy replayed in his mind, leaving Wei Pingzheng in a state of confusion. He had approached the portly boy 3 times on my behalf, facing many alone, yet never faltering. Even sharpening knives in the dead of night, he sought revenge, instilling fear in the portly boy. "Is this truly the kind of person you are?" Casting a glance at the despondent figure lying on the hospital bed, Wei Pingzheng clenched his fists, murmuring to himself, "Yet, after you sent away my sister, you left me without a home." In the hospital room, the star, Wei Pingling, also noticed the trending topic on Douyin. It was startling to see individuals beginning to compile life retrospectives. Collection of Wei Xia. Firstly, how to create a significant uproar under the guise of human trafficking, utilizing law enforcement to protect younger siblings, pursuing the culprits alone, extracting confessions, and gathering evidence. Secondly, how to assist a bullied younger brother. The comment section had already surpassed 20,000 and continued to grow. At just 18, Wei Xia possessed a ruthlessness that was remarkable, both in strategy and subsequent execution. However, the issue lay in the fact that this child had always been looked down upon by his younger siblings. Indeed, they perceived him as playful and weak, while the family deemed him unambitious and degenerate. Yet, he maintained a smile in front of them, never succumbing to darkness, quietly shouldering everything and handling matters discreetly. This was the most terrifying psychological resilience. As the topics flashed before her eyes, Wei Pingling was taken aback. They were indeed speaking of Wei Xia. The ingrained impression formed over 30 years left her in a daze. She recalled the time when she moved to the city and her younger sister was sent away. At that time, Wei Xia had shamelessly approached his well-off adoptive parents, demanding funds, asserting that since the children were given, the money should follow, akin to extortion. Yet, Wei Pingling was transfixed by the images of his life retrospective. However, the Wei Xia in the city had undergone a complete transformation, fracturing the family and landing in prison. New scenes unfolded. Wei Pingsheng is the eldest son, a retrospective of the scene. A few days after the third brother Wei Pingzheng was bullied, Wei Pingsheng continued to strive to earn a profit through business, while occasionally visiting the school. Yes, in these days, he had made contact with a new school. This visit was to facilitate his younger brother Wei Pingzheng's transfer. Upon arriving at the new school with Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth and handed 50 yuan to the homeroom teacher, requesting extra care for his brother in class. Returning home, Wei Pingsheng wearily regarded his younger siblings. The fourth brother had stayed up late studying the previous night and caught a cold, seemingly on the verge of a fever. While the home was in disarray as everyone prepared to move to avoid further trouble from the Zhou family, outside, the visits from the police were dwindling, and the assailants still lurked menacingly. Wei Pingsheng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, anxiously contemplating. He finally noticed that the third brother, Wei Pingzheng, had become accustomed to keeping his head down at home, having been bullied multiple times and forced to transfer schools, leading to a sense of inferiority. At that moment, the life retrospective of Wei Xia was simultaneously unfolding. With Wei Xia's clandestine assistance, Wei Pingzheng began to boldly resist, growing increasingly confident and vibrant. He became proactive, believing that daring to fight back and working diligently could alter his circumstances. "I must become an official and achieve my goals." On platforms like Tushio and Douyin, live streams appeared, with bullet comments surfacing. This illustrates the transformation under different educational approaches. Wei Xia is formidable, breaking the deadlock. The second brother Wei Pingsheng emulates Meng Mu's 3 migrations, advocating for education through environmental change. It cannot be deemed right or wrong. Yet some children may feel pressure. As the eldest son, Wei Xia is truly resilient. Chapter 17. What path will such a person ultimately take? As the popularity of the eldest son comparison program surges on Douyin, a particular live broadcast room has also gained significant traction, aptly named Eldest Son Personality Analysis. The host, Qin Xiao, a master's degree holder in psychology, meticulously analyzes the unfolding narrative, from the design layout to ensuring that the adversary cannot seek revenge. Culminating in a complete intimidation strategy, we observe Wei Xia's ruthless scheming. Once this individual descends into moral decay, they become psychologically formidable, with a high likelihood of veering towards criminality. At present, it appears that Wei Xia's life trajectory merely schemes the edges of legality. However, it is quite possible that he engages in illicit activities behind the scenes, cleverly concealing his deeds with his high intelligence. The live broadcast room, propelled by the eldest son comparison program, experiences a meteoric rise. In a hospital room, Wei Pingyong and Wei Pingling exchange complex glances. It is indeed plausible. How else could one explain his subsequent actions? Reflecting on how Wei Xia has shattered their family, engaged in brawls, and faced multiple incarcerations, Wei Pingyong gazes despondently at the figure lying in the hospital bed. Is this the reason he finds himself in this predicament? The screen displays Wei Pingxing simulates the life of the eldest son. In the evening, Wei Pingxing struggles to push his bicycle, weary from traversing the streets. Occasionally glancing at the small advertisements plastered on nearby telephone poles, he is in search of a place to live. The old bicycle creaks as he navigates the 700 meters from the market to the alley lined with posters. As he halts by the roadside, a shiver runs through him as he observes a menacing bald figure approaching from the end of the street, seemingly eyeing his aunt's residence. Fear grips Wei Pingsheng as he silently contemplates the haunting images of his parents' demise. I am the eldest. I must protect my younger siblings. Gritting his teeth, he begins to devise a plan. A batch of counterfeit goods is set to be distributed among various thugs, masquerading under an exclusive label, thereby inciting conflict among them. As tensions escalate, Wei Pingsheng promptly contacts the police. Officers arrive swiftly to conduct investigations and apprehensions, bolstering the presence of law enforcement in the vicinity. The lurking bald figure is compelled to retreat, and only then does Wei Pingxing exhale in relief, preparing to move his grandmother and younger siblings to a new home. Indeed, he orchestrated the brawl to draw the police and expel the lurking threat. But why must they relocate? What expense will it incur? His aunt often regards them with a disapproving expression, her demeanor perpetually stern. Faced with the situation, Wei Pingxing feels utterly exhausted, the pressure mounting. The murder of his parents remains unresolved, his siblings require support, and the perpetrator still lurks. I must endure. I am the eldest. Clenching his jaw, he recalls Wei Xia's previous words. You said our parents went on a business trip, and the house burned down. Subsequently, we all moved to Grandma's in Datong village, while my siblings attended school normally. Then, due to conflicts at the mine, we were forced to relocate. Even Grandpa Qingzhong was pushed around, yet you remained silent, ultimately leading us to flee to the city in disgrace. I refuse to be like you, allowing any force to kick my family around like a pawn. The Douyin screen begins to fill with comments. If Wei Pingxing were to withdraw from life now and witness the memories of Wei Xia's past, what would transpire? Yiqing Nursing Home. Qingzhong, with the assistance of a caregiver, managed to raise his hospital bed, his gaze dimming as he beheld the scenes of yesteryears. His beloved spouse had passed away a few years prior, yet at that time, Wei Xia had not arrived. He listened with a tumult of emotions as his second grandson. Wei Pingsheng spoke the truth. 30 years ago, when creditors came knocking, Wei Xia had remained silent. Thus, an air of confusion still enveloped him. If all that Wei Xia remembered was indeed true, and if he was as ruthless and resolute as he had appeared, why then did he not stand up for his family when they were evicted from their old home? After all, he had gone to great lengths to defend his younger brother from bullying at school. At this moment, Qingzhong's voice was hoarse and aged, heavy with a sigh. Are you truly Xiao Xia? A new scene began to unfold in the program featuring his eldest son. It was mid-February of 1995, and the weather was gradually warming. The spring festival had passed, and the silhouettes of those seeking work began to converge upon the train and bus stations. Many youths from Datong village were preparing to journey southward to the coastal regions, some heading to Huguang, while others opted to travel north. Nearby, others were arriving at the mining areas or preparing to till the fields. In Zhaozhuang, Wei Xia wandered the streets, observing that outsiders seemed to have little to do. Yet, amidst the crowd, he immediately spotted a bald figure. The man, pushing a bicycle laden with pickled vegetables, masqueraded as a traveling vendor, discreetly seeking information about human traffickers. He remained silent, passing by calmly. Wei Xia understood that this individual was resolute in his intent to annihilate the Wei family. There could be no retreat. This vendetta stemmed from drug traffickers along the Yunnan border. Previously, they had found temporary safety through police efforts and village collaborations against human trafficking, but as the pressure eased, these perpetrators began plotting their revenge anew. Moreover, after Yang Daong had fallen behind, what was said remained a mystery. To avoid implicating themselves, they needed to act swiftly. Upon leaving Zhaozhuang, Wei Xia felt the weight of anxiety increase. Yet, upon returning home, he still greeted everyone with a gentle smile. "I'm back." His grandfather, Cheng Zhong, frowned and cast a quick glance at Wei Xia. "You've been out all day, earning nothing. Are you just going to waste time? Hurry up and pull peanuts, cut pig grass." His younger brother, Wei Pingsheng, and his companions looked at Wei Xia with disdain, wanting to approach him. "Don't disturb us while we study. If you're not going to read, at least do something productive." Wei Xia said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before departing the room to fetch water, tend to the fields, cut pig grass, and wash clothes. His hands, afflicted with frostbite, began to crack and bear scars. Yet he persevered in completing every household chore. It was only deep into the night, when the family had fallen asleep, that he quietly appeared before his parents' graves. Wei Xia longed to weep, for it was only here that he felt the weight of his grievances, realizing that he too was a child in need of his parents. Nevertheless, he held back his tears. "I will not cry. I will not cry. Mother, I am fine. Look, I am ready to confront the enemy now." He sat silently before the graves, contemplating the situation. Firstly, the enemy was formidable and would not relent until their goals were achieved. Secondly, reporting to the authorities posed a significant risk. The enemy would likely resort to desperate measures against the Wei family's children. According to the teachings of his father, Wei Xia found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, burdened by the weight of all responsibilities pressing upon him. He harbored no fear of the enemy's brutality. However, thoughts of his younger siblings plagued his mind. He possessed a vulnerability. The shrill cawing of crows echoed through the mountains, and in that moment, Wei Xia sat alone before the grave, pondering the means of resistance. He had never entertained the notion of evasion, not once. Yet, what would become of his younger siblings? Chapter 18. Silently resisting until the end. The boy's path is resolute as the barrage of comments flooded in on Douyin. He was alone in his scheming against an adversary whose ferocity rivaled that of the National Security and Narcotics Police, a criminal organization unafraid to retaliate. Even Chen Xiao, the psychological analyst who had previously dissected Wei Xia's descent into darkness, was taken aback. The willpower of such individuals is truly formidable. Previously, he had managed to temporarily ward off threats with the help of law enforcement, but now the enemy had reacted with greater aggression. How could one person possibly resist? In a nursing home, Sun Haiyang, long retired from the police force, observed with a dazed expression. "Back then, you were concealing so many secrets." He then let out a bitter smile and murmured, "I understand you don't trust us, especially since your father is entangled in so many interests. Yet the enemy is too powerful. How can you withstand this?" Sun Haiyang began to watch his eldest son as a new scene unfolded. Wei Xia, with his long hair and standing nearly 6 feet tall, appeared almost childlike. Now, facing his grandfather Cheng Zhong, Wei Xia feigned an innocent demeanor. "Grandfather, I want to go to the county to find work. My parents said I should learn a trade, at least acquire a skill." Grandfather Cheng Zhong lowered his head and sighed softly. "You are quite hopeless. If you're going to fix cars, then so be it. At least your younger siblings need to succeed." He pulled out 10 yuan and placed it into Wei Xia's hand. "Work hard. It's better than wasting your days away." Fortunately, a talent market was just a short distance from the village to the county. Wei Xia spent a few yuan on a bus ticket and boarded the coach. In front of him, a thief took advantage of the bumpy ride to slice open a bag and steal money from the passenger ahead. Wei Xia remained silent, expressionless as he witnessed the entire act. When the thief turned his attention to a new target, Wei Xia seized the opportunity to take the wad of cash and disembark. After getting off the bus, Wei Xia quickly purchased a camera and film before arriving at the talent market, pretending to be oblivious as he walked around observing. A lean, disheveled man, accompanied by a taller companion who was scanning the area, locked eyes with the unsuspecting Wei Xia and approached him. "Hey, little brother, what brings you here?" Suddenly intercepted, Wei Xia feigned panic, responding in a trembling voice with a local accent. I came to find some work, hoping to earn some money." "Earning money? Is there anything more profitable than mining? We can earn dozens a day. If you're willing to put in the effort, we can take you along." "Dozens?" Wei Xia nodded eagerly, appearing to be the Navi country boy he was. However, that mind doesn't accept outsiders. Just say you're my nephew when we get there. The boss won't shortchange you. Remember, when we arrive, keep your mouth shut. Just repeat what we say. Don't let the boss catch wind of it, or you won't see a single penny. At that moment, Wei Xia's anxious demeanor was perfectly executed, further pleasing the two men. One was named Sun Aishue, and the other Zhao Xuebing. They exchanged delighted glances, whispering excitedly as Wei Xia walked ahead. We've tricked another fool. Remember, once we arrive, you will claim to be his uncle, and I shall be his second uncle, bringing the child along to earn some money. After we descend into the mine, we will ensure he meets his demise within, and inform the owner, who will be too afraid to alert the authorities, resulting in at least a 30,000 compensation for us. 30,000. Once we secure this deal, we can relocate elsewhere. On Weibo, the eldest son's comparative analysis program began to roll with comments. Many viewers were astonished. What are these two saying? Are they truly trading a life for money? These two are utterly deranged. Yet, Wei Xia, such a ruthless individual, pretends to be so innocent. What is his true intention? Has anyone noticed that camera and film? They are exceedingly expensive. How could Wei Xia afford such indulgences? In the police station, young officer Chen Xiaowen stared at the screen in disbelief. Was the world truly so chaotic back then? Born in 1995, he had no concrete memories of that turbulent era, yet it still sent shivers down his spine. Compounding his confusion was the fact that Wei Xia, who seemed to hear it all, deliberately followed along, appearing quite at ease. Veteran officer Old Shou furrowed his brow, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. What could he possibly be planning? In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling exchanged glances, reminiscing about how Wei Xia had indeed gone out to work, claiming he was going to earn money. At that time, they thought he deserved to struggle academically, yet now it seemed he was not merely seeking financial gain. Amidst their confusion, the scene continued to unfold. Wei Xia followed Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue on a motorcycle into the mountains. The rugged mountain path brought them to the mine by midday. During registration, Sun Aishue specifically stated that Wei Xia was his nephew. After placing their belongings on the large bunk, Sun Aishue took Wei Xia on a detour to the town, where they dined out and ordered 3 meat dishes. Subsequently, he also purchased a thick quilt and new clothes for Wei Xia. Upon arriving at the town salon, several flamboyantly dressed women pulled Zhao Xuebing, Sun Aishue, and Wei Xia into the establishment. Zhao Xuebing conferred privately with the madam before finally calling for Wei Xia. Hey, aren't you feeling a bit sluggish from work these past few days? Let the sister give you a massage, and you'll feel invigorated, like a grown man. Thud. Thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. She is taking off my pants. Watching Wei Xia shyly dart out after just ascending the stairs, Zhao Xuebing and his companion burst into laughter, letting down their guard even further. What a foolish boy. They had no intention of committing murder upon entering the mine. Thus Wei Xia genuinely began to toil within its depths. The crack of the whip resonated as Wei Xia leaned against the edge of the cavern, lying in the mud, stealthily extracting the camera from his trousers, commencing his recording. The overseer's whip drew blood amidst the cries of anguish, interspersed with angry curses. Over these days, Wei Xia had not only captured footage of the miners being assaulted, but had also documented the illicit mining activities occurring here, amassing a plethora of evidence. No one paid heed to this perpetually filthy young man, as the mine continued to operate at full throttle. By evening, several leaders overseeing the mining operations arrived, with the mine owner, Ma Chilio, personally accompanying them. Wei Xia, braving the cold and foul odors, concealed himself near the outhouse, enduring frostbite on his fingertips, silently capturing the unfolding scenes. This moment left viewers in shock, as some comments began to appear. Is he preparing to extort the mine owner? Has Wei Xia begun his path of extortion at the tender age of 18? Is his true nature finally revealing itself? How could this be? I sense that he is on the verge of undertaking a significant endeavor. Chapter 19. The depth of scheming, utterly outrageous. A wave of fervor swept through Douyin. Ignited by the discussion surrounding why did Wei Xia secretly photograph the black mine, millions engaged in fervent discourse. Meanwhile, Wei Xia's memories continued to unfold. In a new scene. Having completed her covert filming, Wei Xia stealthily returned to the communal dormitory, where the clock had struck 1 in the morning. Zhao Xuebing and Sun Aishue were already asleep, their snores resonating through the stillness. With utmost caution, Wei Xia retrieved Zhao Xuebing's phone, carelessly entered a random number, labeled it as wife, and proceeded to send a text message. Once this was accomplished, she resolved to eliminate Sun Aishue, planning to abscond with double the compensation. After ensuring everything was in place, she glanced at the time, approaching 3:30 in the morning, a moment when Sun Aishue would typically rise for a midnight visit. Wei Xia adjusted the screen of Zhao Xuebing's phone to remain illuminated and deliberately dropped it to the ground. Sun Aishue, already on the verge of waking, heard the noise and, upon seeing the message on the screen, transformed from a state of drowsiness to one of fury. He cautiously exited to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Wei Xia discreetly glanced at the slumbering Zhao Xuebing and deleted the text message. The seeds of discord had been sown. The plot of division was set into motion. The following morning, Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing shared cigarettes and meals together, appearing entirely unconcerned. However, Wei Xia discerned an unmistakable increase in Sun Aishue's vigilance toward his companion. Thus, as they were about to leave, Wei Xia stealthily placed a fruit knife beneath Zhao Xuebing's pillow. That evening, after a day of toil, the trio returned to the communal dormitory. Alas, our sleeping arrangements are utterly chaotic, Wei Xia mused, seizing the opportunity while Zhao Xuebing washed his face to feign tidying up the bedding. In the next moment, Sun Aishue's pupils dilated in shock as a fruit knife tumbled from beneath Zhao Xuebing's pillow. Sun Aishue glanced at Zhao Xuebing, a chill running down his spine. Noticing this moment, Wei Xia quietly stepped outside, under the pretense of using the restroom, and stealthily pilfered the phones of other miners, sending a text to the unsuspecting Zhao Xuebing before breaking the SIM card and returning the phone to its original place. The arduous nature of mining led to a chorus of snores in the dormitory once more. At 3 in the morning, Wei Xia heard faint rustling sounds and squinted to observe. Sun Aishue quietly rose and stood at Zhao Xuebing's bedside. At that moment, Zhao Xuebing's phone had been discreetly activated by Sun Aishue, revealing a message on the screen. Hurry up and take action. Eliminate both of them and return with double the compensation. Sun Aishue's expression shifted. He silently returned the phone, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. As Sun Aishue returned to his slumber, Wei Xia once again approached Zhao Xuebing's phone, mirroring her previous actions by clicking delete on the message before quietly drifting off to sleep. In the morning at the mine, Zhao Xuebing discarded his cigarette, and spoke harshly. It's about time to take action. Sun Aishue nodded with a smile, though his heart was cold. Indeed, it is time to act. Their gazes turned toward Wei Xia, who was diligently mining. She met their stares with an innocent smile and a nod, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm. In the hospital room, the live broadcast captured 3 figures locked in mutual gaze, the scene resembling a still frame. The boundary between hunter and prey had become alarmingly blurred. Meanwhile, Wei Pingjing, the esteemed deputy mayor, watched in shock, contemplating the unfolding events. Whether it be a text message or a fruit knife, both signify an impending conflict between Sun and Zhao. Yet, he is capturing evidence of illegal mining, evidently antagonizing even more individuals. This recalls the past when Wei Xia claimed to be earning a living through labor, learning to repair vehicles. A notion that Wei Pingjing now finds increasingly difficult to comprehend. What exactly is he doing? Is he sowing discord between Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing while simultaneously documenting so much evidence of the mines? What could be the motive behind this? In the nursing home, the retired deputy chief Sun Haiyang is taken aback. He realizes that this is an attempt to create a rift between Sun and Zhao, especially as he faces a crisis that threatens to unravel his own position. As for the evidence of the assaults on miners and the unauthorized mining operations, Sun Haiyang ponders deeply, his voice frail as he mutters to himself. Are you intending to extort, or is there another purpose behind your actions? This young man is truly ruthless. At this moment, Wei Xia finds himself ensnared between 2 looming dangers. On one side are Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuebing, both seasoned criminals notorious for extorting strangers and engaging in illicit mining. On the other side lies the black mine, which undoubtedly has official ties and considerable influence. And then there is Wei Xia, merely 18 years old, caught between these 2 ferocious forces. What can he possibly do at such a tender age? With this thought, Sun Haiyang silently observes. Wei Xia continues to maneuver amidst the chaos, calculating his next moves, a mindset that is far from simple. On Douyin, numerous prominent streamers are engaged in discussions. One live stream has even been renamed Wei Xia's Life Retrospective Commentary, and the barrage of comments floods in. What is Wei Xia's purpose in filming the black mine? Could it be extortion? I suspect he might share the same intentions as those 2 middle-aged men. After all, he is now their nephew. It's hard to say, but it seems he planned to come to the mine from the outset. Amidst the lively discussions, a new scene unfolds. They are going underground. In these times, without a monkey car, descending into the mine is exceedingly perilous, with numerous nooks and crannies that are quite concealed. Without mining lamps, visibility is nearly non-existent. Wei Xia follows Sun Aishue and Zhao Shuebing down into the mine, where they seem to be laboriously excavating. On the other side of the tunnel, Zhao Shuebing, in a fit of rage, throws down his pickaxe and lowers his voice. What are we doing all day? Still mining. It's about time to find that brat Wei Xia and take action. As he speaks, Zhao Shuebing peeks at the diligently working Wei Xia. It is indeed time to act. Behind him, Sun Aishue narrows his eyes and suddenly raises his pickaxe, bringing it down with force. The target is not Wei Xia, but Zhao Shuebing. With a dull thud, the sound resonates as Zhao Shuebing clutches his head, desperately trying to stifle the blood from his wound. His other hand trembling as he points at Sun Aishue, seemingly in disbelief. However, Sun Aishue shows no mercy, gritting his teeth with a menacing expression, striking again and again. Cursing, I always sensed something was off with you. You thought you could turn against me. Until the scene becomes a gruesome spectacle, Sun Aishue deliberately causes a cave-in, crafting a scenario where Zhao Shuebing appears to be crushed to death, before he wails as he rushes out. Second brother is in trouble. Wei Xia plays along, tears streaming down his face as he cries out, Second uncle is in trouble. Witnessing this scene, Sun Aishue wipes his tears with his sleeve, a cold smile forming within. Zhao Shuejuan saw an opportunity to secure compensation, planning to deal with Wei Xia later, thus potentially escaping with double the reparations. The news of the mine collapse spread swiftly. It was an illegal operation without any safety measures. Meanwhile, in the office, Ma Chilio was seething with frustration. Zhao Shuejuan demanded 30,000 yuan, yet the mine owner sensed something amiss. These new miners had only recently arrived, and now the mine had collapsed. He was skeptical. The owner dispatched a female accountant to question the simpleton Wei Xia and uncover the truth. Wei Xia, trembling and tearful, recounted, I encountered them at the job market. They promised to take me to the mines to earn a fortune. They claimed to be relatives, but the boss forbade me from working. So I was told to refer to him as my uncle. Machilio's cigarette was crushed in anger as he pieced it all together. This was extortion aimed at him. Damn it, they were targeting him. Lock this brat up. Bring a few people, grab some weapons, and have a word with Sun Aishue. Bang. The office door was locked from the inside. Wei Xia glanced coldly at the departing figures, effortlessly prying the door open with a wrench. When Ma Chilio found Sun Aishue, he was in the midst of a meal. A couple of henchmen struck him with clubs and dragged him away for interrogation. In these times, those daring to operate illegal mines were often deeply entangled in crime, and the henchmen were ruthless. Wei Xia concealed himself amidst the grimy coal, enduring the biting cold and muddy ashes while peering through the gaps, capturing images of the violence unfolding. It was not until Sun Aishue breathed his last that Ma Chilio, having arranged for the aftermath, left in exasperation. That brat had escaped. Soon, the outside world echoed with the furious shouts of the mine's thugs searching for him. Wei Xia, expressionless, stowed away his camera and lay hidden in the filthy coal truck until 1 a.m, before slipping away with the coal vehicle. After changing his clothes, Wei Xia arrived at a photo studio to develop the film and simultaneously found a nearby copy shop to reproduce 3 copies of the evidence. Holding one of the copies, Wei Xia persevered until morning, reaching a telephone booth in the park. After inserting a coin, an irate voice erupted from the other end. Who is this? It was none other than the mine owner, Ma Chilio. Go to the small alley by the talent market, at the entrance of Neo Lauscher's noodle shop, and look for a white garbage bag. Inside lies your evidence of murder. A profound silence followed on the line, and Ma Chilio felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, it's you, brat. You really ran away. Initially, he had believed that Sun Aishue and Zhao Shuebing were the masterminds behind this extortion. He never anticipated that this seemingly harmless child could be so ruthless, with all the mine's thugs in pursuit. He had not only fled, but also left behind evidence of their crimes. What more did this child seek beyond extortion? Chapter 20 For their own good, the unknown often incites the deepest fear. Wei Xia remained remarkably composed as he faced the furious threats from the black mining district, saying little and coolly hanging up the phone. Ma Chilio, in a state of panic and rage, could only reluctantly comply with the demands. For that little brat held what could very well be evidence of his murderous deeds. Mr. Ma, we found it. Disregarding the filth on the garbage bag, Ma Chilio opened it, his complexion turning ashen with dread. The documents revealed the brutal assault on workers, the unauthorized exploitation of unplanned areas, and the illegal mining. What terrified him further was the photograph of himself with the deceased son Aishue, which he had taken alongside his superiors. At that moment, Ma Chilio was consumed by irritation, contemplating how to track down that little brat. After all, he had already discovered that Wei Xia's identity and phone number were entirely fabricated. Such evidence could never be allowed to circulate. Therefore, both that brat and the people behind him must be silenced. By midday, the phone rang again. Wei Xia's expression remained impassive as his icy voice resonated through the receiver. I am merely a hired hand. My employer instructed me to tell you to go to the mining town of Datong village and look for a bald man selling pickled vegetables from a tricycle. Remember to bring 500,000. After hanging up, Wei Xia did not leave. Instead, he grew increasingly tranquil and began searching for a house in the county town. After a morning of searching and considering the layout of the county, Wei Xia finally identified a rental property. It was conveniently located near a school, ideal for his younger siblings, and the proximity minimized the likelihood of incidents. Moreover, the Public Security Bureau was just a few hundred meters away, ensuring greater safety. After confirming the house with the owner, Wei Xia returned to the bus station, purchased a ticket, and prepared to head home. Meanwhile, Ma Chilio, upon hearing the call disconnect, violently tore at his tie. Damn it, it has come back to bite me. Go, summon all the thugs from the mine, and gather that group of little brats we've been keeping on the side. Beside him, the head thug, Luo-san, expressed concern. Mr. Ma, are we not paying them? The fear was palpable among the thugs who had participated in the murder of Sun Aishue, all eyes fixed anxiously on Ma Chilio. Ma Chilio glared at Luo-san. His face contorted in fury. 500,000, do you have it? Even if I did, I wouldn't give it. Find that bald man and that brat. Do it now, immediately. If we don't retrieve that evidence within a day, each of you will be eating lead. The comments on Douyin continued to scroll. More and more viewers were left in astonishment. So Wei Xiao intended to divert the blame from the very beginning? 500,000 in 1995 could buy 20 large houses in our county. This price must have been calculated by Wei Xiao long ago. Indeed, they could never afford such a sum. Nor would they be able to provide it, given that they are a bunch of thugs. That kid is using someone else's weapon to wreak havoc, escalating the situation. In the nursing home, Sun Haiyang was increasingly astounded, replaying the entire scenario in his mind. Initially, facing Sun Aishue and Zhao Xuejuan, there had been 2 text messages. A hidden blade, and incitement to internal conflict. Through the machinations of Sun Aishue, Zhao Xuejuan was eliminated, and subsequently, with the assistance of Ma Chilio, Sun Aishue was also disposed of, achieving a scenario akin to dogs fighting dogs, all the while capturing evidence of these treacherous deeds. The entire sequence of events was intricately connected, with Wei Xian navigating this perilous web with remarkable subtlety. It is truly chilling. Had he made the slightest misstep, his life would have been forfeit. Perhaps the ruse was unveiled, leading to his demise in the mining area. Or perhaps Ma Chilio would find him and end his life directly. Yet, against all odds, he calculated every contingency. Meanwhile, in the nursing home, Cheng Zhong observed with trembling arms, pointing at the screen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the young man before him was his own grandson, Wei Xia. Memories from 30 years prior flickered through his mind. That year, Wei Xia had suddenly proclaimed his intention to learn automobile repair in the county, which explained his prolonged absence from home. It turned out he had drawn the attention of the underworld factions in the mining district, orchestrating a plot against the assassin organization intent on exterminating the Wei family. Could this truly be the same grandson he remembered? In Cheng Zhong's recollections, Wei Xia had always been a despondent figure, entangled in gambling and repeatedly incarcerated. Yet, now he found himself stunned. How had this child delved so deeply into such dangerous waters? On social media, during a live stream in a personality analysis session, the host Chen Xiao sat in stunned silence as she processed the unfolding events. The Wei Xia, who had once chosen a path of downfall, had not only refrained from that trajectory but had actively orchestrated a plan to eliminate the assassins, even choosing to immerse himself in the fray, teetering on the brink of life and death. All of this was done solely to protect his siblings and family. Officer Qin Xiaowen was equally taken aback, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. His gaze fell upon the camera used to record these events. So, Wei Xia had devised this intricate scheme from the outset, including the preservation of evidence. He had heard many tales from seasoned undercover operatives, and while Wei Xia's exploits might not have been the most illustrious in comparison, the fact remained that this young man was merely 18. He dared to infiltrate the black mines, employing others to eliminate foes, and confront the assassin organization. This was a level of maturity that was almost unfathomable. In the hospital's ward, the respirator struggled to sustain life. Wei Pingzheng, the third brother, witnessed the unfolding scenes. His fists clenched in disbelief. He recalled the moment Wei Xia first laid eyes on the bald man masquerading as a pickled vegetable vendor and the determination in his gaze. Had he planned this all along to safeguard his family? He refused to flee. Instead, he opted for a cunning strategy, turning the tables on the black mine. With no clear rationale, Wei Pingzheng felt an unfamiliarity wash over him. He endeavored to sift through his memories from 30 years ago, finally recalling hazy fragments. There had indeed been the sound of a vendor selling pickled vegetables, but that had soon faded away. Moreover, there were whispers in the village of gunshots and brawls, suggesting that the vendor had been robbed. The village chief of Datong, Wang Anren, also watched in astonishment as the events unfolded on screen, his thoughts drifting back 3 decades. In late March of 1995, a pickled vegetable vendor had been shot during a robbery at the entrance of Datong village, and even more astonishingly, the vendor had been armed. When the police arrived, the situation escalated, leading to a thorough investigation of the Datong shooting incident. Were these events all orchestrated by Wei Xia to protect his siblings? To incite chaos among his enemies, allowing the Wei family to seize the opportunity and escape? Chapter 21. The future will reveal itself in a state of contemplation. Sun Haiyang gazed at the screen, his eyes reflecting a sense of age and weariness. Wei Xia ventured into the mining district, guiding Ma Ruliu in confronting the bald-headed figure on the screen, which evoked memories of past case investigations. In late April of 1995, a grave incident transpired at the border of Datong village, where a violent shooting claimed the lives of 2 individuals. The suspects were believed to be mercenaries linked to illegal mining, who ruthlessly gunned down a gang disguised as pickled vegetable dealers. The motives behind the conflict remained shrouded in mystery, as both victims were known to be affiliated with the underground mining operations. The case had garnered significant attention, with Sun Haiyang actively participating in the pursuit of the assailants. At the time, the analysis of the case left many baffled due to the enigmatic identity of the supposed vegetable dealers. The organization behind the crime was unknown, and the perpetrators exhibited remarkable shooting skills, suggesting they had undergone extensive firearms training. As Sun Haiyang revisited the scene on the screen, he murmured to himself, contemplating the daunting task ahead. Are you prepared to confront a drug trafficking organization alone? These individuals are not merely engaged in drug trade. Upon closer inspection, they seem to possess a background in espionage. Are you ready? The scene shifted to depict Wei Pingzheng, the eldest son, as the screen unfolded. As dusk approached, Wei Pingzheng struggled to navigate through the torrential rain on his bicycle. He had recently moved to a new home with his grandmother and younger siblings, while he and his brother Wei Pingzheng, along with his younger sisters, had been enrolled in a new school. During this period, he tirelessly worked to support his family. However, as he approached the entrance, he was intercepted by a local thug he had encountered previously. The thug informed him that people were searching for a family with the surname Wei, a household of 5. Upon hearing this, Wei Pingzheng wiped the rain from his face, his expression shifting to one of anger and exhaustion. He was perplexed about the enemies his family had incurred. Not only had they taken his parents' lives, but they were also relentless in their pursuit, seemingly intent on annihilation. In my childhood, I felt nothing, he reflected. I was unaware of the danger lurking around me. As I simulate being the eldest son, I begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The pressure mounted as Wei Pingzheng muttered to himself. Each day in this simulation, he was tasked with earning money to provide for his siblings' education while evading enemies. In the memories that surfaced, he appeared 18, yet the toll of hard labor under the sun had darkened his skin, making him appear much older than his peers. Stopping his bicycle, he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth against exhaustion. In this life simulation, I am the eldest. I will not yield. Absolutely not. Yet, a curiosity began to stir within him, pondering how Wei Xia had endured similar trials in the past. Meanwhile, on Douyin, as the eldest son comparison program premiered, the comments from viewers grew increasingly intricate. Wei Pingzheng's curiosity stems from the absence of memories. His brother bore the burden alone, they discussed fervently. Concurrently, the scene shifted to depict Wei Xia's retrospective journey. With hair growing longer and clothes caked in mud, Wei Xia returned home from the county's illegal mine, only to be met with the disapproving gaze of his grandfather, Cheng Zhong. You've been away learning a trade for a month without contacting the family? What have you learned? Do you realize your younger siblings require financial support? Have you earned anything? Wei Xia retrieved more than 120 yuan from his pocket. which he had set aside for the camera, and handed it to his grandfather, Cheng Zhong. Only then did Cheng Zhong relax his furrowed brow, letting out a discontented grunt. Left in the front yard, Wei Xia remained unfazed, shouldering his backpack filled with clothes as he knocked on the doors of his neighbors one by one. He glanced at the doors seemingly without intention, noticing his younger siblings peering out, eager to see him return. Upon recognizing this scene, Wei Xia turned to the neighbor who opened the door with a smile. "Cousin, I went to the county for work and brought back some snacks and a denim jacket. Do you think it would suit Xiaoniao?" Though their kinship was tenuous, his cousin was particularly delighted by the large bag of gifts. This child, returning home and bringing things, he mused. As he entered his own yard, 10-year-old Wei Pingxing approached him, looking both aggrieved and defiant, questioning. "You went out to earn money but returned with gifts for the neighbors instead of for your own siblings. Is this how an elder brother should behave?" 9-year-old Wei Pingzhong, holding hands with 2 younger sisters, looked on expectantly. Wei Xia feigned a weak expression and murmured, "It wouldn't be wise to offend our neighbors. A distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor. This way, you won't be subjected to ridicule." The warmth in Wei Pingzhang's eyes cooled as he retorted angrily, "To forge ahead, one must first be strong. Always seeking to please others. It's no wonder you've turned out this way. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a brother." With that, Wei Pingxing departed. And Wei Pingzheng led his 2 sisters away, leaving Wei Xia with a bitter smile, appearing helpless. Late at night, Xiaoniao, clad in the denim jacket, approached Wei Xia, who stood alone at the entrance. "Cousin, why did you buy me clothes, but not for second cousin and the others?" Gently patting the innocent Xiaoniao, Wei Xia whispered to himself, his voice barely audible. "I do not wish for my siblings to feel sorrow for me. Their resentment towards me is far better than their remembrance. I am destined to fall into the abyss, and I cannot allow them to share in my misery. Thus, I must empower them to be independent and resilient, to understand that they should not rely on others, for I do not know when my time will come. The future is perilous, and if I perish, who will help them? They must learn to be strong on their own." As Wei Xia listened to the torrential rain, he walked alone, speaking softly to himself. His younger siblings watched him with disdain, reluctant to approach, and no one understood him. In the curtain of rain, his small figure exuded a sense of incomprehension. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng stared at the screen, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest. Wei Pingyang remained silent, her brows knit in concentration, both of them transfixed by the recollection of Wei Xia's life as they listened to the rain. Memories from 30 years ago resurfaced in their minds. That year, elder brother Wei Xia had dropped out of school. He ventured alone to the county, claiming he would learn to repair cars and earn money. When he returned, his siblings gathered at the entrance, watching their brother intently. They wondered if he would bring them new books, new clothes, as their socks had several holes. Lost in their myriad thoughts, they leaned against the door, waiting. What arrived was Wei Xia, bearing snacks and new clothes, which he handed to Xiaoniao. Watching Xiaoniao's uncontainable joy, their hearts ached with profound disappointment. However, at this moment, the 2 individuals gazed at Wei Xia, who stood speechless and lost in solitude after being reprimanded. What thoughts must have occupied his mind during that time? Wei Pingxing recalled the image of struggling for survival in the mining area, solely to safeguard his younger siblings, and suddenly shook his head in disbelief. His expression was a tapestry of complex emotions as he turned to look at the hospital bed. Subsequently, upon arriving in the county town, you hastily entrusted me to others. Chapter 22. Reading to them, easing their worries as the barrage of comments flowed, new scenes from Wei Xia's life began to unfold. Upon returning home from the county town, he seized the opportunity to engage in labor. Each day, clad in rubber shoes, he traversed the ridges of the fields, toiling tirelessly. His arms and legs bore the remnants of old wounds, while new injuries surfaced, blisters formed, and calluses began to emerge. It was hard to fathom that such work could manifest on the body of an 18-year-old youth. Yet, as night fell, Wei Xia would tightly wrap himself in his blanket. His complexion pale, beads of sweat trickling down as he awakened from nightmares. He envisioned his parents lying before him, their bodies marred by wounds. Yet they forced smiles for his sake. He also seemed to see his younger siblings, who had fallen because he failed to protect them. "Stop!" Wei Xia cried out, rising with fear evident in his eyes as he struggled to extricate himself from the grip of solitude. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, then quietly made his way to his parents' graves in the deep of night. Leaning against the 2 damp mounds of earth, he finally found solace, able to breathe without gasping, free from recurring nightmares. Here, his father and mother rested, his frail figure curled up before the grave, and only in this moment did he feel enveloped in his parents' embrace. as if they were still present. "Dad, Mom, I miss you," he murmured. "I have recently dropped out of school, but I am still studying on my own. And I have learned new poems. Allow me to recite one for you. Eastward to the Chow Stone, to gaze upon the vast sea. The waters are so tranquil. The mountain islands stand tall. Look, am I not impressive?" Wei Xia spoke to himself, weary as he leaned against the tombstone. 30 years later, on New Year's Eve, many families were captivated by this scene, their children watching the live broadcast, turning to their parents in confusion. "Dad, will that person really turn bad? Will he sell his younger siblings?" The young parents, their eyes reddened, felt tears welling up, burning their eyelids. "I don't know." But at that moment, Wei Xiao was merely a boy. In the present, he would likely just be starting middle school. This child was profoundly pitiable. Yet he was the strongest among the Wei family. Only before his parents' grave did he permit himself to show a hint of weakness. At 18, he had already become the shield against the storms for his family. In the nursing home, Sun Haiyang also gazed intently at the screen, his demeanor aged, as new images began to overlap with his memories. On a clear morning at the entrance of Datian village, the bustling morning market was alive with vendors selling breakfast, sweets, and vegetables. The atmosphere was vibrant until a vendor of pickled vegetables arrived, a bald man calling out to passers-by, inquiring about the Wei family. Suddenly, a bread van, disregarding the crowd, surged forward with reckless abandon. The vehicle halted, its doors swung open, and a miner, gripping a shotgun, disembarked and strode directly toward the bald man. "Are you really demanding 50,000? He bellowed. "You have some nerve, kid." The miner, exuding a menacing aura, unfurled a black cloth, revealing the dark muzzle of the shotgun that radiated danger. The bald man, observing this, maintained a friendly smile, yet his hand discreetly moved toward his waist. "No, brother. Have you mistaken me for someone else? What 50,000? Taking advantage of the black miner's momentary distraction, the bald man, with a fierce glint in his eyes, drew his gun and fired. Bang! 2 shots struck the miner's chest, twisting his face in agony as he widened his eyes and raised his hand to retaliate. However, the bald man was evidently swift, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The surrounding crowd erupted in terrified screams, hastily fleeing and toppling numerous stalls. The shotgun echoed only once. Amidst a pile of straw, Wei Xian narrowed his eyes, observing intently through a small gap, his expression impassive. Simultaneously, he began to quietly sketch the bald man's features, a slightly flat nose, a scar running vertically through his left eye, a subtle overbite, and disproportionately small ears. The young man in the passenger seat was slender, with deep-set eyes, a buzz cut, prominent cheekbones, and a remnant ear piercing on his left ear. The situation unfolded effortlessly. The bald man demonstrated remarkable shooting accuracy, swiftly resolving the issue before hastily driving away. Damn it, everything had gone awry on this trip, and they had lost a brother. In recent days, it seemed they were either dealing with human traffickers or miners. What on earth was happening? The bald man, trembling in his car, wore an expression of panic and confusion. A shooting incident occurred right before the eyes of the villagers at the entrance of the village, prompting the police to arrive swiftly and initiate an investigation. After gathering evidence, in the police station's conference room, Sun Haiyang's demeanor was frigid, his eyes ablaze with fury. A shooting incident. What were those responsible for the investigation doing? Just recently, a human trafficking case had transpired in the mining town, and the perpetrator had audaciously killed in plain sight of the police before escaping. They had yet to resolve that matter, with authorities from the provincial level now involved in a joint investigation. Now, in Datong village, another shooting incident had emerged. It was utterly brazen. Immediate action was required. If the case wasn't solved within half a month, they should all prepare for severe repercussions. Amidst his furious outburst, the scene faded. Within the nursing home, Sun Haiyang snapped back from his reverie, retracting his gaze. Images of the youth, quietly sketching the perpetrator's characteristics while hiding in the straw pile, incessantly flashed through his mind. He was orchestrating everything, as the black miner began to pursue the bald man. Wei Xia's every action was aimed at escalating the situation, compelling the police to intervene further, while also ensuring he witnessed the culprit firsthand and memorized his traits. In this game, Wei Xia achieved 2 goals with 1 arrow. This young man, possessing such intellect and cunning at merely 18, was truly formidable. Sun Haiyang smiled wryly, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that the shocking shooting incident that rattled the entirety of Dongchang 30 years ago was orchestrated from start to finish by an 18-year-old child. Not only had the black miners entered the fray, but also the assassin, and even the police had failed to uncover any clues linking Wei Xia to the events. No one could have imagined that the mastermind behind it all was simply a child. As the scene transitioned on Douyin, comments flooded in. This is insane. A shooting incident unfolding right before him, and he quietly sketches everything. Wei Xia, observing the clash and recording their features. If he grows up to commit crimes, it would be truly terrifying. Chapter 23. For the sake of purpose, all is fair game. A fresh scene unfolds once more. In Datong village. At the residence of the village chief Lu Jingwen, a loudspeaker blares at noon. Attention, everyone. A homicide has occurred at the village entrance, and the police are conducting an investigation. All must cooperate to complete the evidence collection. There is a possibility that human traffickers have resurfaced, and gunfire has erupted at the village entrance. During this period, everyone should exercise caution when venturing outdoors and refrain from wandering alone into the wilderness. The village has organized patrol teams to commence their rounds. Do not be afraid, remain calm, and trust that the police will resolve the case swiftly. At that moment, Wei Xia was at home, gazing at her grandfather, and once again expressed her desire to go to the county town. This is the money I earned previously in the county. My parents said that if they haven't returned by the new year, I should take this money and bring my younger siblings to the county. The educational conditions in the county are far superior, making it easier for them to gain admission to good schools. Wei Xia's innocent expression and the 500 yuan she held in her hand seemed to convey a sense of earnestness. This money was previously hidden by Zhao Xuebing and another individual from the black mine, which Wei Xia had secured before her departure. Her grandfather, Cheng Zhong, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this and snatched the 500 yuan from her. Go to the county? What for? Can you afford the expenses there? Daydreaming. You would struggle to survive in the county, let alone support your siblings. Just look at your own situation. Wei Ping, her younger brother, sat beside her, disdainfully glaring. We can study diligently anywhere. What is the point of going to the county? You can't even support yourself, and we don't earn any money. Should we rely on you? Wei Ping wore a stern expression as he regarded the eldest sibling. If you truly have the capability, take care of yourself first. Don't go out and make trouble. Why should we follow you to the county? What can we do there? None of the younger siblings showed any willingness to go, and Wei Xia, expressionless, fell silent. After dinner, she sought out the notorious local troublemaker, Luo San, intentionally joining a gambling game, claiming she wanted to earn some money to improve her family's living conditions. At the gambling table, Luo San and his companions looked at Wei Xia, grinning. All right then. It seems you've already lost over 100. Why don't we call it quits? You don't have much left to wager. Seemingly blinded by the thrill of the game, Wei Xia, resembling a desperate gambler, slammed her palm on the table. Damn it. I have no money. But doesn't my family have a house? My grandfather's house is worth at least 3,000. Are you brave enough to take that bet? Luo San exchanged glances with his companions, smirking. If you dare to write an IOU, we have no reason to refuse. As dusk fell, Luo San waved the IOU in his hand, cheerfully departing with the despondent Wei Xia, who clutched her hair in despair. Tomorrow, our gang will come by. You can inform your grandfather in advance. Take care. We'll be waiting for you to try to win back your losses. It was only after leaving Luo San's sight that Wei Xia regained her composure, her expression blank, and she returned home to lock the door. The next morning, Luo San arrived with a dozen men at the Cheng residence, shattering windows, spraying paint, and shouting at the entrance. Repay us. Repaying debts is imperative. Wei Xia, do not even think about evading your responsibilities. No one can owe me money and escape repayment. Cheng Zhong, hearing the raucous banging at the door, turned in rage to Wei Xia, who stood timidly with his head bowed, too fearful to speak. What trouble have you caused now? Facing those bloodshot eyes, Wei Xia lowered his gaze in trepidation. I wanted to play cards to earn some money, but I ended up losing the house in a gamble. Cheng Zhong, nearly overwhelmed with fury, turned away, kicking Wei Xia to the ground, his trembling finger pointing at him. You wretched creature. Wei Ping, red-eyed, clenched his fists and shoved Wei Xia. We have no home left. What more do you want? Wei Ping Zheng delivered a kick to Wei Xia, despair evident in his eyes. The two younger sisters wept, choking back their anger and frustration. How could we have such a brother? You are going to ruin us. The door burst open, and Luo San, accompanied by others, pushed Cheng Zhong aside, brandishing a pickaxe almost against his head. The neighbors murmured disapprovingly, shaking their heads in pity for the disgraceful state of the Cheng family. Wei Xia maintained a stoic expression, watching calmly. He was indifferent. All he desired was to escape. taking advantage of the drug cartel's shift in focus to the black mine, seeking any excuse to leave. Thus, accruing debt was essential. Only then would grandfather relent. In the dead of night, Wei Xian knelt in the courtyard, his grandmother sobbing, her despair boiling over into furious accusations. How could the Wei family have such a scourge? Luo San and his cohorts temporarily departed, but they would return. Wei Ping was 11, and Wei Pingzheng was 10. At that moment, one held Wei Xia's blanket, while the other tossed his clothing into the yard, coldly declaring, "Get out of here. Don't show your face again. What can you do other than bring us ruin? Please, for the love of all that is good, just leave." In that moment, Wei Xia remained silent, head bowed. Grandfather Qingzhong sighed, speaking helplessly. "Go to the county town. Leave quickly. We cannot contend with Luo San and his men." Under the cloak of night, the family hurriedly gathered their belongings, boarding a tractor with their pots and pans, leaving quietly without informing anyone. Wei Xia sat in the corner, observing everything with a serene demeanor. His objective achieved, he remained unfazed. In the nursing home of Yeqing, 93-year-old Qingzhong gazed, lost in thought. His murky eyes revealed a complex array of emotions as memories from 30 years ago surfaced. Back then, he had just discovered Wei Xia's gambling addiction, which had cost them their home, nearly driving him to the brink of violence against Wei Xia. Nobody knew the burden of caring for 5 children while ensuring they could pursue their education. Life was exceedingly difficult. Yet, they had lost their home. At this moment, however, Qingzhong merely stared at the tranquil youth seated on the tractor. You intentionally accrued debt, all to lead the family away from the drug cartel's gaze in Dayton Village? You could have confided in me." Qingzhong closed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. Dayton Village. The village chief, Lu Jingwen, now aged and coughing violently, watched the scene, reflecting on his younger self from 30 years prior. That day, upon hearing of a shooting incident at the village entrance, he had taken to the loudspeaker, calling out to the villagers. The entire community remained tense for an extended period, with the patrol team maintaining vigilance for nearly half a month. Shortly thereafter, just days following the shooting incident, the grandson of the old Cheng family, Wei Xia, lost the ancestral home of the Chengs due to gambling. At that time, upon learning the news, I exchanged sentiments with the village secretary, lamenting the misfortunes befalling the Wei family. First, they set their own house ablaze, and now they have lost the home of their grandfather. Such a wretch has led his entire family to wander destitute. Yet now, Lu Jingwen gazes, entranced, at the live stream. It appears that the violent clash at the village entrance was merely Wei Xia's cunning scheme, orchestrated to unveil the true visage of the perpetrator. Subsequently, he redirected the calamity away, seizing the opportunity to depart from the Cheng family's ancestral dwelling. Is this truly the machination of a youth? His 18th year is devoid of sunlight, filled instead with countless stratagems. Chapter 24. Regardless, he must endure. The barrage on Weibo appeared, with the audience watching in a complex manner. This youth is not psychologically resilient. He has simply run out of options and only wishes to survive alongside his younger siblings. Who can claim this boy is unafraid? He experiences nightmares that compel him to visit his parents' graves at midnight. He too thinks of his father and mother. Feeling frail and fearful, yet he finds himself powerless. On Douyin, the eldest son was compared in a psychological analysis livestream. The host, Chen Xiao, a master's graduate in psychology, observed with a complex expression as she analyzed. The moment Wei Xia's parents sacrificed themselves, he was thrust into adulthood against his will. She recalled a previous live stream where she witnessed the scene of their recent demise. "Child, do not weep. You're the eldest. You must grow up." With their mother gone and the perpetrator still lurking, Wei Xia could only let his tears flow, gritting his teeth to remain composed, repeatedly reminding himself, "I cannot reveal my weakness. My younger siblings are still here. They must not set their sights on us. I am the eldest. It is my duty to protect my younger siblings." At that moment, Chen Xiao stood transfixed, profoundly moved by the image of the boy bearing all the accusations and silently safeguarding his family. He truly embodied the essence of being an older brother. He was indeed forcing himself to mature, fulfilling his promise. Simultaneously on Bilibili, modern psychology professor Chen Shuiwen was also analyzing in his live stream. Wei Xia's determination and execution were chilling. As soon as a goal emerged, he acted without hesitation. Such individuals are truly formidable. For instance, in a bid to divert a drug trafficking group's attention away from the black market, he genuinely began to gamble and accrue debts that were insurmountable. Otherwise, Wei Xia's grandfather Cheng Zhong might have borrowed money to repay these debts, yet remaining would only lead to further danger in the future. Individuals who rigidly achieve their objectives are genuinely terrifying. As he spoke, Chen Shuaiwen's curiosity deepened. Why did Wei Xia later sell his younger siblings upon arriving in the county town? This decision ultimately caused the Wei family to be scattered across different households. Chen Shuaiwen found it perplexing, making it difficult to analyze Wei Xia's psyche. Was it possible that after enduring so much, the pressure became overwhelming, leading to his breakdown? Thus, he was unwilling to bear the burden of his younger siblings. At least in the current context, safeguarding them required an immense sacrifice on his part. This is the weight that an eldest sibling must bear. A new scene from Wei Xia's life unfolded. In the county town, the sound of the tractor gradually ceased. Qing Zhong, burdened with luggage, disembarked with his grandmother and the 5 children of the Wei family, finally stopping at the Tianhe community. This was the residence Wei Xia had previously mentioned renting in the county town. It was near the police family quarters and a school, surrounded by numerous neighbors who were police officers and their families, providing a sense of security. Yet, both Qing Zhong and the others, including Wei Pingzheng and Wei Pingsheng, wore solemn expressions as they silently carried their belongings. At the dining table, only stir-fried cabbage and dried beans were present, and no one spoke, deepening the oppressive silence. Wei Xia trembled as he ate, resembling a gambler who had made a grievous mistake. Cheng Zhong cast a cold gaze upon Wei Pingzheng, Wei Pingsheng, and the other siblings, their resentment and disdain palpable. After dinner, Wei Pingsheng took his younger siblings to study, while the youngest sister succumbed to a deep slumber. Qing Zhong summoned Wei Xia, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon this grandson. Do not squander your time idly. Look at our current plight. Our family has lost everything. You are still young, and even if you cannot afford school, you must pursue self-study or acquire a skill for the future. Did you not mention that your parents wished for you to learn car repair before they left? Mastering that craft could earn you several hundred yuan a month. Stop this nonsense. As he spoke, Qing Zhong let out a bitter sigh. Your younger siblings are still so small, and we are aging. What will become of our family? Upon hearing this, Wei Xia, who had been staring downcast, suddenly seemed to awaken with a glimmer of an idea. Grandfather, perhaps we could give the younger ones away? I came to the county before and learned of a wealthy family without a son, willing to pay for children. I think the second one would be quite suitable. He could fetch a good price. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. And Qing Zhong felt his vision darken with anger as he trembled and struck Wei Xia across the face. You wretched child. At the doorway, young Wei Pingsheng wept. Leaning against the bed in despair, Wei Pingzheng, with reddened eyes, gently patted his older brother's shoulder. Do not fear, elder brother. Grandfather will not allow such things to happen. Wei Pingyang also cried, gripping her brother's hand tightly. No, we cannot sell you. We will protect you. In the living room, Cheng Zhong looked at the bewildered Wei Xia, who was holding his face after the slap. You disgraceful wretch. The Cheng family and the Wei family have never sold their children. Get out. 9-year-old Wei Pingzheng clenched his fists and rushed out, pushing Wei Xia in anger. Leave, leave. From now on, we shall pretend you do not exist as our brother. Who would sell their own siblings? You are heartless. Just go. Wei Pingsheng remained silent, merely wiping away his tears with his sleeve, glaring at Wei Xia with palpable hatred. If he had held any hope for his elder brother before, now he felt only animosity. Wei Xia could only retreat in embarrassment, forced out of his home. In the Douyin live stream, new comments flooded in. It seems Wei Xia is truly frightened. After all, he must protect 4 helpless children. And he is but a child himself. How can he bear such pressure? Alas, after enduring a series of tragedies, Wei Xia seems on the verge of breaking down. His words now suggest fear of being burdened by his younger siblings. After all, alone, he could undoubtedly fare better. Has he lost his mind? What of his earlier determination? Would he forsake his own siblings? The live stream continued. Wei Xia was expelled from his home, and in the living room, grandfather Qing Zhong comforted Wei Pingsheng, stroking his head with a complex expression. Do not be afraid, my child. Grandfather is still here. This family is not for Wei Xia to command. I will not allow him to sell you and your siblings. As he spoke, Cheng Zhong looked at Wei Pingzheng and the 2 granddaughters. The 4 children, hearing Wei Xia's words, were clearly frightened. Despite their stubborn resilience, they remained just children at heart. Now, hand in hand, tightly clasped, they serve as proof. Do not be afraid. Grandfather still possesses the strength to provide for you all. We are a family, and none shall be separated. It was only when grandmother lulled the 4 children to sleep in the bedroom that Cheng Zhong sighed, gazing out the window, his increasingly aged visage lost in thought. With many children at home, the pressure is immense. Daily expenses for clothing and meals require money. Education demands tuition fees, as well as books, paper, and pens. The costs are considerable, yet one cannot afford to deprive them. As grandmother watched over the sleeping children, she lowered her head to ponder. Tomorrow, Ping Sheng must pay class fees. Ping Ping needs to purchase extracurricular books, and the little girl is due for school. Qing Zhong grasped his partner's hand, nodding, his gaze growing increasingly melancholic, as if he himself had aged a few years. I understand. It's nothing. I shall find work to do. For we cannot save at the expense of the children. At that moment, the staircase descended step by step until the final landing was reached. Wei Xia, cast out, appeared on the rooftop. The rain poured heavily, chilling him to the bone, the wind howling fiercely, soaking his clothes and chilling him to the marrow. Wei Xia sat alone at the edge of the rooftop, legs crossed. From the 7th floor, the descent spanned over 20 meters. From this height, people appeared no larger than peanuts. Wei Xia lowered his gaze to the bustling street below, watching for a long while, allowing the rain to dampen his long hair, which clung to his face. In that moment, he contemplated jumping. Now, he considered himself a wayward child, burning houses, gambling, contemplating the sale of his younger siblings. To his grandparents, he was a beast. To the neighbors, a harbinger of retribution. At 18, how had he come to this? Wei Xia raised his eyes to the myriad lights twinkling below, fiercely slapped himself, gritting his teeth. I cannot jump. I have younger siblings. I am their brother. He spoke to himself, seated at the rooftop's edge, as if to reassure his own spirit. The adversary is formidable. The siblings must be placed in other homes, where conditions are better. The enemy can effortlessly eliminate armed men, revealing their professional training. They are still searching for us, and I must find a way, albeit unofficially, to send my siblings to safety, ensuring their escape from this impending doom. As for me, it matters not. In this moment, Wei Xia focused on the torrential rain. Do not blame me. Do not blame your brother. I am terrified. My demise means little, but you must grow. I will find you a good family, ensuring your safe upbringing, ensuring those men cannot find you. I lack the means, but this is all I can do. The rain poured relentlessly, drenching him entirely as Wei Xia sat alone on the rooftop. The curtain of rain transformed into a dense mist, obscuring all vision. He could no longer see the myriad lights. It felt as though he stood alone in the universe, alone in the face of this tempest. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong, burdened with great pressure, yet he knew he must act. In a live broadcast room on Bilibili, psychologist Chen Shuiwen observed, his expression shifting dramatically. The solitary figure amidst the torrential rain exuded a suffocating sense of loneliness. After a prolonged pause, Chen began to dissect the situation. Previously, Wei Xia had resolved to part ways with his younger siblings through the means of selling them, prompting many viewers to speculate that he was overwhelmed by fear and psychological strain, leading to his breakdown and unwillingness to bear the burden of additional dependence. However, it now appeared otherwise. He was not seeking refuge. Rather, he aimed to ensure the safe departure of his siblings, seeking a nurturing family environment for their growth and security. Subsequently, he would confront the murderous syndicate alone. He intended to put an end to the criminal activities while severing the connection that would allow the killers to locate his siblings. At this juncture, Chen Shuiwen found it hard to believe as he gazed at the solitary youth. Was this individual truly prepared to face those gun-wielding assassins alone? They were the very same individuals who dared to retaliate against narcotics officers. Chapter 25. Only the younger brother on the eve of the Lunar New Year. Many recall this scene. In late February of 1995, a torrential rain fell upon Dongchang City, where Wei Xia stood on the rooftop, seemingly enveloped by the downpour. The 18-year-old Wei Xia gazed blankly ahead, the rain-soaked terrace resembling a desolate island. Enemies lurked outside, and no one stood behind him in understanding. Though direction was elusive, he fought valiantly, resolute in his determination. This youthful figure was etched in the minds of many spectators, a moment that would remain unforgettable. In a contemporary hospital, Wei Pingzheng, watching the retrospective of his eldest son, was also taken aback. In the midst of the rain, the young man stood resolute, shrouded in darkness. You allow us to depart while you face everything alone? The drug cartel loomed menacingly, ever ready to extinguish the Wei family. He turned his gaze to the hospital bed, his eyes filled with bitterness and complexity. No one responded, just as 30 years ago, that individual continued his solitary path, braving the thorns and facing all adversities. At that time, he too had remained unresponsive. As Wei Xiao's life unfolded in recollections, new images emerged. He had brought his grandparents and younger siblings to the county town, yet he did not cease his efforts. He was acutely aware that the drug cartel could find them at any moment. In the frigid winds of February, Wei Xia, clad in thin garments, wandered about, observing. As he had stated, he needed to secure a good family for his younger siblings. In the bustling heart of the county, outside a small community on the first floor, Wei Xia's gaze fell upon the meticulously tended flowers and the little dog that occasionally ventured outside. It was evident that this family enjoyed a comfortable standard of living. Wei Xia had been observing this place for 4 days, discreetly conducting inquiries. The man residing here, named Su Jiangong, was a minor official at the tax bureau, known for his friendly demeanor, gentle nature, and high educational standards. At 40 years old, he had no children. As Wei Xia, resembling a beggar in his tattered clothing, passed by the entrance, Su Jiangong called out to him and handed him 10 yuan. After assessing the man's character repeatedly, Wei Xia approached a neighbor to inquire about Su Jiangong's reputation. Old Su? That fellow is genuinely kind-hearted. It's a pity he has no children. Over the years, he has sought medical treatment countless times, seemingly resigned to his fate. Whenever we dine together, he speaks most often of his desire for a child. The surrounding neighbors nodded in agreement, their tones tinged with a hint of regret. As dusk approached, Wei Xia donned his tattered garments once more, resembling a beggar. I used that 10 yuan to buy books for my brother. I also got him some food. I cannot sustain both of you. Can you take him in? Wei Xia lowered his head, speaking timidly, but his request caused Su Jiangong to furrow his brow. Noticing Su Jiangong's silence, Wei Xia seemed anxious. My brother excels in his studies. It's just that our parents are gone. He is with me, and we cannot lead a good life. Seeing the pitiable state of the child, Su Jiangong's heart softened. It was not that he was unwilling to adopt, but rather that his career was not yet stable, and he could not guarantee he could care for a child properly. Observing Su Jiangong's warm smile, Wei Xia obediently nodded and departed. It was not until Su Jiangong returned home that Wei Xia arrived at the entrance of the community, where he began conversing with the security personnel. Old Su? That man is quite stubborn, yet he possesses a kind and upright character, always adhering to the rules. The tax bureau director has long held a disdain for this fellow. Thus he has been denied opportunities for promotion, which explains why he remains merely a junior clerk. Upon hearing this, Wei Xia narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. In the depths of night, Wei Xia arrived at a particular residential area, enduring the chill as he concealed himself among the bushes for an extended period before finally scaling a wall. With an expression devoid of emotion, he retrieved his tools and began to pick the lock. This was unmistakably the residence of the tax bureau director. The antiquated safe was forcefully pried open, and Wei Xia fixated on the 100,000 in cash and 2 gold bars, seizing them all without hesitation. Upon exiting the community, he apathetically arrived at a telephone booth to report the crime. I am reporting a burglary at the residence of the tax bureau director, Chen Kaishan, in the Fuli community. Please dispatch officers promptly. Given that the burglary occurred at the home of the tax bureau director, Deputy Director Sun Haiyang swiftly contacted Director Chen Kaishan, who hurried to the scene upon receiving the theft report. Witnessing the disarray within the house and the now empty safe, Chen Kaishan's complexion darkened. However, the loss of a mere 3,000 yuan was something he dared not disclose to the officer. Noticing the investigating officer's departure, Wei Xia coldly observed before returning to the telephone booth, this time dialing Chen Kaishan's number. With a succinct and composed tone, Wei Xia articulated, "Your bureau's leadership frequently demands we cease operations for inspections, Director Chen. I hope you will uphold the law impartially. After all, you have accepted considerable bribes, and we possess the evidence. You are attempting to defy the law and resist the tax authorities. I advise against such self-deception." Chen Kaishan had begun to comprehend that the thief was now threatening him, and he retorted in anger. Yet, the voice from the other end rendered him momentarily speechless, instilling a sense of dread within him. "Is that so? You appear unconcerned about the evidence I possess, as well as the 100,000 in cash and 2 gold bars? If you're indifferent, there are many who are interested." As the call ended, Chen Kaishan's expression twisted with fury, tinged with a sense of helplessness, and he fell silent. Han Jiangwo. He recited the names of several department heads, momentarily at a loss as to who had offended the other party. His indignation mounting as he clenched his fist. It was imperative to demote all those involved. Otherwise, should the investigation lead back to him. By dawn the following day, Han Jiangwo was the first to be reassigned, followed by Li Fei and others. The vacated positions began to be filled by previously well-performing colleagues, with Su Jiangong among them. As he observed the influx of new names, Chen Kaishan felt resigned, for he needed to justify such actions. On Douyin, the eldest son's psychological analysis live stream unfolded. Master S degree holder in psychology, Chen Xiao, watched in astonishment. Could Wei Xia truly be only 18? His cunning was indeed terrifying. In the face of Su Jiangwo's predicament, he chose not to directly indicate whom he would assist, thereby ensuring that even if Director Chen Kaishan sought vengeance upon discovering the truth, he would have no one to target. Now, with peril laid bare before him, the director, lacking evidence, began to harbor suspicions about everyone. Consequently, he could only mobilize all personnel, which inadvertently facilitated Su Jiangwo's ascension. How astute this individual is! As Chen Xiao analyzed the situation, new comments began to emerge in the barrage. Wei Xia's maneuver is indeed the most effective, achieving its aim without the knowledge of others. Currently, Director Chen Kaishan harbors no suspicions towards any specific individual, thus allowing Su Jiangwo to complete his rise to prominence and safety. The crux of the matter is, do you recall the gold bars and 50,000 in cash that Wei Xia previously acquired from Chen Kaishan? After achieving his goal, how will Wei Xia manage this sum? At this moment, when Wei Xia is in dire need of funds, he is likely to succumb to greed. Chapter 26. Moving forward relentlessly amidst the torrent of comments, Wei Xia's life unfolds like a new canvas. The doorbell rings, and Wei Xia discreetly places a package before the tax bureau chief's door. Chen Kaishan, the chief, appears considerably haggard, despite having been reassigned and stripped of all departmental responsibilities. The grip of his adversary renders him sleepless and restless. As long as the incriminating evidence remains in the other's possession, he is perpetually vulnerable. The mere presence of the package unnerves him as he opens it, revealing 100,000 yuan in cash and 2 gold bars, all accounted for. The return of these valuables does not elicit joy, but instead intensifies his anxiety. He possesses the items, yet the evidence still lies with the other party. Who is this individual? What are their intentions? Is it possible that those I had reassigned have offended them, and now they seek to use me for revenge? Surely, that must be the case. Across from him sits his wife, who furrows her brow at his distress and seizes the moment to speak, now that the matter is resolved. Why not replace the person you just promoted? My brother's work history aligns with the criteria. Chen Kaishan, consumed by rage, shatters a glass in his grip. His eyes ablaze. Enough. Let us not stir up trouble. For now, everything is fine. His wife's irritation pales in comparison to his own. Yet he finds himself at a loss, unable to identify his enemy. For the moment, he must adhere to the script laid out by his opponent, step by step. At this juncture, his agitation resurfaces, and the cash and gold bars feel like a hot potato in his hands. In the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang watches the unfolding scene, dumbfounded. He never anticipated such tactics from an 18-year-old youth. Wei Xia's execution of his plan is nothing short of impeccable. He refrains from hoarding the money, opting instead to return it, demonstrating true finesse. By returning the funds, he not only achieves his objective but also sends a clear message to Chen Kaishan. I am aware of your vulnerabilities, so it is in your best interest to maintain the status quo. Following this maneuver, Chen Kaishan is unlikely to escalate the situation. Compelled to preserve the current state of affairs, for as long as there are no issues, the other party will remain silent, necessitating his perfect concealment of all matters to safeguard himself. Chen Kaishan may harbor suspicions about the reassigned department heads, yet he cannot afford to offend any of them. Even if doubts linger regarding the newly appointed officials, under these circumstances, Su Jiagong can develop steadily. As Sun Haiyang processes this analysis, he gazes incredulously at the youth on the screen. The scene shifts anew. Wei Xia feigns vulnerability, portraying a pitiful figure against the backdrop of a seemingly good family. His attire is tattered, and the biting chill of early spring causes him to shiver. Once again, Wei Xia appears beside Su Jiagong, his small frame curled up. Gazing longingly at the newly promoted and self-satisfied Su Jiagong, emanating an aura of helplessness. Uncle, could you take my brother with you? You are a good person, and my brother can only have a good life by following you. Su Jiagong observes the youth, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As one reaches the middle of life, not only can one ascend the ranks, but they may also welcome a child into their life. How splendid it is to experience such dual joys. Very well, let us behold this blessing. Presently, he is no longer that insecure junior officer, devoid of the means to support a family. Now, he holds the esteemed position of head of tax inspection. Previously, he had been at odds with his supervisor, Chen Kaishan, who had obstructed his promotion, yet inexplicably, of late, Chen has treated him with newfound courtesy. Observing Wei Xia, who sits curled up before him, Su Jiagong furrows his brow and sighs. You have paved a path for your younger brother. What of yourself? Would you consider following your uncle? He holds a fondness for Wei Xia. The boy is remarkably sensible and capable of caring for his siblings. Such a child surely possesses a commendable character. Wei Xia simply shakes his head. No, I have other younger siblings to look after. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangong's admiration for the boy deepens. After all, he himself struggles to maintain his own well-being. Yet Wei Xia chooses familial devotion over personal gain. At that moment, the comments section was rife with complexity. Su Jiangong is entirely unaware that it is this young man orchestrating everything from the shadows. Without Wei Xia, he would remain merely a junior officer. In the year 2025, at the Luoqiu Cadre retirement home, Lin Xia, the elderly widow of the former district director, gazes with a bitter smile. The once mighty Qin Kaishan has long since passed, leaving her the sole remnant of that era. Lin Xia's expression is intricate as she watches the once young Wei Xia. Only by witnessing the memories of this child could she grasp the extent of his former ferocity. It was you who extorted and threatened us. We had suspected various adversaries, yet never once doubted you. All had been meticulously orchestrated by Wei Xia, and his sole intent was to assist Su Jiangong in adopting his younger siblings. Thus, he chose to break into the safe, abscond with the funds, and subsequently return them via post, achieving his goal. Lin Xia holds no resentment. Instead, she gazes at Wei Xia, sighing as her eyes drop. She feels an overwhelming pity for him. Despite bearing the weight of the world, he receives no affection from his kin. At that time, in a prestigious residential community of Luoqiu, Su Jiangong, now 70 years old and retired from the Municipal Tax Bureau, exudes an air of refined elegance, his hair neatly combed, streaked with silver. He coughs softly as he and his wife become engrossed in a program on television. Behind them, on a shelf, stands a photograph of their family of 3, featuring a child with an innocent smile, the second son of the Wei family, Wei Pingxing, whom they have adopted. Su Jiangong reflects on 30 years prior, when he had just been promoted and Qin Kaishan had invited him for a discussion. At that time, the director, who had always held him in disdain, had unexpectedly treated him with kindness, extending the same courtesy to others. In this moment, Su Jiangong remains lost in thought for quite some time before finally letting out a wistful sigh. So it was you. You, alas, he recalls that once beggar-like youth and, through Wei Xia's memories, envisions how that child endured the biting winds, how he struggled to scale walls with his frail frame, prying open Qin Kaishan's safe to steal wealth and alert the authorities. He contemplates how the boy calmly threatened the tax bureau director, achieving his aims. Each step was fraught with peril. A single misstep could have spelled his downfall. Yet, he persevered in every endeavor, driven by a singular purpose. In pursuit of promotion and career advancement, and to cultivate a more positive disposition, he ultimately seeks to adopt his younger brother. Su Jiangong is engulfed in sorrow, his aging eyes gradually clouding as he gazes upward. Oh, dear child, he sighs, for from this matter, he envisions Wei Xia's life ahead fraught with peril. An altruist and a youth burdened by resentment, he charges forth in this absurd world. Such a person is destined for an untimely demise. Chapter 27. I remain unfazed by any storms, long since accustomed to them in the gaze of Su Jiangong. The scenes of Wei Xia's life unfolded once more. Between the police station and the school, in the aging housing complex for police officers' families, a knock echoed through the door. Cheng Zhong sat on the sofa, his expression darkening as he listened to the intentions of the visitors. They claimed to have heard of a child living in hardship, in need of adoption, and had come to see for themselves. Cheng Zhong's thoughts immediately turned to his wayward great-grandson, Wei Xia. Could this miscreant truly have sold his younger siblings? After experiencing house fires and losing the ancestral home to gambling, he believed anything regarding Wei Xia. Yet, gazing at the refined couple before him, elegantly dressed and bearing gifts, Cheng Zhong ultimately restrained his anger, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Especially in recent times, he had noticed his son's absence and sensed something amiss. However, Cheng Zhong dared not dwell on it, for his son's work was inherently perilous. He hesitated, eyeing Su Jiangong and his wife, while Wei Xia stood off to the side, a foolish grin plastered on his face, silent. As Su Jiangong prepared to leave, Wei Xia once again intercepted the couple, insisting they take his younger brother, Wei Pingxing, with them. Wei Pingxing offered no resistance. He perceived his uncle and aunt as kind-hearted, their demeanor gentle, and they had thoughtfully brought presents. His younger siblings watched with tear-filled eyes, sorrowfully bidding farewell. Grandfather Cheng Zhong's own eyes glistened with unshed tears. Wei Xia was resolute in his demand to take his brother away, prompting an emotional outburst from the third brother, Wei Pingxing, who cried out in anger, "Must you insist on tearing the family apart? Is this how you choose to be a brother?" The sisters joined in the reproach. But Wei Xia remained unperturbed, and Sheng Zhong finally sighed in resignation. Very well, go with Uncle Su. From now on, focus on your studies. On the day Wei Pingxing was taken away, a gentle rain fell. Su Jianggong held a large umbrella, clad in a suit, while carrying Wei Pingxing's small backpack. His wife smiled warmly, holding Wei Pingxing's hand as they walked slowly. The young boy finally broke into tears, calling out for his grandfather and sisters. The two younger sisters wept uncontrollably. Wei Pingxing had departed, no longer belonging to the Wei family. Wei Xia found a moment to quietly hide outside the community, watching his brother. The 10-year-old Wei Pingxing, accompanied by Su Jianggong and his wife, slid down the slide and kicked a soccer ball. He listened as Su Jianggong played the harmonica, clapping and laughing joyfully. Unlike at home, he no longer worried about tuition or the hardships that left his younger siblings hungry. He lived like a true 10-year-old child. On the day of Wei Pingxing's birthday, Wei Xia brought steamed buns to the window of Su's house. Yet, he did not enter, instead watching his brother, face smeared with cream, enjoying cake and singing the birthday song. Wei Xia tightened his grip on the bun, taking a large bite, smiling with joy. Later, when Wei Xia visited his brother at school, he saw Wei Pingxing in a brand new shirt, brushing past him. Su Jiagong wished to greet him, reflecting that without this boy, the Su family would still be without descendants. Thus, he observed Wei Pingxing, who feigned ignorance of Wei Xia, and gently admonished, "Why do you not greet your brother? One must not be impolite, you know?" Upon hearing this, Wei Pingxing, for the first time, broke free from his adoptive father's grasp, glaring at Wei Xia in displeasure. House fires, gambling, selling siblings, what kind of brother are you? Su Jiangwo was perplexed by Wei Pingxing's assessment of Wei Xia. He recognized that the youth was remarkably considerate, even relinquishing the opportunity for adoption in favor of his younger brother. This disbelief left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, and he cast an apologetic glance at Wei Xia. Dressed in faded jeans and a tattered t-shirt, Wei Xia stood among the crowd of students, beaming with an innocent smile, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. He maintained an upright posture, gazing distantly as his brother was led away by their adoptive father. Amidst a sea of pristine dresses, shirts, and students carrying books, he observed in solitude. In a modest apartment 25 years later, 70-year-old Su Jiangwo's eyes reflected the passage of time, and he felt a deep discomfort as he viewed the scene. It was as if something within him yearned to break free. He recalled the boy from 30 years ago, a young sibling who scolded him and seemed to regard him with disdain. Wei Xia, however, remained unaffected, standing in the crowd with a foolish grin, contentedly watching his brother depart. He had always been vigilant, monitoring whether his brother was thriving and being treated well in his new family. How could he ever abandon him? Su Haiyang felt a warmth in his eyes, coughing uncomfortably. In the live-streaming room, comments began to flood in. He is truly pitiable, standing in the crowd like a dog. A new scene unfolded. Xingzhong glared at Wei Xia as he left the community, fury simmering in his eyes. During this period, Wei Xia had seemingly settled down after having a brother. No longer stirring up trouble, he began to resell cassette tapes and tape recorders for profit. Just as he and his wife were starting to breathe a sigh of relief, their anger intensified. Although Wei Xia had begun to earn money, not a single penny was contributed to the household. He squandered it all on gambling and cards. He even preferred to spend hundreds to associate with a group of ruffians, buying them clothes, treating them to meals, and engaging in fights, all to establish himself as a leader in their eyes. Today, Wei Xia had not returned home. His whereabouts unknown, and Xingzhong mentioned that Wei Xia was now at a tattoo parlor in the county town. He paid 300 yuan to tattoo a group of dropouts. The young ruffians showed increasing respect towards Wei Xia, and seizing the opportunity, he presented them with several portraits to investigate whether those individuals were in the county town. A young thug with dyed hair received the portrait, admiring the shoulder dragon tattoo on his body, nodding in approval. "Don't worry, boss, we'll take care of this right away." Before leaving the tattoo parlor, Wei Xia called them back and slipped an additional 200 yuan into their hands to treat them to a meal. The young thugs, now even more respectful, nodded and departed to initiate their inquiries. Upon returning home, Chengzhong glowered at the dragon tattoo on Wei Xia's shoulder, trembling with anger. "You wretched boy. Instead of pursuing something worthwhile, you've taken to tattooing now. Are you trying to drive us to despair?" Wei Xia merely lowered his head, remaining silent. 25 years later, Officer Zhou stared at the scene before him, stunned. Wei Xia had immersed himself in society, gambling and playing cards. Altogether, these young ruffians as his subordinates and begin his search. He was not only the eldest son responsible for caring for his younger siblings, but also bore the weight of deep-seated enmity. He never forgot the hatred that fueled him. Young Officer Chen Xiaowen observed with a complex gaze, contemplating the immense pressure that Wei Xia must endure. While evading a drug trafficking syndicate and ensuring the safe passage of his younger siblings, he is simultaneously on a quest for clues about the murderer, preparing for vengeance. Chen Xiaowen sighed, continuing to fixate on the screen. Long hair, tattoos, alcohol, gambling 18-year-old Wei Xia appeared remarkably mature, orchestrating his underlings and presenting them with sketches of the family annihilator. These drawings, crafted by Wei Xia, forever etched in his memory, depicted the faces of the assailants from New Year's Eve of '95. Wei Xia gazed at the photographs, seemingly smiling. Yet his voice was laced with animosity. These 6 individuals have wronged me. Remember, discreetly track them down. As he revisits the new images, half a year has elapsed. Yet Wei Xia continues to navigate the streets, playing cards, trafficking goods, and investigating the likenesses. Now, with his bleached hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, a plethora of grotesque tattoos sprawled beneath his rolled-up T-shirt, he is surrounded by his loyal followers, enveloped in a haze of smoke. As dusk fell, Wei Xia, clutching 600 yuan, returned home and knocked on the door, still with a cigarette in his mouth, casually awaiting a response. "Grandfather, I've made money, open up." Cheng Zhong locked the door, leaving Wei Xia outside, his voice cold and unyielding. "Who needs your filthy money? I don't care where you've stolen, deceived, or snatched it from. Get lost." After countless reprimands over the past 6 months, Wei Xia had not only failed to change but had descended deeper into depravity. Cheng Zhong's disappointment in him grew ever stronger. Unfazed, Wei Xia merely rolled up the money and slid it through the door crack before turning away. Wei Pingjing and his 2 younger sisters looked at Wei Xia's departing figure with disdain, spitting on the ground. "He truly brings shame to the Wei family. How could someone like him emerge from our lineage?" Wei Xia left with a grin, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, the thick smoke enveloping him until he coughed, tears streaming from his eyes. A few of his younger followers gathered around. One with yellow hair respectfully spoke up. "Big brother." Wei Xia deftly flicked the ash from his cigarette, squinting. "Have you found that person yet?" "No news yet, but we're intensifying our search." Wei Xia nodded, turning away with a nonchalant smile, forcing himself to rally his spirits. "Keep looking." On the solitary street, Wei Xia stood erect, contemplating the nurturing approach towards Wei Pingxing. Although Su Jiangong had adopted Wei Pingxing, the younger brother needed to exhibit talent, otherwise, disappointment was inevitable. The brother must possess his own brilliance to warrant Su Jiangong's continued investment in his development, ultimately leading to a radiant future. Thus, he resolved to help his brother become wiser and begin his studies. Not just Wei Pingxing, but each sibling required cultivation. Before him lay a table strewn with an array of books, economics, history, physics, most of his time spent in solitary study, fervently enriching himself. He seemed to live for others. Ever since Wei Xia took to smoking, gambling, drinking, and tattooing, his grandfather forbade him from returning home, fearing he would corrupt his younger siblings. Consequently, Wei Xia chose to rent a modest, inexpensive basement apartment where cigarettes and books cluttered the table. Yet behind everything lies a photograph, aged and yellowed, featuring 5 innocent, smiling faces. Gazing at his younger siblings, the weary and solitary Wei Xia finds renewed motivation, embarking on a journey of reading, learning, and planning. In the absence of their parents, the responsibility for his younger siblings is the sole source of his fervent determination as the eldest son. 25 years have passed in the nursing home of Yicheng. Cheng Zhong coughs, his gaze clouded with disbelief. He stares vacantly at Wei Xia's recollections of life. Transported back 30 years. He had locked the door, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth towards his own grandson. "Who needs your filthy money?" Yet, Wei Xia still managed to slip money through the crack of the door before departing. Back then, he had grumbled for him to leave quickly, wishing he would never return. Contemplating this, Cheng Zhong lies back on his hospital bed, grappling with the complexities of his thoughts. Such burdens are impossible to bear alone. At that time, the elderly Cheng Zhong, over 90, trembles as he rises to observe the live-streaming comments. Wei Xia chooses to shoulder everything alone, believing it sufficient for him to descend into depravity while dragging those culprits into the abyss. His family merely needs to thrive in this bright world. Upon seeing this, his grandfather Cheng Zhong's eyes grow increasingly bewildered. He suddenly glances towards the other side, where his second grandson simulates the life of the eldest son. He cannot fathom the expression that will adorn the boy's face once the simulation concludes. Yet, Cheng Zhong's gaze returns to the screen, murmuring softly, "Is it truly necessary to bear such a burden?" To the point of imprisonment? To the extent of succumbing to drugs? Do you comprehend the horrors of addiction? Chapter 28. From this moment onward, may you all thrive. The past life of Wei Xia unfurls, revealing a new scene. The old door is rapped upon, and Qingzhong opens it, his eyes shadowed with gloom. On this day, Wei Xia has returned, her long hair dyed a striking yellow, tattoos sprawling across her skin, a cigarette dangling from her fingers. It is only when the door is knocked upon once more that a flicker of joy appears in Qingzhong's gaze. She is back. Suddenly, there stands 10-year-old Wei Pingsheng, clutching several sets of new clothes, accompanied by biscuits and cream bread. Grandfather, he calls. Su Jian and his wife hold Wei Pingsheng's small hand, smiling warmly and nodding at Qingzhong, their demeanor gentle. Following Wei Pingsheng is Wei Pingyang, who carries a book, and the youngest, Wei Pingling, who gazes on with excitement. Second brother. In a family reunion, joy should abound. Yet it is interrupted by Wei Xia's voice. Oh, look at you, living the good life. What good are these things? Money is what truly matters. Wei Xia. Cigarette unlit, rummages through the clothes and bread brought back by Wei Pingsheng, scoffing and shaking her head, her eyes glimmering with greed. Uncle Su, you've got such a big son, and you don't even bother to bring in some cash? Nowadays, buying a child costs several tens of thousands. Consider yourself lucky if I say 5,000. Just look at those two old folks. If this child grows a bit more, he could earn a few hundred or even 1,000 a month to support their retirement, couldn't he? Su Jian stands frozen, feeling awkward as he watches the once obedient Wei Xia display such avarice. He pulls out 1,000 from his wallet. I didn't bring enough today. It's only right to give something to the elders. Wei Pingsheng watches this unfold, feeling utterly humiliated, fists clenched. Qingzhong, observing the money being pushed towards him, is filled with a mix of shame and anger. Wei Xia, have you lost your mind? Wei Xia pays no heed, extending her hand to accept the money, counting it with a smirk, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Wei Pingsheng's face flushes red as he clutches the hands of Su Jian and his wife. Let us go home. Upon seeing his second grandson depart, Qingzhong scolds. Wei Xia, do you truly wish to make Pingsheng miserable? Is money all that matters to you? Wei Pingzheng grits his teeth, turning to his sister. What a disgrace. From now on, let us tell second brother never to come back. This family is utterly meaningless. Wei Xia silently watches her family leave, smiling to herself in the living room. It's better this way. You all will leave eventually. Her gaze shifts to her phone, where a message arrives. Her younger brother reports that someone is paying to locate them, searching for a family with 5 children. Wei Xia gazes on him passively. The drug traffickers are still hunting. She seeks them, and they seek her. Clenching her phone, Wei Xia murmurs to herself in solitude. Little ones, you must stay far away. None of this concerns you. In contemporary Dachang City, within the aging neighborhood, Su Jian and his wife observe the scene, enveloped in silence. 70-year-old Su Jian's mind conjures images from years past. Leaving Qingzhong's home, holding Wei Pingsheng's small hand, Su Jian's wife frowns. Look at how your brother behaves. The Wei family must not be visited again. Just look at your eldest brother's greedy demeanor. The mere thought that her son has such an elder brother, with dyed hair, tattoos, and a penchant for smoking, fills her with a sense of revulsion. The prospect of her child mingling with such a person raises concerns about the kind of individual he might become. Furthermore, one cannot predict the financial burdens that might arise in the future. We adopted him, not as if we were purchasing a child. At that moment, Su Jiagong adjusted his glasses, reminiscing about the obedient youth who once implored him to adopt his younger brother. That boy was genuinely good. He must have encountered some adversity. Yet, he later heard of the eldest Wei's descent into depravity, engaging in societal vices and even incarceration. Ah, the vicissitudes of life. In a moment of reflection, Su Jiagong sighed. At the rehabilitation center, Sun Haiyang, aged and contemplative, considered the future. His dealings with Wei Xia revealed that the youth had become embroiled in criminal activities, including fighting and gambling. He gazed vacantly at the solitary figure before him. A new scene unfolded. Wei Pingsheng simulating the life of an elder brother. The lurking murderer continued to shadow them, compelling Wei Pingsheng to grit his teeth and relocate once more. It had not been long since he had moved out from his aunt's house, and he could only scrape together enough funds. Just as he settled in, still weary from the transition, a sudden fire engulfed his home. As the eldest son, the financial strain was immense, forcing him to compensate once again, amplifying his burdens. Witnessing the inexplicable inferno, Wei Pingsheng felt a chill in his heart, often awakening from nightmares. He even saw his younger siblings waking in the night, crying from their own terrors, while while their grandfather frequently wept in distress. The pressure on the entire family was overwhelming, for they all knew the truth behind the blaze and the murderer of their parents. Consequently, Wei Pingxing found himself standing guard at the door with a knife in hand during the late hours, feeling isolated and exhausted. He finally grasped the immense pressure of being the eldest, yet he furrowed his brow in confusion. Why did Wei Xia, as the firstborn, seem to have no troubles after moving to the city? Was it because we were sent away? Pondering this, Wei Pingxing hesitated before finding a family to whom he could entrust his second sibling, the child he had once given away during that era. Observing their decent living conditions, he was reassured by their promise to care for the child. However, upon visiting the second child, he was disheartened to witness the harsh treatment, frequent scolding, and disdain. Hurry and wash the dishes. Do you think we raised you for nothing, you useless child? Wash the dishes, mop the floor, and then do your homework. This treatment led to the second child's growing sense of inferiority. Seeing this, Wei Pingxing felt a surge of anger but felt powerless to intervene, opting instead to comfort his brother. They are still searching for us, so for now, just wait here. At that moment, he departed, burdened by immense pressure. Reflecting on his own past, why had he encountered such a kind family when he was sent away? On Douyin Live, messages flooded in. His prolonged observation of Su Jianggong's family was what eventually enabled the Wei family's second son to live a prosperous life. 25 years later, in the police station, young officer Chen Xiaowen and veteran officer Lao Zhou watched intently. Chen Xiaowen's expression was complex as he spoke. If Wei Pingxing cannot endure the weight of this simulated life and decides to withdraw, what will he feel when he sees Wei Xia's memories? The seasoned officer, old Zhou, fell into a contemplative silence, releasing a deep sigh. He reflected on Wei Xia's solitary pursuit of the murderer, navigating the perilous edges of a dark mine, all in a bid to safeguard her younger siblings. She had even resorted to feigning moral degradation, driving away her grandfather and family. At that time, no one seemed to comprehend her struggles. The eldest son, merely 18 years of age, had already become a bastion of strength for his family. Despite enduring countless wounds inflicted by his loved ones, he remained steadfast in fulfilling the responsibilities of an elder brother. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, old Zhou finally spoke. How would Wei Pingxing perceive his brother after exiting the simulation? Chapter 29. I entered hell. But you shall not follow Wei Xia's life, traced new images. A fresh batch of goods arrived, handing over tapes and simple electrical devices to the middleman. Wei Xia lit a cigarette and watched as the dealer began to transport the items. This was the predominant activity he engaged in during this period, reselling. It was the only way to earn money, to support the living expenses and tuition of his younger siblings. By the time he sold all the goods, dusk had fallen. Wei Xia quietly approached the outskirts of the neighborhood, silently observing his brother, Wei Ping, reading at the window. He crouched in the corner, watching with a smile of contentment. Occasionally, he would visit the school to ensure his brother was not being bullied or targeted by delinquents. Beyond this, Wei Xia had truly immersed himself in society, becoming one of the ruffians. After more than half a year, the group of young delinquents under his wing finally had news. They had located one of the individuals depicted in the sketches. Boss Wei, this person is called Sun Bao, and the brothers have gathered information. Reported a yellow-haired thug with a gleeful expression as he counted the money Wei Xia had handed him. Let us treat the brothers to something nice. Don't be stingy. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Wei Xia patted the yellow-haired thug's head, playfully scolding him. Over the year, Wei Xia had also dyed his hair yellow, embodying a rogue demeanor. Upon receiving information about Sun Bao's mistress, one of the murderers of his family, Wei Xia began his surveillance until he spotted a woman named Xiao Yu exiting the dance hall, preparing to head home. Following her into a dark alley, he abruptly blocked her path. Do you know Sun Bao? Xiao Yu trembled at the sight of the glinting dagger at her throat. I do. His real name is Sun Xiaoli, and he often frequents Dianxi. As for his appearance, I only remember he has a mole on his neck, keeps a buzz cut, and has a scorpion tattoo on his left hand. Wei Xia meticulously noted her descriptions of his features and identity, then coldly inquired, Are you familiar with the Northern Mines? This son of a gun is in trouble. You better cooperate and call him over, or you'll be in deep trouble too. The dagger lightly tapped against Xiao Yu's neck as Wei Xia sneered. You live in Building 6, Unit 3 of the Waterworks Family District, don't you? Now, tell me about Sun Bao. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yu's forehead as she gazed fearfully at the yellow-haired thug, nearly on the brink of collapse. She sobbed. Sun Xiaoli will arrive at the mining area Lanhua Hotel in 3 days. Leaving the alley, Wei Xia did not summon the other thugs. Instead, he proceeded to a telephone booth, dialing the mining area directly. His voice was hoarse, reminiscent of the bald murderer from before. Maurilu. 3 days from now at Lanway Hotel, room 302. We need to discuss your bribery and murder photographs. That incident at Datong Village. Don't you think it's time for an explanation? On the other end, the black mine owner struggled to suppress his anger, responding, fine. 3 days from now. At Lanway Hotel, Wei Xia casually used a thug's ID to book a room, specifically requesting room 302 while carrying a leather suitcase. Due to the existence of the black mine, some individuals secretly sold blasting caps and explosive devices. These were items Wei Xia had discreetly purchased, hiding the caps beneath the bed while concealing himself across the street from the hotel. Though the meeting was set for 3 days hence, Wei Xia understood that the individuals involved with Maurilu's black mine would never adhere to the rules. Indeed, on the following morning, a black Santana came to a halt before the hotel, where Maurilu and his associates had arrived early at room 302. Upon discovering the detonators hidden beneath the bed, Maurilu erupted in a fit of rage. Damn it, these out-of-town drug dealers truly intend to set me up. That little brat must be one of their accomplices. Let us take action. Inform everyone in the mining area to bring their weapons. Wei Xia listened coldly as Maurilu summoned his men. Yet her gaze remained fixed outside the window. On the third morning, Sun Bao, also known as Sun Xiaoli, arrived at the hotel entrance, swaying as he prepared to enter. However, years of drug dealing had instilled in Sun Xiaoli a sense of vigilance, and he quickly noticed the group of men lurking in the shadows at the edge of the hotel, spotting the gun barrels protruding from their wrapped packages. His pupils constricted sharply, and he decisively drew his homemade gun to fire. It was only until he was restrained by 6 assailants rushing from behind that he was disarmed. His fury boiling over as he struggled and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Looking for death, are you? Do you know what I do?" Maurilu's eyes reddened with rage as he viciously stomped on Sun Xiaoli's head, declaring, "Do you know who I am? You dare to set me up, don't you? Eliminate him." After brutally killing Sun Xiaoli, Maurilu and his men buried the body in the hillside behind the hotel. Wei Xia, expressionless, observed everything until 2 hours later when Maurilu and his crew departed, at which point she began to dig in the wilderness. Sun Xiaoli's phone remained on him, his wallet tucked in the back of his pants. Wei Xia rummaged through his belongings, ultimately uncovering the evidence: messages regarding hired assassins, phone numbers, and a business card from a company codenamed T Merchant, which also served as their contact point. After securing the evidence, Wei Xia contemplated for a long while. Severed Sun Xiaoli's tattooed left arm, and under the cover of night rode to the tea company. After observing for some time, she quietly discarded the severed arm along with a piece of coal before turning to leave. 25 years later, at the police station, old Zhou stood frozen, witnessing the entire sequence with a complex expression. Young Officer Chen Xiaowen also watched, captivated as he analyzed each calculated move with astonishment. Wei Xia's first step was to acquire information about Sun Xiaoli, subsequently notifying the mining area to create an illusion of reckoning. The second step involved exploiting Maurilu's psychology by planting the detonators beneath the bed to frame him, igniting his murderous intent. The third step was to orchestrate Sun Xiaoli's arrival, resulting in a chaotic confrontation. Each maneuver was intricately linked, culminating in the acquisition of evidence against the criminal organization while misdirecting any investigation back to the illicit mining operation. This person's ability to manipulate human emotions is truly remarkable for one so young. Chen Xiaowen gazed in shock, his expression one of horror. Meanwhile, in the nursing home, the elderly retired deputy chief, Sun Haiyang, recalled that fateful scene from years past. They had received a public phone call reporting the discovery of a severed arm, and he had participated in the investigation at the scene. Upon seeing the tattoo, he began to follow that lead. At that time, he had driven a police car to an intersection and spotted the young Wei Xia being taken away by human traffickers. Oblivious as he was engaged in transporting tapes with a group of delinquents, cigarette in mouth. Reflecting on that moment now, Sun Haiyang could only manage a bitter smile. You orchestrate the grand design, fully aware of your enemy's prying eyes, thus arranging for them to engage in a fierce battle amongst themselves. Everyone adheres to your script. The thought of manipulating two factions into a deadly conflict sends a chill down one's spine. This young man is truly ruthless, with a malicious mind that runs deep. In the past, the once notorious black mine has undergone a series of transformations and now belongs to the authorities. The mine owner, Maurilu, was executed a few years back after being implicated in murder and illegal mining, among other offenses. Now, several mine owners are watching the live broadcast, transfixed. All of them, now middle-aged. Recall the year 1995 when news broke of Maruliu's furious summons for an investigation into drug traffickers from Yunnan. They had once participated in the search for these individuals, even tracing leads to Luochio City. At that time, Marulia had raged, claiming that a group of external drug dealers from Yunnan sought to extort him. Now, as they observe the live footage, shock washes over them, and a cold dread rises from their feet. It turns out that behind it all, an 18-year-old boy was orchestrating the scheme. The eldest son of the Wei family, whose lineage was extinguished, is manipulating the hearts of men like a puppeteer. How merciless! At this moment, the powerful businessmen feel a chill down their spines as they fixate on the screen. This boy, in his desperate attempt to protect his siblings, has gone mad. In the live broadcast, new footage of Wei Xia appears. A corpse is discovered in the mountains behind the Lanwei Hotel, and the report reaches the police station, receiving significant attention, especially given the recent surge in violent crimes. Soon, Sun Haiyang arrives with a team of detectives and unexpectedly encounters the young boy he once helped by covering his medical expenses. Observing Wei Xia now, with his dyed yellow hair and carefree demeanor, Sun Haiyang frowns, feeling a sense of irritation. At such a young age, focusing on studies should be his priority. Didn't he say his parents were away on business? How will he explain this when they return? Wei Xia merely smiles and nods, offering no response. Sun Haiyang sighs and departs, as he still has the case of the dismembered tattoo to investigate. At that moment, no one notices that behind Sun Haiyang, Wei Xia's eyes gleam with admiration as he gazes at his police uniform. In the rehabilitation center, it is the first time Sun Haiyang has witnessed such a look. He gazes at the boy, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you aspire to be a police officer? You would be quite suitable. Your strategic mind for outsmarting those evildoers is impressive. Yet, you carry too much burden, and you would end up in prison. The thought that this child might never fulfill his dreams chokes Sun Haiyang's throat, while others may be astonished at the boy's cunning at that moment. Sun Haiyang understands that this child truly loves being a police officer, yet he cannot be one. He cherishes his family, yet he must dismantle it. What path will lie ahead for you? In the hospital room, Wei Pingjing remains silent, feeling a pang of discomfort deep within. He observes intently, missing not a single detail. He watches as Wei Xia anticipates Maruliu's arrival, hiding explosives beneath the bed, leading Maruliu to rage, mistakenly believing he has fallen victim to a drug cartel scheme, resulting in the direct killing of Sun Xiaoli. He also observed Wei Xia deliberately delivering a severed hand to the tea company, inciting a dog-eat-dog scenario. However, after witnessing everything, the most striking revelation was Wei Pingjing, now serving as the deputy mayor, having navigated the turbulent waters of political life for half a lifetime. He alone comprehends the immense difficulty of achieving these feats. For Wei Xia, it is the human heart he manipulates. When he excavates a corpse alone, the mercenaries lurking in the shadows might discover him at any moment. When he transports the tattooed arms of the drug lord Sun Xiaoli away, he risks being detected by the very syndicate he seeks to evade. At that moment, Wei Xia must have been terrified, yet he still proceeded. Wei Pingjing gazed at the hospital bed, engulfed in confusion. He witnessed the figure, turned away from them, braving all storms alone, shouldering the weight of adversaries. Wei Xia. He also recalled the subsequent disintegration of their family in his memories, the entanglement with drugs, the imprisonment, the brawls, culminating in Wei Xia's defiance with a firearm against capture. In that instant, Wei Pingjing clenched his fists. He yearned to know what Wei Xia was up to next. Had he truly achieved vengeance? Chapter 30. I shall dismantle my family with my own hands. Mother, Wei Xia's life unfolds anew. Revealing scenes from the official report by the Luochio County Morning News dated 1995. Recently, a shocking incident involving a severed hand occurred in Luochio City, and the police are conducting an ongoing investigation. Following this news report, no further updates surfaced. Concurrently, the tea company located in the area of the severed arm is also under police scrutiny. After the officers departed, the bald man's face turned ashen as he gazed at his subordinate's severed hand, which had clearly been mutilated with precision. He could almost envision the perpetrator's cruel and ruthless methods. This was no mere act of revenge. Could it be related to the previous conflict with the black coal mine? The bald man furrowed his brow. No, that couldn't be right. Although we had clashes with the black mine before, there was no blood feud. What could this possibly mean? He observed with a complex expression as several assassins from the drug cartel discussed among themselves. This was the second incident. Could it be that the Wei family is entangled with other forces? I sense we are being manipulated. The last time in Datong village, that group of miners appeared unexpectedly. And now Sun Xiaoli has also fallen victim to the black mine. Are we being targeted? The assassins felt a sense of complexity. As if from the moment they arrived in this place, nothing had gone smoothly. Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli, both of whom had come together, perished in this small town, which only heightened their trepidation. The bald man, named Lu Chong, felt as though he was being specifically targeted. With Yang Daong dead and Sun Xiaoli also gone, the mysterious hand behind it all remained elusive, leaving him in a state of extreme unease. They have all been killed. We must swiftly eradicate the Wei family and then leave. Lu Chang seethed, narrowing his eyes. This wretched place is not right. In the Douyin live stream, comments began to flood in. You have no idea who is truly behind this. That child possesses a willpower that ranks among humanity's elite. When he chooses to embrace his downfall, relinquishing his ideals and everything precious to him, such a person is either as malleable as clay or more resolute than a demon. In modern times, in a hospital room, as the popularity of the eldest son's comparison program soared, the media seized the opportunity. Journalist Chu Shanshan was interviewing in the hospital, her gaze drawn incredulously to the patient in bed. The ventilator barely managed to sustain his vital signs. Wei Xia appeared exceedingly frail. Yet, even in his weakened state, the latent dominance within this middle-aged man was unmistakable. Chu Shanshan murmured, "He is under so much pressure. Will he go mad?" With no support, he was caught between the black mine and the drug cartel, striving to protect his family. Standing on the outside, one could increasingly sense the terror he exuded. In this moment, Chu Shanshan's expression grew complex as she gazed upon a new scene. In an old rendered room, the yellow glow of a fluorescent light illuminated the space. Wei Xia sat alone at the edge of a desk, smoking a cigarette as he continued to write. The words began to emerge on the surface of the table. 1. The mining area set up an ambush to eliminate Sun Xiaoli. The assassin organization now operates a tea company as a front, with the current death toll at Yangdaong. Sun Xiaoli, and 6 remaining. 2. The drug cartel persists in their intent to annihilate the Wei family, actively seeking families with 5 children, determined to send away the younger siblings. As he pondered late into the night, Wei Xia felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Resting his head upon the desk and succumbing to a deep slumber, on the desk lay an array of organized documents, various academic notes, and an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. In a modern sanatorium, Sun Haiyang continued to gaze intently. He observed the weary figure slumped over the desk with a complex expression, sighing as he closed his eyes. It was simply too arduous. He recalled the initial encounter with Wei Xia. That year, a human trafficker had emerged in the mining town, seizing a police vehicle, and Wei Xia happened to be the boy targeted for murder by the trafficker. No one anticipated that it was all part of the boy's scheme. At that time, the biting cold wind howled as he, accompanied by officers and villagers, searched the mountains. The boy lay in the cold, damp valley, clutching his wounded abdomen, his eyes wide open as he drifted into unconsciousness. The resolute gaze and indomitable vitality of that youth lingered in Sun Haiyang's memory to this day, as he recalled the boy's figure in the frigid river gorge. It gradually merged with the image of the fatigued figure at the desk. In the early hours, at 5 o'clock, Wei Xia roused from his desk. He casually turned off the incandescent lamp, gathered his written records, and stepped into the bathroom. The faucet released icy water, its biting chill thoroughly awakening him. Allowing the cold to seep into him, Wei Xia compelled himself to embrace a fighting spirit. Observing his reflection in the worn mirror, he clenched his fists, feeling rejuvenated and brimming with resolve. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he arrived at the casino, seeking out a group of rowdy thugs. Discarding a few cigarettes, Wei Xia spoke. Go find out if there are any officials in Luoqiao City who have lost children or have been unable to conceive. Because of their willingness to pay and their straightforward nature, the thugs diligently sought information, reporting back. Boss, the head of the land reform construction, Zhou Kai, had a child who died of illness 2 years ago. There's also a deputy section chief in the Resource Management Bureau who is infertile. The district chief of the old city, Yu Jianjun, has no children either. It said his child passed away previously. Wei Xia meticulously recorded the gathered intelligence before silently exiting. The land reform construction site lay to the north of Luoqiao City, and it took Wei Xia the entire morning to reach it on his bicycle. He observed quietly from noon until dusk, just as Zhou Kai was leaving after work. He got into his car, followed closely by a sweating staff member. Director Zhou, we stayed up late last night to revise 2 versions of the proposal for your review. As the materials were handed over, Zhou Kai squinted his eyes and tossed them to the ground. I really don't understand what you all do all day. With your worthless proposals, produce 4 versions by tomorrow, or you're out. Wei Xiao watched from the shade of a tree on his bicycle, silently taking out his pen. Zhou Kai's behavior was brutish and his temperament volatile. He then crossed Zhou Kai's name off the list and turned to leave. The following day, Wei Xiao appeared outside the Resource Management Bureau in the west of the city, closely trailing Section Chief Luo Ligong all the way home, exercising caution. At noon, while munching on a cold steamed bun, he observed a figure laden with fine liquor and a leather bag entering. When Luo Ligong cheerfully escorted the individual out, the latter's belongings were conspicuously absent. Wei Xiao lifted his pen once more. Greed inevitably leads to trouble. He crossed off Luo Ligong's name again. Now, only one name remained on the paper, Yu Jianjun, Wei Xiao silently observed, tucking away her paper and pen into her pocket as she discreetly approached the office building in the old district. However, upon her arrival, she was promptly noticed by a passing officer. Spotting Wei Xiao with her yellow hair peeking curiously, the officer took her directly to the police station. What? Is it unlawful for me to simply pass by? What law prohibits walking outside the district office? No matter how the officer inquired, Wei Xiao remained obstinate, ultimately being released. The seasoned officer scrutinized her with piercing eyes. Behave yourself. Causing trouble will land you behind bars sooner or later. At that moment, Wei Xiao paid him no heed. Continuing her quiet quest to find a new home for her younger siblings, aimlessly wandering through the city. On Douyin, in a psychological analysis live stream hosted by Chen Xiao, she watched the footage of the eldest son's recollections, momentarily frozen. Turning to her assistant beside her, she spoke. Wei Xia is searching for a home for her brother and sister. The figure of the young boy still traversed the screen, carrying cold buns and water. Having refrained from spending any of the money he earned. Regardless of the storm, he searched in silence. The more she witnessed, the heavier Chen Zhao's heart felt. Yet this child no longer had a home of his own. With his younger siblings gone, the Wei family was left with only him. An 18-year-old boy gradually dismantling the very home he cherished. Chapter 31. I am alone, finally alone in a new flashback. A bicycle is parked by the roadside, and Wei Xia stands in the corner, quietly examining some documents. The photograph reveals the stern and imposing figure of Yu Jianjun, the district chief of the old town of Luoqiu City. He possesses a remarkable compassion for the populace yet exhibits an unwavering intolerance for crime. Previously, a child had lost their life due to his unwavering integrity, which had provoked criminals, resulting in the child's abduction and tragic demise. After observing for a while, Wei Xia resolved to make contact. In order to approach Yu Jianjun, he deliberately trailed closely behind him on his way home from work. Following the prior incident of a child being kidnapped, Yu Jianjun had become increasingly vigilant and instructed his aides to confront Wei Xia. Young man, you've been following me for quite some time. What do you intend to do? Wei Xia, lowering his gaze, replied, I have a younger brother whom I simply cannot support any longer. I wish for him to have a better life. Could you possibly adopt him? I have sought help from many, yet no one is willing. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianjun chuckled and waved his hand, signaling for them to release Wei Xia. I have no plans to adopt a child at this moment. You should take good care of your brother. Observing the carefree, yellow-haired youth, Yu Jianjun sighed and patted Wei Xia on the shoulder. Strive to live well. Do not merely drift through life. As Yu Jianjun strode away, Wei Xia remained unfazed and began waiting outside the district office. While others acted frivolously, he stood upright, ready to assist Yu Jianjun as soon as he appeared, even voluntarily sweeping the entrance to the office to curry favor. Until one evening, Wei Xia, having calculated Yu Jianjun's departure time, intentionally brought his younger brother, Wei Pingzheng, to the street outside the old district. You useless waste. You can't even move a few boxes. You can't earn money. What's the point of just being able to study? All you do is eat without contributing. Struggling under the weight of several large cardboard boxes, Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth, anger mingling with a sense of injustice. If our parents hadn't left, and if you hadn't burned down the house and lost our grandfather's property to gambling, we wouldn't have to move or sell so many things. You only know how to scold me. What have you ever done? What kind of brother are you? With tears in his eyes, Wei Pingzheng argued passionately, his voice laced with indignation. Having just completed an inspection of the street, Yu Jianjun observed from the entrance of the building. He saw through Wei Xia's little ploy, however. As he watched the 9-year-old articulate his grievances with clarity, he couldn't help but recognize the child's potential. As Wei Pingzheng walked away dejectedly, Yu Jianjun gazed thoughtfully at the boy's retreating figure before preparing to enter his vehicle. Ignoring his brother, Wei Xia once again approached. Eager to open the car door for Yu Jianjun, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. I apologize for the inconvenience. It is indeed a challenge to support so many younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianjun paused, glancing back at the departing Wei Pingzheng. Then why do you not explain to your brother? Explain? What is there to explain? That good-for-nothing can do nothing but waste rice. He can't earn a living. Can't even move a few boxes, yet he has quite the temper. Observing Wei Xia's flippant demeanor, one could hardly find a kind word for his younger brother. Even though Yu Jianjun was known for his good temper, he could not suppress the rising anger within him. You cannot even provide for him, as his elder brother. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Do you believe you are fit to be the elder? Wei Xia, unfazed, casually grasped the car door and chuckled at the words. Ah, this lad merely lacks discipline. A good beating upon our return will suffice. You needn't concern yourself. I will handle the matter appropriately. In a fit of rage, Yu Jianjun forcefully shoved Wei Xia's hand away from the car door. Enough with your nonsense. To fail in providing yet resort to violence. I've never encountered a brother like you. Let the child stay with me for a while. With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, and Yu Jianjun strode away, while Wei Xia remained silently watching the departing vehicle, his expression serene. A new scene unfolded. In Cheng Zhong's rented abode, Wei Xia reclined lazily on the sofa, puffing on a cigarette. The thick smoke only heightened Cheng Zhong's irritation as he cast a cold glare at Wei Xia. Seizing the opportunity while Cheng Zhong was absent, Wei Xia had barged in, refusing to leave despite all admonitions, leaving Cheng Zhong powerless against him. You wretched creature, just look at yourself, and then at Erzi. He has caught the eye of a respectable family, while you, utterly worthless. Taking a swig of beer, Wei Xia continued to lounge on the wooden sofa. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Wei Pingzheng. Since Wei Xia's return, the household was cluttered with dirty clothes, empty bottles, and cigarette butts extinguished carelessly on the floor, creating a chaotic mess. The two younger sisters, clutching cold steamed buns, returned to their rooms, their teeth clenched in frustration. With the dining table overwhelmed by liquor bottles, the family could no longer eat together and had to settle for their cold meals. Wei Pingzheng's face turned pale with rage as he shot a furious glance at Wei Xia, his expression brimming with contempt. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Yu Jianjun stood there, holding several boxes of gifts, dressed impeccably. Cheng Zhong opened the door, taken aback at the sight of Yu Jianjun, particularly upon learning that he was the district chief of the old town, which made him feel a mixture of surprise and humility. Wei Pingzheng stared at the dignified presence of the newcomer with envy, aspiring to become a politician himself. Yu Jianjun's gaze settled on Wei Pingzheng, growing increasingly pleased. He admired the 9-year-old boy who had previously engaged in a well-reasoned debate at the street corner. Child, would you like to spend a few days with your uncle? Indeed, Yu Jianjun had not yet contemplated adoption. For now, he merely intended to take the child for a brief stay. Upon hearing of Wei Xia's intention to discipline the boy, especially after witnessing the disarray of the room filled with smoke and alcohol, and knowing the children were subsisting on cold steamed buns, Yu Jianjun felt a pang of discomfort. Before Wei Pingzheng could respond, Wei Xia abruptly rose from the sofa, his eyes lighting up greedily. You wish to take this child? Our Wei family's children are quite valuable. The last person who took a child offered over 5,000. Perhaps you could consider a little something? At this, Wei Pingzheng's resentment deepened, his face turning ashen as he glared at Wei Xia in silence. He turned away, his gaze lingering reluctantly on his two younger sisters, then shifted to a look of increasing disdain directed at Wei Xia. He truly wished to escape this home, never to return. With a brother like this, he saw no future ahead. Yu Jianjun stood momentarily stunned, his attention drawn to the lingering smoke and the chaos of scattered bottles on the ground. Until the very end, his authoritative gaze remained fixed upon the 9-year-old child, gradually softening. It would be for the best if this child could be taken away. At least he had not yet succumbed to the corrupting influence of Wei Xia, becoming as greedy and depraved as him. Such a clever child, with the potential for nurturing, must not be squandered. He then turned his attention to Wei Xia, sighing inwardly. Wei Pingzheng, having such a brother, would only become a burden in the future. Even if Wei Pingzheng were to blossom amidst the mire, he would likely be ensnared by such a brother for life. Yu Jianjun rose, taking Wei Pingzheng's small hand, addressing Cheng Zhong with courtesy. I shall take the child away to live for a while. Cheng Zhong nodded, understanding that perhaps Wei Pingzheng was to be fostered. Although a pang of sorrow gripped his heart, he acquiesced. Wei Pingzheng, forlorn, gazed at his two younger sisters and grandparents, bidding them farewell with a wave. Wei Pingong held the hand of his little sister, Wei Pingling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he watched Wei Pingzheng depart. Xingzhang sat with his head bowed, feeling the absence of warmth in the home. The grandmother wept, while the two sisters choked back their sobs, staring at their shattered family. Only Wei Xiao puffed away at his cigarette, laughing, despite the coughs that erupted from him. He was genuinely elated, even though his grandmother and sisters regarded him with disdain. He remained unfazed. All he knew was that another brother was safe. Outside, Yu Jianjun held Wei Pingzheng's small hand, sighing as he spoke. You shall lead a normal life from now on. Your brother, alas, he has not fulfilled his responsibilities. On New Year's Eve, 25 years later, in Luochao City, Yu Jianjun, now advanced in age, sat at the dining table, making dumplings. The live broadcast played in front of him, and he found himself lost in thought, memories flooding back from 30 years prior. What was Wei Xia like when he first encountered him? With his bleached hair, filthy attire, and an old, misshapen t-shirt clinging to him, he had been a carefree rascal even when caught. Later, he would frequently come to ingratiate himself before Yu Jianjun, his increasingly transparent motives only provoking Yu Jianjun's disdain. Particularly when Wei Xia referred to his 9-year-old brother as worthless, it further fueled Yu Jianjun's aversion. Yet, witnessing the genuine contempt Wei Xia harbored for his brother, he ultimately softened and took in the boy who would become his adopted son. At that time, he thought that at least in his care, the child could lead a normal life, free from the struggle and the muck. Now, as he gazed at the screen, realization dawned upon him. Everything had been orchestrated by Wei Xia. He had willingly entered the fray, employing this scheme of self-sacrifice solely to ensure his brother's rescue. In that moment, Yu Jianjun smiled wryly, the frail figure of his 80-year-old self sighing as he fixed his eyes on the blonde youth. You are the only person I have ever misjudged in my life. We have all wronged you, yet you seem indifferent. Yu Jianjun fell silent. Unable to fathom the nature of Wei Xia, he collapsed momentarily before regaining his composure and resuming his tasks. After a long while, a flicker of pain crossed Yu Jianjun's eyes. You plan to send your family away, and then you intend to confront the murderer, preparing for a final showdown. Do you not? In Luochao City, at the police station, on New Year's Eve, two individuals stood watch, Officer Lao Zhou and the young Constable Chen Xiaowen, their expressions marked by shock. In a live streaming room focused on psychological analysis, Chen Xiao was also watching, his demeanor complex. At the sanatorium, the retired deputy director Sun Haiyang fixated on the screen, suddenly struck by a new thought. Wei Pingxing was escorted away by the section chief, while Wei Pingzheng was taken by the old district chief. The Wei family, once bustling, now faced desolation. Previously, Wei Xia had contemplated how to preserve their family, but now, he found himself dismantling it piece by piece. He had made his decision. He would not allow himself any lingering attachments, only wishing for the safety of his younger siblings. While he descended into darkness, then he would confront the murderer. In that moment, Sun Haiyang fell silent, gripped by a chilling realization. A person willing to forsake all that is precious is truly the most terrifying. Wei Xia was merciless towards his enemies, yet even harsher upon himself. Meanwhile, comments began to flood the live streaming room. He intends to confront the murderer directly, seizing the initiative. In a daze, it seemed that more and more people were witnessing a scene unfold. Wandering through the shadows, Wei Xia was nearly desperate to engage in combat with the drug cartel. He had waited far too long, his hatred suffocating him. Chapter 32, The Tenacious Yellow-Haired Thug, a comparative simulation of eldest son's life, is exploding across the internet. The Douyin influencer Guzhan observes the scene and begins to summarize. As everyone can see, following Wei Pingxing, the third son of the Wei family, Wei Pingzheng, has also been sent away. When Wei Pingxing was dispatched, Wei Xia discovered that Su Jiangong had no children. Thus, she initially chose to masquerade as a beggar to attract attention. Subsequently, she threatened the bureau chief to assist Su Jiangong in resolving his career issues, after which she sent her brother to a safe area. Through careful observation, Wei Xia discerned that the district chief of the old town, Yu Jianjun, possessed a soft-hearted and upright nature. She began to capture Yu Jianjun's attention and subsequently showcased her brother Wei Pingxing's merits. The third step involved exploiting Yu Jianjun's compassionate traits by deliberately oppressing her brother in his presence, compelling Yu Jianjun to resolve to take Wei Pingxing away. At this point, the influencer Guzhan's expression turned complex, tinged with trepidation. The dispatch of all siblings leads to a confrontation with the drug trafficking group. He would truly engage with the drug cartel, ensuring that no other family members would be embroiled in the turmoil. No one can comprehend your plight. No one will care for you. You will walk this path alone until death. A new simulation. This is the new scene from Wei Pingxing's eldest son simulation. At that moment, Wei Pingxing lay in bed, pale and feverish. He must earn money to support his younger siblings and provide for their education. He needs to resolve their living and learning issues, all while safeguarding his family from lurking dangers. Now overwhelmed by his burdens, he finally succumbs to illness, unable to endure any longer. Wei Pingxing struggles to turn his head, witnessing his younger siblings awaken from nightmares, crying at the door in fear. At that moment, he begins to question himself. The pressure of being the eldest is immense. Subsequently, someone inquires whether Wei Pingxing should consider finding adoptive parents for his siblings. After contemplation, Wei Pingxing, with a heavy heart, nods in agreement. He chooses to have his brother Wei Pingxing placed with a wealthy family he had previously observed. However, he never anticipated that after his brother's departure, upon a discreet visit, he would find his sibling isolated by the other affluent children, with their adoptive parents neglecting him and often confining him at home. Enraged, he clenches his fists, yearning to reclaim his brother. Yet, on his way to the wealthy household, Wei Pingxing remembers that the murderer is still on his trail. He can only sigh in resignation and abandon the thought, continuing instead to move with his younger siblings. Later, he locates his adopted brother and tells him to endure. Witnessing his younger self bowing humbly, Wei Pingxing feels an immense sorrow. Yet, he cannot articulate his feelings. He can only grit his teeth and remind himself, I must strive. I am the elder brother. I am not like Wei Xia. I am certainly stronger than he is. The comments flood in, complex and varied. Wei Pingxing's eldest son simulation is very realistic. Contemporary era. Yicheng Nursing Home. Cheng Zhong is also watching, fixated on the simulated life of Wei Pingxing. Wei Pingxing has begun sending away his siblings as well, overwhelmed by the pressure. However, the families he chose for them were inadequate, failing to properly care for the children. Cheng Zhong's mind conjures images from 30 years ago, recalling the families Wei Xia once selected for their siblings. At that time, Wei Xia had successively placed her two younger brothers into the care of others, yet their foster parents treated them exceptionally well. Su Jiangong was deeply involved in every matter, mentoring Wei Pingxing, ultimately transforming him into a burgeoning star in the business realm. Similarly, Yu Jianjun actively engaged in nurturing Wei Pingxing into a young politician of considerable promise. At that moment, everyone perceived it as mere coincidence, a stroke of good fortune. It was only now that he realized the extent of Wei Xia's efforts behind the scenes. In this moment, Cheng Zhong stood in a state of complex reflection, which eventually culminated in a deep sigh. In April 1995, in Luoqiao City, the chill of spring lingered. Wei Xia made her way to an underground gambling den, where she occupied a small room, attentively listening to reports. Boss. Today the brothers spotted two individuals outside the tea shop, who seemed to resemble the people you are searching for, reported a young subordinate with yellow hair. Wei Xia nodded. And as the young man exited, she seized the cover of night to approach the tea shop, lifting the lid of a trash bin. This was the only refuse receptacle located in front of the tea packaging company. Despite the foul-smelling refuse within, Wei Xia remained undeterred. Rummaging through its contents while meticulously recording her findings, she uncovered 2 bottles of mineral water, likely linked to different individuals, and 3 disposable food containers. Only after cataloging all the items did she tuck them into her back pocket, appearing as if she were scavenging. Having gathered her findings, Wei Xia chose not to return home. Instead, she retrieved the 5,000 yuan she had saved from previously reselling tapes and small electrical appliances, purchasing a bus ticket to the provincial capital. In 1995, DNA testing was still a rare and costly technology, charging 5,000 yuan per test. Armed with the weapon used to murder her parents, along with the mineral water bottles and disposable containers, Wei Xia headed to a hospital in the provincial capital to extract samples for DNA identification, thereafter awaiting the results. In the days that followed, besides her tape and small electrical appliance trade, Wei Xia would visit the tea company's entrance daily, covertly observing from across the street and diligently recording the comings and goings of individuals. The details of their movements and times were meticulously noted on slips of paper. Even in the deep of spring nights, the cold air stung her face. Concealed behind a small wall, a mere few dozen meters from the tea company, Wei Xia remained hidden, her back against an abandoned restroom. The overwhelming stench and chill permeated the air, yet she paid it no heed. She had previously observed that this spot would not attract attention, as it was both odorous and remote. Today marked the 10th day of her vigil, and Wei Xia, with a detached gaze, remained utterly still. In that moment, she embodied an indifferent, cold statue, vigilantly monitoring everything around her. Meanwhile, within the tea packaging company, a bald man and several surrounding assassins gathered, their expressions complex and brows furrowed. The bald man sensed something amiss. Ever since the Wei family had been eradicated, everything had felt off-kilter. First, Yang Daong was slain, followed by the death of Sun Xiaoli. Events seemed to be spiraling into an unpredictable direction. It was not just the bald man who sensed the disturbance. Others too began to exercise caution in their movements. No, this isn't the work of the Black Mine. The bald man's voice broke through the contemplative silence of the group, yet he continued undeterred. This doesn't resemble the tactics of the Black Mine previously. They directly sent assassins armed with shotguns to confront us. The dealings of the Black Mine are characterized by their simplicity and brutality. They would not resort to such methods of intimidation. It seems we have fallen victim to someone's machinations. This is not an act of vengeance by the Black Mine. But who, indeed, is orchestrating this? As he pondered, the bald man squinted, his expression darkening. Previously, they had been misled by the murder of Sun Xiaoli, drawing parallels to the earlier events in Datong village, which had led them astray. Now, they were gradually coming to realize the gravity of their situation. Feeling a chill of trepidation, the bald man sensed an ominous presence in the night, as if a mysterious and terrifying figure lurked in the shadows, poised to strike mercilessly. Meanwhile, in the rudimentary office of the Black Mine, the owner, Ma Ruliu, scrutinized the news from Datong village, reflecting on Sun Xiaoli. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Black Mine for years, Ma Ruliu sensed that something was amiss. A drug trafficking group arriving from afar. With no apparent conflict of interest with him, why would they provoke a local power like himself without reason? If he were in their position, he would certainly exercise caution to avoid entanglement. Yet, the incident in Datong village was the first, followed by the second at Lanwei Hotel. The inexplicable confrontation with the drug trafficking group, which even resorted to using blasting explosives, was bewildering. What do you think of that group of outsiders? Several subordinates began to voice their thoughts, each chiming in with their analysis. I find it all rather perplexing. The drug trade is far more lucrative than our operations. They have no need to infiltrate the mine for extortion, which feels off. Indeed, the incident in Datong village clearly indicated that their marksmanship was precise. Equipped with professional weaponry, they do not appear to be mere low-level extortionists. Extorting us would only provoke conflict and draw police attention, which would serve them no advantage. I concur. If they intended to ambush us at Lanwei Hotel, there shouldn't have been only one person present. Who was that young one taking photographs? Is he truly a pawn of the drug traffickers? It seems unlikely. So, who is he, and what are his intentions? As the Black Mine's heads whispered amongst themselves, Ma Ruliu and his companions narrowed their eyes, enveloped in a profound silence. They all sensed that something was amiss, as if an unseen hand were manipulating events from behind the scenes. Yet, they remained unable to identify the source. Who is orchestrating this? Chapter 33. My brother will be a business prodigy in the contemporary sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, the retired deputy chief of the Luoqiu Public Security Bureau, observed the black market and drug dealers as they attempted to analyze the situation. He sighed, recognizing their futility. You will never decipher it. For everything is orchestrated by Wei Xia. This young man is wagering his very life on this calculation. Reflecting on the boy, Sun Haiyang heaved a bitter sigh. He had encountered the child numerous times, yet only now did he comprehend the remarkable resilience of his spirit to manipulate the black market and confront drug cartels. He was employing his own life as a trump card. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang, the aging village chief of Zhuoying village, gazed at his eldest son, reminiscing about the catastrophic fire on New Year's Eve in 1995 and the mysterious disappearance of Wei Xia's parents. He recalled the extensive joint crackdown that affected multiple urban districts and sighed again. What seeks to confront you is merely a boy. He directs everyone along the path he has meticulously planned. Such pressure could crush many, yet it shall not break him. His mental fortitude is formidable. Wei Xia's life retrospective. A new scene unfolds in the old district casino of Luoqiu. In a small room, the golden-haired Wei Xia clutched a piece of paper tightly, narrowing his eyes in excitement. The provincial hospital had finally completed its testing. The report indicated a DNA match for one individual. Soon, however, Wei Xia regained his composure, incinerating the test report before summoning a few thugs. From today onward, you will surveil the tea company, identify the personnel and their identities. Wei Xia coldly watched as the thugs departed. Once he confirmed who was involved, he would act swiftly, then kill. The tea company had been identified, and apart from the hostess, 3 individuals remained unrecognizable to him. One among them must surely correspond to the killer's DNA. After arranging for several thugs to follow them, Wei Xia hurried home. The constant back and forth between home and the murderer's lair left him exhausted. His grandfather forbade him from returning home. Thus Wei Xia resided in an old basement rental. His younger siblings also wished for him to stay away. A blonde thug rushed in, delivering a stack of papers to Wei Xia. He reached out, examining the contents. It was his younger brother Wei Ping's graded exam papers and academic report. Boss Wei, I obtained these from Wei Ping's teacher at school as you instructed. What use do we have for these? Those in our line of work have long since abandoned their studies. Noting the thug's confusion, Wei Xia remained silent, merely offering a pack of cigarettes and some cash. The thug left, elated with his bounty. Wei Xia approached his desk with the exam papers and academic report, beginning to review and correct them. The questions were quite simple, and he had progressed well beyond that level. He analyzed, corrected, and reflected upon the reasons, then murmured to himself, the second brother is quick-witted and steady in his endeavors. Venturing into business would be a commendable choice. It is time to guide Su Jiangong in nurturing his development in this direction. Indeed, he had previously expressed his intention to assist Wei Pingsheng in enhancing his abilities, thereby enabling Su Jiangong to recognize his potential and nurture his younger brother. Now, the moment has arrived. Wei Xia spends money to hire an elderly man, discreetly offering him a stack of cash, before seeking out the previously contacted young man with yellow hair. Tomorrow afternoon, set up a stall selling soft-shelled turtles along the route from the elementary school as it lets out. You, with the yellow hair, will also have a stall nearby, deliberately misleading customers. With everything arranged, time swiftly passes, and the following afternoon arrives. Su Jiangong, holding Wei Pingsheng's small hand, exits the school gate. Amidst a throng of parents and students, the atmosphere bustling with vendors. In the crowd, as Su Jiangong and Wei Pingsheng approach, the elderly man begins to call out to sell his soft-shelled turtles. Meanwhile, the young man with yellow hair, noticing the commotion, immediately approaches, inspecting the turtles. Your turtles are quite decent, old man. Those of mine, though smaller, sell for 4 yuan each. Yours must be priced at 6 yuan per pound, right? Trust me, 4 yuan is a loss. The young man, with a cigarette in his mouth, speaks confidently, drawing the attention of many, including Wei Pingsheng and Su Jiangong. The elderly man, hearing this, is pleased and considers raising his prices, while Wei Pingsheng, timidly glancing at his adoptive father, steps forward to speak. Firstly, this area is an old district. Everyone here is not particularly affluent. Secondly, your turtles are hardly smaller than those of this gentleman. If he raises his prices, your turtles will become the most cost-effective option, and they will sell out quickly without reducing costs, while the elderly man's turtles will languish. You may profit, but the elder will incur losses. Your notion of increasing prices is not born of goodwill. Rather, it is an attempt to exploit him for your gain. As Wei Pingsheng speaks with growing confidence, articulating his points clearly in the midst of the crowd, Su Jiangong watches his child with pride, taken aback by his economic acumen and ability to analyze the business environment. The young man with yellow hair, exposed, retreats in disgrace, while onlookers, especially parents, applaud Wei Pingsheng. Bravo! This child thinks like an adult. The upbringing is commendable. In that moment, Wei Pingsheng stands amidst the crowd, experiencing the allure of commerce for the first time, his confidence soaring. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at the back of the crowd, Wei Xia observes this scene from a distance, her yellow hair standing out, before seamlessly blending into the throng and departing quietly. In the present day, in the hospital room of Yicheng, Wei Pingsheng gazes at the image of Wei Xia, who stands apart from the crowd. The figure, resembling a delinquent, emanates a sense of tenderness. Memories of his childhood flood back to him. He recalls how his elder brother was adopted and later returned to visit him, confidently recounting an incident in which he thwarted a young man with yellow hair who attempted to deceive an elderly vendor through price competition. His brother had analyzed the market conditions and the business environment, ultimately aiding the seller of soft-shell turtles. At that time, he had admired his brother's sharp intellect, never suspecting that everything had been orchestrated by Wei Xia behind the scenes. Wei Pingsheng gazed at the feeble figure lying on the hospital bed, a pallid shadow of despair, and remained silent for an extended period. Meanwhile, Wei Pingyang adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles. Wei Xia aimed to cultivate his elder brother's nascent business acumen, simultaneously igniting within him a genuine interest in commerce. He meticulously crafted a developmental plan tailored to his brother's unique characteristics. This approach would not only earn the admiration and guidance of his brother's adoptive father, but also lay a solid foundation for his brother's future, helping him to discover a sense of direction. He was paving a path for his sibling, a road leading to infinite possibilities ahead. Yet, he found himself traversing a route shrouded in uncertainty, one that could unravel at any moment. Chapter 34. The Path to Greatness, a retrospective on Wei Xia's eldest son's life. A new scene unfolded in the live broadcast. For Wei Pingsheng, the turtle incident seemed merely a prologue. Subsequently, whether on his way to or from school, he frequently encountered various economic disputes. Just after school, as Wei Pingsheng departed, he noticed makeshift stalls ahead and approached them. Across the street from the school, the stalls were adorned with vibrant decorations, and a massive banner hung prominently. Buy a color television, receive eggs as a gift. Stroll around, take a look. Renowned color televisions, a chance not to be missed. The host energetically called out, surrounded by a plethora of brand new televisions and throngs of onlookers. Positioned near the back corner, Wei Pingsheng caught sight of a corner backstage where two staff members were lifting branded television boxes, placing them over some inferior televisions before transporting them to the front for sale. In this era, a branded television priced at over $2,000 was undoubtedly enticing. Coupled with the egg giveaway, it captivated the attention of many middle-aged and elderly individuals. When the first customer unwrapped their television, revealing the pristine device, the crowd erupted with excitement. Wei Pingsheng observed the frenzy over the televisions, his brow furrowed as he began to analyze the situation. Firstly, they attracted attention by gathering the crowd under the guise of giving away eggs. Secondly, they drew in prospective customers with the allure of branded televisions. Thirdly, they profited from the price disparity created by packaging inferior televisions in new boxes. Fourthly, perhaps with the aid of a plant, they could entirely dispel the crowd's doubts, inciting a rush. The crucial point was that they only employed the branding of renowned televisions without claiming that each unit was of a specific brand. This strategy effectively mitigated the risk of future complaints, as the term renowned is broadly defined and not considered evidence. They could easily assert that the inferior televisions they sold were indeed branded. The following day, on his way home from school, Wei Pingsheng encountered yet another scene. A crowd had gathered, watching a middle-aged man enthusiastically addressing them through a loudspeaker. The man, sporting a leather bag tucked under his arm and adorned with a luxury watch, dressed in branded attire, appeared exceedingly affluent. I am one of you, returning to my hometown with the vision of achieving shared prosperity. I am here so that we all can invest, earn, and fulfill our life goals. This project primarily deals with health products. What are health products? In contemporary medicine, we refer to a condition known as subhealth. When individuals fall ill, they resort to medication, indicating their health has deteriorated from a subhealth state to a more severe one. Can we not directly enhance our immunity and physical constitution, thereby reducing the occurrence of ailments at their source? Indeed, that is the essence of health foods. These cannot replace medications, but fundamentally improving our physical condition means we would require fewer medicines. We profit from the money typically spent on drugs, converting that expenditure into nourishment instead. They can also serve as gifts. After all, who would give medicine as a present? Consider the vast market potential. Were it not for my conscience, I would not share how to earn this money with you all. Today, as long as everyone invests, we will register each one of you. Henceforth, you shall all become shareholders in this company. The company stands firm, instilling confidence for investment. The middle-aged populace flows like a raging river, many succumbing to temptation and beginning to register. Wei Pingsheng observes with a detached gaze, his demeanor calm, as he embarks on analysis. However, this time, he does not focus on the fraudulent investment tactics, but rather on the underlying intent. The adversary's goal is monetary deception. As for the ostensibly legitimate company, it may merely be a shell entity, easily disposed of. Yet, how do they successfully ensnare victims with such inferior methods? They astutely grasp the psychology of their target demographic, their yearning for wealth. In business, two crucial elements prevail: accurately identifying the target audience and discerning market demand. Wei Pingsheng ponders silently, learning to see through objectives and refining his commercial positioning, often applying a business mindset to his surroundings, even if only at a rudimentary level. Later, during a break, Wei Pingsheng encounters a new scene. A banner is unfurled, boldly proclaiming, "Rogue bosses owe wages, using gutter oil without conscience." A dozen waitstaff sit outside the restaurant, seemingly engaged in silent protest. As Wei Pingsheng approaches to inquire about the situation, a waitress lowers her head with a sigh. We don't know if it's gutter oil, but last month's wages were unpaid, and this month's too. We are at our wits' end. Contemplating her words, Wei Pingsheng devises a plan. You can dine at the restaurant as customers. If you suspect gutter oil, after eating, claim to feel unwell and seek medical examination. Report it officially and demand an explanation from the owner. The waitstaff, invigorated by his suggestion, expressed their gratitude profusely. However, Wei Pingsheng is taken aback to discover that the establishment indeed uses gutter oil in its cooking. Several waitstaff fall ill and successfully extract compensation. Yet, some seize the opportunity to extort the owner, threatening to report him if not paid. The owner, feeling cornered, concocts a new strategy. The next day, Wei Pingsheng observes a promotional banner offering discounts for dining, understanding that the owner intends to abscond with customers' money. He reflects on the nature of this assistance. Both parties are greedy, cloaked in mutual deception. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng gazes with complexity, growing increasingly wary, grasping a crucial lesson. In business, one cannot place undue trust in anyone, nor underestimate the avarice of the human heart. Wei Xiao watches from a distance, settling accounts for the actors, who had previously portrayed the restaurant owner and the waitstaff, performing a grand play before Wei Pingsheng. Wei Xiao records Wei Pingsheng's growth. Brother, I do not know when you will depart, but ultimately, I must teach you the art of vigilance. Subsequently, Wei Xiao quietly arrives at the community where Su Jiangong resides. Observing from afar as Su Jiangong holds the small hand of Wei Pingsheng, Su Jiangong looks on with satisfaction at the child's newfound maturity and agility of thought. You are remarkable, far more mature than your peers. You have truly grown. Watching Wei Pingsheng engage animatedly with other relatives, discussing his insights into business, Su Jiangong feels an increasing sense of pride. Wei Pingsheng's performance utterly eclipses that of his contemporaries, demonstrating profound maturity. The essence of business lies in accurately identifying target demographics and understanding market demands. The influence of external circumstances is undeniably significant. In confronting competitors, one must first grasp their core intentions. Approaching from this angle often yields commendable results. The essence of commerce lies in avarice, whether one is a merchant or a client. A mutually beneficial outcome is typically requisite for sustainable growth. Wei Xiao observed this scene from a distance, a smile gracing his lips. As twilight descended, he stood in a corner, gazing intently at the laughter and joy illuminated by the lights, watching the increasingly mature youth. He spoke softly to himself. I shall not nurture the little ones. This is all I can do. Will you blame me? After a brief pause, he turned away, his voice trailing off into the silence. I am not a good brother. At the contemporary Yesheng Hospital, the pungent scent of disinfectant filled the air. Wei Pingong watched the live broadcast, her gaze fixated on the solitary figure retreating into the darkness, rendered speechless. She was at a loss for words. Simply shaking her head in complexity, the haunting phrase echoing in her mind, I am not a good brother. She pondered how Wei Xiao had endured during that time. Yet later, he succumbed to drugs, a reality she found unbearable. Why had Wei Xiao succumbed to such a fate? Was it due to pressure? In the upscale community of Gaojiang in Luoqiao City, Su Jiangong also watched, his mind drifting to the past. When his son exhibited commercial acumen before relatives, they all inquired how he had managed to raise such an extraordinary child. Some even praised Wei Pingsheng for having a deeper understanding of business than most adults. At that time, Su Jiangong was puzzled, as he had never guided the boy. He believed the child possessed an innate sensitivity to commerce, a keen instinct that promised greatness. Yet, he never anticipated that it was you who had paved the way from behind the scenes. In that moment, Su Jiangong stared at the despondent youth departing, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Simultaneously, Wei Xiao's aunt in Luoqiao City observed the eldest son with a retrospective gaze. Now aged and weary, she found herself lost in memories from 30 years prior, when everyone had scorned Wei Xiao, playing with fire, gambling away the family home, neglecting his studies, dyeing his hair blonde, tattooing his skin, smoking and drinking. He was synonymous with depravity. Yet now, a discomfort settled in her chest. Wei Xiao was simultaneously confronting those who sought to annihilate the Wei family, while also nurturing his younger brother. She bit her lip, recalling her earlier curses directed at Wei Xiao, lamenting his existence in the Wei family, deeming him worthless. The weight of remorse grew heavier. The barrage of comments on Douyin's live stream began to emerge, but he truly excels in education. This is the best, and it embodies true education. The validity of education aside, he has instilled values in his brother and paved the way for his future. Yet he is about to leave. The entire narrative is one of farewell. Chapter 35. the formal commencement of revenge. The first trending topic on Weibo has now changed to how the eldest son educates his younger brother, capturing the attention of many. Upon clicking the topic, a video segment unfolds. It prominently features clips from the recent viral comparison of the eldest son. Wei Xia is seen alone in a rented apartment, poring over various business case studies, his eyes bloodshot in the late hours, yet utterly unconcerned. A sheet of paper beside him is filled with several topics, including how to achieve business objectives, the impact of the operating environment on the market, and the relationship between price wars and market supply and demand. It is evident that Wei Xia has been writing for an extended period, resolutely continuing his studies deep into the night. Adjacent to him lie numerous well-thumbed economics textbooks, their pages showing signs of wear. The scene then shifts to Wei Xia explaining to the extras, "These are your lines. Your rhetoric should primarily entice the audience into investing, ensuring that even a child understands how you deceive." He instructs them to feign interest, focusing on the market for health products and providing engaging topics for discussion. You all will observe from the sidelines. Each of you will earn 20. Perform well. The footage transitions once more, depicting Wei Xia standing at a distance, pen and paper in hand, meticulously recording his brother's actions. Outside a restaurant, a dozen waitstaff appear anxious as they listen to Wei Pingsheng's advice, soon breaking into smiles. Witnessing this, Wei Xia beams with an innocent grin, filled with joy at his brother's growth. A flurry of comments ensues. What will such a person become in the future? I feel like he might be lost, ultimately guiding his brother. The narrative continues with a new scene set at the end of 1996. 1 year after the Wei family's turmoil began, the once frail Wei Xia has grown significantly taller, now nearing 1.7 meters, but has lost his former student appearance. Clad in a floral shirt with an open collar, his hair dyed blonde and cascading over his shoulders, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and tattoos visible on his arms, he exudes a greedy and cold demeanor. Currently, the Wei family is in the midst of their third move. Wei Pingyang, the younger sister, struggles to carry her clothes and belongings, murmuring in frustration, "Another move. 3 or 4 times in a year. How will I get to school?" The youngest, Wei Pingling, also hangs her head, visibly irritated. Cheng Zhong drags a cabinet onto a tricycle, finally voicing his complaint. "Moving again? For the rest of our lives, we'll be moving. What a misfortune." Wei Pingzheng has been taken away by the district head, Yu Jianjun, to sign adoption papers. Afterward, he struggles to find the new address. Encountering Wei Xia with a cigarette in his mouth, which inexplicably ignites his anger, Wei Pingzheng, fuming, demands, "Why are we moving again? What have you done this time?" The expressions of the Wei family grow grim. Their first relocation was due to Wei Xia playing with fire and burning down their old house. The second move occurred when Wei Xia gambled into Tan Village, losing their home to local thugs. Now, they face yet another move. Has Wei Xia stirred up trouble once more? Confronted by his brother's grip on his collar, Wei Xia, still smoking, gently disentangles Wei Pingzheng's hand, nonchalantly adjusting his collar before finally responding. Having lost a gamble, the decision to relocate rests solely on your shoulders, should you choose not to. They may come seeking their debts. The presence of Wei Pingzheng's adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, adds to the complexity of the situation as he observes Wei Xia with his shirt unbuttoned, revealing tattoos and scars upon his chest. It becomes increasingly apparent to him that taking Wei Pingzheng away was indeed the right choice. Wei Pingzheng, witnessing Wei Xia's indifference, feels a surge of anger. "Fine. We won't concern ourselves with your affairs. Have you inquired about when our parents will return?" At this, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling turn their attention to Wei Xia, pressing him with questions. Irritated by the mention of their parents, Wei Xia flicks away the ash from his cigarette. "I don't know. You ask every day. It's tiresome. And you, Wei Pingzheng, you've been adopted, so just stay away." His tone, though serious, carries a heavy weight for the others. Observing the increasingly dilapidated state of their home, Wei Pingzheng realizes that pressing for answers is futile, and he chooses to ignore Wei Xia, instead taking the hands of his 2 younger sisters. "You must remember to escape this place," he urges. "With such individuals at home, there is no future. You must venture far away." In that moment, Wei Xia listens in silence. Later, he finds himself alone on the rooftop, extending his hand as the wind blows gently like down. With the year drawing to a close and snow beginning to fall, he gazes up at the sky, cloaked in a somber haze that feels particularly oppressive. "You need to break free. This place is a deep, suffocating mire. I am enough here. You cannot remain. You must leave." Standing on the rooftop, Wei Xia gazes cheerfully at the falling snow, yet the sorrow in his eyes is profound and unshakable. Lost in thought, He recalls the past. The solitary white rabbit, wandering east and west. New clothes cannot replace old friendships, my son. This phrase conveys deep emotions. His father, Wei Liang, would recite such lines while affectionately ruffling Wei Xia's hair, his smile warm and inviting as he listened to him recite. Meanwhile, their mother busied herself with dough, her face radiant as she watched the two of them. All right, we need to make dumplings soon. Do you plan to leave me to do it alone? The father and son exchanged grins and began to assist. Meanwhile, his younger brother, Wei Pingxing, and Wei Pingxing played hopscotch with their little sister, their laughter filling the air. Wei Xia smiled, and through the haze of smoke, he seemed to catch a glimpse of those bygone days. Yet, just as quickly, his smile faded, replaced by a new, troubling scene. My son, you are the eldest in this family. His mother's face turned ashen, the acrid scent of pesticides permeating the air as blood trickled from her lips. Her gaze lingering longingly on Wei Xia. Feeling choked by the smoke, tears streamed down his face. The present weighs heavily upon him, as his grandfather and younger siblings deem him unworthy of being a son of the Wei family, let alone the eldest brother. He is burdened with the dual responsibilities of earning a living and enduring the scorn of his family. It's exhausting. Yet, Wei Xiao forces himself to stand tall. You may hate me. Go ahead, despise me. Leave, and stay far away. Do not return. Upon returning to the rented apartment, Wei Xiao listens as the gang's young subordinates report back. Those individuals have reappeared, with one spending 10,000 yuan for information, seeking two elderly people accompanied by 5 children. The unruly individuals remained unaware of Wei's intentions, yet they had been vigilantly monitoring the news during this period. This was the rationale behind his impending relocation. The drug cartel continued to pursue them, showing no signs of relinquishing their pursuit. A cold indifference flickered in Wei Xia's eyes, his demeanor ruthless. His sisters had all been sent away, and now he was prepared to make a stand. Indeed, he intended to embrace a life of depravity within the underworld, cultivating a cadre of followers to confront the adversaries head-on. Given that the opposition persisted in their relentless advance, he resolved not to remain on the defensive. He would shoulder the burden alone and engage in a bloody confrontation with these merciless killers. At the contemporary sanatorium, the elderly son Haiyang gazed intently at the screen, finally awaiting the moment to strike. Memories flooded back of how Wei Xia had once schemed against the black mine owner, Ma Ruliu, capturing incriminating photographs to extort him, which culminated in the violent clash in Datong village. He recalled the subsequent events at the Lanyue Hotel, where Wei Xia had astutely manipulated Ma Ruliu's psychology, strategically planting explosives that led to the demise of the drug dealer, Sun Xiaoli. This was the extent of Wei Xia's strategic prowess. Previously, he had operated from the shadows, but now he was prepared for an all-out confrontation. In the contemporary Luoqiu Public Security Bureau, the young officer Chen Xiaowen was also scrutinizing the developments. Particularly notable was Wei Xia's persistent inquiries into various matters, simultaneously monitoring the tea company while dispatching his subordinates to investigate any potential leaks of information. It was evident that he had long been preparing for this moment. With 2 of his brothers dispatched and his sisters soon to follow, the stage was set for a decisive battle. Veteran officer Zhou focused on the youth's face, obscured by a haze of smoke, his voice raspy. Wei Xia was ready to resist, one man against the lethal enforcers of the drug cartel. Chapter 36. Journey through the blizzard in the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Luoqiu. Wei Pingyang gazed intently at the footage of her eldest son. Wei Xia stood alone on the rooftop amidst the heavy snowfall, his posture unyielding, radiating an air of defiance. She was reminded of Wei Xia from decades ago, the boy who always had a cigarette dangling from his lips, dressed in a flamboyant shirt that revealed his tattoos, embodying a carefree demeanor. Back then, whenever he mentioned his second and third brothers, he would incessantly grumble about how their adoptive parents had failed to provide sufficient financial support. Greed, depravity, tyranny, and determination, these traits intertwined, and for a moment, she found it challenging to distinguish between them, or perhaps they had begun to coalesce into a singular entity, Wei Xia. Wei Pingling observed quietly, her expression distant, recalling the early days of 1996. When Wei Xia encountered them, he would always chuckle awkwardly, lowering his head as if seeking their approval, devoid of any domineering attitude. After a prolonged silence, she cast another glance at the figure lying on the hospital bed. In her memories, Wei Xia was forever the one who wore a pleasing smile. The barrage of comments appeared. His gentleness towards you is because you are his sisters. If you were not his sisters, how could someone with such a temperament display a pleasing smile to anyone? He is the eldest of the Wei family. He has not forgotten, thus his sharpness is always directed outward. The footage of Wei Xia's early days unfolded anew. During his year in Luoqiu, he had gained notoriety among the delinquents through sheer ruthlessness and cunning. They now referred to him as the Wolf or Brother Wolf. In a small room of the Luoqiu casino, Wei Xia sat with a cigarette in his mouth, his feet propped on a chair. During this period, he had recruited several delinquents, all of whom had been thoroughly vetted. Most of them were dropouts with decent character. He began to personally instruct them on the art of business, not merely in buying and selling, but also in how to manage the venues and collect payments. Wei Xia perused the new information organized by his subordinates. The desk held 2 reports. One was transmitted by his men concerning the tea company linked to drug dealers. As he opened the report, his subordinates continued to relay their findings. Brother Wolf, the brothers have been stationed outside the tea company as instructed for quite some time, keeping a close watch on the employees there. We have obtained this teacup, confirmed to have been used by the middle-aged man. We sent it to the provincial hospital for analysis. Here are the results. The individual is named Chu Ai, age 37, from Jiangxi. He has previously served time for theft and violent assault. As the report was unfurled, Wei Xia focused intently, nodding with narrowed eyes. He established that the DNA of this Chu Ai was linked to the fingerprints found on a pesticide bottle from last year's New Year's Eve. Sitting there, he rarely removed the cigarette from his lips, his expression growing increasingly serene as he remained silent. Huang Mao and Lu Changjiang, his subordinates, sensed something was amiss with their leader this time. Wei Xia, typically brash and aggressive, now appeared calm, which sent chills down their spines. Inside the small casino room, Wei Xia began to laugh exuberantly, tears of joy streaming down his face as he clutched the report tightly, his fingers turning pale from exertion. In that moment, he resembled a madman. Ignoring his 2 subordinates, he held onto the report with fierce determination. A year had passed. How many grievances had he endured? At long last, one of the drug traffickers has been apprehended. Now, news has finally emerged. In addition to Yang Daong, who was found at the old inn, the perpetrator Chu Ai has also been located. Wei Xia, filled with excitement, trembled slightly. Go, immediately arrange for someone to keep a close watch on Chu Ai. I must know his every move. The fishmonger hurriedly departs, wiping the sweat from his brow, while Wei Xia's gaze shifts to Huang Mao, his expression grave as he commands. Go, have someone monitor the black mine owner, Ma Chilio. Huang Mao exits. Bang. Outside, the sound of firecrackers reverberates, as every household prepares to celebrate the new year. Wei Xia gazes out at the fireworks with a complex expression, lost in thought. Memories from a year prior flood back to him. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, his parents met a tragic end. In that moment, he can no longer contain his shivers, clutching his head, trembling in solitude. It takes him a considerable time to regain his composure. Wei Xia soon returns home to join his family for the New Year's reunion, needing to restore his emotional balance. His grandmother is busy cooking in the kitchen, while Wei Pingzheng converses with his 2 younger sisters. Upon hearing the door open, they turn to look, their eyes filled with disdain. No one holds any regard for this brother. His daily life revolves around smoking, drinking, and engaging in fights. When they mention him, they feel nothing but shame. You still remember to come back? You still acknowledge you have a home? Aren't you out there in the streets? Why not celebrate the new year with your delinquent friends? Wei Xia pays little heed to their words, forcing a smile, though his eyes reveal a deep sense of longing as he observes his 3 siblings. Xingzhong sits at the table, arranging the dishes, avoiding eye contact with Wei Xia. The children of the Wei family are all well, yet they have produced a scourge. He sneers, your home is not here, it's in the gambling dens. Why not go back there to celebrate? The joyous atmosphere that had initially filled the kitchen dissipates upon Wei Xia's arrival, smiles fading as his grandfather furrows his brow and returns to the kitchen, muttering under his breath about the misfortune of seeing a head full of yellow hair during the new year. Wei Xia remains silent, merely observing his siblings. His voice barely above a whisper, you all will be well, won't you? His words are soft, seemingly envisioning a brighter future for them. Wei Pingzheng fixes a cold gaze on Wei Xia and retorts, we will certainly be just fine. The books say that those who associate closely with the virtuous will flourish, while those who consort with the wicked will falter. As long as we stay away from undesirable influences, we will thrive. Sisters, remember this, never become like him. His final words, directed at his 2 sisters, resonate loudly. Both nod in agreement, their expressions stern. Wei Xia can only smile foolishly, his eyes reluctant to leave the sight of his siblings. Then that's settled. You all must be well. In that moment, he murmurs complexly, repeating the words must be well. The sounds of firecrackers fill the air for the new year. Snow begins to fall, and fireworks light up the sky. Wei Pingzheng takes one sister by the hand, leading her to the window to gaze at the fireworks. Wei Xia, however, does not watch the display. Instead, he sits contentedly in an old chair, watching his siblings with an innocent and sincere smile. He murmurs softly to himself, "You must face your adversaries alone. Thus you must learn the most crucial lesson in life, to say goodbye. This quagmire has room for you alone. You must confront everything by yourself." You are the eldest in the family. Amidst the cacophony of fireworks, the sound drowned out all else, rendering this moment unheard. In a contemporary hospital room, Wei Pingzheng absorbed the words spoken around him. His impression of Wei Xia was one of a drug addict, a parasite, a gambler. He had never witnessed him shed tears. Yet now, he gazed at the scene before him, observing his second brother in a simulated state. Second brother, Wei Xia. A new scene unfolded, depicting the eve of the Lunar New Year in 2025. In cities like Shihai, Luoqiao, Yeqing, and Baiqing, numerous families gathered at home to watch this Mindwave live-stream memory program. In Yeqing, a family sat together, a middle-aged couple wearing expressions of complex emotion. He was bidding farewell, spending his final new year at home. The memories of deep-seated enmity lingered in his mind. Yet, at times he longed for home. He did not wish for death, yet felt compelled to embrace it. Chapter 37. The Struggle on the Eve of New Year's Eve. 25 years ago, a multitude of spectators bore witness to a poignant scene. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, a young boy stood with an icy demeanor, devoid of the festive joy typically associated with the new year, and instead enveloped in a profound loneliness. Memories from Wei Xia's life began to unfurl. It was the Lunar New Year's Eve of 1996 in Luoqiao. Following Wei Pingxing's return, he was sent to the Wei family by his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, to partake in the family reunion. Grandparents busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing and serving dishes. Wei Pingsheng, holding the hands of his younger siblings, guided them to the sofa, where several small bags lay in wait, gifts he had brought for them. "Xiaozheng, this is for you. I found this Go set outside, and I also included a book on Go strategies. I hope you like it. For my little sister, I bought a book on physics and chemistry, along with a supplementary guide. And for my youngest sister, a toy, a musical microphone that plays songs." Upon hearing these words, Wei Pingzheng beamed as he accepted the Go set and book, his joy palpable. "I also prepared gifts for you all. Grandma, here is a new outfit for you. And Grandpa, this is a thermos, perfect for brewing tea. It keeps the warmth for a long time during winter." Every family member received gifts, their spirits lifted with merriment. Yet, amidst the jubilation, no one offered a gift to Wei Xia, who stood forlornly by the window. Though all eyes were upon him, he was treated as if he were invisible. Wei Pingxing cast a cold glance at Wei Xia, noticing the envy flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the presents, and then turned away with a sneer. Wei Xia merely managed a sheepish smile until the family had finished distributing gifts, after which he approached Yu Jianjun and Su Jiangong, his demeanor awkward. "My brothers are quite clever." It seemed a clumsy attempt at conversation. Yu Jianjun remained silent, while Su Jiangong, known for his gentle nature, nodded with a smile. Wei Pingsheng sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. If these two brothers were not to give away their earnings, they would surely amass a considerable sum in just a few years' time. At that point, the family could alleviate their current struggles. "Why don't you two consider giving a little more?" Yu Jianjun frowned upon hearing this, his gaze fixated on the now taller youth, marked by several scars. The boy's eyes betrayed his avarice. Wei Pingzheng's face flushed with anger as he bit back his words. "Wei Xia, what on earth do you want? Must you embarrass yourself? Are you a beggar, constantly seeking money from others? With capable hands and feet, can you not earn for yourself?" Even the usually mild-mannered Su Jiangong frowned, remaining silent. Previously, when Wei Xia had asked Wei Pingxing for money, he had already received quite a sum. Now, it seemed his appetite had grown insatiable. Wei Xia, undeterred, held his head high. "Am I not stating the truth? Do not forget the blood of the Wei family that runs through your veins. Shouldn't you contribute a little to the Wei family? What is so shameful about that?" As they exchanged glances filled with bitterness, a sudden shattering of glass echoed from the window, followed by a violent banging on the door. "Oi, Wei, get out here quickly. Don't think hiding here will keep you safe." A voice boomed. "When are you going to repay the 3,000 you borrowed from us? If you want to be a coward, we have our ways to ensure your family doesn't enjoy this new year." The door burst open, and 4 individuals, led by a man with yellow hair, stormed in, wreaking havoc as they smashed anything in sight. The leader then seized Wei Xia by the collar, sneering, "Oh, Is this your home? Certainly. Now I know where your family resides. Where is the money? If you are unprepared, I can summon my associates to seize everything here and ascertain its value. Wei Xia recoiled slightly, seemingly filled with trepidation. Brother Huang, I am gathering it. I have the funds. Su Jiangong sighed deeply, producing 3,000 yuan and handing it to Wei Xia, who personally delivered it to Huang Mao. It was not until Huang Mao departed that Qing Zhong exhaled a sigh and lowered his head. How humiliating. Both the Wei and Cheng families have lost face this time. Wei Pingzheng gritted his teeth, surveying the disarray of their home. I truly do not wish to return, with individuals like you around. It is only a matter of time before the house is reduced to rubble. Wei Xia paid him no mind, merely observing Huang Mao's departure, seemingly relieved. Qing Zhong repeatedly kicked him out the door, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to squat at the entrance. Until Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng departed under the guidance of their adoptive parents, Wei Pingyang also held the small hand of Wei Pingling, casting an exasperated glance at him. Remember, little sister, we no longer have an older brother. As if he had not heard, Wei Xia merely fixed a cold smile upon Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingxing. Not returning? If you have the ability, do not return. Each time you claim you will not return, do you not ultimately come back, living a good life? Shouldn't you give your brother some money? In a narrow alley, Huang Mao and Lu Changjiang, accompanied by the earlier ruffians who had been so boastful, now stood before Wei Xia with an air of deference. They were indeed the same thugs who had pursued debts from the Wei family. Brother Wolf, our comrades have uncovered some news. Those individuals are still searching for the Wei family. It is said they have even reached the previous mining town and Datan village. However, they have not taken any action. Wei Xia, cigarette in mouth, nodded. He understood that the adversaries were merely biding their time. Perhaps initially. It was not just that his father had offended them, but rather that it was a relentless vendetta. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Let there be a battle. However, the two younger brothers must not return. The two sisters must also be swiftly sent away, lest they become entangled in this quagmire. Reflecting on the expressions of Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingzheng as they departed, Wei Xia felt an increasing urgency. As long as the sisters were sent away, the two brothers would likely reduce their visits, or perhaps never return home again. On the other side, at the tea company, the drug dealer Lu Chong, bald and furrowed brow, held a pager, his eyes filled with agitation. He was on the phone with a drug dealer from Yunnan. On the other end, a furious voice erupted. Chong, has the Wei family been utterly annihilated? What the hell are you doing? Lu Chong's breath quickened, clearly incensed by the barrage of insults. Yet, he dared not offend the caller, suppressing his frustration. Brother Peng, we will search immediately. After the call ended, Chong glared at his 5 reckless subordinates. His expression dark as thunder. Search. Go find them now. Damn it. In the office, Lu Chong paced anxiously, stroking his bald head, filled with unease. He sensed that someone from the Wei family had certainly noticed. But so what? A bunch of insignificant brats. Can they truly create chaos? Each of them has blood on their hands. If they do not expedite this deal, what are they waiting for? The Wei family must be obliterated, or we will be in deep trouble. They have offended individuals we dare not provoke. Lu Chong's expression was fierce, accompanied by 5 middle-aged men, all bearing similarly menacing visages. These were all handpicked by Lu Chong himself. Among them was even a man who had ruthlessly slaughtered the village chief and his entire family of 7. Fleeing for 3 or 4 years thereafter, Lu Chong held a particular admiration for such individuals, recognizing their potential to align with his ambitions. Meanwhile, a multitude of comments circulated online. So many of these individuals are participants in the Wei family massacre. Behind these hardened criminals, there may even be more formidable forces at play. Did you notice how subservient the bald man appeared during his phone call? He did not dare to retort even when insulted, suggesting that his counterpart holds a higher standing than he does. The bald drug dealer is backed by the drug traffickers of Western Yunnan and the Southeast Asian narcotics trade, alongside a mysterious middle-aged man with a bald head. Wei Xia stood amidst a shroud of obscurity, resolutely advancing through the haze without retreat. Chapter 38. At all costs. As the new year passed, Wei Xia re-emerged in the casino, albeit with his arms slung around his neck, his body still seeping blood. Recently, he had begun to cultivate a greater number of thugs, vying for control over the casino and nightclub territories. Returning from these confrontations, drenched in blood had become commonplace. His chest and abdomen bore more knife wounds, and his palms were riddled with unhealed puncture marks from a homemade spiked club. Yet, he remained undeterred, summoning Huang Mao and the fishmonger to strategize on how to seize the southern nightclub. Days later, During a violent clash at the Southern nightclub, the authorities were alerted. The police arrived swiftly, with Vice Captain Sun Haiyang of the Luo Chiu Public Security Bureau leading the operation to apprehend both factions, resulting in their imprisonment. In the interrogation room, Sun Haiyang, buoyed by his recent success in apprehending numerous human traffickers, exuded an air of authority and confidence. Upon seeing Wei Xia, he scrutinized him closely, then froze in shock. Although Wei Xia was now marked by numerous injuries, Sun Haiyang recalled the dyed-haired, tattooed youth from the severed limb case. Thus the memory remained vivid. In that moment, he was transported back to the past, to the human trafficking case in the mining town. Envisioning Wei Xia lying in the muddy valley, clutching his wounds, yet radiating vitality. And now, this boy had transformed into a gang member, adorned with tattoos, engaging in brawls and turf wars. Sun Haiyang approached, the escorting officers halting in their tracks. He gazed earnestly at Wei Xia. How have you become this way? This is not who you used to be. Where is the child who returned home from the hospital, wounded but unwilling to worry his family? He was uncertain, but his expression was laden with complexity. Wei Xia, covered in tattoos and scars, looked defiantly at Sun Haiyang, his neck stiffened in disdain. You wouldn't understand. My brothers are in it. How could I not be? How else can we be brothers? In this life, loyalty is paramount. Meaningless loyalty. You're young, engaging in fights and accumulating a criminal record. Do you realize you've ruined your life? Sun Haiyang's frustration surged as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. You are only 18. Do you even grasp the concept of brotherhood? In response to the tirade, Wei Xia casually turned away, exuding indifference. Sun Haiyang's anger intensified. Yet he could only leave in resignation. Qing Zhong arrived to bail him out, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wei Xia in exasperation. The Chung family and the Wei family have always produced scholars. For over a century, there has never been a criminal among us. You have brought disgrace upon us. Do you intend to drive me to my grave? Qing Zhong clutched his heart, while Wei Xia remained unfazed, whistling nonchalantly as he walked away. Meanwhile, Sun Haiyang was in his office, reviewing the dossier on Wei Xia that had been specially compiled. He was astonished to discover that Wei Xia had amassed dozens of subordinates, a fleet of trucks, and enforcers from gaming halls. The underground forces in both the old and reformed districts of Luo Chiu were now under Wei Xia's control. His ferocity in fights, coupled with his numerous injuries, had made him the most respected figure among them, earning the lion's share of the spoils. Amidst his shock, Sun Haiyang felt a sense of confusion. Wei Xia appeared to have no need for money. His generosity was evident. Yet, why did he persist in engaging so recklessly in these brawls? The so-called big brother merely sends the younger ones to take the fall. Soon, Sun Haiyang encounters Wei Xia once again in the detention room, this time for yet another brawl. What exactly do you aspire to become? I've done my research on you. You've emerged as a thug, yet you keep little for yourself. What do you hope to gain? The youthful Sun Haiyang's gaze was piercing, searching for answers in the eyes of the once innocent boy. Wei Xia remained indifferent, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. What do I aim for? Just to survive. Look at me. I can summon dozens of brothers with a mere call. How powerful is that? Only this way can I find my joy. Sun Haiyang observed his complete descent into depravity and left, disheartened. After his release, Wei Xia began to host private rooms in a nightclub adjacent to a tea company, also stationing a number of thugs in the arcade. Today, they were ostensibly there to claim their territory. At this moment, Wei Xia was peering through the window of a private room, his eyes sharp, waiting for Chu AI, the individual from the DNA comparison. When Chu AI finally appeared, Wei Xia coldly commanded action. The two groups of thugs clashed violently. Nearly 100 individuals engaged in a tumultuous brawl. Huang Mao, following orders, made a beeline for Chu AI, forcefully pinning him down, shrouding him in a sack, and whisking him away unnoticed. In a dimly lit room, Chu AI felt a chill of fear. He looked down upon these lowly thugs. But today's events were clearly premeditated. The thugs themselves were not the real threat, but rather those orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Particularly as he watched himself being bound and masked, the assailants mercilessly striking at his torso, head, and other vital areas, nearly rendering him numb from the pain. The makeshift weapon struck his thighs repeatedly, leaving a multitude of puncture wounds, and now, in agony, he lacked the strength even to scream. Outside, Wei Xia wore an expressionless mask as he opened the door. In that moment, Chu AI gazed at the mask, feeling a profound dread. Something was amiss. He thought of the deaths of Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli, and the inexplicable confrontations with the Black Mine. He couldn't help but struggled to speak. Who are you? Are you the one pulling the strings? If you dare, Just kill me. Go ahead and kill me. Beneath the mask, Wei Xia remained impassive. His cold gaze fixated on the bloodied figure before him, eyes filled solely with hatred. This man was, like Yang Daong, one of the former masked figures. Wei Xia remained silent as he retrieved a medical mask, placing it over Chu Ai's face while donning him with a leather jacket, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Upon seeing this attire, a chill ran through Chu Ai's body, and he realized everything. Trembling, he finally spoke. Who are you? And how do you know about the Wei family? In that moment, Wei Xia replied coldly. The son of the Wei family, here to exact vengeance. Chu Ai nearly spiraled into madness. It truly is a scion of the Wei family seeking revenge. 25 years later in the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, now aged, wrapped himself in a blanket, coughing severely. In his youth, he had tirelessly pursued cases, leaving behind a legacy of health issues, and now, in his twilight years, he was beset by ailments. Yet, he paid little heed, fixated instead on the live broadcast, a chill running down his spine as images flooded his mind. In the days of yore, within the confines of a prison, a youth, carefree and nonchalant, spoke with a playful grin, embodying an air of indifference. Subsequently, the youth, Wei Xia, enlightened him that the essence of survival lay in the pursuit of joy, presenting a fade of strength. On that fateful day, upon perusing Wei Xia's dossier, he discerned the latter's burgeoning command over an expanding realm of influence, with dozens of ruffians under his sway. At that moment, Sun Haiyang finally connected the dots. He gazed upon that mask and murmured, "So, your entanglement in the underworld was merely a strategy to amass followers, to escalate matters and capitalize on chaos to apprehend individuals. No wonder you are always the fiercest in brawls yet leave no financial trace. You are utilizing every resource to track down drug traffickers." Sun Haiyang's cough grew increasingly severe as he reflected on the entire saga of his acquaintance with Wei Xia. It began with the human trafficking case in a mining town, followed by the covering of medical expenses, facilitating interviews, rebuking at the intersection of the amputee case, and 2 inquiries in prison. All of it was a fade, a mere illusion. Entering prison was part of your design. Sun Haiyang's voice trembled with age. Ultimately, everything coalesced into a profound sigh. It is simply too challenging. Chapter 39. Moving forward in this contemporary tale of retribution. The viewership of Wei Xia's life retrospective has surpassed 10 million. Many are captivated by the unfolding scene. It is the end of March 1996, and Wei Xia has, through great effort, captured one of the murderers responsible for a massacre. Trembling with emotion, Wei Xia scrutinizes the drug dealer through the mask he wears. With excitement coursing through him, he paces around Chu Ai, who is dressed identically to his appearance on last year's New Year's Eve. Hatred, restrained and simmering within its cage, threatens to erupt in madness as Wei Xia's heart races with exhilaration. He then bows before an unmarked altar, trembling, murmuring to himself, "I have found him. I have found him. I can take my revenge." Bound and dressed as he was on that fateful night, Chu Ai meets the gaze of the masked figure, and a shiver runs down his spine. What kind of eyes peer from beneath the mask? Bloodshot and fierce, yet seemingly imbued with an unsettling calmness and rationality. New comments flood the live stream, originating from the police. Regarding Chu Ai, there are records in the police archives. He once killed 3 creditors over gambling debts, subsequently committing multiple robberies, including hijacking a truck, before mysteriously disappearing. Despite the police's relentless pursuit, he seemed to vanish without a trace until now. For he has caught the attention of Wei Xia. The audience watches, the atmosphere thick with tension, their eyes fixated on the mask, a chill coursing through them. In the frame, Chu Ai takes a deep breath, suppressing his trembling body, and begins to plead for mercy. "I can pay you. I have 250,000. And some gold. I will give it all to you." Silence often weighs the heaviest, and the psychological defenses Chu Ai had erected begin to crumble as he gasps for air, like a fish suffocating. He seeks to buy his life. The masked figure merely scoffs, speaking as if to himself, uttering words Chu Ai dreads to hear. "Chu Ai, let me remind you. On New Year's Eve in 1995, in a mining town, there was a van, a Santana, 6 individuals clad in leather, wearing masks, and one among them brandished poison, forcefully administering it to a woman." As the masked figure continues to recount the details, despair envelopes Chu Ai. "You are indeed a member of the Wei family," he exclaims, his emotions spiraling, his strength surging as he struggles, repeatedly demanding answers. They are still searching for each other, but now that he has been found, the outcome is all too evident. The masked figure persists in detailing every aspect, setting up a small stool and sharpening a knife, methodically preparing for what is to come. The harsh sound of the blade scraping against the stone reverberates, slow and deliberate, reminiscent of a butcher preparing for slaughter. This sound, akin to the ancient punishment of water torture, alone can dismantle a person's psychological defenses. In the depths of his terror, Chu Ai finally breaks, utterly devoid of strength. What do you want? I beg you, I will cooperate in any way. I can help you find others. Within the dim confines of the small room, the sound of sharpening ceases, and the masked figure looks up, two dark voids seemingly gazing intently. Unseen by others, beneath the mask, a youthful face is already streaked with tears. Wei Xia, fierce and relentless, interrogates with a steely resolve. What distinguishing features did the others involved in the massacre possess? What are their names? I declare, I shall express everything. There exists Lu Chang, Luo Fei, as well as Sun Xiaoli and Yang Daong. A near lamentation. A dual collapse of both psyche and physique. Chu Ai conveyed the details swiftly. Half an hour later, Wei Xia emerged from the dark chamber, removing his mask. Inside that shadowy room, blood was splattered profusely. Wei Xia rubbed his face, still trembling, and after a considerable time, he began to organize the statements. Firstly, the arm tattoo signifies membership in the same drug trafficking organization, though Chu Ai is unaware of the specifics regarding the traffickers. Secondly, the leader, a bald man named Lu Chang, nicknamed Xiangzi, is of mixed Chinese and Burmese descent, suspected to be a core member of the organization. Thirdly, the known individuals include Sun Xiaoli, Lu Chang, Chu Ai, Yang Daong, along with two others named Luo Fei and Zhang Wei. Wei Xia meticulously arranged the details on the paper, crossing out the names of Sun Xiaoli and Yang Daong, while subsequently encircling Chu Ai's name. Behind him, the weakening sound of Chu Ai's final breaths merged with the rustling of paper, a hoarse and despairing symphony. In contemporary times, within the hospital of Yi City, Wei Pingzhen furrowed his brow, gazing at the perpetrator of the massacre. The forces involved in the annihilation extended beyond the assassination organization, encompassing a drug trafficking chain from Western Yunnan and possibly even high-ranking insiders. Yet, during that year, Wei Xia had just come of age, burdened with for younger siblings. His only reliance was upon himself. It is unfathomable what Wei Xia confronted in that moment. Report to the authorities. Such matters cannot be shouldered alone. At that time, in the sanatorium, Sun Haiyang, now increasingly frail and coughing, still exuded authority. He summoned his former subordinates to retrieve files concerning the Wei family. Upon reaching the section detailing Wei Xia's father, he discovered the captain of the drug enforcement team in Yunnan, who had eradicated multiple attempts to smuggle drugs across borders. Sun Haiyang's expression grew complex as he concealed the documents, his pallor intensifying. A narcotics officer. He finally comprehended why Wei Xia was reluctant to report the incident. A narcotics officer has offended too many people, with the looming specter of high-ranking officials possibly lurking behind. A hasty report could prove detrimental. No wonder you faced such formidable enemies beyond imagination. Sun Haiyang sighed, reflecting on the countless encounters of the past, ultimately falling into silence. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, while many celebrated, indulging in hot pot, reunion dinners, firecrackers, and fireworks, some families watched the eldest son's comparison live broadcast. Observing Wei Xia's frenzied determination, calm rationality. Could such an individual truly be virtuous? In Yu City, a full-time mother spoke with complexity. Luo Qiu. Two youths observed. Perhaps he does not embody a paragon of virtue, yet he has never been malevolent. The boys regarded him with intricate emotions. How could one, who sacrifices everything for vengeance against his parents' foes and fiercely protects his younger siblings, descend into true wickedness? A new chapter in the life of Wei Xia unfolds. A fresh scene commences. In the dim chamber, Chu Ai, barely clinging to life, bruised and battered, slumped in a chair, showing no signs of struggle, only faint breaths. Upon seeing the masked figure return, Chu Ai remained silent, not daring to plead for mercy, merely enveloped in despair. In Wei Xia's hand, a deep brown plastic bottle swayed, gently placed before Chu Ai. This bottle of pesticide was chosen with care, reminiscent of the one presented to his mother on last year's New Year's Eve. Wei Xia then uncapped the bottle and pried open Chu Ai's mouth. Subsequently, he departed. The midday sunlight cascaded through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground, warming his skin with a gentle heat. Time seemed to flow peacefully. Yet, the more beautiful the moment, the deeper Wei Xia's solitude grew, his head bowed low. In days gone by, his father envisioned him as a police officer, while his mother dreamed of a life in politics, or perhaps as a doctor or lawyer. But what of now? Wei Xia raised his hand, the sunlight illuminating it with a tinge of crimson. It had become so tainted. Forgive me, Mom and Dad. I have failed to inherit your glory. I bear no badge of justice upon my person. Wei Xia murmured, gazing down at the tattoos and scars that marred his skin. These grotesque marks seemed to mock him. No matter how brilliant the sunlight, his body was forever ensnared in the filthy mire. I could not become a doctor, nor will I ever be a lawyer, much less inherit my father's identity. Mom and Dad, I have disappointed you. Chapter 40. A powerless dilemma in the early days of April 1996, in Luochio. Wei Xia commanded attention with an air of authority. Listen up. Everyone needs to uncover who is pulling the strings behind the tea company. Amidst a haze of smoke, Wei Xia flicked away the ashes, addressing his subordinates. Now, he wielded considerable influence over nearly 200 core individuals across 2 districts, deeply entrenched in various grassroots industries. The news spread swiftly, eliciting immediate responses. Huang Mao, Lu Changjiang, gazed at Wei Xia with a hint of fervor in his eyes. In the 2 districts of Luochio, Wolf Brothers' reputation was formidable. After Huang Mao and the others departed, Wei Xia discarded Chu Ai's severed arm, adorned with a scorpion tattoo, at the entrance of a residential complex. He then sought out a public phone booth and dialed a number, one that Chu Ai had instructed Lu Chang to leave behind. Wei Xia's tone was chilling. At the old family district, 3rd floor, come take a look. On the other end of the line, the bald Lu Chang felt his heart race. Who are you? A member of the Black Mine? Or someone else? Speak clearly. Just come see. This scorpion tattoo is something else. Lu Chang exploded with anger, but before he could finish, the line went dead. Frustrated, he slammed down the receiver. Damn it, let us go. The address provided was undoubtedly Chu Ai's residence. How could he possibly be unaware? A sense of unease crept into Lu Chang's mind as he recalled Yang Daong and Sun Xiaoli. Upon arriving at the designated location and witnessing the gruesome sight of the severed arm tattooed with a scorpion, Lu Chang was consumed by fury. Chu Ai is gone. He cursed, his expression twisted with rage, yet a deeper fear gripped his heart. This is the 3rd one. Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and now Chu Ai, who vanished in the dead of night. It felt as though an unseen force was orchestrating chaos behind the scenes. They could not identify the enemy, yet one by one, his brothers were disappearing, leaving him shivering with dread. Find them. Bring them to justice. Inform those in the shadows to send more men. Lu Chang's suppressed bloodlust erupted as he barked orders. Later that evening, in the tea company's conference room, amidst swirling smoke, a subordinate reported to the bald drug dealer, Brother, there are many looking for us in Luochio City. A group of thugs from the old district is snooping around underground venues. And those rats from the Black Mine are also inquiring about us. Hearing this, Lu Chang narrowed his eyes. Following closely were a dozen hardened criminals, each wearing a menacing expression. Damn it, let's deal with them. Eliminate them all. We'll see who dares to pry into our affairs. The atmosphere became palpably tense. They had encountered kidnappings and extortion before. A severed arm would not intimidate them. However, moments later, the fervor in the room dissipated entirely when the tea company receptionist delivered a package, stating it was sent to the boss. Cautiously, the crowd opened it, revealing a severed leg from a pair of black trousers. In an apparent effort to facilitate identification, the adversary deliberately left behind clothing and footwear. Lu Chang felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Ai's legs. At that moment, Lu Chang's expression darkened, and he finally comprehended the implications of his opponent's intentions. Who, indeed, was this individual? This was a situation where the opponent seemed utterly determined to ensure their mutual destruction. The scoundrels lurking in the mines would only dare to bully the ordinary, but they would not possess the audacity to confront such foes. Those capable of such heinous acts were nothing short of ruthless lunatics. Now, the adversary was like a wild dog, relentlessly seeking opportunities to strike. Lu Chang had grown weary of this insidious fear, extinguishing his cigarette, but he resolved to take action. If he allowed the adversary to continue picking them off one by one, today it was Chu Ai, and tomorrow, who could say that his own hands and feet would not turn up in some unknown location? Yet, his survival to this point was not solely due to recklessness. He had a vast network of connections backing him. Late at night, gazing out the window, the drug dealer Lu Chang gritted his teeth in contemplation, murmuring to himself, who could it be? Did the Wei family have any allies or associates? He scrutinized the information from Yunnan, which revealed that aside from the couple, All other relatives were ordinary individuals, completely unaware of their true identities. The Wei family. After a prolonged period of reflection, Lu Chang's frown deepened, the only sound being the rustling of paper. As for the Wei family's children, the eldest was merely 18 or 19 years old. What could they possibly do? On New Year's Eve, 25 years ago, in the police station, the dumplings in the box had grown cold, yet the young officer Chen Xiaowen paid them no mind. He was engrossed in reviewing old case files concerning drug traffickers with old Zhou. The individual known as Ma Zhou, from Shiko Town, had participated in the robbery of Luoqiu Gold Firm in '94, where he had constructed a nail gun to murder a security guard before fleeing. Another, Chen Daiyu, from Hutua Village, had committed a taxi robbery in '95, resulting in the accidental death of the driver. Following that, he had repeatedly committed crimes, employing the same methods to murder 3 individuals before escaping. These files starkly recorded the information of Lu Chang's former henchmen, notorious for their violent pasts. The more he examined the records, the more Chen Xiaowen found it difficult to fathom. The barely 19-year-old Wei Xia was to confront criminals so fearsome that even adults dared not engage with them, and now he was to seek revenge alone. This was more than mere difficulty. Old Zhou observed, murmuring in complexity. The online discourse surrounding the eldest son's investigation was gaining traction. Given the involvement of multiple cases, it had captured the attention of law enforcement. Currently, Wu Kongguan, the captain of the criminal division in Luoqiu City, and Zhang Angxi, the deputy chief, watched the program with furrowed brows, analyzing. Psychological fortitude was the most crucial element. Wei Xia's first step was to design a scheme to entrap Yang Daong through the human trafficking case, acquiring partial testimonies and collecting DNA evidence. The second step involved instigating an explosion to provoke retaliation from the black mine criminals, resulting in Sun Xiaoli's death, while simultaneously locating the tea company's base. The third step was to orchestrate a large-scale brawl among the thugs, seizing the opportunity to capture Chu AI and obtain specific information about Lu Chang. Each step is intricately interconnected, leveraging opportunities with skillful precision, while simultaneously utilizing this moment to uncover new evidence. After Wu Zongwen's analysis, Zhang Angxi couldn't help but nod, though a sigh escaped his lips. Such a promising talent, yet it seems a tragic waste. Had he chosen the righteous path, one can hardly fathom the heights he might have achieved by now. With the broadcast of the eldest son's comparative program, interest surged dramatically, propelling it to the pinnacle of trending topics. A new section has emerged on Weibo. On the left, Wei Xia stands alone, his figure emaciated. He appears to smile. Yet upon closer inspection, it resembles a cry. On the right, a band of outlaws led by Lu Chang looms ominously, shrouded in shadow, labeled with terms such as drug trafficking syndicate and agents, exuding a formidable presence. The juxtaposition of their images creates an atmosphere heavy with tension and impending conflict. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments begins to flow in abundance. His greatest anguish is not the burden of hatred, but the solitude, a loneliness that no one comprehends. Some are destined to bloom and wither in the shadows, forever yearning for recognition. Chapter 41. I am destined to decay, but you shall not. A retrospective on Wei Xia's eldest son. April 1996. Luoqiu Police Station. The now 167-meter-tall Wei Xia has dyed his hair a striking yellow, with fierce azure dragon tattoos adorning his arms and a knife scar concealed beneath his garments. His forehead and shoulders bear the marks of past injuries, exuding a menacing aura. Old calluses linger on his fists. Behave yourself, the prison guard admonishes. Wei Xia, captured for brawling, faces the officer's scold with a carefree grin, seemingly indifferent to the reprimand. Cheng Zhong, having endured numerous tribulations over the past year, appears increasingly aged, his once straight posture now slightly hunched. Upon seeing Wei Xia for the first time in the police station, his expression shifts to one of furious indignation. Are you intent on tearing this family apart? Look at you. What have you become? If it weren't for you, would we need to move? Cheng Zhong's anger flares, his heart racing, momentarily darkening his vision. Yet, Wei Xia remains unfazed, merely chuckling, with a glimmer of youthful bravado and pride in his eyes. Sun Haiyang, now the captain of a major criminal investigation team, observes Wei Xia and gestures for his colleagues to step away, pausing in the stairwell. He pats Wei Xia on the shoulder. Once, you were so tenacious, so full of life. How have you fallen so low? Sun Haiyang still remembers the boy from the valley, as well as the sight of him leaving the hospital, wounded and unwilling to burden his family with worry. Now, all that remains is a sigh. Wei Xia feigns ignorance of Sun Haiyang's lamentation. After departing the police station, he returns to the casino, brandishing a club. At Luochio No. 1 High School's Black Internet CAF, Wei Xia, unarmed with any sharp weapons, kicks open the door and rushes into the back room. The CAF's owner, Sun Jian, is engrossed in a game. The onslaught of blows rains down like a tempest, leaving bruises on his shoulders, waist, and arms, accompanied by his continuous cries of anguish. Who are you? What do you want? Those who run Black Internet CAFs are not benign characters. Yet even so, Sun Jian finds himself crumpled in a corner, trembling, too terrified to rise. He had already suffered at the hands of this inexplicable assailant, and now the torment returns, pushing him to the brink of despair. After dispatching his underlings, Wei Xia departs with a cold smirk. Only when Wei Xia's silhouette fades into the distance does Sun Jian muster the strength to rise, trembling and in excruciating pain. As he dials the police, I was inexplicably attacked again by the same group. This time, Wei Xia is detained for several days for re-education and even compensates the victim. However, upon his release, he swiftly returns to assault Sun Jian once more. The previous injuries have yet to heal, and Sun Jian, trembling and sobbing, curls up on the ground, his eyes vacant. I1T reported. I'm too afraid. He is genuinely terrified. These individuals are utterly deranged. Unexpectedly, Wei Xia squats down, his club striking Sun Jian's head as he lets out a cold laugh. Once again, Wei Xia departs, leaving Sun Jian to struggle to his feet, silently contemplating whom he has offended. Was it those brats from No. 3 middle school? Or the chubby one from the third year of No. 1 high school? After much deliberation, Sun Jian grits his teeth and summons all his thugs. Remember, never let anyone bully you again. He is gripped by fear. The man is a madman. He dares not gamble. The news spread not only within the first middle school, but also reached the third. Nowadays, even the delinquents at these 3 schools have received word. They must not bully others, for a lunatic seeks vengeance. Even the leaders of these ruffians tremble with fear. And naturally, the others are frightened as well. They remain oblivious to the identity of the one behind it all. Upon exiting the Internet CAF with Wei Xia, the bleached-haired Lu Changjiang offered him a cigarette, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Wolf brother, your younger brother has been bullied. You have gone to great lengths for him. Why not tell him? He could discern that Wolf brother's sibling appeared to look down upon him, even exuding an air of superiority. The smoke, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared quite enchanting. Wei Xia merely shook his head, internally reflecting, I am a wretched being. I must not involve them. I am destined for a grim fate, but it matters not, as long as they remain untainted by my misfortune. The moniker Wolf began to circulate across various middle schools, from the first to the third. At times, as Wei Xia passed by the first school, Wang Shuai, the most timid and often bullied student, mustered the courage to greet him, greetings, brother. In that moment, numerous students, who typically bore the brunt of bullying, echoed similar salutations, brother, Wolf brother. Their eyes shimmered with admiration and gratitude. It was said that it was due to Wolf brother that the surrounding delinquents had begun to restrain themselves, ceasing their assaults. Amidst the chorus of greetings, Wei Xia, with a playful grin, waved his head in acknowledgement. The other delinquents observed from a distance, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts, pondering the mental state of this leader, helping a bunch of little brats stand up for themselves. In the contemporary ward of Luochio, Wei Pingzheng recalled fragments of memory, 1996. Suddenly regaining his focus, he reflected, in that year, when I was in the second year of middle school, I was bullied at school. Those ruffians cornered me in the restroom with daggers, threatening to beat me if I did not hand over my money. Then, inexplicably, they no longer demanded money and instead vowed an apology. It was said that a madman had beaten their leader multiple times for no reason, instilling such fear in them that they ultimately capitulated. As he recalled this, Wei Pingzheng's expression grew complex, as if witnessing scenes from the past. Back then, at the first middle school, students discussed why the delinquents had ceased to prey upon them. A classmate remarked to Wei Pingzheng, I heard that the ruffian leader from the Internet CAF has been sporting bandages lately. The young Wei Pingzheng scoffed, feeling a sense of relief. This was merely dogs biting dogs, yet at least the school was peaceful now, with no students being bullied. Those delinquents were not virtuous beings. Such individuals had no future. As memories began to recede, within the ward, Wei Pingzheng's vision became almost frozen in time. The third son of the Wei family, now a rising political star among the elite, he recalled the year 1996 at Luochio Primary School, where the bleached-haired Wei Xia silently observed him coming and going from school. Wei Pingzheng thought of that year, when Wei Xia struggled against drug dealers while also finding time to protect his own growth. He had said he would die without a grave. He had said he could not drag his younger siblings down with him. He had said he must not involve them. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, turning his gaze towards the frail figure on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. At the same time, Sun Haiyang, now retired and aged, watched with a penetrating gaze that pierced through the haze, reflecting upon that golden-haired boy from 1996. Back then, Wei Xia curled up alone in a corner, quietly lamenting that his demise would be a tragic one, urging not to involve his family. In those days, Wei Xia clandestinely visited his younger brothers, Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingzheng, nurturing them in unseen corners while silently safeguarding them. He never dared to confide in his family, fearing that his burdens would ensnare them. Thus, he chose to bear the hatred alone. Sun Haiyang sighed, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. Wei Xia, open your eyes and behold your brothers and sisters today. Chapter 42. What will Wei Xia do in the future? A new scene. Wei Pingsheng simulates the life of the eldest son. The second son of the Wei family is still emulating the life of the eldest. Wei Pingsheng, through his shrewd trading, particularly during the electrical appliance boom of 1996, now possesses a savings account with a few thousand yuan, marking him as a minor representative of the gray market, capable of controlling the supply channels at the grassroots level. However, he has already moved for the fourth time. Furthermore, his four younger siblings have been adopted by others, with both Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng being passed on to different families. He feels a profound sense of unwillingness, yet greater helplessness. Lacking the means to protect them in such circumstances, leaving seems to be the best option. Wei Pingsheng arrives alone at the home of Wei Pingzheng's adoptive family, observing quietly from outside the window. It is no wonder no one wants him. He cannot even manage basic household chores. Inside, a middle-aged woman munches on sunflower seeds, casting a disdainful glance at Wei Pingzheng, who struggles to wash clothes. Sneering as she says, "Do your best. Remember to cook when I return from my game." Outside, Wei Pingsheng clenches his fists, his face ashen, before ultimately sighing and departing. Cycling to the home of his own childhood foster family, he gazes from a distance, noticing them at the dining table. A family of three enjoys a meal of beef stew with potatoes and a few eggs. The adoptive couple and their biological son are present. But Wei Pingsheng is nowhere to be seen until he spots a small table in the corner, featuring a dish of pickles and a bowl of rice. Wei Pingsheng has grown considerably thinner, struggling to swallow. Outside, watching his younger self, he shuts his eyes, a surge of anger rising within him. Visions of rushing in to rebuke them and taking his brother away flash through his mind. But after a long moment, he opens his eyes, revealing a sense of defeat. He dares not act, for the enemy is still lurking, as a former partner in appliance trading had warned him. In the days when Wei Xia was the leader, life felt quite normal to Wei Pingsheng. For the first time, he experiences a profound sense of powerlessness. Why is it so challenging to simulate the life of the eldest son? Comments begin to appear on the screen. Because someone is a madman in the unseen corners. Because Wei Xia always remembers he is the eldest son, allowing you to grow up happily. As Wei Pingsheng remains in a state of confusion. A new scene from Wei Xia's life as the eldest son unfolds. Now, Wei Xia has become a notorious figure among the underground ruffians of Luoqiu City, known to many as the Wolf. However, following the Sunjian incident, more people refer to him as Mad Brother. Yet he is not in Luoqiu City at present, but rather in a remote village to the east. A ruffian, accustomed to running freight trucks, introduces him to an old man here, facilitating the acquisition of a fake identity card. Armed with this counterfeit ID, Wei Xia approaches the entrance of a tea company. The receptionist politely intercepts him, stating, "Without an appointment, you cannot enter, sir. Who are you looking for?" "I run security for a nightclub next to the first high school. I'm here to discuss business with your boss." This year, Luoqiu is particularly chaotic, filled with all sorts of people. Being able to guard a venue indicates that there is certainly someone powerful backing him. The receptionist observes him calmly before turning to summon the manager. The tea business serves merely as a front. The real profits stem from their original trade in drugs. The nominal manager, Sun Bin, scans him from head to toe, lights a cigarette, and gestures for Wei Xia to sit down. "You seem rather unfamiliar, brother. You oversee the venue, seeking collaboration with our tea company." Wei Xia reclined gracefully on the sofa, grinning widely while discreetly assessing the man in front of her, a man in his 30s. "Luoqiu, known in the old town as the Wolf. My nightclub business requires some supplies." The moniker Wolf was indeed familiar to Sun Bin. who had heard of him several times and recognized him as a local thug leader. However, to ascertain his true nature, it was essential to confirm his identity. Thus, Li Bin called to someone behind him, and soon a trembling thug student arrived, visibly shaking at the sight of Wei Xia, nearly quaking in fear. He had witnessed the man assaulting individuals in an internet CAF multiple times, and now he bowed respectfully. Wolf brother. After calling in his subordinates for identification, Sun Bin finally confirmed Wei Xia's identity and dismissed the trembling student. Brother, do not take offense, but these items cannot simply be paraded around. You must try them. Sun Bin's gaze was sharp, fixated on Wei Xia, as a package of drugs lay prominently on the table before them. If Wei Xia hesitated to engage, it could indicate he was merely a spy gathering intelligence. Yet, Wei Xia merely scoffed dismissively, scraped a bit with his nail, inhaling the substance with familiarity, then smiled. Excellent goods. Sun Bin, too, smiled, nodding. How much do you need for your nightclub? However, we currently have no stock. You will need to wait. After Wei Xia communicated the desired quantity, Sun Bin secretly summoned his subordinates, his expression shifting from mirth to cold severity. Alert the police. Inform them that someone is handling drugs here, and let us see if we can get this fellow incarcerated. I will monitor this wolf closely to uncover any issues. Sun Bin's methods were ruthless. He would not easily place his trust in anyone. Within 20 minutes, Wei Xia, still at the intersection, was apprehended. At the police station, Chief Sun Haiyang of the Criminal Investigation Unit hurriedly arrived upon hearing of Wei Xia's drug involvement, his expression dark and furious as he seized Wei Xia by the collar, scolding him vehemently. You insolent brat! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Fighting and gambling can be forgiven, but this is irredeemable. These items represent the lives sacrificed by Border Patrol and anti-drug officers to establish a defense line, and you dare to breach it. Speak. Where did these come from? Having witnessed Wei Xia's growth over the years, his anger intensified. Yet, Wei Xia remained unfazed, dismissive of the reprimand, even attempting to swallow a toothbrush to intimidate the officers. Fearing escalation, the other officers detained him for 48 hours, ultimately imposing a fine before releasing him. The drug dealer under surveillance returned to the tea company to report to Sun Bin, who relayed the information to Bald Lu Chong. Brother Chong, that kid really did consume it. The officers apprehended him. They even inquired, and our informant reported that he kept his mouth tightly shut. Quite intriguing, Bald Lu Chong remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he listened to Sun Bin's report. Provide him with some goods. Luo Chio needs to expand his network. At that moment, the comments section on Douyin erupted with fervor. Wei Xia is truly a madman. Engaging with such substances signifies his willingness to plunge into the fray. His father, a narcotics officer, surely comprehends the peril that drugs entail, yet he still chose to tread this treacherous path. Such a person is undeniably deranged. Does he believe he can withstand the allure of narcotics through sheer willpower? That is utterly implausible. It is, after all, a drug. Now, Wei Xia has genuinely begun to immerse himself in the tea trade, adopting the guise of a notorious figure. He must draw closer to the other perpetrators, as they will not grant him another chance. However, given Wei Xia's ruthless nature, once he identifies the culprits, he will eradicate them without hesitation. Released into the night, Wei Xia stands in the countryside, silently offering paper offerings and homage to his parents. The wind howls fiercely, mingling with a light snow, an icy chill piercing to the bone as it lifts the flames. His father was a narcotics officer, and both his parents dedicated their lives to combating drug trafficking and dismantling criminal networks. Yet now, he finds himself, under the guise of collaboration, engaging with those very drug traffickers, even coming into contact with their wares. He remains uncertain whether this course of action is right or wrong. In a state of bewilderment, Wei Xia is at a loss for direction. Adjusting his neatly buttoned shirt, he raises a black umbrella and stands, murmuring softly. His voice, faint yet resolute, is audible only to himself. I shall never cooperate with them. Never. Father, I am not a narcotics officer, nor will I ever be. However, the battle you waged, I shall continue. The drug trafficking syndicate that you could not entirely dismantle, I will confront. I may dwell in the shadows, walking alongside you on the precipice of despair. But we are one and the same. Even if the price to pay is my life, I will not falter. The drug syndicate and the assassins remain vigilant. I must protect my younger siblings, and I find myself with no other options. Yet, I am undaunted. With a solemn vow, Wei Xia's silhouette merges with his father's past, unseen by any witness. The flames surge, radiant and brilliant, defiantly burning against the gloomy sky until they are reduced to ashes. Snowflakes settle upon the umbrella, and the young man stands like a decayed spear, sharp and imposing. In the wilderness, the swirling wind and snow begin to extinguish the flames, leaving only promises and commitments. Standing solitary in the fading light. In a contemporary convalescent home, Sun Haiyang finally comprehends the gravity of the situation. Initially, when Wei Xia sought to engage with the drugs, he believed it was merely to infiltrate the drug dealers for revenge. However, he never fathomed that Wei Xia's true motive was to uproot the entire drug trafficking syndicate. How can one individual achieve such a feat? Do you understand the adversaries you must confront? They include thousands of border defense soldiers and countless narcotics officers from major nations, who toil day and night, yet cannot entirely eliminate this criminal network. The interests entwined with the drug syndicate are far-reaching and deeply rooted. It is a challenge that cannot be overturned by a single individual. Yet, as he gazes at the faint flicker of flame amid the heavy snowfall, his eyes grow moist with emotion. In the contemporary Yeqing nursing home, Cheng Zhong observes with tear-filled, clouded eyes. This, engaging with drugs? You. In the Yeqing ward, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling fall into a profound silence, realizing the bitter path he has chosen to walk. The live chat room begins to fill with comments. He seeks not only vengeance, but also the eradication of drug trafficking organizations, for this will safeguard countless lives. Wei Xia, what will you do in the future? Chapter 43. Dreams of Idealism. As January drew to a close in 2025. The eve of the Lunar New Year had passed. Many people were enjoying themselves at various attractions, while others wandered the commercial streets, engrossed in their phones, watching the latest scenes of Wei Xia's eldest son. It was the winter of '96, blanketed by heavy snowfall, when the sounds of military training echoed from the police academy in the newly established district of Luoqiao. Wei Xia, holding an umbrella, passed by the academy once more, his gaze filled with yearning. Clad in their training uniforms, groups of spirited young men and women entered the academy with erect postures and confident strides. 18 and 19-year-old students lined up neatly, continuously running and sweating as they shouted their slogans. To uphold the aspiration of serving the nation, to forge a loyal soul, to nurture a spirit of justice, to uphold the principles of fairness. The young man beneath the umbrella instinctively echoed the words, his voice solemn. To uphold the aspiration of serving the nation, to forge a loyal soul, to nurture a spirit of justice, to uphold the principles of fairness. Wei Xiao watched with a heavy heart, his voice barely a whisper. He longed to be among them, standing in the sunlight, laughing and running just like they did. He repeated the words fervently, his mind adrift in dreams, until the final moment. His eyes glistened with envy, for he knew that this was a dream he would find difficult to realize in his lifetime. Yet at that moment, he fixated on the emblem at the academy's entrance, a symbol of honor and responsibility, listening to the students recite in unison. I voluntarily pledged to become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to dedicate everything for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for justice. I will eradicate all toxins and dangers that threaten the populace. The mountains and rivers stand as monuments. History may not remember us, but beneath the overgrown grass and hills, our spirit endures. The resounding chorus stirred deep emotions within him, causing his eyes to brim with tears as he followed each word. Our spirit endures. With tears blurring his vision, Wei Xia's body trembled with longing. He desperately wished to stand among the crowd and shout these words aloud. This was the life his parents had envisioned for him. But now, that opportunity was lost. There would be no future for him in such aspirations. He could only feel the weight of solitude and sorrow, standing amidst the falling snow, gazing from a distance. On that day, Wei Xia lingered for a long time, umbrella in hand, with a gaze filled with desolation. He then turned to reflect on himself. With disheveled yellow hair, grotesque tattoos adorning his arms, and scars scattered across his body, he wondered how someone like him could ever belong in such a righteous and grand place. After standing outside the gates of the police academy for a considerable time, he slowly stepped away, departing through the snow. It felt as though he was fleeing from his dreams. The path of relinquishing aspirations was arduous for Wei Xia, yet he did not halt. I must leave. This place does not belong to me. Yet, I truly love it here. In the bustling commercial center of the old town in contemporary Luoqiao City, the square was alive with activity. Two students watched the footage of Wei Xia's reminiscence and sighed. Wei Xia's dreams have shattered. The police academy was the place he yearned for in his early years. They noticed the badge in his eyes, which brimmed with envy. At the local swimming pool, A security guard on duty also observed the footage of the eldest son. This was Wei's ideal. His younger siblings have achieved their dreams, but what about him? Ultimately, the one left behind is the loneliest. In the ward, Wei Pingjing gazed in silence, realizing that this was indeed the career he cherished most deeply. Now, with closed eyes, his mind was flooded with memories of Wei Xia's figure, blonde hair, tattoos, scars that marred his body, a life steeped in smoking, gambling, greed, and cowardice. And there was that solitary silhouette amidst the heavy snowfall. Wei Pingong and Wei Pingling exchanged incredulous glances towards the hospital bed. The notion of a narcotics officer seemed surreal. The arson was false, the gambling was false, the greed was false. The eldest son of the Wei family in her eyes began to merge with the image of the lonely youth on the screen, the one whose tear-streaked face reflected the badge. She could neither comprehend nor believe that the notorious thug from Luoqiao City, who had long been embroiled in fights, could possess such unwavering faith in something he cherished as dearly as life itself. Now, on the hospital bed, Wei Xiao appeared exceptionally aged. His body ravaged by past wounds left him nearly feeble and emaciated. The host suddenly began to speak slowly. I voluntarily choose to become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to honor the badge upon my chest. Under the camera's gaze, Wei Xia, who was nearly unconscious, suddenly stirred his lips, faintly reciting the words as if in a trance, reminiscent of days gone by. The female host, instinctively moved, wept more fervently upon witnessing this scene. Finally, she sighed and spoke softly. In your lifetime, you never became a narcotics officer. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments flooded in. Even in unconsciousness, he follows the recitation. This is not a promise to anyone, but rather the deepest faith within his heart. Is it an ideal? For the eldest son of the Wei family. It is too precious and extravagant. Alas, he is the eldest now, and he must uphold this family. Wei Xia has already sunk into the mire. He could be ruthless against those who bully his younger brother, relentlessly beat up thugs, and seek vengeance on Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai. Yet his dream is lost, forever unattainable. The scene then shifted back to the new Wei Xia, the eldest son. In mid-April of 1996, Wei Xia began to gain permission from a tea company, presenting him with the opportunity to procure a small batch of ecstasy pills. Then, Brother Chong stated that he could provide him with the entire batch, depending on how much he could handle. Manager Sun Bin grinned with pride as he opened his briefcase. Wei Xia's pupils slightly contracted, yet his expression remained composed. A whole box filled with ecstasy pills. Here, this is a sample. Take it back to try it out. And bring the money for the transaction later. Elated, Wei Xia cradled the bag and even kissed it, his eyes gleaming with greed. Sun Bin couldn't help but scoff. You've only seen this little bit of the world. All right, at 2 a.m., Mona Nightclub, room 302. Remember to collect the goods. After watching the other party depart, Wei Xiao left. Late into the night, he sent the items to Ma Taigang, the captain of the narcotics team in Luoqiao, along with an address for their meeting. Ma Taigang, known for his decisiveness, frowned slightly upon seeing the ecstasy pills, sensing something amiss. However, he did not refuse. As leads on drug dealers were hard to come by, Ma Tiegong's figure appeared in a narrow alley next to the Xiaofeng barbershop in the old town. But when the other party arrived, he couldn't help but frown. A blonde thug came to see him. Speak. What do you want? Ma Tiegong's demeanor was fierce. He harbored a deep disdain for these ruffians, who neglected their responsibilities in favor of idleness. Wei Xia smirked enviously at the police uniform adorning Ma Taigang and began to flatter him. Captain Ma, your brilliance is unmatched. I have connections and could serve as an undercover agent, but he rubbed his thumb and made a gesture indicative of money, with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. My reward cannot be meager, can it? At this remark, Ma Taigang rebuked him fiercely. Do you comprehend the immense danger of this? If it leaks out and circulates within the underground of Luoqiao City, do you have any idea how many lives could be shattered? Even if you disregard your own welfare, consider your families. Ma Taigan's voice was low yet filled with fury. Wei Xia chuckled, nodding in agreement, yet his hands remained in motion, clearly still pursuing financial gain. Seeing this, Ma Taigang let out a resigned sigh and eventually acquiesced. Then you shall act as an informant. At this moment, Wei Xia was elated, shaking hands and bowing with gratitude. Thank you, Captain Ma. Are you out of your mind for money? If something goes awry, I cannot protect you from drug dealers. Observing Wei Xia's demeanor, Ma Taigang felt utterly exasperated and inquired further. Upon hearing Ma Tiegong's question, Wei Xia simply shook his head and smiled. Not at all. After midnight. At 2 in the morning, in room 302 of the Mona nightclub, Ma Taigang requested the yellow-haired man's identification, while Wei Xia presented a counterfeit ID. Upon returning to the precinct, Ma Taigang began to verify the identity Wei Xia had left behind. Discovering it belonged to the son of a rural farmer from Luoqiu City, which deepened his frown. What could possibly motivate this individual to voluntarily become an informant? And why was he so cheerful about it? A scoundrel should surely understand the peril that awaits if discovered. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments on Douyin and live streams surged once more. For Wei Xia was aware of the dangers, which compelled him to become an informant. He did not wish to descend into depravity, but sought to eliminate evildoers and deliver the clues and evidence to the authorities, thus avoiding his own downfall. He harbored no ulterior motives or ambitions. He merely wished to glimpse the profession he held dear, one that he could only experience in his dreams. At this moment, as the comments flowed, many felt a pang of empathy. Some bore too heavy a burden, with their ideals confined to the realm of dreams. Chapter 44. He does not envision a future for himself. A psychological analysis of eldest sons in a live broadcast. The Douyin host Yang Xiao spoke with a weighty tone. Wei Xia has been relentlessly forging ahead. Have you considered this? Wei Xia is merely 19 years old. Yet he has already been embroiled in chaos for an entire year. Over the past year, he has schemed against the black market, contended with the ruffians of Luoqiu City, investigated drug trafficking organizations, and plotted his revenge. Such a plethora of endeavors for someone so young. As Yang Xiao paused, the comments section erupted into discussion about a new topic. What exactly has Wei Xia been engaged in these past few months? Aside from safeguarding his younger siblings and mentoring them, Wei Xia has been embroiled in brawls and navigating the underworld. He has manipulated the black market figure Ma Chilio, who remains a pawn in his game. He must protect his family while also confronting drug traffickers. Hasn't he grown weary of this relentless existence? What choice does he have? He stands utterly alone. There is no one behind him. Until Wei Xia's saga takes a new turn. In late May of 1996, at 2 a.m, a large contingent of police officers descended upon the Mona nightclub in the old district of Luoqiu, drawing considerable attention. A youth adorned with dragon tattoos on both arms was led out, handcuffed, and with his head bowed in shame. Among the patrons inside the nightclub, someone recognized him and voiced their astonishment. Isn't this the notorious Wolf of Luoqiu, who has recently been making waves? What has transpired? Don't ask, rumor has it he got involved with drugs and has drawn the attention of the narcotics team. The crowd buzzed with speculation until Wei Xia was ushered into a vehicle. This was a meticulously orchestrated performance infiltrating the ranks of drug dealers. The individuals in on the act included the stern and unyielding captain of the narcotics team, Ma Taigang, whose dual objectives were to dismantle the nightclub's ecstasy trade and apprehend the ruffian Wolf, thereby completing the act. This was to show the drug dealers that the Wolf was untouchable. Through the car window, Wei Xia caught sight of Sun Bin appearing at the nightclub, also gazing back at him through the glass. In that moment, Wei Xia's expression remained inscrutable within the confines of the vehicle, while Sun Bin ambled leisurely outside. Resembling an indifferent passerby, Sun Bin wore a faint smile. Although he was unaware of how the information had leaked, he was curious to see if this madman would expose them. In the interrogation room, harsh lights blazed down, blindingly intense. Even with his eyes closed, he could not escape their piercing glare. It was now the third day since Wei Xia's capture. Outside the glass window, 2 narcotics officers scrutinized him, frowning as they interrogated him. Are you not going to confess? It had been 3 days of relentless light, ensuring he could not find sleep. No food, just a meager supply of tea. Hiss, how long did that timid addict last a few days ago? It seemed not even 12 hours. This kid is truly made of tough stuff. The 2 narcotics officers exchanged glances, finding the situation amusing. This seemingly frail young man was proving unexpectedly resilient. Until Captain Ma Taigang, clad in his police uniform, appeared outside the interrogation room. Captain, several narcotics officers greeted him, and Ma Taigang nodded before stepping into the interrogation room, sidestepping the recording device and quietly addressing Wei Xia. I'm afraid I cannot release you at this moment. The performance of this duet has only just begun. Although I have apprehended the nightclub's pill dealer, I have yet to capture any drug traffickers. I suspect there may be issues within the narcotics control unit. Therefore, your cooperation is still required, and you must remain in the rehabilitation center for a few more days. Having gone too long without sleep, Wei Xia's complexion was ashen, his eyes bloodshot and particularly ghastly. Yet, he maintained a gentle demeanor. Thank you, Captain Ma. I understand your position. Ma Taigang had heard that Wei Xia had endured much, and his gaze grew increasingly complex. This kind of interrogation can break many who have been incarcerated before. Even the cunning, middle-aged drug traffickers would confess under such pressure. So, who exactly are you? Wei Xia smiled, conserving his strength, his voice barely a whisper. When the time comes, you will know. Physical pain is trivial. It is the psychological torment that truly stings. Thus I feel I am managing. Wei Xia bared his teeth in a grimace, yet Ma Taigang failed to comprehend. Still smiling, tears shimmered in Wei Xia's eyes as he quietly murmured something that Ma Taigang could not quite catch. However, in 2025, many viewers of Eldest Son, a retrospective, would hear Wei Xia repeatedly reciting this oath. I swear to dedicate everything for the badge on my chest, for the people, for the common folk, for justice. I shall eradicate all drugs and any threats to the safety of the populace. In the hospital room of Yecheng, a nurse wiped away her tears. He has made himself into a narcotics officer. Thus, he bore all the burdens, believing it was his duty. Yet he was not truly one, and so he had to repeatedly tell himself this vow, deceiving his own mind, lest he falter. Meanwhile, in Tianhai community of Luoqiao City, the narcotics team Captain Ma Taigang had long since retired. Years of relentless combat had left him with multiple gunshot and knife wounds, as well as ailments such as rheumatism and cervical spondylosis, now rendering him gravely ill. His grandson was watching Eldest Son, a retrospective, when a familiar figure appeared on the screen. Ma Tiegang's vision blurred, prompting his grandson to quickly pass him a tissue. Grandpa, why are you crying? Trembling, Ma Taigang pointed at the murmuring figure, his nose tingling with emotion. That yellow-haired boy. All he ever wanted was to be a narcotics officer in an industry where the average lifespan barely reaches 40. I owe him a debt. Ma Taigang recalled his past disdain for the yellow-haired boy, even pondering whether he might be a double agent, feigning to be an informant. Thus, he did not intervene when his subordinates subjected Wei Xia to harsh interrogation, wanting to test him. Lu Chong and Sun Bin from the drug trafficking organization did not trust Wei Xia, nor did he trust them. Both parties were conducting their assessments. Ma Taigang fixed his gaze on the screen and suddenly spoke, his voice laden with weariness. You are not a narcotics officer, yet you believe yourself to be one. Thus, you have begun to carry the weight of that role. He looked at his grandson, his expression distant. I never truly believed in him, nor did I encourage him. All he received from me was reprimand. To me, he was merely a greedy, exploitable informant, a figure who dared not show his face in daylight. I owe him a measure of trust. Suanzi gazed in confusion. Is he well? At that moment, Ma Taigang, filled with complexity, offered no explanation. You will understand in time. In Yecheng Hospital, the ward was enveloped in silence. Wei Pingzheng appeared almost dazed, observing his elder brother's comparison. In the simulated life of his elder brother, Wei Ping survived with his family, constantly relocating, and had even moved away from Luoqiao City. As the eldest son, Wei Xia had now begun to infiltrate and seek revenge, contemplating how to dismantle the drug trafficking organization, enduring relentless torment. Wei Pingzheng remained silent, his head bowed. He could scarcely fathom the emotions his second brother would experience upon exiting the simulation and confronting Wei Xia's memories. After all, their experiences were nearly diametrically opposed. Wei Pingzheng cast a glance at the bed, unsure of what to say, feeling an overwhelming discomfort intermingled with confusion, because he recalled Wei Xia's refusal to surrender. But why did you refuse to surrender? He could not comprehend, merely fixating on the barely conscious Wei Xia. Do you understand what refusal to surrender entails? Ah, the turmoil. Wei Pingyang, carrying the rational demeanor characteristic of researchers, recalled childhood memories. Mid-1996. During my school days, I noticed Wei Xia had not grown taller, seemingly having ceased to develop. Walking with an unsteady gait. It was then that you encountered ecstasy, merely to become an informant, drawing near to the perpetrator, avenging your solitude. The path once trodden by our parents, you walk it anew. The youngest of the Wei family, Wei Pingling, also reflected on decades past. In her memories from mid-1996, that period was fraught with her deepest fears. Wei Xia would often erupt in sudden outbursts at home. At one point, she even believed he had gone mad. Their grandparents wished for everyone to steer clear of Wei Xia. It turned out he had succumbed to drugs, his temperament drastically altered. But this is a poison. What will you do in the future? Wei Pingling stood in a daze, murmuring to herself. He did not contemplate the future. He did not believe he had won. Wei Pingzheng suddenly interjected, then lowered his head. In the hospital room, all eyes were fixed upon the frail figure of the middle-aged man on the bed. Wei Xia had not envisioned a future for himself. Chapter 45. He considered himself a ghost. allowing others to become human. Wei Xia finally emerged from the narcotics team. In the vibrant spring of 1996, he began his journey home like a stray dog. People recoiled from him as if he were a venomous serpent. His tattoos, scars, and menacing visage, coupled with the ominous aura that surrounded him, instilled fear in others. Upon returning home, his grandfather erupted in furious reproach. "What on earth have you been doing during this time?" Observing Wei Xia's demeanor, Cheng Zhong felt a growing unease. As if a realization struck him, igniting a tempest of anger in his eyes. "Have you been dabbling in things you ought not to touch?" In a fit of rage, Cheng kicked Wei Xia, and his fury was not satiated. He continued to strike Wei Xia's face, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "You beast! Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what your parents did for a living? I could tolerate your gambling, drinking, smoking, and tattoos, even your association with dubious crowds. But to dare touch those substances, I'll beat you to death. Do you even care about your parents?" Even the usually silent grandmother clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at Wei Xia. Only the families of narcotics officers understood the abhorrence of those substances. Wei Xia did not evade. Instead, he met the blows with a calm, numb acceptance. His nails pierced into his palms, blood oozing forth. He felt a profound anguish. Unsure if being an informant for drugs was right or wrong, he had no one to consult. There was no one to turn to. He knew nothing. Exhausted, his grandfather locked Wei Xia in a room. "Ah!" Wei Xia cried out, curling up on the floor like a deranged lunatic. His frail and pallid face contorted grotesquely against the ground, murmuring incoherently as if suffocating. Standing at a height of 177 meters. Bald with a scorpion tattoo on his left arm. 6 individuals, bald with a sunken nose, a scar spanning 5 to 7 centimeters across the left eye. A pronounced overbite, and small ears. A mole on the neck, favoring a crew cut. DNA comparison results matched. Lao Fan's farmhouse, Chunwa guest house. Tea company. Cheng Zhong could not hear, nor could the grandmother, or rather, they could not comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of Wei Xia, as they were engulfed in fury, perceiving him merely as a madman. The beating resumed, Cheng unbuckling his belt, tears welling in his eyes as he struck mercilessly. The grandmother, too, wept as she raged. "How many times have your parents gone out, and we worried they would not return? How dare you engage with these substances? This is a curse. You are bringing doom upon your parents and us." Wei Pingling, frightened, hid behind his grandmother, his small face ashen. Wei Pingyong, with reddened eyes, gritted his teeth and fetched a basin of water from the kitchen, splashing it forcefully onto Wei Xia. "Enough. Wake up. Wei Xia, stop this madness. Do not bring ruin upon your family. My second brother is gone, my third brother has disappeared, my parents are missing, and my grandparents are aging. What more do you want? Do not lose your mind. We are already exhausted." No one understood. At this moment, the affliction of the body had struck, a consequence of prior indulgences with drug dealers, excessive drinking, and various forms of self-destruction. Wei Xia, now utterly weakened and weeping profusely, found his voice rendered feeble and indistinct, his cries resembling those of a deranged lunatic. More than 3 days had elapsed since Wei Xia fell ill, with no sustenance to nourish him, and his mental state had reached its breaking point. Yet, he continued to recite the most indelible and unforgettable memories, the distinctive traits of the drug dealers, tattoos on their arms signifying membership in the same organization. The routes through western Yunnan, the grayish-white van, the Santana, the medical cloth masks, the bald heads of men adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in leather boots. His shouts were muffled and went unnoticed by all. No one comprehended what he was attempting to articulate, what sentiments he was expressing. These were the memories he could never erase, the indelible marks of those drug dealers and every detail from that fateful New Year's Eve in 1995. He could not forget. In the contemporary city of Luochio, the narcotics police force observed him. 2 elderly narcotics officers, who had been responsible for interrogating Wei Xia for over 20 years, watched intently. Their initial interrogation of him occurred in the spring of 1996, when they were nearing 30. Now, after 25 years, they stood on the brink of retirement. Almost all their colleagues had perished or been incapacitated in the line of duty, leaving only the 2 of them. They watched as Wei Xia continued to recite the details, the tattoos, the western Yunnan routes, the grayish-white van, the Santana, the medical cloth masks, the bald heads of men with gold-rimmed glasses and leather boots. Wei Xia lay weakly on the ground, resting. He emitted indistinct roars of anger, occasionally losing control of his bodily functions, spitting, and shaking his head, typical signs of a body ravaged over the years. Yet, he persisted in recounting the criminal's various data, evidence, and characteristics. He fought against the limits of his physiological endurance, though he had not yet succeeded. This was the only way he could compel himself to endure. One of the elderly narcotics officers suddenly bowed his head. He understood what Wei Xia was articulating. Initially, he had been responsible for the interrogation, employing blinding light and withholding food for extended periods. Even if he were not a narcotics officer, he had steadfastly refused to divulge any information. The other elderly officer kept his gaze downcast, unable to bear the sight before him. He had lost control, yet he repeatedly recalled the characteristics of the perpetrator, the evidence, the various data. He could not forget. These memories were etched in his heart. After a moment of silence, the old narcotics officer raised his head again, fixating on the figure on the ground. Yet, that year, he had been scarcely 19 years old. On Douyin, the live stream's popularity surged once more. Many viewers were watching and sending comments. He is so young. At his current age, he should be in university. He is facing the drug trafficking syndicate in Western Yunnan, including assassins and agents. He wishes to embody the spirit of a narcotics officer and withstand it all. But can any human truly endure such trials? In a nursing home, Sun Haiyang did not continue watching alone but was accompanied by a group of retired colleagues. Each of them kept their heads bowed. The chief of the police station in the old town was once embroiled in a case of human trafficking in a mining town, while the chief of the development zone had previously investigated a case involving a severed arm at a tea house. Now, both are fixated on the past, recalling that fateful New Year's Eve in 1995. During the massacre, Wei Xia desperately memorized every characteristic of the assailants, suppressing his physiological fear and youthful instincts, while concealing his parents' bodies. At the dinner table, Sun Haiyang's voice bore the weight of age. These memories have perpetually tormented Wei Xia, becoming an indelible part of his existence. A haunting he cannot shake off, even in moments of loss of control. This has transformed into his eternal memory, a relentless torment that simultaneously serves as a reminder, compelling him to move forward. Sun Haiyang reflects on the times Wei Xia had been imprisoned and reprimanded by him. Even though he misjudged Wei Xia for so long, it never seemed to matter to him. He cannot fathom the profound loneliness that this young man must endure in his subsequent life. Sun Haiyang gazes up, fixating on Wei Xia, whose life story is now a blurred cacophony of anguish and the grotesque veins bulging from his neck. He perceives himself as a specter, allowing others to remain human. Chapter 46. In the sunlight, amidst the mud, the New Year's Eve of 25 years has passed. Yet, since that fateful night until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the ratings have remained consistently high across various platforms, including Douyin, Weibo, and Tuxiao, securing the top position in popularity and trending topics, with an ever-increasing viewership. The scene of Wei Xia's eldest son tracing back memories has tugged at the hearts of many. In the year 1996, within the confines of a bedroom, Wei Xia lay sprawled on the floor, overwhelmed and chaotic, his shouts muffled. In this moment, he was not scheming against the black market or confronting the nefarious forces behind drug trafficking. He was not the protective eldest son of the Wei family, safeguarding his younger siblings. The ferocity, the bitterness, the fierce demeanor, all dissipated. He simply curled up on the ground, drenched and trembling, resembling a helpless infant, small, solitary, and terrified. His complexion was pale, yet his eyes refused to close, struggling to articulate every detail. His siblings could rely on him, but he had only ever been able to depend on himself. A new topic emerged on Douyin, juxtaposing the memories of the eldest son with Wei Xia's recollections. Do you remember his formidable presence? In contemporary Luoqiao City, in the dormitory of the second high school, student Luo Jiao watched, reflecting on the past. That year, Wei Xia was 18. He covertly pursued a criminal in a police car, recklessly crashing through the mountains like a madman. Even when battered and bruised, he still stood up for his younger brother. Luo Jia felt a complex silence envelop him. What will you do in the future? In Luoqiao prison, several inmates also watched the live broadcast. A burly prisoner clenched his fists, the veins on his neck bulging. Damn it. If I were him, I would have crumbled long ago. I would have stormed the tea company first. Otherwise, I'd choose to walk the path of darkness to the end. I might as well fall to the depths. After all, no one believes in me. In the mining town, now a middle-aged man, Zhuangzi also watched, recalling the day he was summoned by the village chief, which led to a multi-provincial and municipal joint operation to apprehend human traffickers. That year was also when Wei Xia's parents were brutally murdered in retaliation. The image of flames soaring into the sky remained etched in his memory. Zhuangzi's father had participated in the firefighting that day. He sighed. He is just like any normal person. He has broken down countless times. It's just that he recovers too quickly, making us believe he would never crumble. Is there really such a person? A new chapter unfolds in Wei Xiao's life. From the moment of his physical and emotional collapse to his staggering arrival in the bathroom, where he continuously doused himself with cold water, Wei Xiao finally found some semblance of peace. Now, he had time to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. After being splashed with cold water, his body appeared even paler, with muddy footprints marking his skin, a visage of dirtiness. Saliva clung to his face as he uncontrollably muttered about the evidence of his guilt. His family had already shut their doors to sleep, indifferent to his plight. Suppressing his emotions, Wei Xiao washed his face, forcing a slight smile at his reflection. Ping Sheng had yet to mature, and Ping Zheng had not been fully accepted by the family. Ping Yang had not found a foster family, while Ping Ling was still young. Grandparents have also come under scrutiny. The enemy is lurking. I am Wei Xia, the eldest, the pillar of my family, he murmured, gradually transforming from a state of despondency to one of vigor, his gaze sharpening from a daze to a piercing focus. Beneath this gaunt exterior lies the most profound will. Yet, at that moment, as he turned his head, Wei Xia fixated on the corners of his mouth reflected in the mirror, a grimace that was anything but pleasant. Facing the mirror, he forced a smile and nodded. Soon after, Wei Xia initiated a phone call, which connected, revealing Lu Chang's voice on the other end. Wei Xia's demeanor shifted to one of manic jest. How on earth are you running your tea business? I've ended up in a predicament because of you. One pill. And the whole city is aware, yet you still attempt clandestine dealings. His voice was a snarl, filled with fury and gritted teeth. The bald drug dealer chuckled. You're tough. Your resilience has prevented the narcotics officers from extracting useful information from you. Wei Xia, refusing to indulge him, snapped back. Stop the nonsense. Give me the goods immediately. I Haven Tea made a dime and now I've landed in hot water. The scene shifted to a tea company warehouse. Sunbin stood, while the bald Lu Chang smoked. In response to Wei Xia's demands for more supplies, Lu Chang flicked the ash from his cigarette. If we can penetrate the Luochio market, it could mitigate some losses. However, he shook his head, but this kid still requires further testing. In the realm of drug trafficking, one must always be wary of undercover agents. Although he has tentatively passed the initial assessment, trust cannot be freely given. Receiving Lu's signal, Sunbin nodded, rest assured. Those who pass the test are undoubtedly reliable. The narrative flashed back, and the barrage of comments increased. Finally, a semblance of trust has been established. Wei Xiao's tribulations have not been in vain. This is how Wei Xiao fortifies himself, instilling belief within. In the contemporary Luochio City Narcotics Squad, over 30 young officers convened for a meeting. The new squad leader, Yang Jing, presided over this gathering, his gaze fixed on the flashbacks of Wei Xia's past. The former narcotics chief, Ma Taigang, who once communicated with Wei Xia, was his mentor. Observing the drug dealer's image, Yang Jing felt a complex array of emotions. Something felt amiss. In the 1990s, neither the narcotics officers nor the drug dealers trusted Wei Xia. This latest test by the dealers might end with severe repercussions. The challenges faced. Only those of them in the narcotics unit truly comprehend the heavy price and burden carried by the term undercover. The officers who perished in their quest for the dealer's trust represent the largest group of casualties. Yang Jing furrowed his brow, continuing to observe the new footage of Wei Xia's life. After battling addiction, a refreshing shower, and a cold rinse, Wei Xia finally began to feel somewhat rejuvenated. He sipped delicately on the remaining rice porridge to restore his waning strength. Wei Pingeng was busy organizing his backpack, an old relic beginning to shed its skin, once belonging to Wei Pingxing. Wei Xia offered, "You're heading to school. Let me accompany you." He set down the porridge and prepared to rise, but Wei Pingeng instinctively looked up, coldly regarding Wei Xia. "No. I cannot let my classmates know I have an older brother who is tattooed and died, living on the fringes of society. It's utterly embarrassing." Rejected. Wei Xia was not surprised. In recent days at home, he seemed to have improved somewhat. He began to take the initiative to mop the floor, serve dishes, and do household chores, occasionally even cleaning the windows and doors. His meticulousness made his grandmother feel that something was amiss. After his younger sister went to school, Wei Xia started to venture out on his own, seeking suitable families. He inquired in various neighborhoods, observing from a distance. One family had previously adopted a child, but the child had returned to the orphanage. Their living conditions were decent, yet they neglected education and companionship, showing indifference to the child. Wei Xia quickly departed, continuing to document new options until dusk. The owner of another family, surnamed Jiang, had good living conditions and was attentive to the child. But the male head of the household had a volatile temper, prone to violence against his wife, rendering it unsuitable. As he pedaled his bicycle again, Wei Xia remained calm, gently and meticulously recording every detail, dismissing unsuitable options and searching anew. The yellow-haired Lu Changjiang was among the first to follow Wei Xia, reliable in nature. Observing his elder brother's continuous documentation, Lu Changjiang scratched his head in confusion. "Boss, what are we doing? Are we seeking revenge on them?" Having previously participated in the Chu AI incident, Wei Xia trusted Lu Changjiang the most. With a gentle tone, he shook his head. "You should also look for families with gentle dispositions, where both parents cherish and care for the child." Lu Changjiang nodded, yet remained perplexed. As he watched Lu Changjiang ride away, Wei Xia murmured to himself, "To find a good family, for only a good family can care for his younger sisters." He pondered how much longer he could live. Looking down at his body, marred with scars and adorned with menacing tattoos, he felt his bones were like those of a malnourished wretch. He harbored resentment towards the many he had offended during his years in the underworld. The drug enforcement team had set their sights on him, and drug cartels were preparing to draw him into their web. He feared that one day, he might perish on the streets. Yet, his younger sisters were still young. They deserved a chance. Their elder brothers were growing well, and they too must follow suit. They must leave and find new families, lest they wither alongside him. They must thrive. The ground reflected the dazzling sunlight, bright enough to almost sting Wei Xia's eyes. His future siblings, would they not live well under such warm rays? Surely they would. Chapter 47. Time, please slow down. The illustrious and spirited drug enforcement captain, Yang Jing, observed a new development concerning Wei Xia. Several officers beside him nodded in agreement, engaging in discussions. An opportunity to infiltrate the enemy had arisen, and the family was gradually beginning to settle. Perhaps Wei Xia could indeed realize his aspirations. Yet, Yang Jing could only sigh, contemplating for a long moment before speaking. "Do you genuinely believe that the bald-headed drug traffickers will easily trust and accept Wei Xia? You may not have noticed, but Wei Xia himself has sensed the truth. He understands that the traffickers will never place their trust in him. He has become aware of the underlying tensions, which is why he hastily arranged matters for his sister. It seems more akin to preparing for the worst. He is astute, with an acute sense of danger that is nearly unparalleled. Recognizing the anomaly, he now seeks to secure a path for his family, ensuring his sister and loved ones are safe and settled. Then, he will confront them with unwavering resolve." As he spoke, Yang Jing, whose eyes had always been sharp and eagle-like, felt a pang of sorrow, gazing at the figure standing in the live broadcast, his voice laden with discomfort. It appears that, from the very beginning, he has never considered his own well-being. Now, he stands at the precipice, yet he remains indifferent. No one seems to care for him, not even himself. His sole desire is to vanquish that group of drug traffickers, to drag them down to hell. The officers seated nearby fell into a profound silence, lost in thought for a considerable duration. In a retrospective scene, the retired Ma Taigang, 2 years removed from service, watched the footage at his daughter's home, observing his former informant, Wei Xia. In the footage, Wei Xia sat in a small room, chain-smoking, with the acrid smoke filling the air. He meticulously pored over the familial information gathered by Huang Mao and his associates, his eyes betraying a sense of dread and unease. Subsequently, his absent-minded commentary revealed a desperate need to scrutinize every detail. Ma Taigang recognized that Wei Xia's anxiety stemmed not from fear of the traffickers discovering him, but rather from worry about whether these families would treat his sister poorly. In that case, the eldest son of the Wei family would perish with unresolved grievances. You have always thought of your younger siblings. Yet now you face a dire predicament yourself. Even the steadfast Ma Taigang found it unbearable to hold back tears. Suddenly, he struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as he looked at his son. "Drive me to the hospital. I must see someone to whom I owe a lifetime of regret. I must confront my dearest friend." Ma Tiegong's eyes glistened with emotion, guilt nearly overwhelming him, blurring his vision. His son, flustered, assisted him to his feet and guided him out to the car. As the vehicle sped along, Ma Taigang wiped away his tears, gazing out the window before closing his eyes, murmuring in a voice that was both bitter and poignant, "Regardless of where my fate leads me, at least in 96. I owe him that. I had forgotten that he was still a child of a hero." The program The Eldest Son now reigns supreme on Weibo. Whether it be New Year greetings, celebrity song releases, or gossip, all other topics have sharply declined in popularity. Numerous influential figures are engaged in discussions, including sociologist Ma Lei and television host Sun Jing, who are live-streaming together. What has transpired with Wei Pingxing's simulation of the eldest son? Suddenly, upon mentioning Wei Pingxing, the camera shifts once more to Dongchang City. Wei Pingxing has become considerably darker. Clad in a cheap shirt, his demeanor weary and aged. He is in the midst of moving for the 7th time with his younger sister and grandparents. He is no longer the vigorous and spirited individual he once was. His gaze is now evasive, filled with suspicion and irritability. The sight of gray and white vans or Santanas triggers a reflexive tremor within him. At one point, he even felt compelled to venture outside only during twilight. Armed with a dagger, after a long day of fatigue, Wei Pingxing returns home only to discover his younger brother, Wei Pingzhong, lamenting about the mistreatment by their adoptive parents. In a fit of anger, Wei Pingxing bellows at his brother, "Return immediately. Remember, this is no longer your home." Wei Pingzhong departs with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face. The two younger sisters glare at him in fury, while their grandparents regard him with the gaze of a stranger. They find it hard to believe that such a person was once so gentle. Where has the brother, who consistently defended his siblings and considered the family's welfare in all matters, gone? The piercing look in their eyes inflicts a profound pain upon Wei Pingxing. He silently clenches his fists, gritting his teeth and reassuring himself, "I am currently simulating the role of the eldest son. Everything I do is for your benefit. Even if you misunderstand me, I must continue down this path." On Douyin, many viewers watch with a complex sigh. Wei Xia is prepared for a decisive confrontation, while Wei Pingxing continues to evade. He too begins to be misunderstood. Once you step out of the simulation and witness how your brother embodies the role of the eldest son, what will your emotions be then? The scene shifts to Wei Xia, the eldest son. Late at night, he scrutinizes new documents under the dim light. His eyes bloodshot, yet glimmering with a hint of delight. He has finally located a suitable family. Tang Rulong, aged 40, works in the judicial department, while his spouse is a professor at Yeqing University of Technology. Both are gentle and cultured, fond of children and dedicated to education. Wei Xia nods in satisfaction, releasing a puff of smoke, and summons Huang Mao. "Go, keep an eye on the Tang family and see if they possess anything of interest." As Huang Mao departs, Wei Xia begins to gather his thoughts, discreetly pulling out his phone to read a message from a drug dealer. "Retrieve the goods at North Mountain Logistics, warehouse number 2. Wei Xia squints, his mind swirling with complex thoughts as he senses a whiff of danger. He speculates that these drug dealers still harbor distrust towards him. However, such caution is to be expected. Those who have survived in the drug trade possess an inherent ruthlessness and shrewdness. After putting away his phone, Wei Xia brushes off the ash from his coat, straightens his shirt, and heads home. His younger sisters are still diligently completing their homework. The light is dim, yet Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling remain focused, each stroke of the pen deliberate. Wei Xia gazes at his two sisters with warmth, as if observing precious treasures. Hearing a sound, Wei Pingyang expresses her impatience. "Move away. Don't disrupt my studies." The youngest sister, Wei Pingling, remains silent, her head bowed, deliberately ignoring Wei Xia. In her heart, she deemed Wei Xia a villain who had betrayed their two brothers, a scoundrel of the underworld. Wei Xia, oblivious to her disdain, simply smiled and gazed at her, thinking how endearing she was. After a lingering look, he composed himself and set out late at night towards Warehouse No. 2 in the Dongshan district. Once a bustling hub for truck transactions, it had since fallen into disrepair, serving merely as a transfer point for a few large trucks. With little business to speak of, the place was devoid of vehicles, illuminated only by the dim glow of yellowish incandescent lights. Upon his arrival, Wei Xia was swiftly apprehended. The leader of the group, a burly man with a buzz cut and arms adorned with gruesome scars, coldly scrutinized him. "I've heard tales of the wolf brother of Luochio City," he sneered, "but why are you meddling in our territory and competing for our market?" The strong man crouched down, striking Wei Xia's face with considerable force, causing him to spit blood. Unable to resist, Wei Xia found himself bound by the others. The buzz-cut man, expressionless, remarked, "Wolf brother, you have guts. Now tell me, where do you source your pills? Mine come from elsewhere. Where do you procure yours?" With narrowed eyes, Wei Xia suddenly chuckled. It became evident that this group of drug dealers still suspected him, pretending to be local dealers while interrogating him. As he began to speak, the buzz-cut man leaned closer, prompting Wei Xia to unexpectedly bite down on his ear. The man reacted quickly but still lost a chunk of flesh. Clutching his ear in pain and angrily gesturing for his henchmen to attack. Amid the frenzied beating, Wei Xia felt his chest churn, the sound of cracking ribs reverberating through him. The agony sent cold sweat cascading down his body, while visceral pain induced severe nausea. "Kid, your bones are tough." The buzzcut man sneered, clutching his ear and brandishing a syringe filled with hallucinogens. As the drug was injected into his arm, Wei Xiao's pupils dilated wildly, blood trickling from his mouth as he grinned maliciously. "Go to hell, this is my territory." On the other side of the logistics warehouse, the bald man and his associates scrutinized every expression of Wei Xia, squinting in contemplation. For some reason, the bald man found Wei Xia vaguely familiar, though he could not place it. It was only after Wei Xia vomited and endured repeated questioning without divulging any information that the bald man finally nodded slightly. "That will suffice." When Wei Xia regained consciousness, he changed his clothes and finally came face to face with the bald man. "Wolf brother, don't take it personally. In our line of work, one must exercise caution. Survival until tomorrow is uncertain otherwise. We have no choice," the bald man chuckled. Sitting on the ground, Wei Xia accepted a cigarette offered by him, smiling as he spat out blood. "Not bad. Let us formally commence our collaboration." As their hands clasped under the harsh light, Wei Xia became the representative for the nightlife and drug trade of the old district of Luoqiu City. All supply would be managed by him. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chong and others, Wei Xia limped away from the logistics site. He did not return home or seek medical attention. He simply left with his companion, Huang Mao. Two individuals stood outside the Tang family's home, peering through the window to observe the scene within. The warm glow of the lights illuminated the couple, who shared tender smiles over their meal, engrossed in a book. Wei Xia, with a broad grin, felt a softness in her gaze. How wonderful it would be for her sister to grow up in such an environment. Bruises marred her body, her arms trembled, and her knees struggled to support her upright stance, while her waist exposed raw, contorted flesh. Huang Mao, merely witnessing the scene, felt an acute pain, his voice quivering with emotion. "Big brother, perhaps we should tell your sister." Wei Xia listened to Huang Mao's nasal tone, laboriously extending her hand to gently pat his head, shaking it with a reassuring smile. "Do not weep. I am quite well." She gazed longingly in the direction of home, contemplating the myriad lights in the world. Once they were safely away, she could pursue her desires. She could hardly wait. Yet time. Please be gentle with her. On Douyin, viewers felt a pang of sorrow. In the frame, the youth stared at the countless lights, with only one remaining illuminated. The barrage of comments flooded in, dense and numerous. "Did you notice?" Upon witnessing the warmth of the Tang family, his immediate thought was that his sister should have grown up here, as he felt a deep-seated obligation to ensure such a life for her, a debt as the eldest son. Protecting family, seeking vengeance. Cautiously safeguarding his father's ideals in the shadows, he accomplished everything. This eldest son of the Wei family achieved it all. Yet who will grieve for you? Society's constraints bound him. He could have embarked on a different path towards happiness, or nobly become a judicial officer, basking in the sunlight. Yet he chose not to tread that road. On February 1st, 2025, the scene garnered the highest attention across all platforms, leaving many unable to forget it. Filthy and bearing cracked, wounded skin, Wei Xia and her younger brother squatted before the Tang family's entrance, two notorious figures from the old city resembling stray dogs. Gazing at the blissful family scene, sharing foolish smiles as if they were part of it, as if this warmth belonged to them too. Chapter 48. Let us go. All shall be well. The eldest son's gaze fixated on the scene before him. In the live broadcast, the host Chen Xiao observed with a complex expression. Wei Xia had found adoptive parents for the fourth sister. The second brother, Wei Pingsheng, was adopted by Su Jiangwo, the head of the tax bureau, who provided excellent education, greatly aiding his business endeavors. The third brother, Wei Pingzheng, was taken in by the district head of the old city, Yu Jianjun, who instilled in him political knowledge and cultivated his political acumen. Both families were affluent and treated their children with utmost seriousness. Now, it was the turn of the fourth sister, Wei Pingyang. This family was on the verge of disintegration. Chen Xiao paused, pondering. Have you not realized? Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingzheng hardly ever returned to the Wei household anymore. This signifies that they are on the brink of escaping the vortex of annihilation. The end is truly nigh. The comments section erupted with mixed emotions. Given Wei Xia's character, it is inconceivable that she would allow them to face danger. It is because Wei Xia continues to deliberately harm them, diminishing their sense of belonging to the Wei family. A new scene featuring the eldest son emerged. Wei Pingsheng simulating the eldest son. The footage began. In 1996, Wei Pingsheng donned a cheap shirt, deliberately presenting himself as mature. Having previously earned a modest sum from reselling electronic products, he began to invest in business. Boss. People involved in the gray market outside have been inquiring about the Wei family. They claim this family is quite valuable, reported a subordinate who worked alongside him. Wei Pingsheng fell silent, contemplating for a long while before muttering through gritted teeth. It seems the fourth sister must be sent away too. He isolated himself. Staring blankly in his room, memories of the past flooding his mind when Wei Xiao was the eldest son. Wei Xiao had been embroiled in fights in the countryside, mired in debt and gambling, forcing the family to relocate to Luoqiao City. Subsequently, Wei Xiao had sent himself to be adopted by Su Jiangwo, the head of the tax bureau. His adoptive father was gentle, ensuring his safety at school, providing guidance, and maintaining a pleasant living environment, frequently visiting the Wei family. However, he eventually grew reluctant to return, as Wei Xiao would demand money from his adoptive father upon each visit, filling him with disdain and aversion. Snapping back to reality, Wei Pingsheng, now the eldest son, furrowed his brow and murmured, "In that lifetime, there was clearly no pressure. Yet why does it feel so burdensome to be the eldest son now?" Wei Xiao seemed to breeze through it back then. Sighing, in the small room, Wei Pingsheng remained in a daze for a long time, harboring doubts. But moments later, he gritted his teeth, fatigue etched on his face. Even if he could not bear it, he must endure. In the hospital ward, the female host turned to Wei Pingsheng and asked, "Mr. Wei, do you believe Wei Pingsheng can withstand the pressures of being the eldest son in the simulation?" As her words fell, Wei Pingsheng's gaze momentarily became vacant. From the onset of their family's annihilation, Wei Xiao had secured protection from the police and the mountain folk. Following that, as the investigation intensified, he personally infiltrated the black mines, plotting against drug cartels. In a brief span of 1 to 2 years, Wei Xiao had avenged 3 times, steadfastly safeguarding his siblings behind him. This eldest son of the Wei family had tried every conceivable approach, save for evasion. He gazed at the waning figure in the hospital, scarcely over 40 years of age. 30 years ago, Wei Xiao was but 18 years of age. He remained oblivious to the path that Wei Xiao would ultimately choose. Nor could he ascertain whether his second brother would withstand the trials of simulation. Amidst his musings, a new scene from Wei Xiao's life unfolded. In May of 1996, in the sweltering heat of Luoqiao City, Dongcheng Province, a telephone booth stood boldly painted in bright yellow, with a queue of individuals waiting to make their calls. Young men and women, clad in bell-bottom trousers, swayed rhythmically together, exuding an air of fashionable exuberance. Inside the arcade, several youths were gathered, captivated by the clattering of joysticks and the sounds of the game. Color films were a rare commodity in this era, prompting a steady stream of patrons eager to purchase tickets for entry. Street vendors peddled belts, white shirts, dark sunglasses, and pointed leather shoes, while urban ladies strutted in broad-shouldered, cinched coats, exuding confidence. Not far away, the chimes of a school bell resonated, accompanied by the sound of spirited recitation. Among the throng, a young man with dyed yellow hair, adorned with tattoos and scars, mingled stealthily. It was none other than Wei Xiao himself. Time being of the essence, Professor Tang Rulong was likely already at work, as he had previously checked that the professor had classes scheduled for the morning. As anticipated, Professor Tang made his appearance in the crowd, clutching a stack of newspapers. Wei Xiao, blending into the crowd, approached and feigned surprise upon seeing Professor Tang. "Professor Tang," he exclaimed. The professor, turning at the sound of his name, was met with the sight of Wei Xiao's disheveled appearance, which instinctively provoked a sense of aversion within him. He coldly responded, "Who are you?" With a playful grin, Wei Xiao sidled closer and ingratiatingly remarked, "You may not recognize me, but I have certainly heard of you." He then glanced around conspiratorially and lowered his voice. "Professor Tang, I've heard that you've longed for a daughter. Are you considering having children?" Upon hearing this, Tang Rulong's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly retrieved his phone to report the incident, leaving Wei Xiao with no time to intervene. Once the call ended, Tang Rulong, filled with indignation, pointed an accusing finger at Wei Xiao. "Do you understand the gravity of human trafficking? You scoundrel, engaging in such abhorrent actions at your age. Await the arrival of the police." Unperturbed, Wei Xiao waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, Professor Tang, I am not a trafficker. Look at this photo. This is my sister. She is obedient. It's just that our family is impoverished, and I've been gambling unsuccessfully, accumulating debts." Tang Rulong remained silent, his gaze icy. Meanwhile, the young man with the yellow hair, having received a signal, stepped closer and seized Wei Xia by the collar. "You little runt, you're quite adept at evading, aren't you? Let us see where you can hide. Is this your family? Dress like this. If you have money, hurry up and repay." At this point, the young man cast a menacing glance at Tang Rulong. Although he played along with the charade, when he raised his fist to strike, he hesitated until Wei Xia shot him a fierce glare. Only then did the yellow-haired youth muster the courage to throw a punch toward Wei Xia. The impact resounded. Yet Wei Xia, with a swollen face, maintained a smile and bowed, ingratiatingly nodding. "I will repay, brother. I will have money soon. My sister is worth it." Witnessing this, Tang Rulong could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "You scoundrel! Trading your sister for money. What kind of person are you? My sister possesses the skills of cooking and doing laundry, and she excels in her studies. Who knows, she might one day serve as a steward for you. And it wouldn't cost much." Wei Xia merely smiled, covering her face. She gazed at Tang Rulong, aware of his compassionate heart, as he had always yearned for a daughter. To rescue a little girl and fulfill a dream, she was convinced that Tang Rulong could not remain unmoved. "Get lost!" Tang Rulong bellowed in anger. Just as the police arrived, when he was taken away, Wei Xia shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Then let us send her to the countryside for a look. We could always make some money." At that moment, Tang Rulong's fury surged, yet he reluctantly canceled the police report, handing Wei Xia a business card. "Take this and get lost." In the dead of night, Wei Xia, accompanied by Huang Mao, reappeared outside Tang Rulong's window. She had spent 3 consecutive days lurking at the alley, counting the children's clothing hung out to dry. Wei Xia observed that the Tang family's home stood at the eastern end of the residential building, with a 3-story balcony adorned with lace curtains. Each day, different puffy skirts were displayed, and just yesterday, she even saw the mistress of the house hanging a pair of red leather shoes on the line. Those belonged to the Tang family's late daughter, who had tragically passed away a decade ago. Professor Tang's wife had succumbed to obsession, perpetually hanging clothes, convinced that her daughter was still present. At this moment, the gilded business card nestled in her pocket had curled into sharp edges, incessantly pricking her thigh through the coarse fabric. Wei Xia observed and recorded the essence of this family. "Only such a family would treat my sister with the kindness she deserves. She should have long been granted a life filled with love, care, and earnestness, rather than remaining in a home rife with peril. How wonderful it would be." Chapter 49, An Explanation to Oneself in the Past 25 Years. Wei Xia's hospital room was initially desolate and devoid of visitors, yet it has now become imbued with the presence of many strangers, unbeknownst to Wei Xia, who remains unaware of the many eyes upon him. At this moment, within the confines of the room, gold-rimmed glasses sliding down slightly, stands the renowned scientific luminary, Wei Pingyang, celebrated as the intellectual flower of research, with a demeanor that exudes warmth and an aura of intellect and rationality. Her long-term commitment to international research has granted her an air of authority. Yet today, her complexion is pale, and sorrow lingers in her eyes. The image of a live broadcast flashes in her mind, conjuring memories from 3 decades past. She recalls her first encounter with her adoptive father, Professor Tang Rulong. The middle-aged man, enveloped in a scholarly aura, moved with a gentle grace. His cultivated elegance, honed through years of reading, instinctively drew her closer. However, she vividly remembers the moment he first laid eyes on her, tears streaming down his face, his gaze filled with profound compassion. At that time, she found it puzzling that someone would weep upon meeting her for the first time, as if he were witnessing her existence in a hellish state. It is no wonder. It was you who painted the picture, conveying to them that if they did not want her, she would be sold off to the countryside for money. You made them believe she lived in such dire circumstances, did you not? Wei Pingyang murmured, reflecting on her upbringing in a household that disregarded her, where her worth was measured in currency. It is little surprise that her adoptive parents would later shower her with such affection. As Wei Pingyang lifted her gaze, she was met with the sight of a weathered middle-aged man on the hospital bed, his back adorned with a tattoo of wings. Yet Wei Xia has never soared freely. His entire existence has been tethered to us. Wei Xia's life flickered back through time. After Professor Tang Rulong departed, confirming that the 4th sister would be adopted, Wei Xia returned home, bounding with energy despite his frail state. Having endured the backlash of poison and the bruising inflicted by drug traffickers, leaving his complexion exceptionally pale. Yet, no one took notice. There was no meal prepared for him, no chair set aside. Wei Xia looked up at the dilapidated house, its corners draped in cobwebs, rain seeping through the worn roof, carrying with it a hint of chill. Exhausted, he squatted down, his knees creaking under the strain. Wei Pingong, inadvertently overhearing, furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before finally offering a piece of sweet potato to the ailing Wei Xia. As the sweet potato appeared before him, Wei Xia looked up to see the figure of his fourth sister, her fingertips still bearing a trace of moisture. In that instant, tears welled in Wei Xia's eyes. For the first time, a family member treated him with such kindness, sharing a morsel of food. Pingyong. The sweet potato had grown somewhat cold. Yet Wei Xia turned his head, swallowing it in large bites, tilting it slightly as tears streamed down his face unabated. The cold rain fell upon him, chilling his skin. His voice was muffled, laced with a hint of nasal congestion. You should soar higher. Wei Pingyong did not catch his words. They were too indistinct. And even if she had, she would have remained indifferent, engrossed in her studies. She was solely focused on altering their current circumstances as swiftly as possible. Wei Xia, with reddened eyes, fixated on his sister, who continued to strive and blossom amidst adversity, his voice filled with both pride and reluctance, audible only to himself. Ah, Pingyong, you should have soared higher long ago. It is not due to my lack of ability, but things will be better in the future. You can now fly freely. The cobwebs in the corner are catching the raindrops that seep in. 1 drop, 2 drops. The barrage in the live stream is incessantly scrolling. This time, finding a family and 2 younger brothers is different, whether it is Wei Pingsheng or Wei Pingzheng. Ultimately, it is about seeking civil service opportunities that nurture their strengths, allowing the 2 brothers to receive excellent resources for development. However, the situation is different for the sister. I want her to have a warm family, to receive love and care, and to live comfortably and freely. The eldest son of the Wei family is not only ruthless and decisive, but also remarkably attentive, caring deeply for every family member, even when he is left with little of a home. In a contemporary sanatorium, the retired Sun Haiyang is now watching. His health has deteriorated significantly, with violent coughing and heavy breathing. His son complains, "Dad, stop watching, take a break." Sun Haiyang seems not to hear, staring blankly at the live broadcast. Did you see that? Wei Xia merely ate a small piece of sweet potato and began to cry. His voice is weathered and complex. It seems this is the first time he has felt warmth, even if it was just a casual gesture from his sister, yet it moved him to tears. He did not weep when confronted by drug enforcement officers, nor when beaten by drug dealers. He even dared to drive fiercely in pursuit of criminals, navigating the perilous world of illicit mining. Have you ever seen him cry? But now, what brings tears to his eyes is a small piece of sweet potato from his sister. Why? Because for Wei Xia, this is warmth. The image almost freezes. As the elderly and retired Sun Haiyang gazes at the scene of Wei Xia, born in 96, with red-rimmed eyes. In this moment, Sun Haiyang feels a deep agitation, inexplicably sad. He longs to curse the wretched fate and the cruel initial massacre of his family. Sun Haiyang gazes at the screen in a daze. After a few days of recuperation, Wei Xia's health has improved somewhat, but the scars remain. During the day, he, within 4 drip, begins to engage with drug dealers, visiting a tea warehouse to inspect goods and later drinks with them. Emerging from a nightclub, Wei Xia, supported by a blonde companion, stumbles and laughs heartily. Next time, let us continue drinking. Did you see? These venues are all ours. A few drug dealers, inebriated, laugh and give Wei Xia a thumbs up. You, kid, are the real deal. It is only when the drug dealers have moved far away that Wei Xia withdraws his hand from the support of the blonde companion, his expression returning to calm. Once assured no one is around, he and the blonde companion stealthily arrive at the Tang residence, concealed beneath a small attic. They observe the children's clothing on the balcony. Tang Rulong, preparing to close the window, instinctively glances over and sees the two, his brows knitting in displeasure. What do you intend to do following me home? Are you here to steal or to kidnap? His voice rings out sharply. His disdain for these dropouts who squander their lives palpable. Those who subsequently tread the path of crime are predominantly from this background. Hearing this, Wei Xia can only helplessly glance at him and gesture towards the blonde companion behind him. There's no choice. Brother Huang is very insistent on collecting debts. I have ultimately made up my mind regarding whether or not you desire children. If not, I shall take my younger sister to the countryside. Exchanging her for bride money several years in advance would not be a loss. Professor Tang, originally gentle and wise, could not suppress his fury. Trembling as he pointed at Wei Xia, you are truly a beast. Did you not say your sister is but a few years old? How can you still call yourself a brother? Wei Xia and Huang Mao, confronted by Professor Tang's vehement reprimand, merely hung their heads, resembling elementary school students. They stood obediently, refraining from retorting, seemingly indifferent, having resolved to sell Wei Xia's sister. Tang Rulong, feeling helpless, took a deep breath, his tone stiff. Give me your address. I shall visit your home tomorrow to see if your sister is willing to accompany me. At this, Wei Xia could not suppress a secret smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Tang Rulong had arranged to come the following day, and Wei Xia returned home in the dead of night, deliberately rummaging through cabinets, even unearthing grandmother's wooden suitcase. The noise was considerable, quickly alarming grandfather Cheng Zhong, who was accompanied by two younger sisters, both glaring with disapproval. Upon witnessing Wei Xia holding his late partner's gold ring and silver bracelet, Cheng Zhong's expression darkened, his attire worn and tattered. Stealing money? Have you caused trouble again? The glaring fluorescent light was blinding as Wei Xia chuckled awkwardly. I borrowed some money from a professor who mentioned needing a daughter. I thought perhaps I could find some funds to offset the cost. Hearing this, Wei Pingyong clutched her younger sister tightly, anxiously shouting at Wei Xia. You cannot take the fifth sister away. We have no one left. At that moment, Wei Pingyong's voice was thick with emotion, her eyes reddening as she shielded her younger sister behind her. Wei Pingling, still small, was frightened and sobbing behind their grandmother. The grandmother trembled with anger, while Cheng Zhong directly picked up a stick, mindlessly striking Wei Xia, grinding his teeth in fury. Wei Xia protected his head, wincing in pain, yet he continued to smile, fixated on Wei Pingyong. In that instant, the realization dawned upon Wei Pingyong as she innocently looked up at their grandmother. Grandmother, is Wei Xia planning to store me with someone else, like a piggy bank? Wei Xia was suddenly struck dumb, an unbearable pain swelling within his chest. The innocent words of his sister nearly drew blood from his gums. What a calamity! The grandmother could no longer contain herself and embraced Wei Pingyong, weeping aloud. Morning dawned. Wei Xia lay on the damp wooden planks, hearing the sound of his spine cracking. The wall, adorned with awards for being an exemplary student, was gradually curling amidst the mold. He listened to raindrops trickling through the holes in the roof, gradually spreading, mingling with the dampness, fusing with the rotting moss. A knock echoed at the door, and Cheng Zhong, still clutching the stick, had spent a sleepless night in anger, opening the door with a dark demeanor. Who is it? Just as Tang Rulong arrived, carrying gifts, his brow furrowed in dismay, further affirming that this family was in dire straits. That little girl ought to be rescued. He spoke with courtesy, his gaze settling on Wei Pingyong, who sat upright and well-behaved, her eyes slightly moist. What a wonderful child. Unfortunate to be born into such a family. Child, would you like to come and see my home? My aunt and I will treat you well, ensuring you endure no grievances. Gentle, mild, and courteous, akin to the sunlight on a damp winter's day, Wei Pingyong appeared particularly serene, as if she had resolved to make a decision. For the sake of her family and to repay debts, she was willing to accompany you. She understood that she could sacrifice herself as long as she could protect her younger sister. The mention of debts caught Tang Rulong's attention, and he shot a fierce glare at Wei Xia. Yet, Wei Xia remained languid, seemingly displaying a hint of joy. Presently, Wei Pingyong was unconcerned. She had done her utmost for this family. Grandfather Cheng Zhong trembled as he surveyed the nearly empty home, expressing his desire to accompany Wei Pingyong to take a look. Upon arriving at the three-story building, the spacious hall was filled with shelves brimming with various tomes, including rare-bound editions. The floor gleamed, sunlight streaming in from the windows, warm and dazzling. The house was splendid, and upon learning that it was the residence of a professor, Cheng Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that such a distinguished intellectual would willingly take Wei Pingyong away. Wei Pingyong felt a surge of excitement, lost in thought, murmuring to herself, "Can I truly live here?" Tang Rulong, observing the dazed child, felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that she was taken away, otherwise, her irascible grandfather would surely have treated her poorly. At that moment, in the Wei household, grandmother wiped her tears, muttering curses. The home was left with only the younger sister, clutching the tattered and hole-ridden rabbit doll left by her sister, weeping uncontrollably. Wei Xia reclined on the sofa, sighing in relief, gazing at the moldy ceiling with a smile. The scars on his body ached faintly as he suddenly recoiled from the foul odor emanating from himself, murmuring, "Let us go. All of us. All is well." Wei Xia laughed, a joyfully exuberant laughter, truly elated that his siblings would be safe and sound. That sufficed. He no longer despised the scent surrounding him. Once he saw off his brother and sister, he would provide himself with an explanation. In the Yeching infirmary, Wei Pingyong stood in shock, the images from her memories contrasting starkly. One side depicted a leaking, mold-infested home, The other, a bright and warm little building. The noble sacrifice she believed she was making still bore the shadow of this man. When did it all begin? First, when she was coerced by drug traffickers. Pursued by narcotics officers, desperately searching among families. Second, quietly observing the Tang family amidst the biting wind, probing for any details. Third, deliberately inserting herself into the fray. Enduring slander and vilification, solely to capture Professor Tang's attention. Fourth, allowing Professor Tang to witness the dire conditions of her family firsthand, leading to her being taken away. Completing the scheme, Wei Pingyang recalled her arrival at the Tang family. Bathed in bright sunlight and surrounded by books, she felt fortunate. Savoring the care from her adoptive parents as they served her food, always tenderly concerned for her well-being. It felt as though she had returned to her parents' side. Even she could not understand why they were so compassionate towards her. It turned out that everything was orchestrated by him. Her gaze fell upon the solitary figure curled up in the moldy home. He had masterminded everything from behind the scenes, granting her a warm, nurturing, and meticulously caring family of educated scholars. Ultimately, it all circled back to her sacrifices for the Wei family. Send us away, and then confront the murderer. In that moment, Wei Pingyang was taken aback, unable to fathom the anguish that weighed upon Wei Xia's heart. She stood there, bewildered. But what about you? What will you do? Wei Pingyang gazed at the frail middle-aged man on the hospital bed, her brother. The spring festival of 25 years had passed, and the reappointed professor, Tang Rulong, was lecturing a few doctoral students in class. The recent comparative analysis of primogeniture had proven to be quite valuable. It was only when he caught sight of the scenes of memory that he fell into a long stupor, oblivious to the questions posed by the students below. Images from the past began to emerge in Tang Rulong's mind. How did he arrive at the Wei family in the mid-1990s? As a savior, lofty and filled with compassion, rescuing others from peril? His expression grew complex as he regarded the few students, his hair now grizzled, his voice aged. At that time, I believed I was the redemption for the Wei family, or at the very least, for my daughter. I detest such a vile family. He glanced at the live broadcast. Remaining silent for a long while, his voice tinged with bitterness. This time, his gaze fell upon the young boy left behind in that moldy household. Now I realize how foolish I was. That was the most sincere cry for help from a boy, pleading for his sister to escape the mire, while he himself trudged deeper into it. Tang Rulong paused, beginning to gather his textbooks. He no longer wished to continue the lecture. I must go to the hospital. I must see him. He longed to commend that young boy, even though no one had ever praised him before. Chapter 50. The confrontation. The new year of 25 years has passed. The memories of the eldest son have become increasingly vivid. The door to the intensive care unit of Luochio People's Hospital creaked open once more, revealing a weathered face that had endured the trials of time, taking trembling steps forward. This was Sun Haiyang, the retired chief of the Luochio Police Department, the very man who once rescued Wei Xia from the depths of the mining valley, and the principal officer responsible for apprehending human traffickers. The nurse momentarily froze. She recognized this face from the recollections of Wei Xia's life, yet now, Sun Haiyang appeared frail and aged, devoid of his former vigor. Wei Pingyang, and Wei Pingling followed Sun Haiyang's gaze. Seeing behind him an elderly gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance despite his graying hair. This was Wei Pingyang's adoptive father, Tang Rulong. Both elders stood in a daze, staring at Wei Xia's hospital bed, momentarily at a loss for words. What a shattered body it was. What anguish must have accompanied the withered form for decades. No one could fathom. After a prolonged silence, they could only manage a bitter smile. Tang Rulong's voice was hoarse as he sighed. He had sent off each of his children to pursue their own paths. The aged Sun Haiyang coughed and nodded. That path was one of vengeance, followed by death. The recollection continued. A new scene emerged in Wei Xia's life retrospective. A young boy with dyed yellow hair wore a bright smile as he hummed an unfamiliar rural tune while cooking. It was June of 1996, and the humid heat of the kitchen thickened as steam swirled around. Cheng Zhong felt a sense of annoyance, closing his eyes and remaining silent. Wei Pingling, still very young, clutched her sister's rabbit doll, sobbing quietly. Why had they driven away their older siblings? She was fearful, terrified that one day she too would be taken away by strangers. Wei Xia turned his head, forcing a smile. It's not about driving you away. It's about ensuring a better life for you all. Unfortunately, the rising steam blurred the smile, rendering it grotesque and disturbing to the family. Wei Pingling, feeling agitated, lowered her head while wiping away her tears. No one understood why Wei Xia was cheerful. Perhaps it was because he had money to repay debts? Wei Xia paid little heed to such thoughts, quietly preparing rice, steaming eggs, and stir-frying cabbage. After drying his hands, he left the kitchen, aware that as long as he remained at home, no one would find joy, nor would anyone eat. Outside, Wei Xia smiled, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he murmured to himself, "They're almost gone. At least they are safe now." At that moment, Wei Xia navigated through the sweltering summer crowd, fixating on his contact list until he found the name Lu Changjiang. "Blonde kid, come over." Lu Changjiang, the boy with yellow hair, was unlike him. He had a family, parents. Yet, his biological parents were divorced, and his stepmother abused him, while his father merely observed coldly, rendering him as good as homeless. Thus, he had run away from home, becoming the person he was now. The blonde boy arrived swiftly. "Big brother, is anyone still inquiring about the Wei family?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changjiang's expression turned grave, burdened with pressure. Previously, only the black car drivers had received news of the search for the Wei family. Currently, truck drivers, petty merchants, vendors of pickled vegetables from the countryside, and miners are all in search, along with foremen and unscrupulous agents, essentially permeating every industry. The situation is increasingly dire. When cornered, individuals often resort to their last option. It is time to erase any remnants of the past. Wei Xia squinted, maintaining a serene demeanor. The adversary was eager, intent on swiftly eliminating the Wei family to fulfill their obligations. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wei Xia paused. "Father, you incited their wrath, and I shall instill fear." In this moment, a chilling intensity radiated from Wei Xia as the previously dormant ferocity surged forth. The yellow-haired accomplice observed, exhilaration glimmering in his eyes. Reminiscent of the days when Wei Xia led him through the underbelly of society, seizing territory and demolishing venues, reveling in the chaos of battle. He cared not whom he fought against. He merely wished to stand by his brother's side until the end, especially in confrontations with those engaged in underground malevolence. It was exhilarating. Yet, there was a tinge of sorrow in his gaze. Wei Xia treated each brother with kindness, and he had witnessed firsthand how Wei Xia safeguarded his younger siblings. He was a good elder brother, much like his own brother had once cared for him, before his own sibling was tragically slain in a brawl. Now, he had but one brother, Wei. The old black vehicle jolted along the road. Wei Xia, with his dyed black hair concealing his tattoos, appeared in the rural area at midnight, accompanied by Lu Changjiang. He aimed to return and sever the ties of the past. In the mining town, the Wei family's ancestral hall held preserved records and documents. Upon seeing this file, Wei Xia narrowed his eyes and began to burn the papers sporadically, for they contained information about his grandfather's cousins in Jianou, Fujian. He did not incinerate everything, rather, he simply burned a hole through the document regarding his aunt. Now residing in Baihe Town, Luoqiao City, only the mention of Baihe Town remained, while on the reverse side lay the documents pertaining to Fujian's Baihe Town. Lu Huangmao looked on in awe. This was a tactic to mislead the enemy, directing them to Fujian in search of individuals. Organizing the documents in the darkness proved particularly arduous, compounded by the fear of being discovered by those guarding the ancestral hall in the village. Wei Xia and Huangmao meticulously erased any records of the aunt and the great-aunt. The Wei family seemed to have splintered overnight, with all critical information concealed. In the enveloping darkness, the light reflected off Wei Xia's obsidian eyes, a singular glimmer, yet intensely radiant. Yes, it was time to confront them. Soon, the adversaries would realize and come to the town's ancestral hall in search of the Wei family genealogy. They were currently unable to glean any information from the outside world. They had no other options. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he watched silently through the smoke. Previously, they had assumed they were merely dealing with a few children left behind by the drug enforcement officers, thinking they could not escape. Now, the increased scrutiny revealed their growing panic. Furthermore, as per Chu AI's instructions, this was merely the outer layer of the organization. Once their superiors discovered the delay in completing the task, they would surely apply pressure. Then it would be time to lay everything bare, to inform them that the Wei family still had members alive. Let the slaughter commence. At this moment, Wei Xia seemed to be transported back to the frenzied days of his solitary pursuit of justice. In the past, he had reservations, but now, those concerns would soon dissipate. He would plunge into madness more fervently than before. Under the illumination of the lights, the youth's gaze was icy, suppressing the chaos within beneath a veneer of extreme rationality. The data was swiftly organized. Wei Xia extinguished the lights and, accompanied by Huang Mao, exited the ancestral hall, embarking on his return under the cover of night. In the hospital room of E-City, the aged Tang Rulong observed, his eyes reflecting the weight of years. The dark-haired youth of yesteryears had been strikingly remarkable. He gently extended his hand, grasping the hand of the middle-aged man in the hospital bed. The palm was nearly devoid of warmth, its coldness only revealing the hardships and sorrows endured through the years from the cracks filled with calluses and scars. He regarded the situation with complexity, reminiscing about the carefree boy who had cheekily given his sister to him, proclaiming that if he couldn't find a suitable match, he would take her to the countryside. Even now, Tang Rulong vividly recalled that insufferable rascal who had incited his ire. At that time, he had been unable to comprehend the gravity of the youth's gesture, failing to realize that the boy was entrusting him with a solemn responsibility. For he, Tang Rulong, was worthy of trust. In that moment, Tang Rulong pointed at Wei Xia's rough, aged hands, murmuring softly. He was about to lay all cards on the table, ready to confront his adversary after sending off his younger siblings. The scene shifted back to the hospital bed, focusing on Wei Xia's hands. What sort of hands were these? Calloused, scarred by blades, burned, gnarled with age, and marred by deep lines, nearly devoid of unblemished flesh. Memories surged forth once more, replaying vividly. Chapter 51. The Loss of Traces. You shall not be remembered. How did the scars that marred Wei Xia's hands come into being? The recollection continues. Upon returning from the mining town with Lu Huangmao, Wei Xia promptly made his way to the dimly lit rented room. A muffled groan escaped his lips. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet his gaze remained meticulous as he evenly applied the medicinal solution. Huangmao, observing by his side, felt a profound ache for the man who bore the semblance of an elder brother. Each groan resonated painfully within him. Brother, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries they were to confront, yet the scene before him filled his heart with sorrow. Once back in Luoqiao City, Wei Xia stealthily procured some caustic soda from a pesticide shop. Following his father's teachings, he recalled that during the 1980s, there were numerous methods to obliterate traces. He then diluted the caustic soda with water to a 50% concentration, capable of inflicting burns upon the skin of his hands, transforming existing scars into ulcerated wounds. The hands, being highly dexterous and rich in nerve endings, rendered Wei Xia's complexion pale from the intense pain that coursed through him. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. After managing the treatment to his hands, trembling violently, Wei Xia utilized the light to wrap iron nails in aluminum foil. He then silently consumed them. The nails would lacerate his throat, irrevocably damaging his vocal cords. The pain was excruciating, yet it served a purpose. He could disguise his identity, even if his family, after years of separation, were to hear his voice again. They would fail to recognize Wei Xia through fingerprint analysis or familiar tones. His eyes, almost filled with a grotesque crimson hue, reflected his torment. He dared not cough loudly, merely allowing a soft cough to escape, followed by blood-tinged sputum. The sight of the blood sent Huang Mao into a tremor, fearful that any significant movement would affect Wei Xia negatively. He quietly raised his sleeve to wipe away his tears. His eyes reddened with emotion. He had never witnessed this side of his brother. Previously, Wei Xia's ruthlessness had been reserved for outsiders. Now, he directed that ferocity inward, truly resembling a madman. Why are you crying? You brat, just get lost. Don't shed tears in my presence. His voice was raspy, discontinuous, and labored due to the pain that rendered him speechless. Huang Mao, overwhelmed with tears, trembled as he turned to leave, clenching his fists in anguish. The room was left with only Wei Xia, who struggled to lean against the chair, his back drenched in perspiration. The pain was severe. Yet he smiled with a sense of twisted satisfaction. Once I send my little sister away, the killing can commence. His pale face twisted into a grin under the harsh fluorescent light, revealing a visage both feral and frenzied. He murmured to himself, gazing out at the lights beyond the window, much like he observed the current state of the Wei family, his voice hoarse. When I grow old, will you still be able to recognize me? Will those fingerprints reveal any trace of my existence? He longed for his younger siblings, wishing to witness their growth and their establishment of families. Yet, a bitter smile soon crossed his lips, accompanied by a slight cough. No, that is not right. I shall not grow old. I will never age. In that moment, Wei Xia's gaze grew distant, a dazed smile gracing his features. What a pity. I will not be able to see you grow old. Leaning against the chair, the youth gasped, casting his gaze downward, a grimace upon his face. In the hospital room of E-City, the nurse, initially impatient with Wei Xia for donning the respirator, observed him with trembling hands. Was it due to this? She recalled the patient's initially horrendous voice and the scars that rendered his fingerprints nearly unrecognizable. She also reflected on her previous harshness towards this middle-aged man. All that remained for her was silence and a sense of indebtedness. At that moment, Sun Haiyang also turned his head unsteadily towards Wei Xia, reminiscing about the past. No wonder it was said on the streets that a madman had the voice of a crow. It was from this moment that he began his masquerade. A new executioner had emerged. Now, he was set to confront the drug trafficking syndicate of Western Yunnan and its affiliates, as well as the potential shadow of agents that might arise thereafter. Tang Rulong observed with a complex expression. This professor, steeped in scholarly demeanor, had once looked down upon such petty criminals from the depths of his heart. Yet now, he bowed his head, witnessing Wei Xia's extreme efforts to disguise himself. This year, he had not yet turned 20. The comments on Douyin began to emerge anew. I have never seen someone's vitality truly erupt, bursting forth from within, boundless and immense. Do you remember the initial valley? At that time, his vitality was astonishingly vibrant. If he is this fervent with himself, how will he appear when the real confrontation begins? Wei Pingjing was also present in the ward, observing those hands, feeling a chill. Was this truly the essence of Wei Xia? A retrospective glimpse into Wei Xia's life unfolded. In the 1990s, Yi City, as one of the first small towns to embrace industrial development, witnessed heavy traffic and a thriving transportation industry. Wei Xia appeared alongside his companion with yellow hair, a bag in hand, watching his large truck sped by. Indifferent as he spoke, call those truck drivers looking for people. Just say they've found traces of the Wei family child jumping into the sea. The companion immediately understood, nodding as he dialed the number. Among the truck drivers, there were all kinds of people, especially as whispers of the prices for information about the Wei family on the black market had recently soared. Upon receiving the news, the voice on the other end of the line was unmistakably excited. 2 miles east of Huangshui Wharf, are you sure? What are they wearing? The largest size is a blue Zhongshan suit. There are 3 boys and 2 girls. Remember to pay. The truck driver on the other end was extremely agitated, offering a few perfunctory words before hanging up. Wei Xia silently wrapped the moldy blue Zhongshan suit in mud and sank it to the riverbed, where he had also stuffed his old pin engraved with his student number and unwashed film rolls. These items were brought from his hometown, along with the clothes and belongings of Wei Pingxing and others. The truck driver arrived with the forensic team. They initially concluded that the Wei family had either been murdered or had committed suicide by drowning. As for the remains, they had long been scattered by the currents. Given the strong flow of water in Blue Mud Bay, as they departed, the companion looked at the chaotic riverbank and gave Wei Xia a thumbs up. Brother, this tactic of faking death and revealing the truth is brilliant. Wei Xia said nothing, his voice becoming hoarse and his words increasingly sparse. Now, the judgment of death was not overly stringent. He had to seize this opportunity to construct a network of defenses against the dead. Soon, the truck driver received the news and hurriedly arrived at the scene. Observing the salvaged remnants, he even found Wei Xia's former student ID. However, not a single bone was recovered. The driver and his companions began to harbor doubts about whether the Wei family children were truly dead. Yet, they also suspected that someone might have orchestrated this elaborate ruse, leaving them feeling uneasy. At that moment, as they gazed at the turbulent waters of the river, confusion began to envelop them. At the Yecheng hospital, the ward was now filled with numerous individuals. Wei Pingong adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, staring blankly. He witnessed Wei Xia deliberately erasing her own fingerprints, damaging her vocal cords to render her voice hoarse, and managing various information for the clan. This time, upon arriving in Yecheng, a fade of death had been created for the siblings, leaving their enemies perplexed and disoriented. Wei Pingong pondered the narcotics officers, those figures who traversed the shadows, thriving in adversity. If you were a narcotics officer, surely you would find joy in your work? Yet now, you were compelled to accomplish everything under the guise of a thug. Wei Pingyong lowered his gaze, fixated on the image of a youth on the screen. The silhouette of a drug dealer appeared, wearing leather boots, glasses, and bald. He bore a striking resemblance to the assailant who had first appeared at the Wei household. The vehicle jolted and swayed as it sped along the mountain roads. The bald, middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the driver and coldly spoke. Your original mission was to support the rampant drug trade in Western Yunnan for many years, subsequently disrupting the local economy, ultimately achieving a level of drug legality akin to that in Southeast Asia. Presently, those overseas had invested substantial wealth and support. The plan was initially stable, but regrettably, it was discovered by that narcotics officer surnamed Wei, necessitating his elimination. Bald Lu Chong remained silent, yet turmoil raged within him. He now realized that the situation was far more complex than mere gang rivalry. The depths of the intrigue were far beyond his imagination. However, he understood the critical importance of eliminating the Wei family. Should that narcotics officer retain any vital evidence, even their lower-tier operatives would not escape. Moreover, that narcotics officer was utterly detestable. Solely due to his interference, several routes had been obliterated. If he remained alive, the drug trafficking organization would never stabilize. The vehicle finally came to a halt, and a group of individuals emerged in a mining town. Indeed, they found themselves at an impasse and had no choice but to search the Wei family ancestral hall. Under the cover of night, their incursion yielded little more than crucial information that had been burned and rendered incomplete. "Damn it!" the bald, middle-aged man exclaimed, discarding his cigarette, but in frustration. Amongst their agitation, a sense of dread began to settle in. Could there still be members of the Wei family present? Were those brats or some old codgers? By a town? As they pondered, their agitation intensified. Yeqing, or perhaps Fujian. Where exactly should they search for individuals? As they departed, bald Lu Chang received a phone call from a subordinate with news that brightened his spirits. Reports indicated that a Wei family child had been discovered, either deceased from drowning or otherwise. Perhaps in Baihe town, Yeqing. The group was exhilarated and hastily made their way, offering the truck driver a sum of money as they commenced the arduous task of salvage. A pen engraved with a student ID, film reels, clothing. These children must surely be dead. Lu Chang was elated, yet the bald middle-aged man felt increasingly uneasy, furrowing his brow. Do not forget how Yang Daong, Chu Ai, and Sun Xiaoli met their demise. The bald man furrowed his brow in irritation. The fate of the Wei family's children remains utterly entangled at this point. Exercise caution and continue the search. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his piercing gaze reflecting a sense of unease. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. At Yeqing Hospital, Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling contemplated how Wei Xia orchestrated her scheme. Upon reaching the clan, she obliterated the remaining traces. They proceeded to Yeqing, discarding their garments and issuing warnings to hinder their adversaries. Presently, the drug trafficking syndicate has focused its attention on Yeqing, gradually lowering its guard against Luoqiu. Seizing this opportunity, Wei Xia began to disguise herself, adopting various identities to infiltrate the inner circle. Such meticulous strategy, planning, and execution. Wei Pingling could not help but murmur in astonishment. Wei Xia had anticipated the subsequent moves even before the enemy made their move, almost entirely leading them by the hand. The barrage of comments echoed in shock, appearing simultaneously. Is the battlefield set in Yeqing? Why not in Luoqiu, where he has his enforcers and influence? Because Luoqiu City holds his beloved. Thus, he aims to divert his enemies. Even if it means engaging in battle, he must remain far from his family. Chapter 52. He awaits his battlefield in the hospital room. Sun Haiyang stood for an extended period, his back aching severely. Yet, he remained composed, fixated on the hospital bed. This tranquility persisted until the door swung open, revealing a new countenance, aged, weary, and frail. It was the figure of Ma Taigang, now retired and confined to a wheelchair, once the spirited captain of the narcotics team. He was accompanied by Zhao Jing, the new captain of the narcotics unit. At that moment, Wei Xia was meticulously refining a fabricated identity, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Upon hearing Sun Haiyang's voice, Ma Tiegang's gaze turned distant. Recalling the explosive case that had gripped the city in 1996, the drug trafficking case in Yeqing, intrinsically linked to Wei Xia. Wei Xia had intentionally led him to solve the case, intending to send a message to the gangsters, affirming that the Wei family was still a force to be reckoned with. This was, in essence, a declaration of war. The others in the hospital room looked on in confusion, as the eldest son's memories converged with Ma Tiegang's recollections at that very moment. Now, Wei Xia had returned to Luoqiu City. Instantly, he began scrutinizing the false identity, gradually perfecting the intricate details. It was an identification document he had illicitly obtained from the crematorium records. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, with a deformity in the left ankle, deceased in 1996. Notable features included pale lunuli on the nails, symptoms of hereditary porphyria, and distinct dental impressions. Having frequently followed his mother through multiple remarriages, his character was described as erratic. The deformity of the left ankle was the most crucial characteristic of this new identity. Previously, Wei Xia had replicated it meticulously using a plaster cast at the crematorium. The identification card had naturally worn down over a decade. Prolonged use had left the edges of the black and white ID frayed. Wei Xiao began to sand the edges to create a semblance of authenticity. The hereditary porphyria symptoms were conspicuously evident. For 20 consecutive days, he darkened the spaces between his fingers using a kerosene lamp, and under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the laboratory of the Chinese medicine hospital, acquiring blood from jaundiced patients mixed with indigo dye to etch the pale lineally onto his nails. Subsequently, he obtained a pathological report, masquerading as symptoms of hereditary porphyria. His father had once informed him that the household registration office retained dental impression records, which would shatter 2 molars upon cremation. Wei Xiao ingeniously embedded homemade borax pellets within his dentures, resulting in incongruous findings. Starting from June 7th, he transformed himself, beginning with his fingers, extending to his throat, and ultimately dyeing his hair back to black. The once arrogant yellow-haired ruffian had vanished, replaced by a surly young man with black hair. Engaging in brawls with local thugs in the development zone, he seemed intent on proving his toughness. Wei Xia seized a glass and bit down, swallowing with deliberate ferocity. In truth, these were all specially prepared items. This also elucidated the origin of Wei Xia's vocal damage. Everything was traceable. At that instant, Wei Xia fully embodied He Xiaodong. Now, his identity was that of a 20-year-old youth, a porphyria patient who had run away from home due to his mother's repeated remarriages. And now, it was August 1996. The yellow-haired ruffian was reporting back. "Brother," shaking his head, "the other drugs have appeared in Yeqing. All the local thugs are sourcing from the bald-headed ones. It seems they have thoroughly established their operations in Yeqing." Wei Xia observed coldly, smoke curling from his fingertips. It was time to commence. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Ma Taigang, the captain of the drug enforcement team in Luoqiao City, to arrange a meeting. They met again in the same alley as before. Ma Taigang looked at Wei Xiao, whose once dark hair now appeared disheveled, and teased him with a smile. "Oh, you've changed your hairstyle? In good spirits, I see." Wei Xiao paid little heed to the jest and laid bare the information he had gathered regarding the investigation into Wang Mao. Ma Taigang's expression grew increasingly solemn. At the end of August, a fire was set to erupt in the Erdehezi neighborhood of Yeqing. Following this, the illicit gambling dens along Shouchuan Road and Tianhe Road would be ripe for arrests, teeming with addicts. Ma Taigang nodded but hesitated. "Why the fervor? Are you in need of money? How has that previous matter fared? Do you need to visit the rehabilitation center?" At last, Wei Xiao managed a laugh, his voice raspy. "There's no need. This is how my life is meant to be." In that moment, Ma Taigang, usually composed, felt a rare surge of anger. "What do you mean this is how it is? As long as you're willing to turn back, it's never too late." He truly could not bear to see him this way. The dark-haired youth grinned, his smile laden with complexity. "I'm not going. I have no time left. There's time for indulgence, yet no time to better myself." Ma Taigang continued to ramble, but Wei Xiao merely turned away and departed in solitude. Even as he left, he spoke, but no one listened. Only memories recorded his words. I'm sorry. I will strive for redemption in the future." In the hospital room, the now frail Ma Taigang rose unsteadily, supported by Zhao Jing, as his voice, filled with the weight of experience, resonated. "Back then, I was frustrated with you. I thought you merely wanted to watch us eliminate each other to seize the market for yourself. Or perhaps you aimed to use us to threaten and exact revenge. I never believed you could overcome your addiction on your own. To me, you were simply a wayward youth." His voice faltered as his aged eyes fixated on the figure on the hospital bed. "Indeed, you had no time. Your sister Wei Pingling is still here, and you worry about your other siblings at home. The drug dealers in Luoqiao City are still monitoring your market. Everything rests on your shoulders. You simply wish to finish it all, and then depart this world with a clean conscience. To barter your life for your redemption. Am I correct?" Ma Taigang became lost in thought, finally closing his eyes. Meanwhile, on Douyin, comments erupted in shock. What a terrifying strategy. Wei Xia has truly gone mad. He is no longer just the eldest son of the Wei family, but a madman defending his father and his ideals. The clan has destroyed the clues, and Yeqing has lost its leads. All traces are in disarray. The opposition must have guessed that the Wei family still has survivors, and one who is their equal. And with Wei Pingling still unprotected, he has already begun his plans, signaling to them to cease their pursuit. "Now I will pursue and eliminate you all." New scenes continued to unfold. It was now August 1996. Autumn had arrived. The wind picked up, dry and harsh, whipping large clouds of yellow dust that stung the skin. Wei Xiao returned home, his hair dark once more. He pushed open the door to find his grandparents dining with Wei Pingling, the meal appearing rather meager. Wei Xiao glanced at the table in silence. There was no place for him, nor any utensils set aside for him. Seated on the aged wooden sofa, I gazed at Wei Pingling as she ate, my mind drifting in a haze. The youngest sister was undeniably adorable, yet even during mealtime, she clung tightly to her sister's rabbit plush toy. The last remnant of her existence within the Wei family, she appeared somewhat solitary. Despite her disdain and even fear of Wei Xia, Wei Pingling turned with her small spoon, mustering courage to plead, "May I see my older siblings? I miss them." Wei Xia, with a stern countenance, shook her head resolutely. No, her voice was hoarse, reminiscent of a raucous crow, startling Wei Pingling. Cheng Zhong slammed his chopsticks down, rebuking Wei Xia. "When did this household become your domain? Just look at yourself. Dress no differently than those societal scoundrels. Listen to your voice. Smoking and drinking have ruined you. Are you still a child? What child behaves like you, mimicking the worst?" After a prolonged scolding, Wei Xia shrugged indifferently, suddenly smiling. "Fine, let us arrange a meeting. Grandfather, hurry and call them over. I almost forgot. I'm short on cash again. It's time for those 3 foster families to cough up some funds. Grandfather, make the call." Observing the glint of greed and fervor in the eldest Wei sibling's eyes, Cheng Zhong felt utterly disheartened, setting down the phone, his gaze now filled solely with disgust, a potent emotion that could not dissipate. For the first time, the innocent eyes of Sister Wei Pingling reflected hatred. When grandfather put away the phone, Wei Xia seemed somewhat disappointed but did not mind, as she began to devour the family's leftovers. At this moment, those siblings who had departed could not return. Thus, Wei Xia was willing to play the villain. After satiating her hunger, she left once more. Now, she stood outside Wei Pingxing's school. Wei Pingxing had been nurtured well, possessing a keen acumen for business, making him difficult to manipulate. Wei Xia deliberately gathered a group of people to stage pitiful scenes, collisions, and scrupulous restaurants. An exploitation of employees began to appear along Wei Pingxing's daily route to and from school. Yet this time, Wei Pingxing did not rush to help out of indignation. He merely stood by the roadside, observing the anguished cries and tears of despair. Later, in class, when a teacher inquired about ideals, Wei Pingxing's voice grew steadily resolute. "Teacher, regarding the essay on ideals, I have new thoughts. I have witnessed too much injustice and deception, thus I aspire to become a conscientious entrepreneur, aiding the vulnerable and the downtrodden in society." From a distance, Wei Xia watched, smiling. The blonde-haired boy spoke softly, seemingly with a sigh. Gazing at the radiant Wei Pingxing within the classroom, surrounded by classmates, as the teacher presented him with a certificate of achievement. "Brother, your younger sibling thrives in the sunlight." A tinge of envy stirred within him, yet upon seeing his brother, he felt a pang of pity. Here, some endured a hellish existence, and he bore witness to it all. Wei Xia, with a hoarse voice and battered body, gazed at Wei Pingxing, her smile bright, filled with pride and satisfaction. He truly belonged in the sunlight. A video on Douyin quickly ascended to trending status. In a segment from an interview with Wei Pingxing, the chairman of the glass industry in Yecheng in 2024, he appeared impeccably dressed, exuding a mature and composed demeanor. When discussing corporate culture, he reflected on a pivotal experience from his childhood. In the 1990s, while still a student, he witnessed the plight of many oppressed individuals, those who bore the heavy burdens of their families and struggled for survival. The despair of these individuals profoundly affected him. From that moment onward, he resolved that his enterprise would never exploit its employees or oppress society. The distinction between a businessman and an entrepreneur lies in their conscience. The host nodded in admiration, acknowledging that Chairman Wei's contributions to society over the years are widely recognized, indeed marking him as a conscientious entrepreneur. As the video concluded, comments began to flood in at the bottom of the screen. "Your brother is battling a drug dealer. Before this, he had quietly paved a path for you, enabling you to shine." Wei Xia's deep-seated commitment, established decades ago, has cultivated a new star in the business world. One's vision can extend to such remarkable lengths. This scene is etched in the memory of many. At the end of June 1996, Wei Xia was preparing to confront the invisible battlefield against drug dealers. Before leaving, he gazed at his brother, basking in the sunlight, well-educated and nurtured with warmth. Wei Xia's smile was particularly radiant, a rare sight for him. His eyes were gentle, and he grinned broadly, sitting in an inconspicuous corner with his yellow hair. A solitary comment floated by, and then, he was going to die? Chapter 53. Life is like a burning train in a live broadcast room on Douyin. The host Yang Xiao paused his recording. Glancing at the camera with an expression of astonishment, that was almost impossible to conceal. What had Wei Xia been up to during this time? First, he took Huang Mao to the ancestral hall, erasing traces of his family to mislead drug traffickers in their pursuit. Second, he discarded clothing in Yi City, creating a fade of death to provoke suspicion among the traffickers. Third, he sought out Ma Taigang, preparing to dismantle the drug trafficking network within the urban villages of Yi City, instilling fear in his enemies. At that moment, Yang Xiao wore a bitter expression as he gazed at the youth on screen. Each of these actions was suffocating in its gravity. Yet, as Wei Xia accomplished all of this, he was also tirelessly refining the details of his new identity. On Bilibili, Dr. Chen Shuai, a content creator, was also analyzing the situation. Currently, Wei Xia was suffering severe physical injuries. Previous exposure to drugs, coupled with old wounds from beatings, had stunted his growth, and skeletal development was beginning to falter. In the future, he would be frail and diminutive, plagued by frequent illnesses and various complications. To find comfort in sleep, he would rely daily on painkillers and sedatives. Chen Shuai paused, gazing at the situation with complexity. This individual could only move forward. Much like a swiftly moving train engulfed in flames, halting would mean certain death. Reaching the end would imply a mutual destruction alongside his adversaries. A new scene unfolded. Wei Xia, rare for him to rise early, felt his body ache, yet he got up to wash his face, glancing at the calendar. August. The day agreed upon with the narcotics squad leader, Ma Taigang, was approaching. It was time to head to Yi City. Wei Xia turned to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. His black hair remained, but he appeared several years older, weathered and devoid of youthful vigor. He silently made his way to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast, steaming sweet potatoes. Observing Wei Xia's sudden fervor in cooking, Cheng Zhong grew impatient. Suspecting that his eldest grandson was merely putting on a show, likely attempting to swindle money. The family was out of funds, enough of the pretense. Cheng Zhong's voice boomed, eliciting disdainful looks from his grandmother and Wei Pingling, who regarded Wei Xia as if he were trying too hard to curry favor. In the past, whenever Wei Xia faced financial troubles, he would deliberately make himself appear more obedient, hoping that his grandparents would believe he was mending his ways and thus be more inclined to give him money. After a few attempts, however, no one was left to believe him. He was merely a puddle of mud, forever unable to rise. Once the sweet potatoes were set, Wei Xia turned with a compliant smile, especially towards Wei Pingling, his eyes revealing a hint of imperceptible affection. Cheng Zhong scoffed and turned away, while his grandmother sensed something different about Wei Xia today, but merely frowned without comment. As he reached the front door, Wei Xia abruptly turned back, gently patting Wei Pingling on the head. "Little Pingling, you must live happily in the future, under the spotlight, with a splendid life." Wei Pingling looked down, fiddling with the torn and dirty rabbit toy, impatiently evading Wei Xia's hand. "And what about you? Mom and Dad always said you were the best." The child's eyes, stark with clarity, questioned everything. Wei Xia scratched his head, his voice hoarse and piercing. "I am going to fight in a long-planned competition." He gazed out of the window, the sunlight dazzling yet devoid of warmth. "This matter had lingered in my thoughts for an interminable period." Wei Xia's voice was faint, and Wei Pingling, unable to catch his words, paid him no mind, allowing him to mutter to himself. "In this world, there are countless individuals more astute than I." Thus an abundance of unfortunate events ensues, providing opportunities for evasion and retreat. Yet amidst this sea of misfortune, Wei Xia suddenly smiled. His gaze fixed upon the sun's rays piercing his eyes, bright as a spark. He proclaimed, amidst this chaos, "I wish to show you something intriguing. I shall unveil how one might perish in pursuit of their initial aspirations." Pushing open the door, Wei Xia prepared to venture to Yi City. He quietly hoisted his bag, weaving through the crowd, resembling one of the many unnoticed souls. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Lu Huangmao, who had been waiting, appeared. "Brother, are you truly heading to Yi City? The routes there have become perilous, and venturing alone could very well lead to death." A hint of pleading graced Lu Huangmao's eyes. He too wished to accompany him. His voice bore an unprecedented firmness. "Brother, I understand what you intend to do. I will go with you." Luo Qiu could do without Lu Changjiang, but not without Wei Xia. Wei Xia smiled, shaking his head as he patted Lu Huangmao's head. "Stay home with the brothers and look after my younger siblings." The young man's voice was hoarse as he turned to leave, his smile bright. Lu Huangmao wiped away tears, only to find them unceasing, cascading down in large droplets. He felt he had wept more in this moment than throughout his entire life. From within the throng, Wei Xia's resolute voice resonated. "This matter does not concern you. You must not become entangled." You have a future. A future. Indeed. Wei Xia had not considered Lu Huangmao in his plans. His ambitions were vast and perilous. Yi City was not his domain. Thus he could not safeguard one willing to face life and death alongside him, especially since he was different from himself. As silence enveloped the youth in the crowd, Lu Huangmao stood behind Wei Xia, softly inquiring, "Then, brother, what will you do?" Until that moment, Wei Xia turned, a broad smile illuminating his confident eyes. "I shall be fine. After years of enduring hardships, what can they do to me? Ha ha." In that instant, the crowd thickened, nearing the street. Wei Xia's sharp, hoarse laughter gradually faded, revealing a facade of strength that felt ultimately forced, the laughter hollow as he resolutely turned away. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling stared at her younger self and the tattered rabbit plush. Memories flooded back, recalling the day Wei Xia departed. Never had she felt such complexity as now. "So, you had intended to confront the drug traffickers that day, wagering your fate as a stake. You were strategizing, just as the traffickers were. From beginning to end, you were fully aware." Thus, Wei Xia understood that this might be the last time he and his sister would meet. It was why he had unusually urged himself to live joyfully, envisioning a future radiant and resplendent. He had never contemplated how murky his own future might become. The young narcotics police captain Zhao Jing was also watching. As the resolute youth turned away, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, almost as if speaking to himself. He softly uttered, "In this world, there are countless individuals more astute than you." He had long been aware of the alternatives available to him, just as Wei Pingxing, the eldest son, could retreat, evade, or flee without the burden of responsibility, unshackled from the constraints of his title. Yet, he did not contemplate these options, nor did he choose them. He would forever remember the words his mother imparted to him before her passing. "You are the elder brother. You are the pillar of the Wei family. How could a brother abandon his younger siblings and flee alone? Thus, let the battlefield shift to another city." At this moment, as he gazed at the live broadcast of the solitary youth journeying to Yi City, Zhao Jing finally let out a complex sigh. Chapter 54. Just a yearning. February 5th, 2025. The high-speed railway station is teeming with numerous office workers returning to their workplaces, as well as students engrossed in their phones, preparing to return to school. The popularity of the eldest son's reality show surges once more, achieving a staggering lead in trending topics. Meanwhile, in Luoqiao City, Dongchang Province, vehicles begin to arrive in a mining town. These are the curious locals, drawn by the reputation of the area, gazing upon the forsaken site where the Wei family ancestral home stands in a tangle of weeds, reduced to crumbling ruins. Some onlookers, as they observe the scene, find it increasingly reminiscent of the initial broadcast. 30 years ago, it was here that a horrifying massacre occurred. Even forensic students, relying on their memories, begin to reenact the tragic moments when Wei Xia dragged the bodies. Now, apart from the people, only the desolation of wild grass remains. Elderly Cheng Zhong emerges from a nursing home, assisted by Yang Xiao, a master's degree holder in psychology and a Douyin influencer, along with an aide. As they make their way to the mountains, the cave there is draped in cobwebs, and Cheng Zhong, lost in thought, seems to witness the interrogation scenes from the past. 3 decades later, a trembling boy, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly reassures himself that he is the eldest son of the Wei family. Others in the mountains discover 2 nameless gravestones, solitary amidst the trees. Fresh flowers, greeting cards, and photographs, now dulled by moisture, are placed before the graves. Among them, one can vaguely discern images of Wei Pingxing during his youth, Wei Pingxing's accolades, Wei Pingyang receiving a research award, and Wei Pingling, radiant on stage with a microphone. There is also a letter, a once pristine envelope that Wei Xia had placed at the gravestone months prior, now faded and frayed. The eldest son informs his parents of his siblings' growth. The second brother, Wei Pingxing, is now a distinguished entrepreneur in Dongchang Province, serving as an advisor to the Provincial Economic Office and president of the Dongchang Chamber of Commerce. The fourth sister, Wei Pingyang, is involved in international research projects as a key scientific leader, with a promising future ahead. Cheng Zhong, now frail, sits on the ground, lost in contemplation for a long while. Yang Xiao, the psychology masters, gazes blankly ahead. One can only imagine how many times Wei Xia had come alone to share the growth of his siblings with his parents. One can even envision the pride he must have felt during those moments. A sudden wave of discomfort washes over her as she reflects on the solitary young Wei Xia, who buried his parents alone. After leaving the mining town for Luoqiao City, and subsequently for Yeqing, Wei Xia still arrived in solitude. Years later, in his 30s, with tattoos covering his body and a hoarse, aged voice, how must he have felt as he reassured his parents that he had not failed their hopes? That he, the eldest son of the Wei family, was indeed worthy? In a haze, time and space intertwine. Yang Xiao squats on the ground, lost in thought. The memory retracing program continues, and alongside many others, she watches as new scenes unfold. As the autumn dusk of 1996 envelopes the alley, Wei Xia bites the zipper of his black windbreaker, the metallic taste of rust spreading on his tongue. He gazes at the Luoqiu train station before him. Wei Xia is about to leave. He has not summoned anyone, not even his loyal followers, including Huang Mao. It is just him, alone. However, glancing back at the 6 subordinates stealthily trailing him, each among the most formidable and reckless under his command, it was evident that they had been dispatched by Huang Mao for his protection. That scoundrel Lu Huang Mao had disregarded his advice yet again, sending the most capable fighters to shadow him. He needed to get rid of them quickly. Wei Xia seethed. This was not mere brawling, but rather a deadly struggle, and he could never treat another's life as a trivial matter. Every individual's existence is fraught with challenges, each life precious. Yet, the 6 shadows assigned by Huang Mao lingered stubbornly 10 meters away, like an unshakable magnet. You rascals, go back and mind your own business. Do not follow me. Wei Xia shouted in fury, reprimanding his subordinates. These outlaws, plucked from the streets, now hung their heads in silence, resembling drenched stray dogs. Am I off to a spring outing? Wei Xia kicked over a nearby soda can. The metallic clatter startling the youths into a collective flinch. They would never comprehend the warmth of bitterness concealed within his furious tirade. Why follow me like a shadow? If you leave, who will oversee the territory we've fought for? As he continued his tirade, the 6 subordinates, heads bowed, reluctantly departed, some sighing in discontent. Watching them drift away, Wei Xia offered a bitter smile, murmuring softly, uncertain whether his words were directed at them or himself. His adversaries were formidable. You are different. You still possess your own lives. My parents always said that every life is significant. How can I burden you? The sunlight felt pleasantly warm upon him, and Wei Xia felt compelled to smile at that moment. Thus, he grinned, although his voice was barely audible, going unheard. When the last footstep faded around the corner, Wei Xia, feeling faint, leaned against a utility pole. The setting sun elongated his shadow into a sharp blade, pinning it against the weathered wall. What am I trying to prove? Wei Xia whispered to the void, swallowing all unsaid words. Those joyous syllables that should have danced in the throats of 20-year-olds had long since dried to dust in the bloodied fingers of his parents a year prior. It was time to leave. And Wei Xia felt a pang of reluctance as he quietly turned and made his way to Wei Pingyong's current residence, the 3-story loft of Professor Tang Rulong. Wei Xia squatted below, clutching his bundle, until a light rain began to fall, chilling him to the bone. He cautiously peered around, but could not catch sight of his sister. It was only through the neighbors' idle chatter that he learned she had gone traveling with her adoptive mother, leaving only Professor Tang at home. Shaking off the rain that soaked through his clothes, Wei Xia smiled and slung his bundle over his back. At that moment, he huddled behind a holly bush, the rain trickling down to his taut neck, greedily counting the lights on the 3rd floor. Within the warm, golden glow, he glimpsed his sister's ponytail flickering past, adorned with a brand-new pink bow. His nails dug deep into his palm. The pain was the only thing anchoring him from rushing into that warmth. He had many matters still to attend to. That warmth was not meant for him. Suddenly, Wei Xia hopped away, feeling elated. His sister was finally living a happy life. Now, Wei Xia gazes at the characters Yi Cheng inscribed upon the train ticket held in his hand. Suddenly, he recalls the lingering gaze of his mother before her sacrifice, a look imbued with reluctance. On that New Year's Eve, his mother's bloodstained hands clutched the hem of his clothes tightly. Xia, what will you do from now on? What will you do? Mom, I miss you all so much. Sitting aboard the train bound for Yicheng, Wei Xia presses his face against the cold glass, as though enveloped in his mother's embrace. It is also reminiscent of how he buries all his tenderness into the frozen earth, allowing his resentment to forge into a sharp bone. Only in this manner can he hope to survive, for he must confront a host of malevolent forces lurking in society's shadows. At this moment, on the Douyin platform, thousands of viewers send barrage comments every minute. The youth cleaves his soul in twain, offering kindness to the rising sun, while burying ruthlessness in the eternal night. Have you noticed he always wields the knife with his right hand? His left wrist bears the discarded hair tie of his sister. He is truly different. When he is kind, it is unfathomable, yet when he is fierce, it is appalling. What is he, after all? Perhaps both sides are facets of him. This year, Wei Xia is merely 20 years old. He is but a boy who should be smiling, yet all his smiles are reserved for his younger siblings, leaving none for himself. Chapter 55. Never compromising. A new memory replayed in vivid detail as Wei Xia disembarked from the train, arriving in Yeqing. Like many migrant workers of the 1990s, his dyed black hair rendered him inconspicuous amidst the crowd, his frail frame hardly drawing attention. The second riverbank of Yeqing, 3 decades later, thrived with prosperity. Yet from a bird's-eye view, it revealed a chaotic confluence of urban villages and migrant laborers, teeming with various groups. Countless makeshift dwellings dotted the landscape, a veritable melting pot of society. With an astute gaze, Wei Xia entered, armed with information gleaned from Lu Huangmao and various leads. Discovering that this locale housed not only the largest illegal casino in Yeqing, but also a hub for addicts. In the dead of night, outside the Baihuashan Black Casino, a large wolf dog stood sentinel, its eyes gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Wei Xia narrowed his eyes, stealthily extracting a piece of fried pork ribs, poisoned with pesticide, from his bag and discreetly tossing it towards the beast. Moments later, the wolf dog succumbed, its life extinguished. The pesticide-soaked ribs not only eliminated the threat, but also masked any distinctive human scent. While his father had imparted many lessons, Wei Xia had since absorbed knowledge from countless books. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he quietly infiltrated the casino's courtyard, meticulously documenting the inventory and recording the locations of each pill manufacturing site. On the surface, it appeared to be merely a gambling den. In reality, it concealed a clandestine drug processing workshop established in collaboration with local thugs like Lu Chong. Safely stowing away his findings, Wei Xia exited the courtyard and pressed onward. According to his records, 2 more establishments lay along the second riverbank. Had it not been for Lu Chong's ruthless expansion, the drug trade could not have spread so rapidly throughout Yeqing. The second black workshop bore no signage, masquerading as an ordinary warehouse, while functioning as a small casino. The patrons were few, mostly familiar faces. Newcomers aroused suspicion. Similarly, guard dogs patrolled the vicinity. Prior to his arrival, Wei Xia had purchased ample chloramphenicoli drops, soaking his burlap clothing in them. This tactic ensured he would not attract the dog's attention, thereby avoiding pursuit. The interior remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet Wei Xia followed his route, dispersing snake scale vine seeds along the damp walls every 300 meters. These seeds possessed a unique trait. When exposed to urine, they would swell and bloom within 72 hours, indicating recent human presence. This information was crucial for understanding the patrol routes and numbers of the adversaries. After several days in a clandestine lodging, and once he had confirmed the enemy's patrol patterns, Wei Xia cautiously entered the premises to commence his photographic documentation. The biting cold rendered his damp clothing a second skin, nearly numbing him. The corner, perpetually tainted by urination, emitted a pungent odor, the cold wind piercing his nostrils and inciting nausea. Nonetheless, Wei Xia remained undeterred, executing each movement with meticulous precision and calm composure. Having investigated 2 locations, Wei Xia sought refuge in a black internet CAF, beginning to organize his findings while contemplating the final site, yet another den of vice. However, it is evident that this place is considerably larger than the previous 2 areas, and the arrangement of personnel is distinctly different. Attempting to infiltrate and gather evidence discreetly proves to be quite challenging. Thus, Wei Xia ultimately resolves to appear as a gambler. Shall we play a few rounds, boss? The burly enforcer of the underground gambling den, adorned with a viper tattoo around his neck, casts a vicious glare at Wei Xia, assessing his wealth before allowing him entry. Wei Xia, appearing quite youthful and clad in deliberately chosen attire, strides confidently into the casino, responding to the greetings with a subtle nod. He dismissively glances at the surrounding gamblers and furrows his brow. I seek a quieter spot to wager more significantly. I have heard that the deeper one goes, the greater the stakes. Is that true? It seems not to be the case. His voice, gravelly and mature, prompts a momentary frown from the casino manager. Yet he ultimately grits his teeth and nods. He discreetly signals to the enforcer nearby to covertly equip Wei Xia with a listening device. There is no alternative. Should the operations within the casino be discovered, their fate would be sealed. With the listening device in place, Wei Xia boldly proceeds to the innermost section of the casino. Once out of sight of the enforcers, he squints and carefully fashions a communication disruption cap using charred copper wire, enveloping the listening device before commencing his recording. In that moment, he embodies the meticulousness of a secret agent, deciphering every method employed. In a hospital room, the current head of the narcotics team, Zhao Jing, finds it hard to believe. How is this possible? He has not undergone any training. How could he possess such extensive knowledge of intelligence? The retired Ma Taigang, now aged, feels a deep sorrow and sighs. It is because he has devoted himself to reading, reflecting, and practicing simulations. He has never given up on progress over the years. Studying economics and political science for the sake of his younger siblings, mastering various intelligence techniques, physics, and chemistry in pursuit of vengeance. Zhao Jing remained silent. The images of past live broadcasts surfacing in his mind. Wei Xia, hunched over his desk, immersed in an array of books throughout the night, engaging in constant calculations. Even conducting various tests with Lu Huangmao to explore methods of infiltration, surveillance, evasion, and escape. He relentlessly hones his skills. Those in the hospital room are left in shock. In the town of Luoqiu, many gather before the nameless grave of Wei Xia's parents, expressing their astonishment. Today, numerous individuals have come to pay their respects, carrying floral wreaths. Yang Xiao, Cheng Zhong, even the young officer Chen Xiaowen, along with many local citizens arriving in their vehicles, are seen viewing memories through their phones. Watching Wei Xia in the autumn of '96 as he sought out drug dens to document evidence. Observing him as he scattered seeds to ascertain the routes of drug traffickers. Independently crafting anti-eavesdropping devices, masking scents with chloramphenicol eye drops. In the footage, Wei Xia appears like a specter, infiltrating heavily guarded areas. Meticulously recording and organizing data while discreetly storing it away. The impact is profoundly shocking. The live broadcast reemerges once more. Having gathered intelligence on all three casinos, Wei Xia intentionally begins to lose, accruing debts amounting to tens of thousands. The manager pressures him to contact his family for funds, prompting Wei Xia to use the casino's phone to dial Ma Tiegong's number. Two enforcers fixate on this new, unsuspecting target, their gaze is cold and vigilant. Do not speak recklessly. Money is all that matters. Otherwise, I shall sever your hand. Clutching the phone, Wei Xia urgently spoke. Brother, please send me money immediately. The cash I had is hidden in the store. Beneath the red floral wreath at our family's funeral home lies a broken bottle containing my bankbook. Hurry and retrieve the funds. The enforcer frowned, paying little heed. On the other end of the line, Ma Tiegong's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Although no prior code words had been established, he instinctively sensed the underlying significance of the conversation. Once the call ended, Ma Taigang stroked his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. He decided to visit the nearest funeral home's flower shop associated with the narcotics team, searching beneath the red floral wreath for clues. In less than an hour and a half, the team returned swiftly, clutching a miniature glass vial, sealed with a wooden cork to exclude air. It contained a sheet of paper. When exposed to flame, the message swiftly revealed itself. It was a coded note detailing the addresses of 3 drug traffickers' production facilities, including thoroughfare directions and a rough schematic of the premises. The lemon juice-coated paper became legible when heated. Ma Taigang's eyes gleamed with astonishment, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a clever boy. I thought he was merely a street thug, but he is indeed quite skilled." He immediately instructed the narcotics police in Yicheng to collaborate on the case and prepare for an imminent crackdown. This time, they would surely uproot the gang of pill peddlers in the urban village. In the headlines, many viewers failed to grasp the brilliance of the situation. Yet numerous professionals were left incredulous. A scholarly professor was among the first to publish an article. In truth, the phenomenon of lemon juice-coated paper revealing information upon exposure to flame is not complex. Anyone who has attended a chemistry class would understand that this is merely the most basic reaction of organic matter undergoing thermal dehydration and carbonization. However, one must recognize that Wei Xia is merely a youth who abandoned his studies years ago. He has managed to learn so much while mingling with unsavory characters, contending with drug dealers, and safeguarding his family. On Douyin, a biological vlogger expressed astonishment while elucidating to their audience. The plant known as snake scale vine typically flourishes in the Guangxi and Guangdong regions. It possesses a unique characteristic. When exposed to urine for 72 hours, it rapidly expands and sprouts, effectively being stimulated into growth. The abnormal growth rate in this area suggests frequent human presence. Remarkably, Wei Xia utilized this seed to assess the drug traffickers' patrol routes, deducing their numbers, timings, and hideouts. Viewers were thus enlightened to the significance of biological knowledge. Concurrently, a Bilibili Up master posted a video titled, "The Interference of Copper Wire Metal Mesh Hats on Communication Equipment." The audience was shown a detail. Why was Wei Xia not overheard by any listening devices? The answer lay entirely in that inconspicuous mesh hat. Listening devices capture data transmission by detecting radio waves in the vicinity, particularly those simple devices lacking a radar-like probe structure, which are easily disrupted and fail to capture signals. As various streamers explained these intricacies, many viewers grew increasingly awestruck by the details unfolding before them. Biology, physics, chemistry. This 18-year-old lad executed a textbook-worthy infiltration, akin to that of a seasoned agent, before their very eyes. Astonishing. Concurrently, a plethora of headlines flooded various websites. Agent-level disguise, clandestine theft. Wei Xia's ruthless tactics, dismantling the drug trafficking network behind the scenes, intimidating foes, and commencing a violent purge. In that moment, on Douyin, within the host's live broadcast room. A viewer posed a thought-provoking question in the comments. Is he truly executing all of this effortlessly? The room fell into silence. The memory replayed once more. Erdgozi Lane. A gambling den. Gamblers, blinded by their losses, incessantly clamored. Yet in truth, this was one of the largest production sites for shaking head drugs in Yecheng. Presently, the unfamiliar face of Wei Xia, having squandered a considerable sum, drew attention. Within a small chamber, casino overseers continuously interrogated him. In reality, Wei Xia had already been subdued. Someone presented the illicit substance, initiating an interrogation. Wei Xia, showing no resistance, adeptly consumed it, swaying and chuckling. Seizing the moment of Wei Xia's distraction, the overseer narrowed his eyes, having already contacted an insider to obtain critical information about Wei Xia. Now, capitalizing on Wei Xia's dazed state, he pressed for confirmation. He Xiaodong, male, born in 1978, with a deformed left ankle, hereditary porphyria, and scars from prior territorial disputes in Luoqiao City. His voice damaged from swallowing glass during a turf war, and severely worn fingerprints. The overseer, Jean, confirmed all details were accurate. A doctor clad in a white coat assessed Wei Xia's fingerprints and left foot for verification. The overseer, known by the codename Jean Yao, finally relaxed. Shaking off the ash from his cigarette, he had dispatched someone to Luoqiao for an investigation, and the results were in. Both his identity and background in Luoqiao presented no issues. He was merely a street thug. However, debts incurred must be settled, for this was not Luoqiao, not his domain. Currently, Wei Xia found himself confined in the gambling den, subjected to poor sustenance, drinking, and indulging in the intoxicating atmosphere, his health deteriorating, his demeanor listless, and his mind foggy. A splitting headache ensued, as the air was saturated with the acrid stench of alcohol and gastric acid. Gradually regaining consciousness, Wei Xia was seized by violent retching, splashing cold water on his face in a desperate attempt to revive himself. Seizing an unobserved moment, he removed the toilet window and painstakingly climbed to the rooftop of a nearby building, the sound of car doors slamming in his ears. Several vans blocked the exit, and narcotics officers, in concert with local police, encircled the area. The sounds of door kicks and startled cries filled the air. Weakly sprawled on the rooftop, Wei Xia observed as they began to secure the scene following the route he had provided, gunfire erupting. In that instant, he mustered the strength to rise. Gripping the rain barrel on the eaves, his body felt feeble, engulfed by discomfort. The potent concoction of poison liquor forced upon him had not been refined, rendering his head nearly explosive, compounded by the biting cold air seizing his chest. Wei Xia coughed violently, and in that moment, he gazed upward, feeling as though the sky were spinning. Amidst the cacophony of exclamations from the casino and the drug lab, some opportunistic individuals ignited flames, while gamblers scurried in chaos. Wei Xia began to slap his face vigorously to awaken his senses. After several forceful strikes, he gradually regained some clarity. He then leaped from the rooftop, enveloping himself tightly in a garbage bag before plunging into a trash bin. Throughout the latter half of the night, the wailing of police sirens echoed incessantly. Captain Ma Taigang searched tirelessly for Wei Xia, but to no avail. As dawn broke, he gazed at the 3 dismantled drug production facilities, pondering, why has this rascal not revealed himself? What does he fear? A sudden unease washed over Ma Taigang. It appeared that Wei Xia was extraordinarily cautious regarding informants, even hesitant to trust other members of the police force. At that moment, numerous viewers were commenting on the unfolding scene. He dares not gamble. He is no naive soul. Wei Xia has consistently faced the most horrendous circumstances, which makes him exceedingly wary. This is the terrifying aspect. No one knows how many internal personnel the perpetrator has corrupted, yet it underscores the depth of Wei Xia's scheming. They are all ruthless individuals, each more deranged than the last. Many viewers also witnessed a new scene involving Wei Xia. In late August of 1996, a capture operation in the urban village of Erdehezi in Yecheng extended over a day and a half. Wei Xia remained concealed within the trash bin, succumbing to fever, hunger, and thirst. Hiding in the garbage bag, he murmured to himself in a daze. Pingyong, how is your travels? Is the world beautiful? The farthest I've ventured is Yecheng. I hope you explore more in the future. Pingzhong, have you been slacking off? Have you mastered the fundamental function formulas? Pingshong, your mind is sharp, but if you aspire to start a business, you must remain true to your conscience. Only then will you have a brighter future. Pingling, your rabbit doll stuffing is nearly leaking. I want to buy you a new one. Chapter 56. A fate undeserved. The popularity of the eldest son's memory recall program continues to surge, spreading across various nations. In just 25 years, the ordinary populace has witnessed the harrowing journey of Wei Xia, who devoted a year and a half in 1996 to caring for his siblings. Displaying immense fortitude while orchestrating a fierce assault against the shadowy drug traffickers, all while risking his own life. This was markedly different from previous attempts to eliminate the traffickers. This time, it marked the beginning of dismantling their supply chain. On the night of February 7, 2025, many viewers found little solace in the program. Only a profound sense of sorrow, for within the memories recalled, Wei Xia's plight was heartbreakingly tragic. He collaborated with narcotics officers to dismantle 3 clandestine drug manufacturing facilities in the urban village of Yi City. Yet, Wei Xia did not face the officers. He remained concealed within a dumpster, silent and emaciated, until the police lowered their guard and the garbage truck commenced its route. As refuse was tipped into the truck, Wei Xia was unceremoniously cast into the vehicle. Once it exited the city limits, he seized the opportunity to tear open a garbage bag and, as the truck turned slowly, he leaped from it. Despite the vehicle's gentle pace, Wei Xia felt excruciating pain coursing through his frail body. After days of only consuming alcohol, his strength waned, and darkness clouded his vision. Various drugs had pushed his body to its limits. With great effort, he arrived at a small clinic and managed to dial Huang Mao's number, pleading for him to hurry to the clinic outside Yi City's 3rd hospital. When Huang Mao arrived, Wei Xia had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his face pale and marred with bruises. Observing Wei Xia's cracked lips and deeply sunken eyes, it was evident his gaunt chest barely rose and fell. Huang Mao's vision blurred with emotion. "How is he?" he asked anxiously. The attending physician furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Wei Xia on the bed. "I have never encountered so many afflictions in a single individual. There are traces of stimulant drugs, signs of allergic reactions, and it appears he has long suffered from nutritional deficiencies leading to gastrointestinal damage. His mental state may reflect excessive excitement, and his cardiac function is also compromised. We should first administer some nutrient solutions to restore his functions before proceeding with injections." The doctor shook his head and departed, leaving Huang Mao at the bedside, nearly unable to bear the sight. What a dismal sight it was. Wei Xia reeked, his limbs nearly emaciated to the point of resembling skeletal remains, his hair unkempt, and his beard unshaven, curled up on the bed. Huang Mao could not fathom why his elder brother chose this path, a path that, while morally just, bore almost no glimmer of hope. He could only lament softly. Opposing these people, they are all scoundrels. Their reach extends so far that even the authorities have their agents among them. Yet, he gritted his teeth, acknowledging a grim reality. His elder brother was not one to be swayed. He could only resolve to stand by his brother's side in the future. When Wei Xia regained consciousness, with Huang Mao's assistance, he struggled to rise. Though still weak, a flicker of vitality had returned. The lingering taste of alcohol remained in his stomach, and the effects of the drugs continued to induce nausea, rendering it difficult for him to eat. Nevertheless, he persisted in forcing down food, feeling immense discomfort, yet compelling himself to swallow. He felt a sense of gratitude, thankful that he had survived. Now, a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. One must be well fed before visiting younger siblings. Otherwise, they may mock the frail Wei Xia. After a period of treatment, the doctor furrowed his brow while examining the test results. "Young man, there are certain things best left untouched." Wei Xia nodded amiably. A stark contrast to the group of ruffians around him, their hair dyed in vibrant colors. After a brief freshening up, Wei Xia appeared on the train returning to Luoqiao City with his companion, the blonde-haired youth. Through the train window, Wei Xia clutched a classical economics textbook in his bony hands, flipping through the pages and jotting down notes. The blonde youth sat beside him, frowning. "This year has been peculiar for the boss. Many have been apprehended, and those with scars have been taken in one after another." Wei Xia nodded, squinting. "Fortunately, we are not involved in the underworld. They were merely hired to safeguard a nightclub, a somewhat more dubious role as bouncer security. They did not bully others, nor did they conceal any controlled weapons. Yet, he understood it was time for them to transition. Upon arriving in Luochio, Wei Xia, dragging his weary body, began to contemplate a future for his brothers. Many of the previous ruffians from the streets of Luochio had noticed that the group under the madman was gradually ceasing to compete for security jobs. Over 20 young men had dyed their hair back to black, now collecting kickbacks from convenience store suppliers. Simultaneously, Wei Xia and the blonde youth began frequenting various nightclubs, signing contracts for security and hospitality training, and even acquiring the nightclub parking lots. They also took over a billiards hall in the old town, arranging everything from investment to personnel among their former brothers. Lu Changjiang still sported his dyed blonde hair, but began to dress more formally, excitedly shadowing Wei Xia as they inspected the security team, hospitality staff, parking lots, and the billiards hall, along with the video hall. These were now their enterprises. However, the blonde youth scrutinized the signage with a hint of dissatisfaction. The hospitality team, the billiards hall, the video hall, and the parking lot, they lack grandeur and sophistication. Boss, I've noticed many places either go by Mona or Hayes. Are we not changing our names? Wei Xia shook his head, observing the bustling crowd at the billiards hall. They sound unpleasant. At this moment, the blonde youth finally comprehended. Aren't these the names of your younger siblings? He grinned, giving a thumbs up. Boss has principles. Seeing the blonde youth's sudden shift in demeanor, Wei Xia chuckled, his eyes sparkling. It was now late October of 1996. He had departed Luochio City at the end of August, arriving in Yecheng to assist the narcotics police in unraveling drug networks. Nearly 2 months had passed since he last returned home. However, he had begun transitioning his brothers from mere hired thugs to individuals possessing formal occupations, with legitimate channels for work and income. In the crisp autumn sunlight, Wei Xia observed his once following brothers, his smile fading, eyes serene. The hospital, the billiards hall, the video hall. These enterprises, so characteristic of the era, momentarily stunned Wei Pingzheng, who then recalled the past. In 1996, during his school days, his adoptive father, Yu Jianjun, used to drive him to and from school, and he had once overheard their conversations in the car. The prevalence and rampant nature of organized crime have prompted a severe crackdown in Dongcheng province. During that time, he harbored concerns about whether Wei Xia would face the death penalty. Yet, he merely gritted his teeth and reminded himself that the scoundrel deserved it. Subsequently, he indeed passed by the old city district and encountered a peculiar video hall, oddly named Little Star Video Hall. He and his classmates were filled with curiosity. He distinctly remembers, while passing by the Little Zheng Billiards Hall, he remarked to his classmates, whoever named it certainly has poor taste. His classmates laughed, suggesting it must have been a wealthy yet uncultured nouveau riche. A vivid recollection flashed through his mind, a live-stream scene of Wei Xia smiling foolishly at Huang Mao, her gaze softening at those names. In that moment, Wei Pingzheng lost himself in thought. Little Star, Little Zheng, Lingling, Yangyang. So, they are using our names. Are they not? He had never forgotten his younger siblings, nor had he ever lost sight of his role as the eldest son, the brother. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong gazed on with a complicated expression, his voice distant and laden with sorrow. The era was rife with developmental opportunities. Those lingering on the gray edges could amass wealth swiftly. Had he not cared for his siblings, with his innate disposition and capabilities, he could have thrived remarkably well. Such individuals are typically indifferent to superficial fame. Yet, those of his kind seldom meet a good end. Chapter 57. What do you desire? A new scene unfolds in the recollections of the eldest son. The storm against the underworld, particularly targeting the drug trade, intensifies in 1996. In Luochio City, within a tea house, a thunderous kick against the door reverberates as Lu Chang storms in, his voice laced with fury. Are you fools? The police are already at our doorstep, and yet you continue your operations. What a disgrace! Amidst the cries of despair, the figure before him is already drenched in blood. They have only just begun to establish a market for pills in Yecheng, and the investments, money, manpower, connections, lie in ruins. A phone call arrives, the wrath from Yunnan palpable. If such issues persist, you will find yourselves obsolete. The bald man comprehends the implications, fear and rage intertwining within him. After a prolonged silence, the call ends. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he trembles as he lights a cigarette, deep in contemplation. Such a significant uproar must have a mastermind orchestrating it. Who is targeting the pill market in Yecheng? Who could it be? Suddenly, the family tree of the Wei clan and the drowning incident in Yeching flashed through his mind. Could it be the Wei family? Impossible. Aside from the old fool, they are left with nothing but a bunch of youngsters. Who is it then? Furious, Lu Chang's bloodshot eyes turned towards his subordinates. Quickly find this hidden puppeteer and simultaneously investigate the Wei clan. We must eliminate them. Perhaps doing so will quell the flames. Agitated, he extinguishes his cigarette, squinting as if a pair of invisible hands were tightening around their throats. After a moment, his voice grows hoarse. The drug trade in Luochio must pause. We will resume at your end. First, we must eradicate the Wei family. The barrage of comments resumes. And many viewers watch in trepidation. Backed by the drug trafficking syndicate in Western Yunnan, all they have are desperate criminals. You are formidable and fearsome. But what can you do against a madman? Wei Xia is indeed a reckless lunatic. You are merely ruthless, but he is even harsher on himself than on his enemies. This man truly stops at nothing. Currently, the eldest son's comparison program transcends the internet, achieving unprecedented popularity. It tops Weibo and Douyin trends, with clips garnering the highest views and traffic. Even local television stations begin to broadcast it, leading to a significant surge in ratings. The live broadcast continues to gain momentum. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a new scene emerges. In November, on Wei Xia's birthday, he intends to return home. To the north of the old city lies a small commodity street, where goods are inexpensive and stalls abound. Wei Xia is accompanied by a dozen tattooed figures, all on the hunt for items. The youth crouches down, tugging at the ears of two rabbit plush toys, murmuring softly. This one is shedding a bit. This one is too small, and the stitching is coming undone, not quite suitable. Indeed, he is in search of rabbit plush toys. Alongside him, several ruffians approach, each clutching their own rabbit toys. Lu Huangao holds up a white rabbit toy, exclaiming, "Boss, I think this one is decent. It's soft." Another adds, "Mine is large enough to outmatch 3 of his. Look at mine, boss. This one is crafted to scale, a 1-to-1 replica of a real rabbit." The vendor exhibited a hint of trepidation as he fixed his gaze upon Wei Xia, who was surrounded by a group of ruffians. Wei Xia had just handed over a sum of money. I don't need it. Big brother, please take whatever you like," the vendor stammered, his voice trembling as he forced a smile. Wei Xia, with a cheerful demeanor, stuffed the money into the vendor's hand while playfully tugging at the ear of a rabbit plushie. "This one is truly adorable, far more appealing than the one at home. Ping Ling will surely adore it. She loves little rabbits, just like her personality. Alas, it's not good for a girl to be too obedient. If I'm not around in the future, what will she do? How will she fend off those who might bully her?" Wei Xiao muttered to himself, occasionally furrowing his brow in concern. The vendor watched, increasingly anxious, until Wei Xia suddenly beamed, saying, "Boss, could you please embroider some words on it? Make it cute, as she loves beautiful lettering. Just right. To the most radiant little princess." Wei Ping Ling. At that moment, sunlight cascaded over the face of the dark-haired youth, and despite his hoarse voice, his smile was warm enough to make the vendor forget his fear. The vendor began to diligently stitch the words while Wei Xia sat beside him, watching with a joyful smile, feeling elated. After acquiring the rabbit plushie, Wei Xia did not head straight home. Due to prior investments in the nightlife scene and the initiation of collaborations, he had begun to gain a modicum of renown among the local businessmen in Luochio City. The manager of the nightclub informed him of an upcoming gathering that required his attendance to serve as a companion to several directors from the economic and commercial offices. With a furrowed brow, Wei Xia cautiously secured the rabbit plushie before arriving at the private room. Late at night, at the Mona nightclub, Wei Xia staggered outside, leaning against a tree as he vomited in a rather undignified manner. A captain from the Luochio police, just exiting, guffawed upon witnessing the scene. "Is this all you can handle?" A few of his companions draped their arms around him as Wei Xia shouted that he would treat for the next round, continuing until the others departed one by one, leaving him to brace himself against his knees. He despised drinking, yet felt compelled to cultivate these connections to ensure the continued success of the billiard hall and parking lot businesses. His brothers depended on him for sustenance, and these ventures were vital in the fight against drug dealers. Shaking his woozy head, Wei Xia clutched the plushie and wearily returned to the Wei household. Qing Zhong, noticing the stench of alcohol emanating from Wei Xia, glowered at him. Wei Xia, however, paid him no mind and merely handed the rabbit plushie to Wei Ping Ling. "A family gave this to you because they thought you were adorable," he said. Wei Ping Ling recoiled in fear, curling up beside her grandmother, terrified that she might also be given away. Her grandfather, Qing Zhong, also changed countenance. What do you mean? You aren't suggesting we give Ping Ling away, are you? Yet. Wei Xia said nothing, swaying slightly as he retreated to his room, collapsing onto the damp wooden floor. As Wei Xia drifted into slumber in the living room, Wei Ping Ling cautiously held the plushie, gazing at it. It was soft, clean, and utterly charming. She felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she cuddled the doll, speaking softly to herself. They even wrote, "To the most radiant little princess. She must be a wonderful person, right?" In the hospital room, Wei Pingling stared at a little girl clutching a doll, lost in thought. Is that the same doll? Now she resided in a mansion, yet she always kept that doll by her bedside, despite the fact that the garment had faded somewhat after numerous washes, and the bow had loosened. She still took it upon herself to mend it several times. During that period, her elder siblings had been sent away. Each day, she donned her worn and discolored attire, clutching the tattered rabbit doll left by her sister, gazing enviously at the children outside. They appeared resplendent, surrounded by an abundance of toys, all pristine and new. She possessed only this single doll and felt too timid to engage with them, burdened by a profound sense of inferiority. However, with the presence of this cherished doll, she began to perceive herself as someone of significance. Thus, her confidence gradually blossomed. It was through this doll that her sense of self-worth emerged. Wei Pingling lowered her gaze, murmuring softly, "Wei Xia, what is it that you desire? It seems as though no one has ever bestowed a gift upon you." Chapter 58. A clear conscience. The recollection continues. It is now early December of 1996, and the weather has grown colder. The video hall frequented by the young patrons has become bustling with activity, while the billiard hall has also begun to attract a steady stream of loyal customers. The reputation of the welcoming team has spread to Luoqiao City, increasing the clientele. The parking lot and security training business are also showing signs of improvement. In the old district of Luoqiao City, at the junior high school, Wei Xia has shifted her focus more towards her younger brother, Wei Pingsheng. This year, he has turned 13 and is in the second year of junior high. Lu Huangmao, always by the elder brother's side, is not surprised. The elder brother has always valued his siblings above all else. Though Wei Pingxing is gradually maturing, his brilliance remains underwhelming. He requires opportunities that can only be bestowed by others, and it is she who shall provide them. She intends to nurture her brother, ensuring that he not only lives safely but also stands out among the crowd. The children of the Wei family are destined to shine. At dawn, the owner of the breakfast and grocery store, having received money from Wei Xia, spoke a few words to the elderly at home and commenced a performance aimed at Wei Pingsheng. Before reaching the school gate, Wei Pingxing encountered an elderly man by the roadside, clutching his chest and gradually collapsing, breathing heavily. "Sir, what troubles you?" "The heart pill. I'm from Changsheng Grocery. My heart condition has flared up." Wei Pingsheng glanced at the school gate, which was about to close, gritted his teeth, and assisted the elderly man back to the grocery store. Subsequently, the middle-aged shopkeeper, with teary eyes, clasped Wei Pingsheng's hand tightly. "Young brother, you are our family's savior. From now on, if you come to my store, breakfast is on the house for up to 50 people. Do come, don't hesitate, otherwise I shall seek your teacher at school to treat you to a meal." Upon returning to school, Wei Pingsheng, observing his classmates who could not afford breakfast, recalled the incident and took them to the grocery store. Upon witnessing the complimentary breakfast, the eyes of several impoverished classmates glistened with tears, realizing that Wei Pingsheng had indeed taken special care of them. Consequently, when it came time to elect a class monitor, they eagerly cast their votes for him. On the weekend, as school was about to end, Lu Huangmao and a few of his associates intercepted several top students from Class 6 of the second year. "If you are willing to tutor Wei Pingsheng, each of you will receive 30 game coins weekly." Though these academic achievers performed excellently, they had a penchant for the gaming hall, and upon hearing of the 30 game coins reward, they readily agreed. In the class, many looked on, teasing the top students who were tutoring Wei Pingsheng. "Helping others with studies? Has the class monitor bribed you?" The top students chuckled and waved their hands dismissively. "It's not about the money. The class monitor is genuinely a decent person. Have you not seen how he always shoulders our burdens?" In a mere fortnight, Wei Pingsheng's academic performance visibly improved, advancing from the upper middle tier. Many classmates began to sincerely recognize this class monitor. Wei Xia, observing the ranking report brought by Huang Mao, nodded in satisfaction. She sought out the breakdancing instructor outside, offering a sum of money for lessons. On Monday, Wei Pingsheng was halted outside the school gate by a stylishly dressed man who handed him a business card. "Your physique is quite impressive, and your demeanor suits breakdancing perfectly. Should you be interested, You are welcome to learn here for free. As the school prepared for the upcoming cultural performance, Wei Pingxing not only began to learn breakdancing himself, but also returned to instruct his classmates, eager to rehearse for the event and earn some accolades before the winter break. With the weather growing colder, Wei Pingxing had almost become a prominent figure among the second-year students, recently returning from dance practice with a few classmates. In the narrow alley, Huang Mao observed the approaching troublemaker Luo Xiong from Class 7 and exchanged knowing glances with his companions. The other thugs turned, brandishing sticks to block Luo Xiong's path. "Hand over your money, quickly." Their menacing demeanor startled Wei Pingxing and his group, who witnessed the scene from a distance. Two timid classmates tugged at each other, intending to report to a teacher. As the stick was raised, Wei Pingxing furrowed his brow and dropped his backpack. "There is no time. Let go of me." Acting bravely, Wei Pingxing struck the thug's arms several times, and the other two students, summoning their courage, stepped forward, causing the robber to flee in disarray. As Luo Xiong realized that his savior was the very person he had always looked down upon, his fear dissipated, and he spoke with a complex expression. "Wei Pingxing, I respect you now. From now on, I, Luo Xiong, will stick with you." After the winter break, the cultural performance concluded with Wei Pingxing leading his dance troupe to receive awards, including a commendation for bravery. In that moment, he shone brightly amidst the crowd, his reputation soaring. Teachers praised him, and students admired him, bolstering Wei Pingxing's confidence. Among the crowd, Wei Xia observed him before turning away. Later, she waited at the school gate, waving from a distance. "Pingxing." Upon seeing Wei Xia, Wei Pingxing's smile faded, his pride evident as he raised his head. A hint of disdain in his eyes. Her raspy voice grated on him. "Why have you come after sending me away? Remember, we have no relationship now. I only have my younger brother and two sisters. No elder brother." Wei Pingxing walked away, leaving Wei Xia to watch his retreating figure. Huang Mao stood nearby, seething with anger. A representative of the second year? What is there to be smug about? Without a leader, could you achieve this? Only he understood the immense difficulty the leader faced in accomplishing everything, having sought assistance from many. Wei Xia smiled with a sense of relief. Yangtze River. Sometimes, this is how things unfold. Being insulted and misunderstood is entirely normal, as long as one remains true to oneself. Wei Xia smiled, and at that moment, Huang Mao fell into a prolonged silence, merely sighing. In the hospital room, Wei Pingxing was utterly stunned. The live stream replay presented a stark contrast. On one side was a youth basking in glory under the radiant sun, while on the other was a shadowed figure in a corner, voice hoarse. The image felt frozen in time. Then, he looked towards the other side. Simulation of Wei Pingxing's eldest son, the same scene appeared. What was he doing now? At the end of 1996, Wei Pingxing had already seen off for younger siblings but remained in isolation, evading danger while struggling to manage small businesses. In a dilapidated room, he gulped down bitter liquor, feeling particularly agitated. Boss, Wei Pingxing was bullied at school. Wei Pingyang was once again forced to do housework. That family took their child on a trip. So many matters, so chaotic. Bang! With a forceful stomp, Wei Pingxing slammed down the bottle, his agitation palpable. "I understand. I can't manage it all. The pressure is immense." He couldn't help but reminisce about his former self during this time of year. Back when he was in the second year of junior high, vibrant and full of promise. At that time, his academic performance was exemplary, earning him the respect of his peers and elevating him to the status of a celebrated figure within the school. Subsequently, he ascended the ranks with remarkable ease, becoming a genuine tycoon in the business realm. How had he arrived at such a disheartening state now? In the hospital room, Wei Pingxing remained silent for an extended period, his voice laced with bitterness. Back then, Wei Pingxing was indeed formidable. Yet, the strength he possessed was largely built upon the unwavering support of Wei Xia, who had repeatedly assisted him, propelling him to the position of a representative in the second year, earning the admiration of his fellow students. This was the true source of his strength. Behind the dazzling brilliance, someone bore the weight of it all, crafting everything. Yet, he had always attributed his success solely to himself. Wei Pingxing stood in stunned silence, finally exhaling a sigh. He pondered how his elder brother would react if he were to witness all of this. Chapter 59 here. He no longer feels alone. A new scene unfolds as the winter vacation approaches. Households begin to prepare for the new year, with local merchants displaying an array of festive goods, couplets, lanterns, and fireworks. Wei Xia continues to observe Wei Pingxing, summoning 4 cooperative merchants from Luoqiao City to personally reward him. Soon, The school's director of education calls Wei Pingxing out of the classroom in the early morning. Beaming with joy, "Classmate, you have done remarkably well. Your act of bravery has spread, and these esteemed gentlemen, local entrepreneurs, have prepared a collection of gifts in your honor." One bespectacled merchant smiles at Wei Pingxing, nodding in approval. Students from Luochio City should embody rationality and courage, upholding justice. Only then can we contribute to society. He presents a pair of Adidas sneakers as a small token of appreciation, encouraging Wei Pingxing to continue setting an example for his peers. Many students gaze on with admiration and envy. Adidas sneakers, worth hundreds. Wei Pingxing's reputation has transcended the school walls, and he nods excitedly, distributing the sneakers to those he deems worthy among his peers. Not only students from the second year, but also first and third year students, including offspring of officials, receive sneakers in response to Wei Pingxing's call to form a cross-grade football team. In this moment, his influence begins to extend beyond the second year, reaching throughout the entire middle school. "Boss, the shipment of sneakers smuggled from Hong Kong has arrived," Huang Mao reports outside the school to Wei Xia, who nods and begins to arrange for new initiatives. A small stall quietly appears outside the school. After finishing practice, Wei Pingxing, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, gazes in surprise at the stall, which prominently features gossip magazines about Hong Kong celebrities. His astute business acumen leads him to recall how popular these figures are among his classmates, particularly the top students who enjoy discussing them. With this thought, Wei Pingxing purchases all the magazines and starts a discreet underground service to circulate the Hong Kong celebrity gossip weekly within the school. Many high-achieving students come seeking the magazines, offering tutoring in exchange for access. Wei Pingxing's grades rise once more, his progress evident to all. Simultaneously, his influence is no longer confined to the second year. He subtly begins to possess the capacity to impact other grades. Huang Mao arranges for more individuals to appear, and a new scene unfolds at the pool hall outside the school. Shortly thereafter, some third-year students return to school with furrowed brows, distressed over price hikes at the pool hall, having lost money on prepaid cards. They attempt to confront the situation but are dismissed. Upon hearing the news, Wei Pingxing, incensed, arrives alone. Two thugs, sent by Lu Chongjiang, are smoking at the scene. Wei Pingxing vehemently rebukes them, raising prices without notice and refusing to refund prepaid money. "Do you understand the gravity of your actions? This disrupts the market. We could easily call the price regulation department to investigate." Two young men with bleached hair seemed intimidated by the scolding, reluctantly discarding their cigarette butts and muttering defiance, even issuing threats. However, Wei Pingxing remained unfazed, bolstered by the presence of numerous classmates around him. Eventually, the young men impatiently withdrew their price increase sign. Following this incident, many students in the third year were astonished as they witnessed Wei Pingxing boldly entering the pool hall alone, with a commanding aura that quelled the gangsters. As time passed, Wei Pingxing's reputation only grew more formidable. Wei Xia began seeking out the head of the teaching department. What? Just organize a competition without regard for the budget? The head of the department frowned in discontent until Wei Xia promised to exchange a pool hall with him, at which point he nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the knowledge competition themed around the return of Hong Kong, organized by Wei Pingxing of Class 6 in the second year, commenced with great enthusiasm. Presently, Wei Pingxing had emerged as a prominent figure, holding titles such as representative of the second-year grade, judge for the internal knowledge competition, and captain of the school football team. Each time he appeared among the crowd, discussions erupted among his peers. The school auditorium buzzed with whispers. When Wei Pingxing entered the pool hall, filled with ruffians, they dared not utter a word, ultimately reducing their prices. Even the third-year football team members had to heed his commands. It was said that the head of the teaching department specifically requested his involvement in the knowledge competition. Radiating confidence and pride, the youthful figure of Wei Pingxing graced the stage. Students are the new backbone of this era, destined to uphold ancient virtues, fearlessly confronting authority and championing justice. As the pillars of contemporary society, we must play our part, striving for progress while bridging the past and the future. The youth, illuminated by the sun, shone brilliantly, thriving with exuberance, and had become an idol to many within the school. Even several teachers cast admiring glances, appreciating such a student. Thunderous applause resonated through the crowd attending the speech, while Wei Xia, with her dark hair, remained inconspicuous, quietly applauding her brother's radiant presence. The sound of her claps lost amidst the throng. On New Year's Eve in 1996, Su Jianggong's household received numerous invitations. Upon seeing the letters delivered by the postman and answering phone calls, Su Jianggong smiled and remarked, "Football team captain, student representative, judge for major competitions. Oh, you really are something, my boy. Even the head of the teaching department and teachers are inviting you to represent them at gatherings." Presently, Wei Pingxing was regarded as a prominent figure at Luoqiao Middle School, and he smiled with pride upon hearing this. Su Jianggong, along with his wife, looked at their child with growing satisfaction. "This child is truly remarkable. I hear he is not only the class leader but also respected by older students. The last time he acted bravely, he reconciled with someone he previously clashed with. He is broad-minded and academically accomplished, making everything easier." Wei Pingxing's foster mother shot Su Jianggong a knowing glance and smiled. "All right, you two, stop admiring him and hurry to serve the dishes. It's time for the New Year's Eve dinner." Wei Pingxing acknowledged and rose to assist in the kitchen. For a moment, the family basked in warmth and harmony. At the Wei household, the sound of firecrackers on New Year's Eve was incessant, with countless lights illuminating the night. Yet, the Wei family felt a sense of desolation. The New Year's Eve meal had grown somewhat cold, consisting of only one meat dish, while the rest were vegetarian. Grandmother gazed vacantly at the moldy, damp walls. Appearing significantly older than before, Wei Pingling clutched a brand-new rabbit plush toy, taking small bites of the gradually cooling meal. Grandfather Cheng Zhong pushed open the door, removed his hat and worn cotton coat, and sat down at the dining table. Over the years, he had relied on meager earnings from wandering and setting up stalls to sustain their lives, as many factories and places no longer hired workers of his age. Casting a glance at the somewhat desolate home, Cheng Zhong managed a feeble smile. "Let us eat," he suggested. Wei Pingling murmured softly, "Where has Wei Xia gone? Why hasn't she returned home yet?" The house still held some gifts, sent by Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingyang. However, they had not returned. Fearing that Wei Xia would pester them for money, Wei Pingxing hadn't brought anything back at all. "Where is Pingsheng?" Upon hearing his grandfather's query, Wei Pingling sighed. "My second brother is now a prominent figure in middle school. He doesn't wish to be connected with us." The dining table felt increasingly lonely. Suddenly, Wei Pingling recalled her childhood, when her siblings would gather together, following their parents. Clutching her rabbit plush, she longed for home. In another part of the mining town, in the Chilean Valley, stood a nameless tombstone, where a solitary youth lingered. On New Year's Eve, Wei Xia arrived at his parents' grave. He took out a handful of photographs and began to burn them before the tombstone. These photographs included images of Wei Pingxing receiving awards. Wei Pingxing being lifted by the Yu Jianjun couple, Wei Pingyang in a brand new puffy dress, and Wei Pingling, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter while holding the rabbit. These were candid moments captured unintentionally. Pingxing had become quite influential and exuded confidence. Pingxing's adoptive parents were very fond of him. Pingyang had even traveled, returning with tales of joy. Now, Pingling had her own doll, pristine and seemingly cherished. Wei Xia rambled on, as the photographs gradually turned to ashes in the fire before him. The sound of firecrackers echoed. It was now 1997, 2 years since the Wei family massacre. In that moment, Wei Xia felt a sense of disconnection. Born in January, he had reached the age of 20 this year. "Dad, Mom, I miss you," he croaked. Loneliness enveloping him like an arid net, suffocating the youth. He felt unable to integrate into any community. Only here, in the cold valley, before the tombstone, did he feel warmth. Snow began to fall. Wei Xia started a fire, busily preparing frozen dumplings before the tombstone. Once cooked, he placed the first plate of dumplings at the grave. Fireworks ascended, leaves rustled in the breeze. The youth looked up, holding the plate, the brilliance of the fireworks reflecting in his eyes, as Wei Xia exhaled a puff of white breath into the snowy mist. "Dad, Mom, Happy New Year." Chapter 60. Wei Pingxing's inability to endure February 8, 2025. Many gazed back to 28 years ago. Beyond the valley, fireworks danced like a sea of clouds. Wei Xia sat alone, mechanically consuming dumplings. The mining town remained as it was 2 years prior. The bustling atmosphere of 1997 had intensified, with firecrackers resounding. Yet the specter of human trafficking cases from 1995 cast a shadow, leading to frequent militia patrols. The reminiscence continued. In 1997, within the valley, amidst gravestones, Wei Xia set down his bowl and chopsticks, beginning to document his solitude. "In 1997, I was 20 in nominal years, under the false identity of He Xiaodong, age 12. In the old district of Luoqiao City, I established a billiard hall, a video arcade, a welcoming team, a parking lot, and a security training facility. Involved in the massacre case were Yang Daong, Sun Xiaoli, and Chu Ai, all now deceased. I dismantled a drug production chain for the narcotic rock candy. Regarding my younger siblings, Wei Pingxing was placed under the guardianship of Su Jiangong from the taxation department. Wei Pingzheng was entrusted to the old district chief, Yu Jianjun, and Wei Pingyang was taken in by university professor Tang Rulong. Wei Pingxing is currently being nurtured, guiding his brother Wei Pingxing to gain influence. He serves as the representative of the middle school students, captain of the school football team, and a judge in school-level competitions, with ongoing support. Amidst the faint glow of fireworks, the youth stood before the gravestone, meticulously recording every minute detail of his younger siblings. In the desolate wilderness, the cold wind pierced through. The emotions in the live stream comments were complex. Everyone could only see the glory surrounding the other Wei children. Yet no one paid heed to Wei Xia, not even he himself. Wei Xia has never cared for his own existence. All he documented was the growth of his siblings, which was his true desire. In the hospital room after 25 years, aside from the electrocardiogram, the dual memory retrieval machine shone brightly, operating steadily. Wei Pingxing, connected to the brainwave device, suddenly trembled, seemingly in distress. Eyes shifted towards Wei Pingxing as he simulated the life of an elder son, gazing at the screen. Indeed, Wei Pingxing could no longer withstand it. In 1997, during the simulation of his elder son, he chose to abandon all hope. As the eldest son, although he had made a modest profit by navigating businesses under the era's foresight, he had also been exploited and deceived multiple times. He lacked the ruthless means to survive. Why? Why did every memory differ from the past? The scene unfolded at a banquet table where the simulated Wei Pingxing, also 20 in nominal years, appeared disheveled and despondent. His eyes bloodshot. Empty liquor bottles lay scattered across the table, tilted and askew. He continued to gulp down alcohol, soaking his clothes, as his emotions began to unravel. Even at his physiological limits, Wei Pingxing did not cease. He could no longer endure. Years of evasion had left his nerves taut, nearly frayed. The burdens of his younger siblings weighed heavily upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. His eyelids grew heavy, and the rhythm of his heart weakened. In the end, with eyes closed, Wei Pingxing confronted his crumbling self. Something was amiss. Why had Wei Xia, as the eldest son in the past, not experienced this? The pressure was overwhelming. With a heavy heart, Wei Pingxing finally chose to abandon the simulation and began to withdraw. Making that decision felt like a breath of relief. In this era, he utterly despised the relentless entanglements of his younger siblings that dragged his steps forward. If it were not for them, perhaps in this era, I could have thrived splendidly. Juggling 4 children, the burdens are manifold and exhausting. My life should undeniably be vibrant and full of ambition, yet it is not so. Wei Pingzheng, Wei Piang, and Wei Piling observe, their expressions laden with complexity. The youngest, Wei Piling, closes her eyes and sighs softly, murmuring, "Second brother, you cannot bear this." The live stream, devoid of mockery, presents a stark narration. The plight of the Wei family's eldest son in this era is truly harsh. How could Wei Pingxing possibly withstand it? He believes his success in this time is solely due to his own merit, hence he thinks he can rise in the 1990s. Yet he fails to notice the most critical aspect. In an age where opportunity coexists with peril, there are too many true heroes. Not to mention he has constantly faced relentless pursuit, perpetually evading confrontation, ultimately leading to his own ruin and collapse. The audience watches intently. As Wei Pingxing trembles on the hospital bed, his fingers quiver as this emerging commercial star opens his eyes, weary and scanning his surroundings, nearly feeble, supported by a nurse. He gazes at the flickering lights of the simulation machine, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, I have no idea what this simulation entails. I feel more fatigued than I did in my earlier life. The host remains silent. As Wei Pingxing and the siblings Wei Piang and Wei Piling also choose not to speak. Tang Rulong observes the contrasting emotions, while Ma Taigang turns away. Wei Pingxing quickly senses the awkward atmosphere, stumbling to free himself from the supportive grasp, and begins to watch the live stream replay. Memory recollection of Wei Xia's eldest son, concealing his parents' corpses, fabricating a fire scene. Under the guise of human trafficking, he collaborates with police and civilians to search the mountains, stealing a police car to pursue the killer Yang Daong, subsequently gathering evidence from others, disguising as a gambler, coercing his grandfather to relocate, evading enemy searches, utilizing a black mind to distract the assassin, plotting against Sun Xiaoli, entangled in street brawls, seizing the chance to avenge Chu Ai, reinventing himself, declaring war under a false identity, infiltrating the drug trade, conducting extensive investigations to seek a nurturing family for himself, Wei Pingzheng and Wei Piang, secretly setting traps, honing his business acumen, and cultivating influence. In 2 years, Wei Xia has nearly destroyed everything, becoming estranged from all. Yet, he has accomplished much. Wei Pingxing sits in stunned despair, crumpling to the ground as he stares at the screen. The image ultimately freezes on a black-haired youth, alone on New Year's Eve, eating dumplings before a gravestone. He seems to wish to convey something to Wei Xia. Yet 1,000 words remain lodged in his throat. How could this be? How could all of this be your doing? Impossible. In my memories, Wei Xia was not like this. He was merely a cowardly, greedy, selfish scoundrel. Yet the truth stands before him. Wei Xia imparts to him, eldest son, this is what you must do. In this moment, the spark of ambition in Wei Pingsheng's eyes fades, leaving only desolation. What are you doing? In the hospital room, he is left in despair, murmuring to himself. Chapter 61. The desire for fame and the willingness to experiment amidst the murmurs. Wei Pingxing's dazed eyes reflected a new scene. A retrospective of Wei Xia's eldest son. In early February of 1997, the winds howled, biting and frigid. Students concluded their winter break and began returning to school in succession. What is Wei Xiao engaged in now? He busily flitted between various social gatherings, from business meetings to police banquets, with an array of drinking events unfolding each day, leaving him intoxicated and retching by nightfall. Concurrently, he was establishing more storefronts, contemplating operational investments. Venues such as the Little Rabbit Video Hall and Xinsheng Game Arcade emerged throughout various districts of Luoqiao. At noon, Wei Xia summoned Huang Mao and, seizing the moment during their meal, issued instructions. Ascertain what the school teachers are lacking. The head of the grade and the instructional director have specific needs. Some require transportation, while others longed for luxury brands. Wei Xia scanned the room, swallowing his lunch heartily, and nodded. Deliver whatever they need, and inform them to support Pingxing as he becomes the representative of the student council at the upcoming meeting. With a complex nod, Huang Mao departed. Subsequently, he weaved through various areas, from the teachers' dormitories to the entrance of the community. At the opening meeting, the two listened to the broadcast outside the campus, unnoticed by others. The loudspeaker on the playground resonated with youthful exuberance. Next, I announced the final candidate for the student council representative, Wei Pingxing. Thunderous applause ensued. Beneath the shade of a tree, Wei Xia tightly wrapped his cotton coat around him, clapping vigorously. Then came news of flooding in the counties surrounding Luoqiao City. Attendees at the Mona nightclub included the owners of Luoqiao's chain grocery stores and garment factories, along with television reporters. Wei Xia, his face beaming, navigated through the crowd with a hoarse voice, promising various benefits. The atmosphere at the table was joyous until the crowd dissipated, leaving Wei Xia looking pale and weak, often lost in thought. The following day, the school's academic office received visits from several businessmen. Pingxing, these entrepreneurs, upon hearing of the flooding next door, intend to donate supplies in the name of the school and specifically request you as their representative. Overjoyed, Wei Pingxing nodded and began organizing students to gather donations. At the disaster site, reporters from Luoqiao City TV looked on in admiration. What compels someone of your age to come and donate supplies, to participate in disaster relief? The youth stood tall, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. As a representative of the school, I also embody the social responsibility of today's youth. The news graced the morning paper of Luoqiao City in television broadcasts, showcasing the boy's powerful voice, which resonated with many parents as a model of education, swiftly elevating his reputation. At last, Wei Pingxing emerged as the most renowned student in Luoqiao City, adorned with numerous honors and basking in glory. The student council representative, disaster relief advocate, and an outstanding young person of Luoqiao City. Su Jian and his wife, upon perusing the news, were overwhelmed with excitement, walking briskly at work with an air of triumph. That year, Wei Pingxing entered his 3rd year of junior high, officially becoming the first charismatic figure in the school, admired and respected by many. And what of Wei Xia? Year after year, he traversed various social gatherings, burdened by previous assaults, encounters with drugs, multiple injuries, and a need to disguise his identity. Now, his physique has grown increasingly frail, his complexion perpetually pallid, and his height stagnated. The drug dealers, including the bald man from the tea business, frequently host drinking gatherings, while the commercial office requires constant relationship maintenance. The contrast between the two individuals is stark. One is a spirited young student, radiating with sunny optimism. The other, a speculative businessman navigating murky waters, wears a gloomy smile. The sense of disintegration in the scene is palpable. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng, overwhelmed, lowers his head. But what about you? What will you do? In a moment of emotional turmoil, he is engulfed in a prolonged reverie. He recalls the past, where, after the second year of middle school, life seemed to accelerate, sailing smoothly. Initially, he rescued an elderly man and became the class leader. Subsequently, he displayed bravery, subduing adversaries, becoming the captain of the soccer team, a representative of his middle school, and a member of the student council. He remembers being inundated with interviews and love letters that nearly filled the entire desk. During those triumphant times, he even envisioned a future where he would either engage in commerce or enter politics with joy. It turns out everything was orchestrated by him. He reflects on the moments of revisiting the scene. Wei Xia, with meticulous precision, instructed the elderly man to disguise himself, ensuring no flaws were exposed. He guided the breakdancing teacher on how to compliment without revealing any traces. He directed the local ruffian in the billiards hall to feign anger initially, only to later appear intimidated, so as not to be seen through. He also recalls the torrential rain during the smuggling of Adidas sneakers and the rejections faced when approached with high-priced offers. All of this was aimed at cultivating himself into a prominent figure in Luoqiao City and later leveraging his adoptive parents' background to build a business presence. At this moment, Wei Pingsheng struggles against the wall, gazing at the despondent figure on the hospital bed, rendered speechless. In the ward, the elderly son Haiyang breathes with a frail rasp. Coughing laboriously, he gazes at the almost dazed Wei Pingsheng with a complex expression, his tone disoriented. Do you think Wei Xia is doing this for you alone? He never intended to abandon a single brother or sister. His gaze shifts to the images, and memories of Wei Xia's recordings flood his mind. Wei Pingsheng grits his teeth, his eyes sweeping over his siblings. Therefore, Wei Xia must confront the drug dealers head-on. The thought of merely evading during simulations had already shattered him. He couldn't even spare a thought for his siblings. He cannot fathom how Wei Xia could possibly excel beyond this. How could this be achievable? I have experienced it firsthand. I know how arduous it is. How utterly despairing. At that moment, Wei Pingsheng's eyes were red-rimmed, fixated on the dark-haired youth in the images. He could see that Wei Xia was already quite weak, his abilities nearly exhausted. Thus, the tides of the live stream surged. He underestimated his brother and could never comprehend the resolve Wei Xia harbored in paving the way for his siblings. Limitations of capability? No. He never contemplated such a notion. Wei Xia is not like ordinary people. He treats each day as if it were his last. Amidst the debate, a voice unexpectedly emerged in the hospital room. It was somber yet resolute. Let me give it a try. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wei Pingsheng extended his hand, pointing at the now half-empty dual simulation device. I will simulate the life of the eldest son. Yes. Wei Pingsheng resolved to participate in the simulation of the eldest son's life as well. Wei Pingsheng nodded as the staff completed the installation of the sensor. Subsequently, the simulation would synchronize with Wei Xia's memories, meaning he would inhabit the body of the previous simulator who had succumbed to alcoholism and death, continuing the tumultuous narrative. Wei Pingsheng's expression grew serious as he acknowledged the weight of the responsibility. If my second brother cannot bear this burden, then I shall step up and take on the role of the elder brother. In the hospital room, reporters from various regions gathered, astonished and whispering among themselves. Wei Pingsheng was no ordinary individual. He was a rising political star in Dongchang province, having participated in numerous industrial reforms within local municipalities, with remarkable achievements to his credit. The moment such a person became involved, the potential for transformation was truly extraordinary. As the murmurs swirled around him, Wei Pingsheng equipped himself with various sensory devices. Preparing to enter the simulation, he yearned to experience the role of the eldest son, a position he approached differently than his second brother. While the latter exuded confidence, Wei Pingsheng sought a more composed demeanor. Simulation of Wei Pingsheng as the eldest son commenced. The scene was chaotic. Yet Wei Pingsheng promptly addressed the issues of his younger siblings, who were suffering from familial emotional abuse and harassment by school bullies. Following this, he began to contemplate how to escalate the situation, prompting an investigation into the drug trade by the authorities. He feigned being an official to report these matters, and after initiating inquiries in Dongchang province, he swiftly concealed his family. The barrage of comments from onlookers was filled with admiration. Such tactics, truly befitting a political star. He quickly clarifies the situation and begins to tackle the crisis. Subsequently, Wei Pingzheng convened a gathering with his siblings, including Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingyang. He took it upon himself to mentor Wei Pingxing, encouraging him to uplift his spirits and maintain a positive mindset. In the current meeting, as the eldest son, he radiated confidence, effortlessly navigating various affairs, although a furrowed brow often betrayed his concerns. He was acutely aware that in another timeline, the Wei family's eldest son was formidable. He must present a new standard, for this was a comparative world, and he was a senior official in Dongqiang province. He was also determined to see if he could alter the fate of the eldest son within the simulation. Chapter 62. Is life truly long? Memories of Wei Xia resurface, transporting him back to March 1997. By this time, he had acquired a substantial portion of the industries within the old district of Luoqiao. Presently, he held dominion over parking spaces, billiard halls, and half of the local security teams, either directly or through investments. The remainder was allocated to figures such as the academic director as resources for Wei Pingsheng. Although Wei Xia had withdrawn from the underworld, he was still colloquially referred to as Black Wolf Brother by the locals. This year, he appeared increasingly haggard, his once youthful visage now bearing the marks of age. At merely 20 years old, he looked as though he were 30. In his youth, he had been strikingly handsome, but now only the remnants of that youthful charm lingered, overshadowed by a weathered countenance. Standing beside him was Lu Changjiang, with his youthful demeanor radiating vitality. Through the haze of smoke, his worried gaze fell upon Wei Xia. "Brother, have you quit?" As the ash fell, Wei Xia understood he was inquiring about the drugs. He nodded, albeit with a bittersweet smile, as he gazed out the window. "They still want me to partake. Otherwise, they won't believe me." Lu Changjiang, gritting his teeth, displayed a fierce expression. "Damn it, I'll take my men and deal with them." Wei Xia raised a hand, nearly stumbling as Lu Changjiang pulled him back, coughing amidst the smoke. "Not yet. The time is not right." Outside, the wail of police sirens echoed, sounding far more stable and peaceful than the previous year. Wei Xia narrowed his eyes. The crackdown in '96 had instilled fear and caused them to retract their influence. "I have yet to catch their tail. We need to dispatch someone to continue the investigation. But remember, we must not approach them. Just gather information." The loyal followers surrounding Wei Xia were the most devoted from his past, eagerly volunteering upon hearing their leader's call. It seemed they were not venturing into perilous territory, but rather towards immense wealth and fortune. Observing his brothers, Wei Xia felt a surge of emotion and began to make his selections. Taking into account their personalities, thoughts, and suitability for investigative work, he ultimately chose two individuals. One was Man Han, a robust Mongolian, and the other was Yu Zai, who was delicate in appearance, astute, and courageous. Wei Xia then commenced a calm analysis of how to proceed with the investigation. Their adversaries owned a chemical factory, which would undoubtedly require raw materials. "Man Han, you will assume the identity of a safety officer at the factory and serve as their driver, supplying them with the necessary materials. I will place your photograph within the factory's glass as a disguise to deceive them. Subsequently, I will arrange for someone to connect with you to gain their trust. Yu Zai, you will infiltrate their underground casino as a money launderer, showcasing your skills and using mahjong to relay drug trafficking information. I have prepared this mahjong set for you. Remember to carry it with you. It conceals a layer containing cyanide spray. If you find yourselves in danger, use it immediately. Safety is paramount. You both must remember, absolutely no contact with drugs." Wei Xia's final admonition was grave, his voice hoarse yet piercing. "If they force you to engage with drugs, you may use acupuncture silver needles dipped in phenolphthalein reagent. This reagent will create markings upon contact with alkaline blood, allowing you to feign the appearance of a drug-induced condition." With that, Wei Xia's gaze shifted to Lu Changjiang. "The Yangtze River, henceforth, you must also take action. Establish contact with the dog training facility in Luoqiao City to ascertain the breeding channels for the Dogo Argentino. Subsequently, engage in the training system for fighting dogs to secure an advantage in tracking the adversary. Through the training of dogs, begin to trace the locations of their warehouses and drug concealment." Wei Xia's voice, hoarse yet sharp, resonated within the small, smoke-filled room. Huang Mao, Yu Zai, and Man Han displayed resolute determination in their eyes, standing tall as they nodded. They were acutely aware of the identity of their opponents. The trio had long desired to act, declaring it a matter of righteousness. Should Wei Xia oppose their efforts, they vowed to proceed independently. Wei Xia, though fatigued, possessed bright eyes as she gazed at the gradually departing figures. Soon, all parties began relaying information. Huang Mao forged a canine vaccine registration form, reserving blank pages for tracking, simultaneously training the dogs while awaiting the record of the drug lord's concealed warehouse. Manhan officially became a driver for a chemical plant's waste treatment vehicle, covertly initiating the transport of hydrochloric acid, ether, and other essential precursor materials for the drugs. Through introductions from those in the field, he became acquainted with the bald nephew of a key figure. The counterpart, after multiple confirmations, even dispatched personnel to investigate the chemical plant. The plant staff discovered that Manhan had been registered as a model employee, leading them to finally believe him and permit him to attempt supplying raw materials. Upon arriving at the underground casino, Yuzai quickly garnered the admiration of the casino's chief through his sleight of hand, rapidly ascending to the position of the chief's personal assistant, responsible for maintaining order within the establishment. Each day, he would relay various drug trafficking messages through coded terms related to mahjong. Meanwhile, Wei Xia began to broaden her channels, inquiring about the major drug lord's tea house in Luoqiao City. Boss, we've traced the company behind them. It is Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited in Dongchang Province. This company is foreign-owned, established with investments from Hong Kong and Macau. As she listened to her subordinate's report, Wei Xia squinted her eyes. The adversary scale was indeed formidable. Now, they were not only contending with the drug chain from Western Yunnan, but also facing a large foreign pharmaceutical company as a guise, with operatives and Southeast Asian drug lords lurking in the shadows. Remembering how her father had previously dismantled 3 of their lines at the border, Wei Xia silently lifted her head. Father, I am proud of you. No one anticipated that, amidst such a colossal force, merely 4 ruffians from the small locale of Luoqiao City would dare to infiltrate investigations under various identities. At that moment, the sunlight shone bright. Yet the small room remained shrouded in darkness. The youth stood alone, facing the shadows. In the hospital room, Ma Taigang, now aged beyond recognition, sat alongside his apprentice Zhao Jing, both gazing on with astonishment. Zhao Jing recalled the news from a few years back regarding the investigation into Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, and the standoffs in Southeast Asia's Western Yunnan. The news had surged forth relentlessly, each incident seemingly unrelated yet simultaneously explosive. At that time, they had wondered if an invisible hand was orchestrating it all. Now, gazing at the solitary figure of the youth, Zhao Jing spoke with complexity. You must contend with such an organization. They are destructive forces supported by other nations, with the involvement of Southeast Asian drug lords. The energy behind these individuals is unfathomable. Having ascended to an entirely different realm, merely a hint of their residual power is sufficient to utterly obliterate anyone. Ma Taigang, coming to his senses, gazed in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the magnitude of the challenge faced by the once carefree youth who had expressed a willingness to become an informant. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Could he truly confront adversaries of such caliber? How could he dare to? Exiting the simulation. This marked the first occasion for Wei Pingxing to witness Wei Xia's recollection. Presently, he stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Is this the kind of enemy our father must combat? He sacrificed himself, and you have now chosen to tread his path. How can one possibly contend with such foes? They are unyielding, merciless lunatics." Supported by foreign powers, an entire Southeast Asian drug trafficking syndicate is involved, along with an array of assassins. This is beyond the realm of human capability. The barrage of comments at that moment was intricate. Did you see that? Wei Pingxing appears exceedingly confident, yet he remains ensnared by his own thoughts and fears. This encapsulates his vulnerability and tragedy. He lacks Wei Xia's boundless courage, the ultimate spirit to fight anyone without trepidation. Wei Xia is engaged in battle, while another timeline begins to unfold anew. The third son of the Wei family, Wei Pingxing. The eldest son's simulation. Now, Wei Pingxing takes charge of the situation, initiating planning and organization. On one hand, he mentors his younger brother, bolstering Wei Pingxing's confidence. On the other, he begins to exhibit the demeanor of the eldest son, masquerading as a grassroots official and commencing reports on drug traffickers. Gradually, attention is drawn in Dongchang Province, with investigations commencing, albeit at a sluggish pace. The comments now emerge. Indeed, he handles matters better than Wei Pingxing, after all. His planning and management are coherent, yet achieving results in such a short time frame is arduous. He remains unaware that he will soon confront true adversaries formed by foreign powers. Southeast Asian drug lords, assassins, and spies converging together. Simultaneously, many cast their gaze towards another segment of the scene. The life recollection of Wei Xia's eldest son, The timelines synchronize. Presently, Wei Xia closely monitors the investigation progress of Yu Zai, Man Han, and Huang Mao, while also leading his brothers to invest in other districts of Luoqiu City. His establishments, such as billiard halls and video arcades, are nearly forming a chain. Now, Wei Xia gazes down at the newspaper, where images of Wei Pingxing frequently appear. He has achieved early fame and successfully garnered attention. Subsequently, his gaze shifts to another photograph. Wei Pingxing. In the depths of night, within a private room of the Jinhua Hotel, Li Ziqiang, the section chief of the economic office in the urban renovation district, gazes at the young man with a hint of confusion, leaning back in his chair. The investments and constructions are attributed to our economic office's efforts. You promised an investment exceeding 200,000 within a year. What is it that you truly desire? There is currently a vacancy above, and everyone is competing. A sum in the millions is not trivial for a district. This achievement could potentially elevate him further. Yet, Li Ziqiang remains non-committal, observing Wei Xia with curiosity. In the old district, at Chunhua Middle School, there is a child named Wei Pingxing. It would be prudent for you to take him under your wing and immerse him in the political atmosphere, perhaps arranging for him to serve as a grassroots official. Wei Xia, in a moment of self-reflection, mused that he was investing money and seeking various leaders solely to pave a political path for Wei Pingxing. Section Chief Li Ziqiang squinted in curiosity. It was indeed perplexing that so much investment was warranted for a mere child. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of this investment while also considering the influential connections that Wei Xia possessed, which he preferred not to offend. Thus, Li Ziqiang took the note and proceeded as per Wei Xia's instructions. Upon arriving at the school, Li Ziqiang, under the pretense of nurturing exceptional students, selected 10 pupils, among whom was the second-year student Wei Pingxing. He personally guided Wei Pingxing at the entrance of the county committee courtyard, instructing him on his mannerisms, the rhythm of alighting from a vehicle, adjusting his posture, and the angles for effective communication. Subsequently, under the guise of educational pursuits, he took Wei Pingxing to deliver speeches in urban villages, reading the evening news to the elderly and helping Wei Pingxing shed his dialect accent. Wei Pingxing was exhilarated, as his dialect had always been a source of insecurity for him, especially since he relished the feeling of leadership and had a penchant for politics. Within a month, although still somewhat naive, Wei Pingxing exhibited poise and composure while engaging with various business associations and conferences. In April, Li Ziqiang arranged a meeting with Wei Xia. Expressing his bemusement, "I find this child rather ordinary. What is your rationale for nurturing him?" Wei Xia smiled, yet his eyes were filled with determination. He must excel. Why? Li Ziqiang received no answer and left, shaking his head. As night fell, Wei Xia spoke to himself, "After my demise, the Wei family must have someone to uphold its legacy. Pingxing is overly confident but lacks strength. Pianjiang is oblivious to the complexities of the world. And Piling is far too fragile. Thus, I can only choose Pingxing, and he must rise to the occasion. I am certain he will succeed." A rare urgency crossed Wei Xia's face. His brother was investigating drug traffickers, unaware of the impending dangers. He might not have a tomorrow, and after his death, the Wei family would require someone to sustain its honor. How else could he account to his parents? In the hospital room, Wei Pingxing stared blankly for a long time. His gaze drifted to the other side of the brainwave device, where Wei Pingxing was being simulated. "Little brother, do you comprehend what he is undertaking? Can a person's will truly manifest to such an extent?" Wei Pingxing pondered, seemingly addressing both himself and the frail figure on the hospital bed. He was caught between sending individuals undercover to investigate the drug traffickers and their vast network of power, while simultaneously nurturing the child he once was. Additionally, he had to cultivate Wei Pingxing into the pillar of the Wei family's future. Piling was still young and had yet to find a way out, leaving him unsettled. Wei Pingxing dared not imagine the life that Wei Xia led, as it was steeped in despair, leaving only the path of forward motion. In the ward, the host of the evening news suddenly addressed the camera. Many believe Wei Xia to be on the brink of collapse, disordered in thought, even mad. However, this is far from the truth. For when sorrow approaches the edge of despair, Wei Xia seeks solace in the presence of his parents, drawing strength from them. Moreover, he solely paves the way for his younger siblings, entirely indifferent to how he is treated. He bears no negative emotions. Being misunderstood or slandered holds no significance for him. It is just. The words falter, the evening news anchor's voice quivering with emotion. What will he do? Life is a lengthy journey. What will he do? Chapter 63, April 1997. In the old town, A growing number of shops are emerging in the new district. With the prevailing trend of economic development and market demand, commerce is becoming increasingly prosperous. It has been observed that the once modest video rental store in the old town is gradually transforming into a multi-district chain. Meanwhile, Wei Xia has been arrested multiple times for fighting and consuming ecstasy. He has angered local merchants by encroaching on the market, leading to complaints and investigations by the Commercial Development Group. Business collaborations have resulted in dissatisfaction from local representatives, resulting in direct investigations and arrests. Additionally, he faced the closure of the video store by a tax representative from the new district, incurring significant fines. In just a few months, Wei Xia has experienced a series of chilling encounters with officials, and he has only recently been released. In the office of the video store in the new district, Lu Huangmao brought a new outfit for Wei Xia to change into, venting his anger. Damn it, these bastards want our money. If we don't pay, they arrest us. If we pay too little, they still arrest us. It's even darker than the streets. Wei Xia remained unfazed, merely reviewing the new information accumulated during his absence. Boss, there's news from Tianhai, he said. Upon seeing the data, Lu Huangmao's expression shifted, becoming serious as he reported. Those drug dealers plan to build a factory in the northern suburbs of Luoqiao, publicly claiming it's for the construction of a new facility to support local economic development and address employment issues. Lu Huangmao pointed at a newspaper photograph, frowning. Now the Commercial Development Group and the Employment Bureau have officials involved, including district heads from various areas, over 20 officials in total, with substantial connections. At that moment, Wei Xia's gaze deepened as he scrutinized the officials. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited is a large entity, destined to become a major taxpayer in the future, which makes the officials' support understandable. Little do they know that behind the FAAD of the pharmaceutical company lurks drugs and the infiltration of foreign forces. Their intention to establish a factory here is merely to allow drugs to flourish, transforming Luoqiao City into a Colombian nightmare. What is the situation with Yuzai and Manhin? Wei Xia inquired. Yuzai has relayed a considerable amount of information, and Manhin has also uncovered some storage locations during this time. However, they are currently only probing from the periphery. Hearing this, Wei Xia nodded, his voice hoarse. Stay away. Just knowing the approximate locations is sufficient. I'll handle the rest. At that moment, the youth's eyes glinted sharply, radiating a chilling resolve. This matter is his to resolve. He would not drag others into the depths of it. Lu Huangmao continued to assign people to monitor the tea house, while Wei Xia began dialing the phone of the anti-drug police captain, Ma Taigang. Captain Ma, I wish to report several locations suspected of drug processing and storage. If left unchecked, Luoqiao City is likely to become a second Yecheng, ravaged by drugs. I recommend forming an investigation team immediately. On the other end of the line, Ma Taigang, the head of the anti-drug team in Luoqiao City, sounded perplexed. What? Have these people crossed you as well? He had previously investigated the Yecheng incident, where Wei Xia had even made a personal trip to eliminate the drug dealers. A thug, with many connections, must have ulterior motives. The indifference in the other party's tone caused Wei Xia's voice to grow colder. Cross me? What these things are? You know better than I do. If you cannot find any information, so be it. Now that I provide you with information, why do you still remain inactive? What kind of drug enforcement officers are you? Wei Xia's demeanor was clearly amiss, yet Ma Taigang was also provoked, exclaiming in anger. You yourself have been in contact with this substance. What right do you have to question me? Who knows if you intend to use this as a pretext to harm others? The tension was palpable, and Wei Xia took a deep breath to calm his demeanor. I apologize, Captain Ma, but this matter must be addressed promptly. If this substance spreads, it will endanger many lives. In the small room, Wei Xia seemed to once again see the silhouette of his father, his knuckles turning slightly pale from gripping tightly. This was over 4,000 kilometers from the southwestern edge, something that hundreds, if not thousands, of drug enforcement officers and soldiers had risked their lives to safeguard. The youth felt a profound solitude and anxiety, his hoarse voice laden with complex emotions. Ma Taigang, puzzled, could discern that the young delinquent was not in a stable state. What exactly was this kid doing? Why such concern over the rampant drugs while still being involved himself? All right, I will begin my investigation here. What assistance do you require? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and the voice shifted slightly. A set of drug enforcement officer's attire, or a hat would suffice, or even shoes. Anything issued by you will do. Ma Taigang fell silent, uncertain of Wei Xia's intentions. Understood. We will leave it next to the small cinema on Chunhua Street for you to collect. Thank you, Captain Ma. For some reason, the way he addressed him now seemed different from before. In the hospital, the elderly Ma Taigang lowered his head, feeling unworthy to look up. The memory of that hoarse voice was vivid. He had said, "Anything issued by you is acceptable." At this moment, the hoarse voice seemed almost sharp enough to tear through another dimension. Until he saw the new scene unfold in his memory, a standard police officer's cap issued to a drug enforcement unit. Yet, it was neat, adorned with a badge. Solemn, sacred. Indeed, that year, Ma Taigang had given that young delinquent nothing more than a hat. Just that. In the small room, at the sink, before the mirror, the wrapped cap was placed neatly to the side as Wei Xia vigorously rubbed his hands. The scars and calluses on his hands were cleansed, yet he continued scrubbing fervently. These hands had once been tainted with the blood of criminals, had once come into contact with drugs. They were filthy. He had to cleanse them. Only then did he lift the cap, gazing almost reverently at the badge upon it. The moment he placed it on his head, the youth tugged at his floral shirt with dissatisfaction. The shirt appeared disheveled, exuding a strong aura of delinquency. Wei Xiao buttoned every button, tucked the shirt's hem into his belt, and smoothed it out meticulously, ensuring there were no wrinkles, before looking at the figure reflected in the mirror. His genuine smile slowly faded as he raised his right hand in salute. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. The hoarse voice resonated with power. I voluntarily aspire to become a freshman at the police academy. I vow to dedicate myself entirely for the badge upon my chest, for the people, for justice. I shall eradicate all substances and dangers that threaten the populace. The mountains and rivers shall stand as my monuments. History may not remember us. With deliberate clarity, Wei Xiao articulated each word, as the youthful figure in the mirror saluted with an erect posture, brimming with resolve. At this moment, he felt truly alive. No longer the eldest son of the Wei family, a mere shell consumed by vengeance and the need to protect his kin. This is the hat of a narcotics officer, akin to that of his father, reminiscent of the man who dismantled 3 major drug trafficking lines in the Southwest. The youth spoke to himself, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Report, Code 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. With the exuberance of youth, he recalled the officers he had seen in that police academy. They had bounced about, meticulously adjusting their caps time and again. He played music, resonating with solemn melodies, marching in formation, standing at attention, and at ease. No one knew that within this dilapidated room, a wayward youth was measuring something profound. Yet in his solemn stance, he seemed to have truly discovered a belief to which he could devote his life. The youth stood dignified, the badge a symbol of gravity. At this moment, he was Wei Xia, not the vicious wolf, not an informant, nor a businessman mingling in the taverns. He was a narcotics officer. He understood that he could never truly become one, yet he possessed a hat bestowed upon him by the narcotics division. In the hospital room, the echoes of memories resonated with conviction. Report, Code 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. Suddenly, Ma Taigang trembled, gazing at his almost uncontrollable arms, emotions surging within his chest. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, breaking forth at that moment. He simply observed the youth salute with solemnity. The floral shirt was a stark contrast to the grave cap, yet somehow it felt as though he had found his place amidst desolation. He declared, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, requesting to return to duty. No one knew. The narcotics officer Luo Qiu did not carry your name, but many would remember it in time. Ma Taigang broke free from Zhao Jing's supportive grasp, unsteadily rising, his aged voice trembling yet resolute. 2943, authorized to return to duty. The proclamation resonated throughout the hospital room. On the bed, a middle-aged man, covered in tattoos, breathed faintly, the mist from the respirator gradually diminishing. It seemed even his chest no longer rose and fell. The attending physician observed the various readings on the ECG in silence. His condition was deteriorating. The heartbeat slowed, and the blood oxygen saturation continued to decline. Within the room, the host scrutinized the middle-aged figure, suddenly noticing the scarred fingers of Wei Xia on the bed quivering slightly. Cracked lips whispered silently, as if conveying, received. At that moment, the middle-aged figure began to merge with the memory of the youth. Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, received. Chapter 64. Insufficient time, a new scene unfolds. It is April, the early days of spring, with a chill in the air. Wei Xia remains clad in a heavy cotton coat. Her gaze lowered upon the documents before her. These are the records meticulously compiled by Lu Huangmao and his team, detailing the circumstances of various families in the vicinity. "This one won't do," she murmurs. "Look, this family lost their child due to neglect during a critical treatment window." She continues, "This family is relatively well off. Yet rumors suggest a discord between them. Divorce may be on the horizon." East District? It's quite chaotic there. The streets are rife with delinquents during school hours. Indeed, Wei Xia has embarked on a quest to find a suitable family for her younger sister, Wei Pingling. The girl possesses a fragile disposition, prone to feelings of inferiority. It is imperative to secure a nurturing and supportive environment for her. Otherwise, who will protect her from future bullying in Wei Xia's absence? As she sifts through the documents, she speaks softly, her voice hoarse and unmelodic, yet imbued with a tenderness that nearly spills over. This sentiment has been expressed countless times, leaving Lu Huangmao with reddened eyes. Burdened by an inexplicable sorrow, he wipes away his tears. "Without our leader, I too shall cease to exist." The hardships endured by this elder brother figure resonate deeply with him. In that moment, Wei Xia furrows her brow and delivers a sharp slap to Lu Huangmao. However, her fierce gaze soon softens. "I am sorry, but such talk must cease." Meeting Lu Huangmao's defiant gaze, Wei Xia maintains her serious demeanor. "You must live well and strive to reach 100 years. Embrace this world fully, and perhaps you might find traces of my presence within it." As she speaks, her expression dims, her voice faltering as she resumes her examination of the documents. "Forget it, that won't happen." A sense of desolation envelopes the room. Wei Xia's voice continues, her search for documents accompanied by quiet musings. "It is essential to find a family that is both warm and empowering, at the very least. They must be able to cherish Pingling. This child, from a young age, has been timid. She deserves to grow up enveloped in warmth and love, so she can learn to embrace the world." The dark-haired youth, with his head bowed in earnest contemplation, softens as he speaks of his sister. Lu Huangmao, still with reddened eyes, nods earnestly. "I shall continue to have my brothers inquire further." In the afternoon, as school draws to a close, outside the gates, Wei Xia coughs gently, listening to Li Ziqiang's report. That child is beginning to exude some presence. He is no longer timid and shows signs of astuteness. It appears our efforts are yielding initial results. "It has been arduous," Wei Xia replies with a smile, then gestures for others to approach. Wei Pingzheng has recently been reading the evening news to the elderly in the urban village. Subsequently, you should instruct your team to circulate rumors at school about a staged fight at the Tianji Internet CAF at the intersection. Let us observe how he handles the ensuing conflicts. Soon, Wei Pingzheng inadvertently discovers that two groups of school delinquents have arranged a confrontation at the Tianji Internet CAF, with several classmates involved. He grits his teeth and heads there. Though his attire is quite ordinary, Wei Pingzheng walks with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor gradually taking on an air of poise. Moreover, the approach to mediation began by focusing on the interests of both parties, capturing the attention of the students involved who wished to avoid physical conflict. Soon, both sides reached a truce. As a result, Wei Pingzheng was awarded the Excellent Youth Award by the Luoqiao Education Bureau. Subsequently, Wei Xia arranged for a visit to an abandoned lime pit in the suburbs, which had become dangerously unstable due to previous heavy rains. He enlisted a few delinquents to feign play near the lime pit during the stormy weather. Under Li Ziqiang's political arrangement, Wei Pingzheng also arrived at the scene and quickly noticed the precarious safety barriers. Realizing the potential danger if someone fell, he swiftly invited a few delinquents to play games, luring them away from harm's way. As a result of his timely intervention, Wei Pingzheng naturally garnered gratitude from the parents involved and soon found himself addressing reporters from Luoqiao City. The issue of safety was paramount, and it was imperative to continue enhancing infrastructure and maintenance. Wei Pingzheng remained humble, articulating issues with precision, gradually exuding an air of authority. This interview led to him being dubbed a young official by the Luoqiao Daily, with numerous publications praising his innate aptitude for governance. Following the publication, the media promptly received funds from Wei Xia to continue vigorous promotion. Li Ziqiang observed the proceedings in astonishment, reflecting on how formidable this child was, already cultivating ambition at such a young age. As dusk fell, Wei Xia gazed at the school, shaking her head, feeling the urgency of time. It was only after Li Ziqiang departed that she rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms gaunt and scarred with countless needle marks. In the hospital room, Wei Pingzheng took note, mentally reviewing the entire sequence of events. At that moment, Wei Xia began nurturing her third brother, which involved navigating through delinquents, officials, media, and various other facets. The depth of her strategic planning left her momentarily dazed. She then turned to observe her third brother, Wei Pingzheng, who was emulating the role of the eldest son. Simultaneously, on the same timeline, Wei Pingzheng was actively reporting drug dealers while orchestrating a counterattack, all the while teaching Wei Pingsheng. Wei Pingsheng began to learn about business planning, market development forecasting, commercial competition, conflict resolution, and how to sow discord among rivals. It seemed promising. However, Wei Pingyang could only smile ruefully and pose a question. Brother, when you step out of this simulation and reflect on your youthful past, what then? It became clear that your political journey had been meticulously designed and paved by others from the very beginning. In the realm of social media, live streams echoed sentiments of astonishment. Did you see? During this period, aside from what his subordinates deserved, all of Wei Xia's business was used for gifting. The pool hall, the parking lot, all offered to school leaders, various businessmen, and officials, smoothing the path for Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingzheng in their pursuits of commerce and governance, cultivating their reputations. He hardly retained anything for himself. In another live stream, a master's degree holder in psychology, Yang Xiao, observed the unfolding events, deep in complex analysis. Most importantly, even in the event of a failed upbringing, the worst outcome would be the exposure of Wei Pingxing and Wei Pingzheng, which would deter any adversaries from taking action. This is due to the fact that the guardians of these two children are the head of the taxation department and the mayor of the old city district. Furthermore, both Xiao Pingxing and Xiao Pingzheng are prominent figures among the youth in Luoqiao City. Should any incident occur, the repercussions would be substantial. Wei Xia possesses remarkable acumen, skillfully maneuvering both overtly and covertly to ensure the protection of all involved. Chapter 65. The journey ahead. Years passed, and now it was the summer of 1997. During this period, Wei Xia returned home infrequently, yet each visit found her seeking out Wei Pingling. Observing her sister, who was clutching a new rabbit plush toy, Wei Xia spoke softly. Pingling, you must learn to be braver. With innocence shining in her eyes, Wei Pingling looked up, puzzled. Why? Wei Xiao averted her gaze, not meeting her sister's pure, curious eyes, but instead gazed out the window. As you grow, you must cultivate courage. Do not shy away from challenges, have goals and aspirations, and pursue them with boldness. What is your dream? Wei Pingling tilted her head, pondering deeply, her eyes sparkling. I want to sing. I wish to become a singer and be loved by everyone. Her passion for singing was evident, her gaze pure and filled with hope. Then sing boldly, Wei Xia encouraged, her voice laced with an unspoken tenderness. However, upon hearing this, Wei Pingling fell silent, looking down at her worn clothes, nervously clutching the ears of the rabbit toy. She felt afraid. Singing would attract many listeners, and she feared they might not like her. Even more so, she dreaded the possibility of being bullied. Wei Xiao watched her sister, concern etched on her face. Among their siblings, Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng were stable and confident, while even the youngest, Wei Pingyang, possessed a resilient spirit capable of facing challenges alone. Yet, Wei Pingling was the one who worried her the most. This child was timid, her spirit fragile. Lacking the ability to cope with setbacks, any adversity might prove overwhelming for her. Kneeling down, Wei Xiao looked into the anxious little girl's eyes. Do you miss Mom and Dad? Do you wish to know when they will return? Mom and Dad. Wei Pingling's eyes brightened, her small hands tightening around the rabbit plush. Nodding eagerly. Then wait patiently. When you can sing into the tape recorder they left behind, filling the room with your voice, their messages and sounds will echo from it. Wei Pingling, though uncertain, felt a flicker of hope as she gazed at her sister. She then retreated to her room, timidly beginning to sing alone. She anticipated the day she would reunite with their parents, believing that perhaps then she would have nothing to fear. As her sister practiced, Wei Xia returned to her own room, isolating herself as well. She retrieved the only relic their parents had left behind, the tape recorder. Carefully, she removed the small tape from its compartment, prying it open to replace the worn tape inside, ensuring to align it with the magnified image of the cushioning pad. Next, she set about soldering connections on the circuit board, determined to repair the broken points. Only by doing this could she prevent the magnetic head from melting away, thereby recovering the precious content. Surrounded by a multitude of professional books on her desk, including manuals on tape recorders and their disassembly, she immersed herself in study, learning while assembling and configuring. Wei Xia toiled late into the night, her eyes bloodshot and her body weary from the effort. Having arranged everything meticulously, Wei Xia murmured to herself while welding the final details in various places. Xiaoling, when you hear this, you must have become a great singer. Once the tape of the recorder reaches its melting point, I will be able to play the hidden tape. What weighs most on our parents' minds is you. For you are the youngest and the most timid. I too cannot help but worry about you. Allow me to sing you a song. It is one that our parents often sang to you during your childhood. With the recorder activated, Wei Xia inserted the concealed tape, clearing her throat with utmost seriousness. The scene then shifted, revealing Wei Xia in the living room, holding the recorder. Wei Pingling clutched her rabbit plush toy, gazing at the recorder and tape left by their parents, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Wei Xia shook the Journey to the West tape in her hand and began to instruct her sister on how to disassemble and reassemble it. As she demonstrated, she forcefully pried open the tape head, revealing a note nestled within. Subsequently, she pressed the play button as the theme song of Journey to the West played. Wei Xia adjusted the volume in front of Wei Pingling, tapping out 3 long and 2 short beeps. This was a Morse code signal indicating the removal of the adhesive. Wei Pingling was oblivious, yet Wei Xia continued to demonstrate, knowing her sister was still too young to understand, but one day she would. Receiving the recorder left by their parents, and even having the chance to hear from them, brought an unusual joy to Wei Pingling. She smiled widely, cradling the recorder, her innocent voice chirping along as she began to sing. In that moment, Wei Xia simply listened, closing her eyes. This was her youngest sister, the one she cared for the most. In the hospital room, Wei Pingling observed the details of her memories unfolding. Her thoughts gradually returned to the past, a time when she brimmed with expectation. Little did she know the depth of thought he had put into everything. She instructed her assistant to retrieve the old recorder from their home and bring it to her. As she gazed at the weathered device, marked by scratches and the passage of time, her delicate fingers traced its worn surface, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Skillfully, she placed the tape inside, the familiar Journey to the West song tape, and pressed the 3 long and 2 short buttons to peel back the adhesive. In that silent hospital room, the aged recorder crackled to life, its raspy sound echoing with nostalgia. The atmosphere was steeped in a sense of time gone by. The moon is bright, the wind is still, leaves shade the windowsill, the crickets chirp, like the sound of strings, the moon is bright, the wind is still. Mother sang it just like this, Shaoling, and now I am passing it on to you. It was the youthful voice of Wei Xia, weary yet tender. It conveyed a brother's deep concern and almost indulgent affection for his youngest sister. Yet that year, aside from him, no one knew. Wei Pingling listened, her expression dreamy as the sounds continued to emanate from the recorder in her hands. She recalled her younger self, a time when she dared not sing. It was only after she received the recorder from her parents that she began to sing alone and record her voice. During those moments, she felt as if her parents were with her, encouraging her. However, she was so fixated on filling the room with tapes, hoping to see her parents, that she failed to notice any issues. After graduating, she became engrossed in her career, although she still kept the recorder. She did not remember what Wei Xia had said before. He had concealed the words of his heart within. To be precise, she had not used them since then. The old tape recorder emitted a song that played on a continuous loop, enveloping the hospital room in near silence. After a long pause, Wei Pingling finally spoke. Since 1997. We have not seen him again. How has he fared since then? Wei Ping nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about the past. Indeed, I have not seen him either. He had been infiltrating a drug trafficking organization while secretly opposing Tianhai Pharmaceuticals. Some began to support the young politician, nurturing his political acumen and reputation. While Pingyang was taken in and raised by Professor Tang Rulong, you two were sent away that same year. What has become of him since then? In 1997, that dark-haired youth vanished from everyone's sight. The next time we encountered him, he was a middle-aged man, armed and resisting arrest, barely clinging to life on a hospital bed. They remained unaware of the events that transpired in between. Now, all eyes were fixed upon the bed. Chapter 66. Reading is his passion. February 9th, 2025. For others, it is merely the most ordinary mid-January to February. This period may simply serve as a time for social visits, confronting the monotonous routine of everyday life. Yet now, the live broadcast captures a pivotal transformation in a man's life, spanning from February 1995 to early August 1997. The mining town, once neglected, has become a place of pilgrimage for many. The small river, overgrown with wild grass, now witnesses the release of paper boats. These boats, carrying candles, illuminate the water's surface. Drifting along with the current, a youth, backpack slung over his shoulder, gazes upward at the caves of yesteryear. He reflects on a madman of similar age who once stood here 3 decades ago. The valley, desolate and forsaken, is littered with decaying automobile parts, their surfaces mottled with rust and encrusted with moss. Deep within the valley, an unmarked gravestone, weathered by time, bears traces of past care. Once intertwined with wild smoke and creeping weeds, it now boasts an array of vibrant flowers. Someone recalls the Wei family, consumed by flames 30 years ago. The dilapidated ruins, long since neglected, have succumbed to nature's reclamation, with wild grass flourishing amidst the remnants. They remember the day the fire was extinguished, the ashen-faced boy kneeling here, looking up to confess to his family that he had set the fire as his parents departed. In that moment, Wei Xia's eyes remained tranquil, devoid of turmoil. He had no inkling of what lay ahead in his life. The Phoenix reporter bowed silently, without uttering a word. The reporters from Luo Chiochin and Southern News lowered their heads in solemnity. The local villagers, witnessing such a congregation of diverse journalists for the first time, could not help but reminisce about the days when human traffickers roamed the mountains. The elderly village chief arrived, trembling, wiping away tears as he bowed repeatedly, murmuring his thanks for remembering the lost. The Phoenix reporter suddenly smiled, though his gaze was icy. The once solitary boy, trapped here, had received no aid. Now, Wei Xiao's name soared, and they came to feign compassion, commemorating his parents. A reporter whispered, his eyes fixed on the ruins. Did the world only begin to acknowledge him when he was on the brink of death? In the hospital room, the elderly narcotics officer Ma Taiging watched alongside his apprentice Zhao Jing. Professor Tang Rulong, Officer Sun Haiyang, Nurse Wei Pingxing, and siblings Wei Pingyang and Wei Pingling gathered. 8 pairs of eyes converged upon the hospital bed, for at that moment, the heart monitor emitted a shrill, piercing sound. Wei Xia, once barely breathing, his chest nearly caved in, seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus. Blood oxygen levels plummeted, and vital signs faltered. The nurse and doctor, faces grim, swiftly began to adjust the equipment and medications for resuscitation. The footage continued to delve deeper. The technician responsible for tracing brainwave activity watched intently, furrowing his brow. Perhaps now, Wei Xia was revisiting one of the most harrowing moments of his memories. It was only through this ordeal that he experienced profound emotional turmoil, even contemplating surrendering his life. Wei Pingyang turned, meeting Wei Pingling's gaze, recognizing the shock reflected in her eyes. What could possibly transpire that would drive Wei Xia, who has endured familial calamity and betrayal, to the brink of despair? At that moment, a brainwave device flickered to life, revealing scenes from 1997, during the winter holidays. As the festive atmosphere of the new year began to wane, Wei Xia sifted through newspapers, notably the Luoqiu Evening News, which occupied nearly a third of its space with the headline, 15-year-old official rescues children. Scattered across the table were additional publications, all reporting on news concerning Wei Ping's political affairs. A violent altercation had erupted at Tianji Internet CAF, involving dozens, only to be quelled by a student. The articles extolled the young student, praising his remarkable eloquence despite his youth. Others lauded his spirit of heroism, asserting he was a paragon, inheriting the legacy of his predecessors. A rare smile graced Wei Xia's face as he carefully collected the papers, immersing himself in his studies. His desk was a chaotic amalgamation of modern and classical economics, alongside various geography and political tomes, spanning from middle school to university levels. Although he found the material challenging, he persevered, studying diligently. The pages bore signs of wear, his handwriting clear and resolute. Each time Lu Huangmao and his companions arrived, Wei Xia would swiftly conceal his books within a drawer, igniting Lu Huangmao's curiosity about the secrets his leader harbored. On one occasion, when Wei Xia ventured out, Lu Huangmao seized the opportunity to sneak a glance. The pages were filled with notes, a testament to self-guided learning without any mentorship. He could vividly imagine the arduous struggle and fatigue his leader must have faced during his studies, grappling with such an overwhelming amount of knowledge, uncertain about the future, yet resolutely committed to learning, not solely for himself, but also to guide and support his younger siblings. The burden was immense, yet he bore it alone. Lu Huangmao's vision blurred with emotion as he continued to peruse the new material. Currently, Wei Xia was engrossed in a book on judicial examinations, essential for civil service. It encompassed legal principles, jurisprudence, criminal procedure, and commercial law. As he turned the pages, he encountered a judicial examination scenario. Case details: defendant, a male, 33 years old, Russian, co-pilot. On December 19, 1985, defendant A, along with pilot B and other crew members, operated Civil Aviation Flight 101 aboard a Soviet-made 24-passenger aircraft within Russian territory. When the aircraft reached cruising altitude, the defendant seized the opportunity while the navigator was in the restroom, deceiving the mechanic under the pretense of a mechanical failure, luring him out of the cockpit. Subsequently locking the cockpit door, he manipulated the autopilot and, brandishing a knife, compelled Pilot B to alter the aircraft's course towards the east, forcing a landing in a foreign agricultural field. Inquiry is a subject to criminal law for his actions within our jurisdiction. Below is Wei Xia's case analysis. This case pertains to the spatial applicability of criminal law. Although A is a foreign national, judicial authorities possess the right to exercise jurisdiction over his criminal conduct. First, A's hijacking of the aircraft constitutes a violation of international conventions, concurrently aligning with the obligations set forth in Article 9 of the criminal law, which stipulates accountability for offenses outlined in treaties to which major powers are parties. Secondly, Article 6, Clause 13 of the criminal law stipulates that all offenses committed in the realm of great powers, unless specifically provided for by law, shall be governed by this law. Lu Huangmao, though not extensively educated, perused the numerous examination papers produced by Wei Xia. The analyses were coherent and exhibited an almost effortless mastery of the legal provisions necessary for various judicial examinations. The handwriting was aesthetically pleasing, written in standard script, dignified and proper. In addition to these, there were many historical questions, including perspectives on figures such as Yuan Chonghuan. As Lu Huangmao reached out to touch the characters, tears welled in his eyes. He could not fathom how much time Wei Xia had devoted to these endeavors. He simply observed how Wei Xia's daily life revolved around organizing for his younger siblings and combating drug trafficking organizations, which consumed most of his existence. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What would the leader be like had he not endured these trials? The sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting Lu Huangmao to hastily wipe away his tears, reddened eyes swiftly concealing everything as if unaware. The door swung open, and Wei Xia returned with a cheerful demeanor, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Subsequently, he arranged for the fish vendors to dine in the new district, marking a team-building occasion to celebrate the brothers' professional advancements. However, I have matters to attend to and will not be joining you. Please take them along. Wei Xia once again adopted a serious tone as he retreated to his room. This time, Lu Huangmao refrained from inquiring about his intentions, for he understood that the leader was pressed for time, engrossed in his studies. The image of Wei Xia's rage and disdain towards drugs flashed in his mind. He yearned to become a narcotics officer, yet he felt it was beyond his reach. In that moment, Lu Huangmao lowered his gaze, turning away in solitude. After all, those who pave the way for others with their own lives often find their own paths obscured. Chapter 67. Times change, yet matters remain unaltered. Modern hospitals. Zhao Jing, still in the bloom of youth, found his once sharp gaze now rendered motionless. A sudden recollection struck him. Heavy snowfall. A young boy stood outside the police academy, umbrella in hand, gazing intently within. The sight of his oath-taking was steeped in a solitude that evoked despair. Now, Ma Taiging coughed, trembled, aged like desiccated bones. He pointed weakly at the image, his voice frail. You, lad. A bitter smile broke across his face. You, lad, speak to me. You. Zhao Jing supported his mentor, lowering his eyelids, unable to bear the sight any longer. He would not utter a word, for he still sought vengeance, still craved bloodshed. Such a person could scarcely wish to burden others or allow them to become entangled in his turmoil. He was even reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Becoming a narcotics officer was merely his aspiration, an ideal he cherished yet starkly tore apart. His words faltered, and Zhao Jing lapsed into a prolonged silence. Yet he was indeed exceptional material. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such promising talent for narcotics enforcement. Were he to become an officer, he would undoubtedly be the finest of stalwarts. In early 2025, at a police academy in Hunan, two newly admitted students sat in their dormitory, watching a live broadcast. The image froze on the boy, alone, confining himself to a room in preparation for a judicial examination. One student picked up a police cap, scrutinizing its badge, recalling the days spent mindlessly cramming for exams. For them, it was a scene of helplessness, yet for that boy, it was a cherished dream. He was infatuated, immersed, even reveling in it. Had life been devoid of tumult, he might have emerged as the most astonishing figure in the academy, as well as the finest narcotics officer. Wun Tihi? The two students exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the badge. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. A resolve to serve the nation, to forge a soul of loyalty, to cultivate a spirit of justice, to unite the essence of righteousness. On Weibo, the broadcast continued. The barrage of comments seemed to brew an abundance of emotions, surging forth with unprecedented vigor. Many women, upon witnessing it, felt a profound ache. Let him have his chance. Why? Why can't he fulfill even his final dream? How can a person be condemned to such a mire for life? Can't he find joy just once? Even if only once? Since the departure of his parents, the last glimmer in his life, apart from family, has been his dreams. Yet he cannot even deceive himself. Only the most lucid souls can be so cruel, tearing apart their last vestige of light. Wei Xiao never wished to be a thug, he never enjoyed it. Can't he live for himself just once, just this once? The new footage continued. Now, Wei Xiao had departed, no longer pursuing studies or exams. He was exceedingly busy. Boss, we have already identified several suspected locations in Luoqiao City where our trained dogs have indicated. The newly developed breeding zone in Luoqiao City features vast abandoned farms, with an unbearable stench, making it an ideal site for cultivating and refining toxic substances. The old city's Yingbin community stands as one of the most upscale neighborhoods in the past decade, characterized by exorbitant prices and stringent entry records. Currently, it is entirely occupied by Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, ostensibly serving as a high-level management apartment. Lu Huangmao reported with a grave expression. It is evident from several suspected locations that the other party harbors significant intentions. Areas that are difficult to access or have a pungent odor prove challenging for investigation. Even narcotics officers would find it arduous to conduct inquiries. Lu Huangmao continued to report new developments. Secondly, the pharmaceutical company has commenced its expansion, actively promoting its initiatives. A plethora of newspapers and magazines began to surface before Wei Xia. The Luoqiao Morning Post bore the headline, "Pharmaceutical giant expected to settle in Luoqiao, poised to become a new tax contributor." Southern publications reported that Tianhai Pharmaceutical anticipates the construction of production facilities, which will generate 100,000 job opportunities for Luoqiao City. These figures are not exaggerated. They are based on previous statistics from Tianhai Pharmaceutical. Consequently, various media outlets have clamored to cover the story. Wei Xia casually picked up several publications to skim through, and a business card slipped from one, delivered by a representative of Tianhai Pharmaceutical, inviting the leader to a banquet. Thirdly, the tea house previously frequented by Lu Chong and others has vanished, now rebranded as the Luoqiao City Tea Sales Base. Everything is aligning with the changing times. At that moment, Lu Huangmao maintained a composed demeanor, though his expression gradually grew more solemn. Their concealment has deepened, and even Tianhai Pharmaceutical seems intent on mingling within officialdom under the guise of business. Speaking of this, Huangmao's voice carried a hint of concern. Should the other party establish connections within the government, it would become increasingly challenging to contend with them. Wei Xia remained silent, meticulously examining the documents, searching, classifying, and discerning. The pig farm and Yingbin community have each assigned personnel for surveillance. He sat in quietude, exuding patience, his unwavering gaze filled with confidence. Indeed, regardless of the strength and continual evolution of the adversary, he would not falter. No matter how times change or what the future holds, he would pursue and seize them. At that moment, Wei Xia lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute, and declared, "Judgment awaits." A new scene unfolded. The personnel Wei Xia had arranged began to head towards the Yingbin community, disguised, observing from a distance. Meanwhile, individuals at the pig farm were on a 3-shift rotation, constantly monitoring. Presently, in the dilapidated room he rented, the walls were yellowed and damp, yet Wei Xia paid it no mind. Instead, he focused intently on the myriad of photographs, relational diagrams, and various pieces of evidence affixed to the wall. This included fingerprints extracted from the Chunhua guest house and the Old Fan farmhouse, along with photographs and clothing remnants. There were also DNA comparison reports from the provincial hospital, various toxicological images, and past storage and transportation records. Even fingerprints retrieved from the Ancestral Way residents were included. To this end, Wei Xia spared no expense in acquiring relevant equipment to begin identifying characteristics, capacitive sensors, noise reduction processors, and self-taught methods for enhancing contrast and binarization. Now, he scrutinized the fingerprint extraction images from the Chunhua guest house. After a brief processing period to convert the images to black and white binary format, he closely examined the minutiae of ridge, endings, and bifurcations. Distinguishing various shapes such as arcs, circles, and spirals, every detail is magnified and meticulously preserved. Meanwhile, a brand new computer lies nearby, running algorithms, Although lacking a database for matching, Wei Xia has independently crafted a simple comparative model, awaiting the discovery of a fingerprint to initiate the comparison. The determination of similarity and threshold values proves to be a formidable challenge, requiring a delicate balance between false positives and false negatives. This is no trivial endeavor. The comparisons are arduous, yet Wei Xia has never wavered in his resolve. Subsequently, he carefully packed the materials into a prepared craft paper bag, its yellowing surface secured with twine, boldly emblazoned with 3 characters, Lu Changjiang. Indeed, this is the name of the individual in question. At that moment, Wei Xia rose, burdened by years of alcoholism and forced substance use, coupled with scars from past brawls. He appears shorter and more aged than his peers, frail and weary. Yet, he remains indifferent, muttering to himself, Changjiang, if I were to suddenly pass away, take this bag to the head of the narcotics division in Luochio City, Ma Taigang. Deliver these to him. The sun shines brightly outside, yet its rays fail to penetrate this room. The walls are marred by mold, as the young man coughs, calmly addressing his circumstances, as if preparing for an inevitable farewell. Now, in a hospital ward, the robust and healthy Wei Ping is momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on that scene. What was he doing in 1997? After being taken in by the head of the tax department, Su Jianggong, he blossomed into a prominent figure at school, leading a soccer team that achieved remarkable success in Dongcheng province, even traveling south for leisure. Wei Pingyang observes, his gaze involuntarily drooping. That year, he seemed to revel in the joy of endless books, curling up on a soft sofa in a sunlit living room, engrossed in reading and studying. He even believed he was diligently hardworking, often receiving the caring attention of his foster parents, which brought warmth and happiness. At this moment, Wei Pingling glances at the nearby tape recorder, her fists clenched tightly. That year, she sang, accompanied by the recorder, immersing herself in the joy of music, often dreaming of becoming a great vocalist. Do they remember their parents? Some faces begin to pale. It appears they have forgotten. Wei Pingling's expression becomes distant. People are reluctant to remember sorrowful events. No one wishes to dwell perpetually in the torment of memories. Times have undergone significant transformation, yet Wei Xia remains unchanged. Eternally trapped in the New Year's Eve of 1995, never having emerged from that moment. Chapter 68. The Path of Truth. A new scene emerged in the memory retrospective program. As the summer of 97 drew to a close, Wei Xia arranged a meeting with the cadre Li Ziqiang. Observing Wei Xia, who had once again found her footing, Li Ziqiang took a sip from his teacup. You've likely spent over 30,000 on southern newspapers, Phoenix Daily, Luochao Morning News, and Morning Post, Haven TU? In these times, that amount is no trifling sum. It could even suffice to purchase 5 decent apartments in Luochao City. This might merely be the tip of the iceberg of what you've invested. Counting the political achievements you've gifted to yourself, the total investment nearly approaches 100,000. You truly are willing to invest. His curiosity piqued. Li Ziqiang inquired further. Upon hearing Li Ziqiang speak, Wei Xia smiled. Soon, Wei Pingzheng will be received by the leaders. This investment is worthwhile. At this prophetic declaration, Li Ziqiang furrowed his brow. How could Wei Xia make such a bold assertion without any insider information, especially when he himself was in the political sphere? He was eager to learn the basis for Wei Pingzheng's anticipated audience with the leaders. However, Wei Xia offered no explanation and simply lifted her teacup, sipping her tea with a smile. After parting ways with Li Ziqiang, Wei Xia arrived at a hotel private room. Inside sat 7 middle-aged men, each clad in varying attire, representing different statuses. Had there been a journalist present, they would have recognized these individuals as the parents of the young delinquents Wei Pingzheng had once rescued from drowning. Among them were also 2 reporters from various publications. Bundles of money were handed to several individuals, as Wei Xia began orchestrating plans. Soon, a banner appeared at Luochao No. 2 Middle School, proclaiming gratitude to the young hero Wei Pingzheng. When a substantial sum of money was placed in the hands of a mere teenager, it immediately drew the attention of many. Wei Pingzheng, his face flushed with excitement, struggled to maintain his composure as he posed for photographs, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, inquiries arose regarding how the prize money would be spent, with a parent intentionally bringing it up to Wei Pingzheng. If it weren't for you, my child might have perished. Our family could have been shattered, just like those affected by the floods in the neighboring county. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Pingzheng faced the camera and spoke. I wish to donate the entire sum to the flood-affected counties. It is the responsibility of us youth in this new era, a legacy that our great nation has upheld for centuries, When one is in distress, support comes from all sides. Humanity can conquer nature. His voice resonated with conviction, and for the first time, a sense of determination shone in his demeanor. His magnanimous words prompted many journalists from afar to eagerly report and praise, highlighting the exceptional youth of 97. With the emergence of the prize and donation events, media outlets began to vie for coverage. Luaccio Morning News declared, "A modern-day you the great." Embodying the spirit of scientific flood control, Phoenix Daily proclaimed, "The youth of the new era, inheriting the spirit of struggle." As such accolades proliferated, the image of Wei Pingzheng spread widely, his fame growing exponentially. Many began to regard him as a natural leader, unafraid of power or peril, exuding the grace of his ancestors. Luaccio No. 2 Middle School soon became a trendsetter. Wei Xia observed from a distance, her brow furrowed. Time was of the essence. She needed to expedite the progress of the young politician's growth. Once more, she summoned others to make further arrangements. Subsequently, you are to arrange meetings with those purveyors of counterfeit liquor, exposing their itineraries. Let Wei Pingzheng lead the students in apprehending these fraudsters. Once everything was set, Wei Xia discreetly passed a stack of money, patted a few shoulders, and turned to leave. Soon, Wei Pingzheng gleaned information from other students. "Have you heard? The vans at the entrance belong to the counterfeit liquor dealers. They are waiting to engage in transactions." Wei Pingzheng, now somewhat renowned, exuded a commanding presence that many classmates were eager to follow. He reveled in this political leadership aura, and when confronted with the issue at hand, he waved his hand decisively. "Follow me. We cannot allow smuggled counterfeit liquor to poison our citizens." He led his classmates to seize the opportunity as the counterfeiters departed, swiftly emptying their trucks and alerting the authorities. Displaying remarkable audacity and leading by example, his fellow students gradually shed their fears, growing bolder and more exhilarated. This scene was fortuitously captured by a passing television reporter. The image was immortalized and began circulating across various front pages. In no time, the news of the young heroes of Luaccio, following their previous acts of heroism in rescuing drowning victims and donating for flood relief, spread like wildfire. The leaders of education and culture in Luaccio City expressed their satisfaction with the news, as many praised the city's educational system for its moral excellence. Consequently, a conference for the youth of the new era was convened, with the annual Young Hero of Luaccio City in attendance. Wei Pingzheng was prominently featured on the guest list. Li Ziqiang, seated among the officials, observed the youthful figure on stage, brimming with confidence yet maintaining a composed demeanor, suddenly struck by a thought. He recalled a previous inquiry directed at Wei Xia regarding that dark-haired young man's response. It was only now that he comprehended the intricate web woven by Wei Xia. From the donations to the apprehension of smuggled liquor, everything had been meticulously orchestrated to elevate Wei Pingzheng's standing. What a clever boy! With such profound strategies and far-reaching intentions, a youth possessing political gravitas in society, one who was not to be trifled with even in the year 97 and beyond. Many seasoned officials were inclined to support him as a promising asset. The narrative continues. Presently, Li Ziqiang devoted himself to mentoring Wei Pingzheng, curious about how far the young man could ascend. Following Wei Xia's directives, Li Ziqiang brought Pingzheng to a machinery factory. There, they visited the workers and took photographs together. Subsequently, per Wei Xia's arrangement, they appeared at a nursing home. The residents were all retired veterans, adorned with numerous honors and medals. Yet, they now exhibited frailty, some suffering from hearing and vision impairments, struggling to maintain their balance. Upon seeing those medals, Wei Pingzheng's gaze hardened with resolve. He approached the veterans with respect, offering his support from the heart. He even took the time to engage with them, helping them to understand modern military and technological advancements. The photographs capturing the moment shared between Wei Pingzheng and the veterans began to multiply. When the news broke, on the day of the school anniversary, several veterans stood on the elevated platform of the school, personally presenting Wei Pingzheng with the award for outstanding progress and exemplary student. Many descendants of these veterans now held positions of authority across various regions, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched the young figure on the news. In early September of 97, Wei Pingzheng was recognized as one of the top 10 youth of Luaccio City, securing the first position, as the host passionately highlighted him. In an effort to fortify the heating system of the town's nursing home, he diligently collected scrap steel. He extended his assistance to the elderly veterans of the war. During a press interview, numerous veterans in the audience pointed towards the camera, acknowledging the commendable young man. "This child is truly remarkable, a good soul," they remarked. Though we have aged, there are still those who remember us. Young son Haiyang from the police station was also invited, upon seeing Wei Pingzheng. He could not help but give a thumbs up. This is the attitude we, the new youth of Luoqiao, ought to embody. Sitting nearby, Li Ziqiang was profoundly moved. From within and without, Wei Pingzheng's reputation flourished, and his political connections began to take shape. If he continued on this path, his future in civil service appeared exceedingly promising, bolstered by his prior experiences and background. As of late September 1997, Wei Pingzheng received notable praise from Dongchang Youth Daily, with his photographs gradually appearing in Phoenix Network, Southern Morning Post, and Yeqing Daily. The media's accolades were overwhelmingly positive. Meanwhile, Wei Xia ventured alone into the valley, burdened with a stack of newspapers. He paused before an unmarked gravestone. The flicker of a lighter accompanied the emergence of a bright yellow flame. In solitude, he spoke into the silence of the valley, which echoed only his voice. Father, mother, Xiao Zheng is doing remarkably well now. The veterans who have seen battle all speak highly of him. And these influential figures, some are leaders of Luoqiao City, others hold positions in the local police and education departments, are encouraging Xiao Zheng. Mother, Xiao Zheng is beginning to take on the demeanor of an elder brother. Father, he resembles you in your youth. The boy continued to talk animatedly, igniting the newspapers while recounting various details. They are all quite well. I am on the verge of capturing the villains you always wish to apprehend. They are well hidden. But that does not deter me. I will unearth them soon. Then, Wei Xia's voice faltered. Mother, let me prepare a set of exam papers for you. You see, I am scoring over 80 in my essays now. If I take the examination, I will surely become a civil servant. With pride, Wei Xia lifted his chin, extracting a stack of test papers from his backpack, and began to work on them before his parents' gravestone. This was the moment he cherished most, akin to a return to his childhood. Back then, his father was often away due to work, while his mother would sit by, watching him complete his papers at home. Wei Xia relished doing these exercises, with the aroma of meat and vegetables simmering on the coal stove filling the air. His younger siblings gathered around the hearth, chattering animatedly about something. Chapter 69. The Boy Belonging Only to Him. February 10th, 2025, Monday. As some embarked on their daily commutes to work, others made their way to school, while overseas Chinese in Malaysia and elsewhere observed the unfolding scene. In late September 1997, the emaciated 20-year-old Wei Xia leaned against the door of a rented room, retching violently, stirring concern in Lu Huangmao, who awaited him. Boss, Lu exclaimed, noticing Wei Xia's trembling hands propped on his knees, unable to straighten his back, his complexion pallid, and his eyes bloodshot. Has the drug dealer tormented you again? Wei Xia, his arms still quaking, wiped away uncontrolled tears and snot with a bitter smile. To gain the drug dealer's trust and become an informant, such suffering was imperative. To maintain a steady supply, he had to mingle with them. After splashing cold water on his face, barely rousing himself, Wei Xia dialed the phone number of Ma Taigang to commence his report. Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company may be significantly implicated in the Yeqing drug case. I suspect they could very well be the source of the drug chain. Upon hearing Wei Xia's weary, hoarse voice, Ma Tiegang's expression began to shift. Exercise caution. Understand that Tianhai Pharmaceutical is a company personally introduced by Dongchang Province, providing immense support in terms of tax contributions and employment opportunities each year. It is also a key project in the city's development over recent years. Any disruption to taxation or economic progress is absolutely intolerable. Without evidence, do not make reckless assumptions, otherwise, even the narcotics team cannot protect you. Indeed, the ramifications behind Tianhai were unfathomably vast. As expected, Wei Xia's voice remained calm, though his frailty was unmistakable. Understood. By the way, I have a new informant to introduce to you, Lu Changjiang. Ma Taigang fell silent for a moment, his tone gradually growing somber, as if sensing an ominous premonition. What do you mean? Nothing. If I am suddenly apprehended, Lu Changjiang can be trusted to liaise with you. At that moment, Ma Taigang remained silent for an extended period. What is your actual name? He had checked, and the previous identities were well concealed. This young man's identification might not even be genuine. He was uncertain of what the other party truly desired. I will tell you in due time. Before ending the call, Wei Xia's voice was exceedingly weak. He was currently receiving an injection, his health deteriorating to the point that many old injuries were impossible to disguise. After the doctor administered in 4 drip, Wei Xia leaned against the wall, sipping half a bowl of millet porridge, managing to catch his breath before returning to his small room. Only Lu Huangmao was aware of this place. Not even the most loyal of his other brothers had ever visited. It was only upon returning here that Wei Xia felt truly alive again. Atop the old wooden cabinet rested a neatly arranged narcotics officer's cap, its badge polished to a brilliant shine from constant cleaning. The desk was now cluttered with various examination papers, judicial tests, essays, and a plethora of professional books. On the walls hung several relational charts, including initial evidence from Chunhua Guest House and Old Fan's farmhouse, the second batch of evidence from the 3 casinos in Yeqing, and the latest evidence from the breeding farms and chemical factories. Near the bed, the atmosphere shifted, filled with assorted photographs and clippings from newspapers. The 15-year-old official rescues a drowning child. Contemporary youth discusses scientific water management. Luo Chiu Middle School student council representative leads the football team out of Dongcheng province. Most of the content comprises various news reports featuring Wei Pingsheng and Wei Pingzheng, with some photographs included. There is an image of Wei Pingyang diligently studying in Professor Tang's living room, dressed in a voluminous skirt. Another picture depicts Wei Pingling hugging a small rabbit plush toy, earnestly singing into a recorder. The room is quite dilapidated, with water stains and mold on the walls, emanating a musty odor due to its low cost. Yet, it is within this space that the frail Wei Xia finds vitality. He senses that this is the essence of his existence, the entirety of what he possesses, and the very reason to endure. Wei Xia reclines on the floor, feeling at ease. Surrounding him, countless stars seem to materialize. His younger siblings laugh, warmth envelopes him, and the vows of narcotics officers echo in his ears. The emaciated Wei Xia gazes at the ceiling, where a few patches of putty dangle precariously, curling in the presence of mildew. In this moment, his eyes regain their clarity and focus. Suddenly, he feels compelled to call his siblings. Struggling to rise from the ground, he dials Su Jianggong's number. But there is no answer. He then calls Wei Pingzheng, only to hear Yu Jianjun on the other end, who, upon addressing Wei Pingzheng, receives a curt response that he is unavailable, followed by a swift disconnection. After a brief silence, Wei Xia dials Wei Pingyang's number. What do you want? I'll give the money to Grandpa, so don't think about it. Wei Pingyang's voice betrays her irritation as she speaks rapidly. Shall I recite a passage for you? Wei Xia remains unfazed. His sister is the only one willing to take his call. A scoff comes from the other end. You just started junior high. What can you possibly recite? A hoarse voice responds. Therefore, today's responsibility lies not with others, but solely with me, the youth. The wisdom of the youth is the wisdom of the nation. The busy tone interrupts, and within the small building, Wei Pingyang, growing impatient, observes. What a fuss, he is probably after money again. Meanwhile, Wei Xia disregards the busy signal and continues to recite. As the red sun rises, its path shines brightly. The river emerges from the depths, flowing freely. The sounds fill the small room, reminiscent of their childhood when their parents would gather them together to recite. In the hospital room, clad in a long coat, with an upright posture and a cold demeanor, Wei Pingyang watches and murmurs. Therefore, today's responsibility lies not with others, but solely with me, the youth. 30 years later, she finally recalls a day that had nearly faded into obscurity. Wei Xia remembers that, until that moment, he had not forgotten that their parents once brought them together for recitation. It was like a family reflecting the transitions of an era. You never forgot. Yet at that time, only you had held on to the memory. A sudden, sharp pain grips Wei Pingyang's chest, and a wave of sorrow washes over her. She dares not contemplate how desolate Wei Xia's situation must be when no one answers his calls. Even she, the sole person willing to engage with him, had impatiently and decisively ended the conversation. At that moment, the host and the representative from Phoenix News appeared somewhat desolate. Observing the young boy reciting each word with a hoarse voice, he could no longer restrain himself from confronting his adversary. The time for a showdown had arrived. He had endured for far too long, with hatred deeply buried within, taking root and blossoming. Now, he was ready to pursue what he truly desired. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew increasingly heavy. Wei Pingxing watched this scene, momentarily stunned, as memories began to intertwine with the live broadcast. It was that day. Recollections flooded back to him, a year when he reveled in success, donned brand-name sneakers, and tirelessly trained while organizing various school activities. Just after returning home, the phone in the living room rang. He glanced down at the number, frowning. The ringing was too loud, and his adoptive father, Su Jianggong, leaned in to look, his brow furrowing in response. It was Wei Xia. In that moment, he reached out to press down on his father's hand, attempting to stop him from answering the call. Don't pick it up. This person is bothersome. We are not on the same path, and there's no need to answer. He felt a tinge of impatience, deliberately staring at the incessantly ringing phone. As his thoughts circled back, Wei Pingxing continued to delve into his memories. In a small room, one person recited lessons to a busy signal, surrounded by walls depicting siblings on one side and a sea of blood-feuding enmity on the other. Suddenly, Wei Pingxing found it difficult to breathe, leaning despondently against the wall. The air of triumph and authority he had cultivated over the years began to dissipate. Chapter 70. Do you remember? A new video has been released by a prominent entertainment creator on Bilibili, boasting millions of followers. As the crimson sun rises, illuminating the path ahead, the river emerges from its hidden depths, surging forth with great vigor. In a small room, the first scene unfolds with a hoarse voice echoing in solitude. The camera shifts, capturing a black-haired youth, engrossed in his studies for the judicial examination, tirelessly flipping through his books late into the night, meticulously taking notes. The scene transitions to the study of DNA-related knowledge and the foundational framework of fingerprint and database comparison. As the narrative progresses, the final scenes depict the boy, pale and frail, huddled in a bathroom amidst the biting cold and torrential rain, observing his adversaries. He endures beatings and is forced to ingest drugs within the confines of a logistics warehouse. The frame freezes, revealing a pair of arms covered in a multitude of needle marks and scars, from which an image of wings emerges. In this moment, the profound loneliness almost rends the screen apart, an overwhelming yet silent surge of emotion. The comments section fills with new reflections. Such a person, born at the wrong time, should have been a dazzling genius or the most steadfast drug enforcement officer. Yet, he is bound by the wings of his younger siblings. This is the eldest son of the Wei family, the brother of four. His high intelligence, strong execution, and ruthless mindset ought to be on the front lines, fighting for his ideals throughout his life. A comparative image appears, Wei Pingzheng, the third son of the Wei family, simulating the role of the eldest. He possesses considerable political experience, adeptly navigating the complexities of power. Now, in late September 1997, on the same timeline, Wei Pingzheng begins to assume the mantle of the Wei family's eldest son. On one front, he reports drug lines under the guise of a false official identity. On another, he gains temporary protection and intimidation due to the official's pursuit of political achievements. This newly minted eldest son of the Wei family is now leading Wei Pingxing to engage with various small vendors, attempting to start from the very basics of commerce. He understands just how brilliant Wei Pingxing can be in the business realm. When faced with threats from small vendors, he boldly reveals his formidable backing. Concurrently, he is also aiding Wei Pingyang in transforming their family dynamic. By fabricating official connections, he begins to intimidate others, urging them to show more concern for his sister. Now, Wei Pingzheng walks alone, weary and burdened, as the sun sets on the streets, casting elongated shadows. He appears to handle everything with ease. Yet only he knows the immense struggles hidden beneath the surface. The overwhelming complexities nearly suffocate him. Rubbing his forehead, Wei Pingzheng furrows his brow, aware that enemies still lurk in the shadows, and the pressure mounts as he plans to take public examinations. The matters concerning his younger siblings feel like chains, compelling him to instigate change. Exhaling deeply, Wei Pingzheng regains his composure and speaks with newfound confidence. It matters not. I am the elder brother now. Yet, he continues to ponder, frowning as he considers an alternate timeline. At this moment, what is Wei Xia doing? After 1997, he seems to have vanished. The bullet screen reveals, your brother is preparing to engage in battle with the enemy. Wei Xia has never uttered a word of exhaustion, for he is unlike you. He knows not what the future holds. A new scene emerges, the retrospective of Wei Xia's life as the eldest son. Now, Wei Xia appears invigorated, embarking on a quest to find Wei Pingxing. Due to previous events, Wei Pingxing has now become not only a representative of Luoqiu Junior High School, but also a member of the Luoqiu youth football team. He serves as a student judge for various school competitions and has been the subject of numerous interviews by different publications. Wei Xia stands in the crowd with Lu Huangmao, observing Wei Pingxing being interviewed on stage. With your current achievements, aside from your own efforts, are there other factors that have influenced you? Perhaps the environment or familial aspects? The camera on the high platform is aimed at him as the surrounding crowd awaits his response. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Pingxing confidently begins to speak. Of course, family plays a significant role. Firstly, one must have a good family background, and at the same time, a keen focus on education. My father, Su Jiagong, has been very attentive in this regard, addressing every aspect from academic conditions to material well-being and psychological guidance, instilling in me a correct set of values. Because of this family environment, I have had the courage to bravely say no in the face of various injustices. It is this righteous perspective that instills fear in wrongdoers. Many recall the time Wei Pingxing had boldly confronted thugs at the pool hall, demanding a price reduction. At this moment, thunderous applause erupted. Lu Huangmao, standing in the crowd, clenches his fists. Calling him father, could Su Jianggong truly be your biological father and instill fear in wrongdoers? He also thinks back to the incident at the pool hall. Had those thugs not all been under the guidance of the boss, but rather real criminals, this kid would not have dared to confront them. They could have easily broken his legs. This kid has no idea how chaotic it was back in '97. Wei Xia remained unfazed, content to watch from the crowd. The young man on stage, brimming with youthful confidence, exuded a certain aura. Let's go. After watching for a while, Wei Xia was satisfied and pulled Lu Huangmao away, turning to leave. As they walked, his smile began to fade. Go, hire a middle-aged man, and gift this notebook to Wei Pingxing. Wei Xia took out a brand new notebook with a leather cover and a pen holder, then turned to leave. Lu Huangmao was highly efficient in carrying out the task. Wei Pingxing, holding the pristine notebook, felt quite pleased. The middle-aged man, who was also one of the parents, had bought it as a gesture of gratitude for looking after his child. However, while solving problems later, he discovered a diagram within the notebook. At the bottom of the page, a triangular formula was marked with a dashed line. Unexpectedly, he also found a bit of 2B pencil lead that had broken loose from the tape. With his grades soaring, he began to decipher the problem, eventually coming across a city map at the end of the notebook, which contained area codes and a postal code. 1995, 1:30, postal code 352123. The time and place felt familiar, but after cracking the problem, Wei Pingxing paid little attention to it, unaware of the intentions behind the message. He merely thought the little game was somewhat amusing. Casually tucking the notebook away, he turned to leave the school, fixing his hair and clothes. He had another interview scheduled for the afternoon. At that moment, he felt utterly enchanted by the adulation he was receiving. It was truly delightful. Occasionally, he would even indulge in fantasies about how brilliant his future would be. Now, in the hospital room, Wei Pingxing leaned against the wall, lost in thought for an extended period. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly despondent. A bitter recollection surfaced in his mind. In the days when his father was still alive, he had imparted wisdom to both him and Wei Xia on the art of graffiti disguise and the intricacies of deciphering codes. It was only now, upon encountering that sequence of decoded numbers, that he grasped the true significance. It marked the date and location of his parents' sacrifice, New Year's Eve 1995, with the postal code of a mining town. You have given me this to evoke memories of the past at some point in the future. You wish for me to remember our parents and never to forget them. Wei Pingxing's voice was hoarse, his gaze vacant. Yet, back then, he had long since forgotten New Year's Eve, forgotten his parents. Before him, a scene seemed to materialize. In the dead of night, Wei Xia covertly concealed a pin's ink cartridge, murmuring to herself, "Little brother will eventually learn, just not too soon. That wouldn't be good. It's sufficient for him to know later." Wei Pingxing clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He could vividly imagine the expression of concern on Wei Xia's face at that moment. In the hospital room, Tang Rulong's voice was fraught with complexity and aged weariness. Wei Xia wished for you both to experience a brilliant life, to garner certain experiences and power before confronting such truths. He did not want you to engage with it prematurely, for this matter was too arduous, truly capable of shattering one's spirit. He could bear the weight of knowledge, but you could not. This was a burden that could haunt one for a lifetime. Chapter 71. You are formidable, but the opponent has gone mad. The scene continues. October 1997. The video arcade truly begins its chain operations in the headquarters office. Manhan stealthily emerges from the chemical plant under the cover of night, while Yuzai also ventures out under another pretext. Both were serious expressions as they report new intelligence. Boss. The latest delivery address is the state-owned motorcycle factory in the new district that has gone bankrupt. A large shipment of chemical supplies is being sent there. We have just learned that they are about to commence deliveries. I have noted the final handover time for the stockpiled chemicals on a slip of paper. Yuzai nods in agreement. They have reassigned me to the underground casino of the arcade on the 3rd Ring Road in the new district, where many unfamiliar faces have appeared, along with some mechanical parts. Their delivery schedule is also linked to this location. Wei Xia, upon receiving this information, nods and instructs a few individuals to remain vigilant. She learns from Lu Chang and others about the current status of the drug enforcement officers in Luoqiao City, who are intensifying their investigation into the escalating drug trade issues. Among them, a team led by Ma Taigang is probing the guest house adjacent to the small billiard hall in the Old Town. However, Wei Xia is also being monitored by Lu Chang's associates, who still harbor doubts about her loyalty. Therefore, the transmission of information must be conducted discreetly. Wei Xia isolates herself in a room, and after a considerable time, she emerges, presenting a freshly packaged table tennis paddle that appears indistinguishable from the others. Send a truckload of table tennis paddles to the small billiard hall in the Old Town. They have just installed a new table tennis venue there, which will be quite useful. When delivering, ensure that this address and room number are included, but do not let anyone see it. The subordinate nods and departs, and Wei Xia resumes her writing. In a notebook, she begins to account for coal transactions. January, 1 ton at 2 yuan. February, 1 ton at 19 yuan. The records are fragmented, yet Wei Xia writes calmly and later hands them to a subordinate, pretending to send coal to the guest house, deliberately dropping it as Ma Taigang and his associates pass by. Simultaneously, she arranges for the subordinate to compliment the hats being delivered. Once everything is in place, Wei Xia continues to organize new banquets to maintain relationships with various officials. At the guest house, Ma Taigang stares in astonishment at the truck driver delivering the paddles, furrowing his brow. Faced with this unexpected delivery, which lacked prior notification, Ma Taigang and his team study it for a long time without any discernible information. Could there be a means of communication hidden within the paddles? Should we invite an expert from Dongchang province to decipher this? Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appears, exuding an air of authority, and Ma Taigang regards him with a degree of respect. This individual is Dong Ting, one of the renowned 8 tigers of major cases in Dongchang province, distinguished in the fields of cryptography and DNA technology. After a thorough examination, Dong Ting swiftly identifies the issue. The bottom rubber exhibits slight traces. Upon peeling off the bottom layer of the paddle, beneath the trademark layer, he uncovers a carbon copy of the truck's license plate. By applying a caustic soda developer to the wooden grain on the back, he obtains a set of dark coordinate data. Dong Ting's eyes glimmer with astonishment. This appears to be the license plate and location provided by the drug dealer's delivery vehicle. First, the base glue was soaked in vinegar, followed by the application of caustic soda to produce the coordinate data. Such methods are not commonly possessed by the average person. Ma Taigang furrowed his brow, perplexed and smiling wryly. At this moment, only the location and vehicle information were available, but not the time. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the door, seemingly from a coal delivery to the boiler room, accompanied by a hushed argument over pricing discrepancies. Ma Taigang stood up to close the door when a delivery driver dropped a ledger, which was swiftly snatched away by his employer as he was pushed away. Frowning, he prepared to pick it up. The ledger had fallen. The driver merely glanced at it with a scowl, displaying impatience. "Your hat is quite nice." At that instant, Ma Taigang, initially indifferent, felt a sudden chill. The hat. He recalled the recently deciphered transaction location and license plate, as well as the dark-haired youth. Was it him? At that moment, he solemnly grasped the ledger and closed the door. Dong Ting also noticed the assorted bills in his hand, squinting as he began to analyze them. Day and night passed, and after several days, both were utterly exhausted. January 1st, 1 ton for $2, indicated the transaction time. 2 a.m. on January 1st. February 1st, 1 ton for $19, denoted 7 p.m. on February 1st. Dong Ting was taken aback. Is this truly your informant, a mere punk? Coupled with the information from the racket, it was clear that the supply chain for drug production spanned from the lawless Minglan bar to the breeding farms, then to the docks, and finally to the nightclubs, a complete continuum. Chemistry, code-breaking. This kid is a genius. May I meet him? Ma Taigang smiled wryly. Perhaps not. This boy is peculiar. He only asked for a hat in return for his informant services. Dong Ting pondered deeply upon hearing this. Perhaps this individual holds a deep respect for narcotics officers, stemming from genuine sentiments, yet harbors personal matters. He is formidable, and I suspect that both the narcotics center and he are under surveillance, hence the need for such a method. In this moment, even the seasoned investigator found the situation complicated. I am eagerly anticipating this person. He embodies the essence and skills of the first-generation narcotics officers. Ma Taigang was even more eager to initiate an investigation, awaiting news from Wei Xia. before launching a comprehensive operation against the entire batch of drug dealers. In Yunnan, border patrols and narcotics officers monitored the mountainous terrain, their expressions intricate. Code-breaking, messages exchanged between life and death. Look, these are the tactics of the first-generation narcotics officers. It was far more chaotic then. There were no instruments for inspection. They had to rely solely on themselves. If Wei Xia truly is a drug lord, it is indeed frightening. The narcotics officer stationed at the border of a great nation sighed, yet felt fortunate. For such individuals are exceedingly clever, possessing clear and comprehensive thought processes with extensive strategic planning. Furthermore, they exhibit remarkable counter-surveillance and disguise abilities. But at least for now, he is not. The border patrol nodded, both men eagerly watching. As memories retraced back to 1997, he vanished from his family's sight. What did he do thereafter? The recollection continued to unfold. In the present day, Wei Xia has arranged for the transmission of information, currently listening to Huang Mao's report. Boss. Previously, when you were out smuggling Adidas sneakers and dining with several officials from the newly established district, there were individuals trailing you. Later, at the Mona nightclub, 2 people were also spotted outside the private room. The fishmonger and others have been followed, including myself. As Lu Huangmao relayed this, he squinted, harboring suspicions that the adversary may have already uncovered something or sensed the undercover investigation. Wei Xia, noticing Lu Huangmao's concern, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It is not that we have been discovered. They are likely preparing for significant actions. One must remember the sweeping crackdown in '96 had profound repercussions, as new opportunities for market development were imminent, with reform and opening up on the horizon. However, during this period, drug traffickers also need to adapt, preparing for large-scale production of narcotics, gathering resources from various overseas forces. The times have changed. Lu Huangmao regained his focus, increasingly admiring his boss. The boss possesses a meticulous mind, expansive in strategy while also attentive to the minutiae of the environment. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng watched this scene, rising in astonishment. The 2 elderly men, Tang Rulong and Ma Tai Gang, both with graying hair, were equally taken aback. Their adversaries were not merely aiming to establish a foothold, they sought to infiltrate the vast market. Yet the drug traffickers remained oblivious to the fact that they would be facing the hysterical, yet icy calm of Wei Xia. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in Yi City, the nearly 80-year-old Dong Ting, now retired, watched the live broadcast, waving his hand. Don't block my view, grandfather. He gazed at the screen, removing his reading glasses, reminiscing about the 2 encrypted records from the past, a smile gracing his lips. His eyes locked onto the young man with black hair. At last, I have seen you. Dong Ting had never encountered Wei Xia in person. He had witnessed his methods of deciphering codes and seen his handwriting, yet had never laid eyes on the man himself. It was as if this individual had been a figment of imagination. You are a comrade, Dong Ting declared with conviction, while others questioned, doubted, or even denied. Dong Ting felt none of that. From the moment he first beheld the encrypted messages, he understood the immense difficulty in obtaining such information and the peril the sender faced. As Dong Ting reflected on the memories, he observed the screen displaying Wei Xia in his hospital bed alongside his family, and a sudden wave of silent sorrow washed over him. This young man, he mused, from 95 to 25, it seems he has never received a word of acknowledgement, whether from family, the drug enforcement team, or the villagers. No one has ever believed in him. Humans are inherently social beings. Dong Ting murmured to himself, when the world remains unaware. One stands independently between heaven and earth, unafraid. That is true courage. Chapter 72. A moment of vitality now, Dong Ting is long past his prime, having witnessed the evolution of criminal investigation forces since the 1990s. His modest study is adorned with an array of certificates, the Honorary Certificate of Criminal Investigation from Dongchang Province, the Certificate of Innovation in Criminal Investigation Technology from Dongchang Province, and the Contribution Certificate from Luoqiao City. The shelves are almost overflowing with various honors, and the medals are countless. Yet, what was once a house of accolades in 1997 now appears particularly antiquated. The wooden sofa and chairs have chipped paint, as if the glories of yesteryear have faded into history. His young grandson points at the television, a hint of surprise in his voice. Grandpa, do you know him? Upon hearing the boy's inquiry, a flicker of reminiscence crosses Dong Ting's brow. As for us, I have only seen the encrypted messages he sent. I never truly knew him. At that time, I always felt an overwhelming sadness emanating from him, a sense of profound strength intertwined with an elusive presence. I often sensed he might vanish at any moment. He appeared vibrant and determined, yet his essence was overshadowed by sorrow. Or perhaps the absurdity of the era rendered him unworthy of such vigor. As he speaks, images of astonishing methods flood Dong Ting's mind, methods rooted in physics, chemistry, biology, and cryptography. It is as if the enigmatic figure of the early generations of drug enforcement officers is reflected through the lens of time. In this moment, he is engulfed in memories that trace back to the early days of October 1997. Luochio City is embracing open development, with plans unfolding for the old town and new districts. The industries are flourishing, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wei Xia stands by the window of the Mona nightclub, surveying the scene. Behind him are Lu Chong, the bald man, and Sun Bin, among others. Yet, he has still not encountered the person behind the scenes. Raising his glass, Wei Xia gulps down the liquor, allowing the alcohol to scorch his throat, igniting a fiery sting, all while maintaining a stoic expression. Fortunately, he is not without gains. His gaze sweeps across the private room, where numerous representatives from various regions gather, individuals known for their ferocity, indulging recklessly in drugs without a care for their well-being. Excellent. This batch is remarkably pure. I want 200 pounds. One exclaims. I want 200 pounds as well. But Wei Xia's madness surpasses theirs. He continues to drink while listening intently. 500 pounds of pills. He states flatly, his voice hoarse yet sharp, laced with an icy chill. As his words resonate, many around him turn, their eyes glowing red, fixated on the dark-haired figure. There's only so much. If some take more, others must take less. You say 500 pounds, and it shall be 500 pounds? The representative from his city grins menacingly, brandishing a dagger that he slams onto the table, producing a deafening crack. You little brat, are you not afraid of choking on it? If you wish to seize the goods, then let us play a game of knives and fingers. Wei Xia sets down his glass, and amidst the profound silence, he locks eyes with the crowd. What kind of eyes are those? Utterly rational yet intensely frenzied, reminiscent of a true wild wolf. The representatives from Yeqing, Baiqing, and the Liu brothers squint their eyes, feeling a chill run down their spines. Moments later, Wei Xia bursts into laughter, producing 3 cups. Yours is no fun. Let us play with mine instead. If you win, my share will also belong to you. With a leisurely pace, concentrated sulfuric acid was poured into 1 cup, while 2 other cups contained white liquor. Subsequently, the cups were inverted and rotated alternately. Which cup to choose? With both hands braced against the table and arms spread wide, Wei Xia's smile gradually twisted into something more sinister. The once fierce representative from his city felt a twitch in his eyelids, gritting his teeth and hesitant to act. Wei Xia remained calm, curling his lips. Let me take a turn. As the words fell, he casually drew a cup and drank it in 1 gulp. In that moment, Wei Xia pulled out the remaining 2 cups, one of which fell to the floor, emitting a corrosive sound and a repugnant odor. Representatives from Yi City, by City, and Yi City gazed at the black-haired youth who grinned before them, their scalps tingling with unease. This was a true madman. The representatives laughed, nodding in a frenzy. Bring it on. We can provide whatever is needed for the upcoming reform and opening up. Let's seize all surrounding markets. They clinked their glasses on the table, reveling late into the night, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement for the wealth that awaited them after conquering all neighboring markets. Only in a corner, Wei Xiao's gaze dimmed as he observed. He silently noted the characteristics of each individual, watching their extravagant debauchery as they embraced women. He then lifted a cup of white liquor, downing it in 1 go. The other representatives watched, acknowledging Wei Xiao's ruthlessness. Yet they felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. However, he did not indulge in women nor partake in market discussions, which led them to regard him with disdain. What pretentiousness at this point, scoffed the representative from his city, squinting with anger. Eventually, intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness, Wei Xia was assisted away by his subordinates. The representative from his city dismissed the accompanying woman, pouring poison on her back and inhaling deeply with a sinister grin. This mad dog has finally rolled away. The other representatives from various cities coldly fixated on Wei Xia. They all lived by the same code, merely differing in their cruelty, and they did not lack for it. The only distinction with Wei Xia was that he was utterly insane. At least, they dared not gamble with sulfuric acid, as failure meant death. Such individuals were often the most feared among them. Having suffered a loss of face from Wei Xia's earlier intimidation, the representatives now chuckled coldly as they nodded in response to the words of the He City representative. In a silver van, as they confirmed their departure, Wei Xia opened his eyes, forcing himself to regain some clarity before inducing vomiting, his complexion turning crimson. The van seats had been removed, revealing a basin at the back. After vomiting, Wei Xia submerged himself in ice to cool down. Simultaneously, he trembled as he tied a rope tightly around his forehead to alleviate his headache. After completing these tasks, Wei Xia gasped for breath and struggled to retrieve a sketchpad, beginning to draw swiftly. He needed to document the characteristics of all the toxic representatives from the regions he had encountered. The He City representative was middle-aged, with a horse-like face, a bald crown, a black mole with hair at the corner of his mouth, and deeply sunken eyes. The Bi-City representative was around 30 years old, wore black-rimmed glasses, stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, and had a disability in his left foot. The Yi City representative was about 50 years old, with a portion of his left ear missing and a prominent scar on his nose, measuring about 4 centimeters long. As Wei Xia sketched and recalled, his body cooled, feeling uncomfortable, and his headache intensified. Lu Huangmao entered the vehicle, taking his seat in the passenger side, and turned to gaze at Wei Xia, clenching his fists tightly. Inside the ice bucket, the once gentle leader forced himself to remain momentarily alert, documenting the characteristics of other offenders. His forehead was pallid, the contours of his face starkly etched, and his skin appeared deeply sunken. The effects of excessive alcohol consumption and drug use had left him unsteady, his steps faltering and trembling, even as the icy water provoked a reaction. Particularly in the depths of October, the autumn chill was biting. He wiped away his tears, remaining silent. Once the sketch was completed, the van jostled onward, and Wei Xia emerged from the bucket, draping herself in a blanket. "My dear, little sister, please do not weep." The distinctive disco melodies of the 1990s began to play, causing Wei Xia's complexion to pale further as she shook her head, opting for another tune. "We are the guardians of the great nation, determined to eradicate all dangers." The song resounded with a rich, resolute timbre, exuding a sense of grandeur and solemnity. It was only upon hearing this anthem that a hint of a smile broke through Wei Xia's distressed expression. Her spirits lifted as she joyfully listened and hummed along. Simultaneously, she continued to extract her sketchpad within the swaying van, adding intricate details to her artwork. Chapter 73. Spring in Jiang and inside the hospital room, Zhao Jing. The newly appointed head of the Drug Enforcement Unit in Luoqiao City squinted at the screen, suddenly beginning to sift through files. Numerous previously released documents came into view. Since 2002, they had commenced operations against these drug traffickers, meticulously archiving all evidence. This evidence was all sourced from a mysterious informant whose identity remained unknown at that time. However, upon seeing the portrait of Wei Xia inside the van, Zhao Jing was jolted back to reality. It appears to indeed be you. These individuals had concealed themselves well, with some even posing as glamorous entrepreneurs. Yet, the portrait unveiled their true identities. Murmuring to himself, Zhao Jing's emotions grew increasingly intricate. He was genuinely engaged in this struggle, fighting to the bitter end. His gaze fell upon the shivering young man with black hair, who, despite his discomfort, smiled while listening to music. Sighing, Zhao Jing lowered his eyes. An elderly voice echoed in his ears. It was his mentor, Ma Taigang. His health was rapidly deteriorating. Ma Taigang's gaze settled upon Wei Xia, whose arms were riddled with needle marks, frail to the point of trembling, his body nearly collapsing under the strain. Wei Pingyong stared blankly, recalling the image of Wei Xia from that period in memory. In October 1997, he had seen him once. So emaciated and lifeless, he was nearly unrecognizable. At that time, Wei Pingyong had looked down upon him, deeming him utterly defeated, a mere shell of a person. The barrage of comments at that moment was equally complex. Beneath the lifeless exterior lies a heart ablaze with passion. The memory resurfaced vividly in Wei Pingyong's mind. In October 1997, metal scaffolding extended from the ceiling. As liquid dripped from a vial through the tubing, entering the skin via a needle, Wei Xia was receiving an intravenous drip while perusing new investigative materials, all acquired by his younger brothers from their school teachers. Among these was an essay written by his younger sister, Wei Pingyong. Wei Xia opened the essay, reading with a calm demeanor. The teacher said that science is the ladder of human progress, and I aspire to be a person of value to society. I am currently studying physics, chemistry, and biology. Another essay followed. The learning process is tedious and demanding, but I will not abandon my ideals. Subsequently, there was a recorded speech by a younger brother who stood on stage, mustering courage. I will become a research scholar, contributing to the scientific advancement of our great nation. Wei Xia observed, tucking away his thoughts. So, Pingyong aspires to be a scientist. How wonderful. Yet, Wei Xia's sparkling eyes brimmed with anticipation. To be a person of value to the nation and its people is truly commendable. At least it holds significance. As the intravenous drip concluded, he prepared to head to Wei Pingyang's school. Professor Tang Rulong was en route to pick her up after school. Throughout the journey, Wei Xia changed vehicles frequently to avoid detection, transitioning from the van to a Santana and then to a taxi. Due to the recent expansion of the drug traffickers market, he was under constant surveillance, and he could not allow his sister to become entangled in these matters. As he sat in the passenger seat of the truck, Wei Xia alighted, donning a hood that obscured his gaunt face, which seemed to reflect a complete depletion of vitality. He smiled at Wei Pingyang, who had just finished school, though the expression appeared rather unappealing. Wei Pingyang hesitated for a moment, then wrinkled her nose in distaste as she opened Professor Tang's car door, muttering under her breath about the lifelessness of his demeanor, wondering where he had been loitering. Ignoring him, she shut the door and, in the process, closed the window. The dark tint gradually obscured their view, as if tearing them apart and severing their connection to the same world. As her sister's face faded from sight and the car engine roared to life, Wei Xia was unfazed by her indifference, his eyes betraying a spark of excitement. "Did you see that? That is my sister. She will become a scientist one day," he exclaimed like a child, gazing eagerly into the distance. "She will undoubtedly surpass the third child. He's just too rigid. My sister will contribute to humanity." He rambled on in his exuberance, but no one responded. Turning his head, he realized that the familiar figure of Huang Mao was absent. Long Jiang was indeed gone. Wei Xiao momentarily lost himself in thought, a dazed smile lingering on his face. Soon, he composed himself and began to make arrangements. He called upon a few individuals to assist in procuring books from various regions, including some rare materials from both domestic and international sources, particularly in the field of biochemistry, acquiring everything available. Currently, Wei Xia's businesses, including various billiard halls, were thriving, and he was expanding into new districts, making significant tax contributions from the old city. With financial resources at his disposal, he swiftly amassed a wealth of materials ranging from foundational texts to cutting-edge research journals and study guides. Intentionally, he facilitated introductions between his underlings and several physics and chemistry teachers at the school, helping them address issues regarding elderly health care. In return, he requested that these materials be delivered to Wei Pingyang through various means. During a break, Wei Pingyang was delighted to receive the rewards materials presented by her teacher for her academic progress. "My father searched for this material for ages without success. Thank you, teacher," she exclaimed. The abundance of resources intensified her interest in scientific research, providing her with genuine avenues for exploration. Wei Xia observed from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. The study guides were finally in her hands. Subsequently, he summoned his underlings once more to inquire about the predicament of the middle school chemistry teacher. The chemistry teacher's child had been detained due to issues related to demolition in the old city, a matter that could escalate significantly. Yet the authorities were reluctant to let it go, leading to considerable complications. Wei Xia personally intervened to offer an apology and presented 2 shares of his billiard hall business as a gesture of goodwill. The chemistry teacher, overwhelmed with gratitude, agreed to follow Wei Xia's instructions and provided a portion of laboratory equipment, including beakers, test tubes, reaction vessels, and petri dishes. Wei Pingyang had already begun conducting small experiments independently. Thereafter, Wei Xia initiated his third step. At a banquet, several educational representatives from Dongchang province were present. Amidst the clinking of glasses, an agreement was reached after Wei Xia pledged to donate teaching equipment and books valued at 100,000. Finally, they consented to host a youth scientific research competition in Luoqiao, deliberately selecting Wei Pingyang through a seemingly fair lottery process. Upon receiving the news, Wei Pingyang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly leaped from his seat. Many classmates around him observed with envious gazes. Meanwhile, Wei Xia, standing at a distance, watched as a group of delinquents hurled water at the door of an old apartment, shouting profanities. It was only after the ruffians had departed that he approached, accompanied by his younger associate. Inside resided a retired university physics professor, Niu Qingyun, who was currently confined within his home due to his child's debts. "I will assist you in resolving your debt issues," Wei Xia stated, his voice hoarse, leaving Niu Qingyun momentarily stunned. "Why would you help me? What do you want in return?" Niu Qingyun inquired. "In exchange, you will mentor Wei Pingyang in the field of physics," Wei Xia instructed. At the school, Niu Qingyun, though perplexed, complied with the request, feigning that he had chosen Wei Pingyang as his student and began his instruction. In that moment, The four essential elements of education, textbooks, tools, competitions, and mentors, were established. Wei Xia stood in the corner, watching his sister with gentle eyes. A new scene unfolded at the off-campus tutoring center. Through the window, Wei Xia observed his younger sister meticulously conducting experiments and subsequently calculating formulas, while Niu Qingyun offered serious yet attentive guidance. After a time, he turned to leave, returning to his cherished little house. Upon entering, he noticed his hat meticulously placed atop the wardrobe, as if awaiting the day Wei Xia would don it. As he carefully wiped the hat, he spoke to himself with satisfaction. In the future, I shall emerge as a luminary in the business world, destined to become a great entrepreneur, compassionate towards workers and society alike. Xiao Zheng will venture into politics, gradually cultivating his abilities and establishing sound principles, likely to benefit society and uphold the Wei family legacy. Ping Ang is engaged in her studies, displaying a remarkable aptitude for learning. And Niu Qingyun has begun to anticipate her future brilliance in scientific research. Little Ling, with her talent, will likely become a dazzling star on stage. Wei Xia rambled on, but merely mentioning the names of his siblings brought a warm smile to his face. The comments streaming in during the live broadcast were tinged with a sense of melancholy. What about your own aspirations? Have you considered your future? Wei Xia, do you truly intend to confine yourself in this mire to support your siblings? One cannot live like this. Amidst the unfolding scenes, Wei Xia paused for a moment, having set aside the cloth he was using to polish his badge. The chatter continued, but his thoughts turned inward. As for me, once the criminals are dealt with, what shall I do? After a brief moment of confusion, the young man turned away. The room was damp, yet the sun outside radiated warmth, illuminating every blade of grass and leaf with vibrant beauty. Suddenly, he felt a longing, his gaze penetrating the small window. When the time comes, I shall bask in the sun in the warm lands of Jiangnan. The north is too cold. Wei Xia turned back, admiring his treasured hat, carefully adjusting its position. I have committed sins here. Thus, I yearn to explore the south, to witness the gentle landscapes, bask in the warm sunlight, and behold the dappled shadows cast between the branches and leaves. Let us venture southward. Chapter 74. The World's Green Mountains Are All the Same. October 7th, 1997. Noon. In the billiard hall office, the air was devoid of swirling smoke. The pages of a book turned as Wei Xia's eyes sparkled with determination. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resumed his writing. A variety of books lay scattered across the desk: introductory chemistry, foundational physics theory exam papers, and basic electrical knowledge. Nearby, Niu Qingyun observed, his voice trembling as he spoke. In practical applications, one can calculate the specific current situation as follows. He was apprehensive, haunted by the memory of the imposing figures he had once been called upon to teach. Over 20 burly thugs loomed nearby. Wei Xia nodded, then continued his earnest studies. He was diligently conducting experiments, including those in physics and chemistry. His learning was not solely derived from textbooks. Niu Qingyun also provided guidance. Together, they moved to the kitchen to observe the experimental results. They added wood ash to a beaker, followed by water, ensuring it rose 1 centimeter above the ash. After stirring, they filtered the mixture to obtain the filtrate. In the evaporating dish, they began heating and stirring, ultimately extracting crystals. Sugar contains carbon, but it is not easily combustible in the air, Niu Qingyun explained while directing the process. To his surprise, this student, once a thug, was remarkably diligent and even astute, grasping concepts with remarkable clarity. Then, he watched Wei Xia embark on a new experiment: the modification of an electric vehicle's battery. Witnessing Wei Xia's success in yet another trial, Niu Qingyun's expression grew complex, tinged with curiosity, prompting him to speak boldly. You should devote yourself to your studies. You have the potential to become an exceptional science student. He truly possessed talent. However, Wei Xia merely shook his head. My pursuits are motivated by ulterior motives. They're not pure. Previously, he had assisted Niu Qingyun in repaying debts, and now Niu Qingyun began to guide Wei Ping Ang, imparting knowledge while simultaneously teaching him. Upon leaving the billiard hall, Niu Qingyun commenced instructing Wei Ping Yang, who in turn began to establish an interest group at school. But, teacher, will anyone come? After all, I lack a reputation in school and am not well versed in intricate scientific knowledge. Wei Ping Yang felt a sense of uncertainty, yet Niu Qingyun encouraged him, gazing outside the school. They will come. After all, there are those who assist quietly. Upon receiving the news, Wei Xia simultaneously initiated new actions. Zhang Shui and Li Ziyo were both outstanding scholars in physics and chemistry. We intercepted Zhang Shui twice on the way home, and he agreed to join Wei Ping Ang's research group. Li Zio, facing financial hardship, received assistance with his disabled father from 2 caregivers we hired. And he too agreed to join the group. Listening to his junior's report, Wei Xia nodded with increasing composure. Zhang Shui, Li Zio. In disbelief, Wei Pingyang gazed at the 2 top scholars in physics and chemistry before her. Unexpectedly, instead of forming her own team for the upcoming research competition, they had chosen to join hers. Elated, she looked at her teacher. Perhaps it is the teacher's reputation that attracted them. Niu Qingyun was equally astonished as he watched a steady stream of top scholars arrive. To cultivate an individual, is such a grandiose approach truly necessary? The temporary group established for the purpose of participating in the Lucio scientific research competition was swiftly assembled. Concurrently, Niu Qingyun observed that Wei Pingyang was entirely engrossed in discussions with the group members, advancing rapidly in her studies and experiencing remarkable growth. Zhang Shui and Li Zio initially joined the research group under duress or for personal gain. However, upon discovering Wei Pingyang's astonishing aptitude for learning, they too became fully immersed. Continuously proposing innovations, Wei Xia observed from afar, with Niu Qingyun standing beside her. You have worked hard, Professor Niu. Consider this your reward. Do not decline. For here is an additional 30,000 yuan. Please take your research group to participate in various competitions. A sum of 10,000 yuan felt substantial. A significant amount in this era. Niu Qingyun accepted the additional 30,000 with a complex expression. Subsequently, he made several donations to the research activities, and Wei Pingyang's group, against all odds, triumphed in the youth physics competition, securing first place and causing a stir in Lucio. Under Niu Qingyun's suggestion, the remaining funds were personally donated by Wei Pingyang to impoverished students, exchanged for experimental equipment and books. In no time, an increasing number of students began sharing resources, with academic stars like Zhang Shui and Li Zio joining in the pursuit of continued research. By mid-October, a compassionate female academic emerged in Lucio, establishing her reputation. This academic was none other than Wei Pingyang. In a modern hospital room, the once commanding presence of Wei Pingyang shifted. She reflected on her past. Her life's journey akin to a charmed ascent. Initially equipped with the right books, she was fortuitously recognized by Professor Niu Qingyun, who began to mentor her diligently. Several top students eagerly participated in the interest group she formed, which soared to new heights. Along the way, they competed in the Lucio Youth Physics competition, advancing triumphantly to secure first place. Ultimately, due to her generous donations of experimental equipment, she managed to encompass nearly all of Lucio's scientific prodigies, transforming them into invaluable learning resources. That year, she became a prominent figure in Lucio's youth scientific community, frequently gracing the pages of newspapers and being sought after by the media. Those moments filled her with joy, and to this day, she takes pride in them. Yet, abruptly, it all came to a halt. My brother. Wei Pingyang's voice turned hoarse as she recalled Wei Xia's tireless efforts to assist others, all in hopes of earning the opportunity to learn from her. Through calculated maneuvers, that once overlooked research group had attracted talent, even willing to invest 50,000 yuan to host a scientific competition for herself. The money he earned from the video and billiard halls had nearly been exhausted. With a tinge of bitterness in her nostrils, Wei Pingyang raised her head, drawing closer to the hospital bed for the first time. On the bed lay a middle-aged man, struggling with a respirator, his body marred by scars and in disarray. She, clad in a trench coat, exuded a cool demeanor. You could have told me, she said softly. Her assistant remained silent, echoing her sentiment. Do you not recall how often he sought financial help from you thereafter? Memories surged forth, revealing new scenes. The sound of a phone dialing echoed. Pingyang, it's your elder brother. I've lost a bit of money again. It's not much, just 500. You now possess such a fine family, and you are undeniably exceptional. You ought to contribute in some way, don't you think? The voice on the other end of the phone was hoarse, tinged with a hint of greed. Wei Pingyang felt a surge of anger, even irritation. All the money has gone to my grandfather. I am broke. Gambling. What else can you do besides that? You are able-bodied yet cannot sustain yourself? On the other end, Wei Xia's voice persisted. What kind of talk is this? As an elder brother, how can you refuse to assist during difficult times? Do not forget how you came to live this life. Understood, just 100. No more. The call ended, the other party's last words laced with fury. Wei Xia paid it no mind and subsequently ventured out to withdraw money, cautiously returning to his small room. The room was filled with numerous bags. Lu Huangao observed as Wei Xia took up a pen, the strokes precise, inscribing the name Pingyang. Among the many envelopes in the bags, most bore Pingyang's name, alongside 30,000 that Wei Xia had set aside. If I encounter any misfortune in the future, use this money in the name of research funding to send to Pingyang. This child, unaware of frugality, spends money rapidly. What will happen when there are no funds left? One cannot always be at the mercy of others. Lu Huangmao lowered his head, his voice subdued. Boss, you can give it to him yourself. You are surely capable. Wei Xia smiled as he secured the money, his laughter causing Lu Huangmao's eyes to glisten with emotion. A memory unfolded, and the screen was filled with comments. The enemy has begun large-scale preparations, poised to completely dominate the market and let poison run rampant. Wei Xia is clearly preparing for a battle with his back against the wall. He had long calculated everything, including his own demise. Simultaneously, many viewers shifted their attention elsewhere. Wei Pingjing simulates the firstborn. The scene unfolded. With Wei Pingjing orchestrating plans, the situation had improved somewhat. Wei Pingxing was no longer bullied by school delinquents, and Wei Pingjing was gradually no longer neglected in the foster home. The two younger sisters were safe, at least beginning to learn. The enemy, under Wei Pingjing's continuous reports, had temporarily evaded capture. Yet, gazing at the photographs of his younger siblings, Wei Pingjing was on the brink of collapse. Having sent them away previously had affected them to some extent. Now, witnessing the coldness of the elder brother who had sent them away, he felt nothing but indifference. Wei Pingjing gritted his teeth. You must understand me. Presently, he was also quite vexed, as his younger siblings were a burden, hindering his aspirations for civil service, and they had misunderstood him. Meanwhile, in the same timeline, in the life of the eldest son, Wei Xia was reviewing the report cards of his 4 siblings. The table was adorned with numerous awards. Outstanding Youth Athlete of Dongchang, Student Representative, Luo Qiu, Exemplary Young Hero, Dongchang's Physics Prodigy, Caring Female Scholar, Champion of the Youth Physics Competition. There were accolades for Wei Pingsheng, Wei Pingjing, and Wei Pingyang. Various awards, newspaper articles, media invitations for interviews and conferences adorned the space, a testament to their honor. Now, Wei Xia meticulously examined, polished, and arranged the photographs of his siblings' numerous awards. The warmth in his gaze transformed entirely as he turned his head. It became cold and ruthless. Now, he gazes at the new information transmitted by Man Han, who is disguised as a chemical transport driver. The drug traffickers are preparing to import new narcotics and a substantial quantity of raw materials in mid-December of 1997. This time, however, it is no longer merely ecstasy. It is a truly potent substance capable of inducing hallucinations, even leading to shock and physical depletion, while still being highly addictive. Wei Xia's expression gradually darkens, his brow furrowing as he mutters to himself. Mom, Dad, this time I must draw out one of the perpetrators from years ago, that bald man, along with several others wearing masks. I have waited too long for him. Wei Xia rises with a surge of excitement, clenching his fists, fiercely scanning the small room. He senses that this large-scale operation will encompass all those involved in narcotics in Luo Qiu. The adversaries will undoubtedly make an appearance, especially since, after the murders of Chu Ai, Sun Shaoli, and Yang De they have been conspicuously absent. It seems that previous actions, combined with the recent crackdown by authorities, have forced them into hiding. Yet this time, they have no choice but to surface, for their higher-ups will undoubtedly be involved. At that moment, Wei Xia whispers, looking out the window, Mom, Dad, I have not sullied our family name. His voice is feeble as he gazes at the myriad of needle marks on his arm. Yet this time, there is no resolute sharpness in his eyes, only a lack of confidence. His expression carries a hint of despondency and helplessness. This body feels broken and tainted. February 12, 2025. Lantern Festival. In the north, people eat yuan shao, while in the south, they enjoy tang yuan. The commercial street begins to see an abundance of free tang yuan being offered, alongside tang yuan making competitions. In the north, the preparation of yuan shao is in full swing. The lights dazzle, and the atmosphere is festive, accompanied by the sounds of drums and music, warm and lively. In the mining town of Luo Qiu City, there are now numerous yuan shao competitions, hosted by factories, schools, and banks alike. Yet now, many are watching a live broadcast, reflecting on the past. They observe the unconfident Wei Xia for a long time in silence, having never seen someone like him before. Unlike the brave soul who once forged ahead alone in pursuit of justice, he now appears despondent, dejected, and lost, as if enveloped by desolation, afraid to confront his reality. Outside a residential community in Luo Qiu City, a child watches the live broadcast, looking up with innocent eyes. Mom, when can Brother Wei go to the south? He said he wants to go. He should just go. The child frowns, imploring, why should Brother Wei keep helping others? Why should he? The mother, at a loss for words, remained silent for a long time before bitterly uttering, "But he is the elder brother." The child's eyes well with tears as they fixate on the young man with his head bowed in despair. "But he is also human. He deserves his own life as well. Why must he live like this?" In that moment, the mother, at a loss for words, finally speaks after a long pause. "He will give himself an explanation in the future, won't he?" In the frame, the young man with dark hair simply stands with his head bowed, inflicting a deep ache upon the heart. Chapter 75. The triangular game. The sound of firecrackers reverberated through the air. In ancient times, these noises were initially employed during sacrificial ceremonies to ward off the Nian beast. Subsequently, the belief arose that firecrackers could dispel ailments. In modernity, they symbolize peace and joy, heralding a harmonious world. It was the deep night of the Lantern Festival on February 25, 2025. The ward was enveloped in silence as many gazed at the eldest son's comparative program. A nurse knocked softly on the ward door, presenting a bowl of tang yuan, which had been sent to Wei Xia by several gentlemen from outside. The nurse's expression was complex as she gently placed it down. At that moment, someone peered in through the open door, their emotions a mixture of sentiment. Outside the ward, and even beyond the hospital, an accumulation of takeout awaited, all sent by students and drivers from various locales, spontaneously contributing to Wei Xia's care. The host from the Phoenix News cast his gaze upon the Tangyuan box, where the crooked letters bore a childlike innocence. Wei Xia, Happy Lantern Festival. Another note, pinned with exquisite elegance, inquired, "So, did you go to the south? Did you see the flowers bloom?" Wei Ping Sheng, Wei Ping Yang, and Wei Pingling watched, entranced. They had never celebrated a festival with Wei Xia before, yet now, unfamiliar faces began to remember him. A new scene unfolded before the trio's eyes. Wei Pingsheng fixated on the retrospective of Wei Xia's life, murmuring, "He mentioned going south in 97. I saw him then. I was with impoverished students selling goods. And he was nothing like this. He was so arrogant and unreasonable." The scene unfurled amidst his murmurs, now set in mid-October 1997. "I understand. Inform Yu Zai and Man Han to be prudent. Some matters need not be scrutinized closely. Safety is paramount." On the roadside, Wei Xia hurried along, whispering instructions for relaying messages. At present, he was an entrepreneur from Luoqiao City and also represented the drug trade in the region. Dressed in a jacket with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, exuding an air of maturity, his underling nodded, continuing to follow closely. As Wei Xia spoke, a frown creased his brow. He had caught sight of someone in the reflection of a nearby vehicle's mirror, unmistakably Black Panther, a henchman of the drug dealer Lu Chang. Trailing behind him, narrowing his eyes, Wei Xia signaled his companion, veering into the market behind Luoqiao Middle School. This area had yet to complete its urban planning and was still connected to the old factories behind it, where many often set up stalls. Wei Xia's gaze settled on a youthful figure amidst the crowd, Wei Pingsheng. Now he represented the students of Luoqiao Junior High, exuding a dignified demeanor with an increasingly professional outlook. To ameliorate the plight of impoverished students, he had conducted several market surveys and chosen to set up a stall selling fruit alongside a few underprivileged peers. The costs were minimal, while profits were substantial. Due to pricing strategies, many workers from the old factories and students were inclined to patronize, resulting in a thriving business. Wei Xia furrowed his brow and approached with his underlings. 2 kilograms of bananas. The impoverished student, Ma Lu, looked up at the call but gradually succumbed to timidity. "Please wait a moment." Although Wei Xia was well dressed, the 2 men behind him had a rough appearance, emanating a menacing aura. At that moment, Wei Xia maintained an impassive expression, grabbed the bananas, seized a hefty handful of cherries, and turned to leave with his 2 companions. "Wait, you haven't settled the bill yet." Ma Lu stammered, his voice trembling. One of his underlings seemed incensed. Bang! A baton was unsheathed, and with a forceful kick, the fruit stall was overturned. Apples, bananas, cherries, and various fruits scattered across the ground in an instant. "Damn it! Are you blind? It's fortunate I didn't ask you for money. And yet you dare demand it from us." As Ma Lu and his companions witnessed the fruits being trampled mercilessly, their eyes reddened with rage, ready to charge forward to restore order, but were held back by the underling who grasped their collars and pushed them relentlessly. With an inscrutable expression, Wei Xia narrowed his eyes, fixating on the group of students. "A bunch of stall vendors. Do I need to pay to eat?" Among the crowd, Wei Pingsheng had evidently spotted Wei Xia, his brow furrowing as he prepared to greet him, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside by the underling. The stall owner, who usually looked out for these students, discreetly retreated into the crowd to call the police. Wei Xia remained indifferent, coldly observing the scene while casually peeling a banana and taking a bite. Even as Wei Pingsheng clenched his fists amidst the shoving, glaring fiercely, Wei Xia feigned ignorance. The drug dealer, Black Panther, lurked silently within the throng, his gaze fixated on the figure clad in a jacket, refraining from speaking. When the police finally arrived, their sirens pierced the air, bringing the chaos to a halt. What is happening here? Who's causing the disturbance? Who called the police? The stall owner, confronted by the officer's inquiries, hesitated to raise his hand, only to be restrained by his wife. Witnesses who initially considered speaking out fell silent, intimidated by the atmosphere. Wei Xia glanced at a banana peel, casually discarded it, and wiped his fingers before turning to scrutinize the bystanders. Indeed, the officer is inquiring who reported this. Are there no witnesses? His eyes gleamed with arrogance and malice, compelling the onlookers and the stall owner to lower their heads. Intimidation reigned supreme, as no one dared to speak. The officers clearly sensed something amiss with Wei Xia and his companions, but lacking a complainant or a victim, they were ultimately powerless. You lot, behave yourselves. If we catch you, none shall escape, the officers declared in frustration before departing. The crowd and merchants fell into a hush, too fearful to look up. At that moment, Black Panther made his entrance, flanked by several companions. Quite the display, isn't it? Time to collect the goods. Wei Xia, surrounded by Black Panther's men, casually conversed while smoking and receiving the drugs, laughing boisterously at Black Panther's words. Wei Pingsheng watched in a daze, his eyes filled with disdain. Amidst the throng, Wei Xia listened intently, exhaling a ring of smoke. You're acquiring more and more goods. It's time I introduced you to the real big boss, Black Panther chuckled ominously. What boss? They're all old acquaintances. I trust working with you. Black Panther smiled, growing increasingly satisfied with the nonchalant Wei Xia. Let's go to the 61 National Highway outside Luochio to collect the goods. Unbeknownst to anyone, Wei Xia had already narrowed his eyes. In the hospital room, Wei Pingsheng listened to the address with a shiver, fear gripping him. Wei Xia, are you truly unafraid? He had also participated in simulations. Even the most inconspicuous figures, such as the bald Lu Chong from the lower ranks, could overwhelm him with their mere presence. But now, what was Wei Xia planning? He intended to immerse himself in the operation, adopting an undercover identity to connect with the drug traffickers. This madman. Wei Pingsheng gritted his teeth, watching the unfolding scene. With an acquired address and the allure of a newly open market, representatives from any region would undoubtedly take notice. Wei Xia set out to procure goods, feigning nonchalance as he glanced back over his shoulder. His counter-surveillance instincts alerted him to the fact that someone had changed clothes, even switching between two groups, persistently trailing him. Realizing that they still harbored suspicions and had dispatched individuals to monitor him, Wei Xia began contemplating how to inform Ma Tai Gang, arranging for his subordinates. His arcade was preparing to host a King of Fighters gaming event. Each day, the top 3 scorers would be recognized, and additionally, he ordered that a copy of the People's Literature from the 3rd issue of 1997 be delivered to the specified address. Furthermore, each vendor whose stall had been overturned would receive triple compensation, paid under someone else's name, for his own identity was far too compromised. Since the last time he received feedback on the code, Wei Xia was aware that a skilled codebreaker was in proximity to Ma Tai Gang. Although he hadn't made prior contact, he was confident that the code would be deciphered. Meanwhile, within the narcotics enforcement team, Ma Tai Gang was perusing the newly delivered magazine, his brow furrowed. What did this mean? Had there been any recent activity from that young man? A nearby narcotics officer pondered, shaking his head. Nothing unusual. Everything was functioning normally, except that their arcade was hosting a King of Fighters event today. Ma Tai Gang and Dong Ting exchanged glances and immediately rose to their feet. The arcade was now a hub for numerous youths, exuberantly shouting in excitement. Dong Ting frowned, attempting to find evidence, but yielded nothing, until he noticed the name at the pinnacle of the King of Fighters 97 leaderboard, his eyes sharpening instantly. 5A3D. This was hexadecimal ASCII code. Reacting swiftly, forensic expert Dong Ting began scrutinizing the details, documenting everything before returning. In the room, as he pieced together the recorded information, he exclaimed in astonishment. 5A represented 9 o'clock, while 3D equated to 61. The event updated the top 3 scores daily, serving as coordinated parameters. At 9 o'clock, on the National Highway, 61 kilometers. Almost immediately, disbelief flickered in Ma Tai Gang's eyes. Could this truly be within the grasp of someone from such a lowly background? Yet Dong Ting did not pause. He withdrew the magazine previously delivered to him and began examining other details from the arcade, ultimately fixing his gaze on the competition schedule. The second match commenced at 15:13 on the 3rd. The third, 15:53, referring to the magazine. Dong Ting began to decipher the handwriting using Chinese characters according to the established pattern. Keep a close watch on any suspicious or inconspicuous vehicles. I suspect the true mastermind behind the drugs will appear. They have orchestrated this capture to test me, observing this operation to analyze my apprehension. This person must be identified. At that moment, Dong Ting closed the magazine, astonished. This young man truly resembled the archetype of an inaugural narcotics officer, and my desire to meet him grows ever stronger. However, he was evidently agitated. Why? Could it be that there was a formidable force behind this? On Douyin, the barrage of live comments surged, with numerous viewers astonished by this seemingly disconnected encrypted conversation, struggling to believe it. With a mind so intricately woven, Wei Xia even deduced that the other party had begun to test him simply by observing their surveillance. He understood that before the other side ventured into the market, they would assess his trustworthiness, yet he did not shy away. Instead, he began to leverage their test, seeking out bald Lu Chong, attempting to glean insights into his adversary. Both the narcotics officers and the traffickers were astute, yet no one had considered that in the quest to locate bald Lu Chong, the nemesis responsible for the massacre, Wei Xia had already succumbed to madness. In the hospital ward, Wei Pingsheng gazed at the live broadcast and the comments, utterly stunned. How many theories are encompassed within cryptography? How many encryption methods exist? How can one analyze an opponent through the lens of psychology? Furthermore, there is the ability for counter-surveillance, orchestrating a test that entangled both the narcotics officers and the traffickers. Such a mindset, such a temperament, it was almost beyond his imagination, rendering his expression increasingly bitter. It dawned on him that at that time, your capabilities had already reached such heights. Wei Pingxing recalled his past participation in the eldest son simulation, brimming with confidence. Yet when confronted with traffickers and murderers, he had only thought of evasion, retreating with his family time and again until he was overwhelmed. All the while, the timeline of his adversaries had remained concealed, suffocating him. And now, Wei Xia was proactively orchestrating, immersing himself in the fray, drawing closer to the enemy, ready for confrontation. Chapter 76. The descent into hell in the stifling confines of a modern hospital room, its windows firmly shut, the aged Ma Taigang, whose weathered features bore testimony to the passage of time, reminisced quietly with his disciple Zhao Jing. The cunning nature of drug traffickers made them inherently distrustful, a fact they had come to learn through repeated tests on Wei Xia, as the stakes in the upcoming market loomed large. With a sigh, Ma Taigang observed the unfolding scene with a complex expression. At the 61-kilometer mark on the national highway, Wei Xia arrived at the designated time and location as agreed. A freight truck appeared to be stranded, the driver absent, and its cargo door ajar. From a distance, within a white van hidden among the trees, an observer peered through the glass, watching as Wei Xia began to load boxes onto his own vehicle. The bald man remained silent. The wooden crates Wei Xia was transporting contained poppy materials, yet he had been deliberately misled into believing they held 10 kilograms of narcotics, an arrangement orchestrated by the bald man. A call was made to report the situation, alleging potential smuggling at the 61-kilometer mark. As the call connected, the window rose, obscuring the menacing visage of Lu Chong, the bald man. News reached Ma Tiegong's team that someone had reported a suspected smuggling incident at the same location. Upon hearing the report, a youthful Ma Taigang squinted, his expression a mix of shock and realization as he turned to Dong Ting. This young man had truly anticipated the turn of events. Now, Dong Ting observed Wei Xia's cryptic messages with a sense of reflection. During the investigation into smuggling, they had uncovered connections to drug trafficking, and inaction was no longer an option. These traffickers were astutely calculating, their ruthlessness evident. As predicted, the sirens of police vehicles echoed in the distance, and the bald man and his associates watched from afar. The sound of an impending raid during the drug transfer would lead anyone to assume they were being pursued for drug enforcement. Wei Xia, sensing the urgency, panicked and accelerated his vehicle, fleeing down the highway. His desperate escape quickly caught the attention of the narcotics officers. The sound of a roadblock being established echoed through the air, yet Wei Xia pressed the accelerator to the floor, refusing to relent. Behind him, the van followed closely, the sound of violent collisions resonating in the background. The bald man, peering through the window, observed Wei Xia's frantic demeanor. Undeterred by the pursuit, Wei Xia disregarded oncoming traffic, colliding with vehicles and barreling through checkpoints. The sound of shattering metal filled the air as his headlights were damaged, yet he remained unfazed. Injecting himself as he drove, his face contorted with a mix of ecstasy and madness. In that moment, the bald man chuckled. Truly, a mad dog, but one he found endearing. Such a wild spirit was precisely what they needed for their operations in Yunnan. His satisfaction soon morphed into a more sinister determination. He knew these goods were limited. Capturing Wei Xia was imperative to ascertain whether he was worthy of joining their ranks. He cared little for the consequences that might befall Wei Xia post-arrest, for they had allies within. He was confident that Wei Xia would not perish in custody, yet if the boy was loose-lipped, the outcome could be dire. Meanwhile, the live-streaming audience was watching in awe, their reactions a mixture of shock and disbelief. These individuals are truly deranged, treating human lives as mere experiments. Wei Xia could very well perish in the course of his pursuit or after being captured. Indeed, their ruthlessness is evident, from beginning to end. They have been scheming against Wei Xia. Whether it involves the trafficking of goods or his apprehension, they appear to be uninvolved throughout, yet everything unfolds according to their calculations. In truth, Wei Xia is more merciless than they, for he is indifferent to the perilous path of escape or the possibility of capture. Before his arrival, he had already anticipated the drug dealer's tests. He is playing a dangerous game, using his life as a performance for the traffickers, fully aware that this might be his sole chance to infiltrate their ranks. A new scene unfolds. Warning, vehicles ahead, immediate halt. A row of spikes is deployed. The van, despite not slowing down, loses control the moment its tires burst, rolling and skidding for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. Young Ma Taigang, now resolute and decisive, has arranged for personnel to monitor the white van that has been persistently tailing them. After capturing photographs, several departments begin a discreet search for this vehicle. Dongting is also involved, employing various shop surveillance footage for comparison to establish leads. In this era, surveillance is neither comprehensive nor widespread. After 2 full days, the conference room is shrouded in smoke. Copies of documents and developed photographs accumulate, culminating in the emergence of several crucial images. Dongting, with bloodshot eyes, presents the photographs. Factory District 19 in the new development zone. Ma Tiegong's expression darkens. The factory district is surrounded by numerous small factories and workshops. Most importantly, the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Factory is among them. Memories of Wei Xia's previous phone call to report flood Ma Taigang's mind. He suspects a connection between Tianhai Pharmaceutical and the drug traffickers. Perhaps the dealers are concealed beneath the guise of Tianhai Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. At this moment, both Ma Taigang and Dongting wear expressions of grave concern. Could it truly be that the pharmaceutical factory is behind this? The web of connections is terrifyingly vast. In the hospital room, young Zhao Jing, the head of the drug enforcement team in Luoqiao City, suddenly rises in shock, his keen gaze fixated on the screen. I understand now, he exclaims, his expression increasingly astonished. Have you not realized? Wei Xia's actions serve 2 purposes. First, he aims to ascertain the whereabouts of his adversary, the bald man. Second, through substantial evidence, he intends to convey to the drug enforcement officers just how formidable the enemy is, inciting their suspicion towards the pharmaceutical factory. This is what makes him so terrifying. Wei Xia has immersed himself in the situation, gaining the traffickers' trust, while simultaneously prompting the drug enforcement officers to thoroughly investigate Tianhai Pharmaceutical, seeking opportunities to strike at the factory. Confronted with these criminals, he has never considered sparing anyone. Or rather, he is utterly uncompromising. This individual, Zhao Jing, gazes intently, as if his eyes penetrate the screen, meeting those of a man from 30 years past. He had initially intended to confront his enemy, to dismantle the drug chain, and to scheme against everyone. As Zhao Jing analyzes, the viewers in the comments are equally astonished, drawing connections to prior events. He realized he was being targeted by drug traffickers when he overturned Wei Pingxing's stall, initiating a strategic layout. As he made his move, the man was already waiting 3 steps away, his thoughts intricately woven and unfathomable. The scene unfolds in a place with a complex terrain and an equally intricate composition of personnel. Lowering his binoculars, the young Ma Taigang frowned. It was now October 1997, and he began to examine the topography of the Tianhai Pharmaceutical Factory, pinpointing its approximate location. The appearance of a white van at the pharmaceutical plant spoke volumes. If Tianhai Pharmaceutical were indeed linked to the drug dealers, it would spell trouble. Upon returning, he instructed Xiao Tian to lead a small team under the guise of a city terrain survey and a population census to conduct a thorough investigation in the newly developed area. Back in the vehicle, Ma Taiging summoned 2 trusted officers and whispered his directives. Meanwhile, the bald Lu Chang was in the Tianhai pharmaceutical office. The smoke was suffocating, and Lu squinted as he discarded the photograph in his hand. The image clearly depicted Wei Xia being apprehended by the police. He awaited intel from his informant, eager to discern the young man's fate. If he revealed anything, that lead would be severed. Furthermore, he ordered surveillance to monitor if the young man's family arrived, watching their movements for any irregularities. Lu exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression menacing. He had long been prepared, deliberately allowing Wei Xia to be captured while disseminating information to test whether Wei would reach out to his family, probing into his true identity and name. Lu only knew him as He Xiaodong. If He Xiaodong approached his relatives, they could be easily controlled. Such was the nature of scheming, myriad calculations at play. In the interrogation room, Wei Xia appeared gaunt, his eyes bloodshot. Harsh lights blazed down upon him, denying him rest as questions were hurled at him incessantly. Coupled with his body's long-standing decay, injuries from a car accident, and the ravages of drug addiction, he was now in a pitiable state. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Ma Taiging pushed open the door, his brow furrowed. I've already investigated the pharmaceutical plant. It's highly suspicious. What will you do? Wei Xia struggled to lift his head, his nearly vacant pupils suddenly igniting with intensity. Torture me, he rasped. Ma Taiging was taken aback. Caught off guard, Wei Xia glanced out the window, his voice barely audible. This isn't right. Issue a notice using He Xiaodong's name alongside my photograph, alerting all parties of my drug trafficking charges. Remember, in that moment, instinctively understanding, Ma Taiging looked into those eyes, a chill running down his spine. You've lost your mind. Suspecting the pharmaceutical plant, and now questioning me? I'm part of the drug enforcement team. How could there be an issue? Ma Taiging was furious, yet uneased not at him. Previously, when Wei Xia had cast suspicion on Tianhai Pharmaceutical, his reaction had mirrored this one, and the evidence had proven otherwise. Now, he was doubting the drug enforcement team for harboring an insider among the traffickers. Ultimately, Ma Taiging refrained from taking action. But Wei Xia, in a frenzy, began to strike his own face and abdomen with his boots, swelling and bruising rapidly. Simultaneously, he applied hydrochloric acid to sear his back, creating marks reminiscent of electric shock torture. The excruciating pain rendered Wei Xia's already nearly depleted body even more feeble. His form was marred by an array of wounds, the sensations of tearing and burning intertwining mercilessly. Wei Xia gasped for breath, his swollen visage grotesquely contorted. His eyes, imbued with a crimson hue, struggled to articulate a murky utterance. You have no idea how vicious these people are. To contend with them, I must descend into hell. Only then can I drag them down with me. Wei Xia tilted his head back, his face swollen to the likeness of a pig's head, bruises rising ominously. Yet, he smiled with an unsettling calmness. Chapter 77. I swear in October 1997, 2 significant events transpired in Luochio. One was the commencement of the largest investment attraction campaign in anticipation of the reform and opening up policy. The other was a malicious collision incident occurring on the outer ring of Luochio, leading to the arrest of the suspect, He Xiaodong. Lu Chang, bald and leaning back in his chair, swirled his wine glass as he perused the newspapers laid out before him. The Luochio Daily reported, this morning, police in Luochio City cracked a drug trafficking case on National Highway 61, involving suspect He Xiaodong, who is accused of transporting opium raw materials. He has been apprehended and is now under detention according to regulations, with a fine imposed. Lu, with an impassive expression, tossed the newspaper onto the table and turned to Sun Bin. What's the word from the inside? Sun Bin understood Lu's reference to the police informant and frowned as he replied. They texted to say the kid is unyielding, refusing to say anything. It has been 3 days since his arrest, and he hasn't eaten or drunk anything. He is in withdrawal, twitching on the ground, yet remains silent. Moreover, his condition inside is dire, with numerous marks from electric shocks and boot strikes. He can barely stand to go to the restroom. Sun Bin's voice faltered. Yet, despite the public notice, no family members have come to see him. Lu nodded with satisfaction. It seems this boy's identity checks out. Indeed, he has no family. After all, how could such a wretch possibly have loved ones? Lu continued to orchestrate the situation. Besides the police announcement, he intentionally funneled money through Tianhai Pharmaceuticals to various media outlets, demanding extensive coverage of He Xiaodong's arrest. Not only was the news circulating in Luochio, but it had also spread to surrounding areas such as Yeqing, Baiqing, and He City. Given the circumstances, the absence of any family members was telling. His identity was undoubtedly intact. At this juncture, comments began to flood in. How could anyone possibly come? Over the years, Wei Xia has deliberately been incarcerated multiple times, and his family has grown utterly disgusted with him. Who would come to his aid? Whether it be his grandfather or siblings, they are all profoundly disappointed in him. Even if they notice the name He Xiaodong, his family might not pay attention. Even if they see his photograph, they wouldn't come. Yet this is precisely what Wei Xia desires. He will not drag any family into this, only ensuring their protection from afar. This layer of disguise demonstrates Wei Xia's meticulous planning, but when did he quietly set this scheme into motion? Many viewers were left astounded, their minds drifting back to the past days in Yeqing. At that time, Wei Xia had single-handedly erased family records, obliterating traces of his existence, stealing the identity of the deceased, and sowing discord among family members to incite their disdain. All of this was for this very moment, a complete isolation, devoid of kin or companions, akin to a stray dog. The recollection continued. In 1997, Cheng Zhong struggled to make a living by selling goods on the street. Previously, the family savings had been depleted after several forced repayments of Wei Xia's gambling debts, and following multiple relocations, their finances were now barren. On the street, Cheng Zhong, pushing a cart selling roasted sweet potatoes, paused upon seeing the newspaper, his eyes darkening with loathing. Wei Xia's photograph had appeared in the police report. Deservedly so. What a scourge. After years of repeated arrests, he had long since lost hope. Pushing a cart laden with sweet potatoes, he continued on his way, unconcerned, calling out with a face etched by the passage of time. In the underground reading room of Luoqiu Middle School, the latest gossip magazine featuring Hong Kong stars went unnoticed today. A student gazed in astonishment at the publication. I believe I have seen this person before. He was last spotted around our school, and to think he has now been apprehended by the police. The student felt a surge of relief, clenching his fist. Thankfully, I did not get involved. He is a criminal. Wei Pingxing was drawn by the commotion, his gaze landing on the magazine, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Recalling the previous incident where his stall was vandalized, he sneered and muttered to himself, I knew it. You would eventually end up here. He paid no heed to the news regarding family members being called to bail him out and departed without a second thought. Wei Pingzheng was at home, perusing the magazine, while several classmates studying alongside him frowned. Wei Pingzheng, it seems this person has spoken to you before. He has now been captured by the police and is reportedly in need of family to pay his fines. Upon hearing his classmates speak, Wei Pingzheng cast a disdainful glance, utterly dismissive. Who is he? I do not know him. At that moment, Wei Pingyang was engaged in a new research competition, noticing a notice by the roadside. He frowned but then paid it no mind, continuing his discussion with other top students in the vehicle. Wei Pingling, though still young, had seen the media-released photographs at school. Remaining silent, thoughts of Wei Xiao, always tattooed, smoking, drinking, and causing trouble, filled her with discontent. Today she had vocal practice. In the Nanqing district market, seafood markets, and villages outside the city were plastered with photos and criminal information about He Xiaodong, yet no one from the police station had come forward. In the interrogation room, Ma Taigang was also scrutinizing the report, his brow furrowed in complexity. Detention, fines, the external pressure was considerable, yet no one had come to bail you out. Who exactly are you? The spotlight was glaring, and at that moment, Wei Xia bore bruises, nearly collapsing on the table. Ma Tiegang's expression began to shift. From the emergence of the police report to various media outlets vying to cover it, several surrounding districts were inundated with information about Wei Xia. Such a commotion was enough to unsettle even him. Just how powerful are the forces behind drug dealers? It was beyond imagination. In the hushed interrogation room, a raspy voice broke the silence as the young man struggled and smiled. Your hats are quite fashionable. What is the typical routine of a narcotics officer? I have heard that aside from physical training, they must also practice reconnaissance, including crime scene investigation, evidence collection, and intelligence analysis. Following this, they must become proficient in various weapons, combat techniques, driving skills, psychological resilience, legal theory, tactics, and specialized environment training. Is that correct? Ma Taigang stared at the bruised youth as if he were mad, observing his frail body and arms covered with needle marks. Wei Xia continued to ramble with questions, prompting Ma Taigang to furrow his brow in exasperation. Enough, you will be released in a few days. Interrupted abruptly, Wei Xia remained undeterred, continuing to speak. Ma Taigang met his gaze with a sense of helplessness, stating, within our narcotics team, there exists a role known as the gray man. Narcotics officers typically remain out of sight to avoid being targeted by enemies. Our physical training encompasses push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and running. Shooting training encompasses both pistol and rifle practice, alongside psychological endurance, stress management, and emergency response training. The youth's eyes gleamed with fervor, whispering to himself as though he intended to engrave these lessons in his mind. Oblivious to the departure of Ma Taigang from the rehabilitation center, Wei Xia had been deliberately sent here by Ma Taigang to cultivate the trust of drug traffickers. The environment was chaotic. "Please, just give me a little," someone wailed on the ground, convulsing in anguish, their forehead drenched in cold sweat, pupils dilated and unfocused. Others were cursing like madmen, shouting, "Let me out. My time is up. Can't you hear me?" Many bore faces twisted in agony, frantically banging against the walls in a desperate attempt to alleviate their withdrawal symptoms, their foreheads already swollen and bloodshot eyes betraying their torment. Wei Xiao observed all this, keeping his head lowered and his steps unsteady, weakly trailing behind the narcotics officers. After a handover with the drug enforcement officers, Wei Xiao was ushered into a dimly lit room, isolated from others. The newly arrived individuals struggling with various withdrawal reactions were disregarded as the two officers departed. Once he confirmed their absence, Wei Xiao rose. The gray men, a term he learned for those narcotics officers who did not wear uniforms, were not even recorded in the narcotics files. They infiltrated the ranks of drug traffickers, bearing the weight of their responsibility as undercover agents. From the moment he learned this name, the light in Wei Xiao's eyes had never dimmed. The small room was damp, the floor cold, and a mist hung in the air from the restroom. A tearing pain coursed through his body, the remnants of hydrochloric acid burns aggravated by the friction of his clothing, causing involuntary spasms. Yet, he paid it no heed, his eyes bright and determined as he stood tall in the cramped space. Number 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia, commencing pistol shooting training now. He saluted, his expression composed. Number 2943, acknowledged. He stood at attention, raising his right hand as if it were a pistol, beginning to practice kneeling and prone shooting. Wei Xia labored to maintain his posture, his frail body slick with sweat. He then rose again, his voice serious as he called out, "Number 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia. Ready. 500 sit-ups." Lying on the cold, damp ground, he murmured to himself, stifling groans of pain, especially as sweat trickled into his wounds. Yet, he remained undeterred, his pale face illuminated by an unwavering resolve as he continued issuing commands to himself within the small room. Number 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia. Ready. 100 pull-ups. The young man with raven hair strained to stand straighter, his gaze sharp and resolute. His arms bore countless needle marks, and the musty, damp air of the small room only added to the oppressive atmosphere. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind. Even as his body trembled precariously, threatening to falter, he persevered in projecting the image of a true narcotics officer. He was no longer the drug dealer he shouted on. He was Wei Xia, number 2943. Outside the dim room, the cacophony of moans, curses, and anguished cries echoed, sounds all too familiar in the rehabilitation center. This is the price of confronting the poison, a path that all who arrive here must traverse. In the shadows of a small room, a youth resembles a madman, at times embodying the role of an instructor, at other times donning the guise of an officer, reveling in the performance. It is as if he has truly become a member of the narcotics enforcement warriors. If one were to listen intently at this moment, they would undoubtedly hear the resolute echoes reverberating, akin to the clanging of iron steeds, resounding like a mountain. Identification number 2943, Narcotics Officer Wei Xia. Present. I solemnly swear, as a narcotics officer, I shall uphold my responsibilities and professional ethics with unwavering loyalty. I shall strive to safeguard the security of society, combat drug-related crimes, and protect citizens from the perils of narcotics. I shall actively enhance my expertise and skills to adapt to the ever-evolving landscape of drug offenses. I dedicate my life to the anti-drug cause, tirelessly working towards the harmony and stability of society. Chapter 78. Redemption. On February 13th, 25 years ago, the atmosphere was heavy with rain and humidity. The ward was filled with the hum of medical devices. Brainwave specialists clustered around Wei Xia, whose eyes remained closed on the hospital bed, yet his chest exhibited a faint rise and fall. The threshold for the patient's emotional fluctuations was increasing, and the instrument's curves ascended steadily. Perhaps a memory stirred within him, igniting excitement. Wei Pingong, responsible for the brainwave research project, understood the implications of these readings. Her eyelashes fluttered as she turned to observe the screen. in a dim room. A younger Wei Xia was still responding to her, persistently performing training exercises. Each hoarse yet resolute utterance sent a tremor through Wei Pingyang's heart. She lowered her eyelids, unable to continue watching. What could be the source of his exhilaration? The brainwave specialists monitored the frequencies while nurses and doctors focused on physiological indicators. Blood oxygen saturation continued to decline, and a venous access had already been established. Despite the ongoing resuscitation efforts, the patient's prospects appeared grim. The nurses were subdued, their tones heavy with melancholy. Perhaps this individual was simply too weary to ignite any latent potential or desire for survival. His body seemed to be surrendering itself. Tang Rulong, Ma Taiyang, and Sun Haiyang observed with complex expressions etched upon their aged faces. The experiences that had shaped Wei Xia's life thus far had been sufficient to plunge many into despair. It was difficult to fathom what he had endured since 1997, rendering him indifferent to the prospect of living. A new image emerged. The once vibrant Wei Ping now appeared subdued, his aristocratic demeanor tempered, lost in the reflections of the screen. The image mirrored in his eyes depicted Wei Xia, drenched in sweat, confined within a small detoxification cell in October of 97. He was still training, adhering to the methods of drug enforcement officers. The withdrawal symptoms were severe, transmitted through physiological instincts, almost entirely detached from his will. Yet, he bit his gums until they bled. The small room, intended for detoxification, was nearly entirely isolated from the outside world. Even so, the anguished cries, curses, and sounds of violence seeped through, creating a cacophony that exacerbated Wei Xia's already tumultuous state of withdrawal. Yet, he remained unfazed. He retched, perspired, his body bearing marks of capture, and the stinging remnants of hydrochloric acid burned through his wounds. In the throes of agony, Wei Xia laughed maniacally, as if driven to madness, using this pain to suppress his retching and continue his training. In that moment, the youth, cloaked in filth, rose defiantly once more. 2 days later, the detoxification process in the small room came to an end. Sunlight cascaded onto his face, prompting Wei Xia to squint instinctively against the brightness. The prison guard frowned and pointed at him. He shouted, "From now on, you will be here." This was the cell, accommodating 8 individuals. The iron-framed beds, peeling and weathered, were furnished with thin cotton mattresses. The room lacked natural light, appearing dim and foreboding, its walls tinged with yellow and streaked with brown, the scent of rust pervasive. It was clean yet exuded an eerie ambience. Wei Xia's gaze swept across the crowded 8-person cell, now filled to capacity, with numerous occupants. The boy, curled up in slippers, appeared to be merely 15 years old. The middle-aged man was emaciated, with a distended abdomen, while a youth barely 20 was experiencing severe withdrawal symptoms, trembling and drooling uncontrollably. An elderly addict, with triangular eyes, observed coldly as the walls bore the marks of desperation. Over the course of several days, Wei Xia gradually became acquainted with these individuals. The 20-year-old, named Lu Jian, had been introduced to drugs at a drinking party. The 15-year-old, Ma Yu, had been brutally coerced into drug use by local delinquents outside his school. The 30-year-old, He Chun, had been deceived into drug use by unscrupulous builders after refusing to comply with an unjust demolition. At that moment, He Chun's complexion began to pale. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he retched violently, his body trembling increasingly. This was the ominous precursor to withdrawal. What to do? What to do? In a state of panic, he grasped the railing, tears of despair streaming down his face. The sheer helplessness was sufficient to shatter the resolve of even the toughest of men. "Give me one. Just one. I beg you." He Chun, weeping profusely, writhed on the ground, pleading as if stripped of all dignity. The others in the dormitory, hearing his cries, turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Their eyes glazed over, for they too would share He Chun's fate. Everyone would succumb to the same fate. There was no escape. Suddenly, a loud bang startled the others into wide-eyed astonishment. Wei Xia stood before He Chun, her voice fierce. "Stand up." The tone was frigid. "Bang. I said stand up." Like a madwoman, Wei Xia seized He Chun by the throat, weak yet desperately attempting to lift him. "I command you to stand. Do you have no dignity? Do you remember your wife and children? Stand up like a man." He Chun convulsed, saliva and tears mingling on his face, his voice trembling. "It's futile. I can't endure it." "You can. Think of your wife. Think of your children. You are not merely yourself. You are a father, a husband. Bear it. Show them you are the pillar of your family. Do you dare?" In that moment, He Chun was stunned, his gums beginning to bleed, his eyes bloodshot. The trembling persisted. Yet He Chun's eyes were filled with blood vessels, his palms nearly pierced by his own nails. Hold on. Soon, Lu Jian began to succumb to his own withdrawal. Wei Xia slapped him and yanked at his arm, pulling on the red string. Did your girlfriend give you that? Have you ever imagined a future where you marry and have children? Lu Jian choked back tears, huddled in the corner. It's useless, I'm ruined. No one will want someone with a drug history. I'll take you. After you get out, come find me at the Shaoxing Billiards Hall, and I will offer you a new life. Wei Xia then turned her gaze to the boy, Ma Yu, who remained numb and lifeless despite her attempts to rouse him. At that moment, Wei Xia simply looked at him, her voice hoarse and cold. You were once your parents' pride. Ma Yu, who had been perpetually apathetic and self-destructive, finally broke down in tears. Zhou Guiqiang, an elderly man in his 40s with triangular eyes, observed the scene with a sneer. What qualifications do you have? Observing the fervor of Wei Xia, whose vitality seemed almost exuberant as he urged others to train relentlessly to combat withdrawal, Zhou Guiqiang cruelly remarked, Look at your hands. Observe those holes. By what right do you rouse others? You have touched far more. Wei Xia suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, yet he remained composed. He rose, striding deliberately toward Zhou Guiqiang. I am in hell. By what right do you also inhabit this place? Why should you share my suffering in this abyss? With a fierce swing of his fist, Wei Xia's eyes gleamed with a cold, sharp intensity. You old fool, thoroughly fallen, yet still self-righteous. Do not think you can corrupt anyone. At the very least, they still have choices. They still have lives. Zhou Guiqiang looked on in terror as the youth before him resembled a madman. But Wei Xia paid him no heed, continuing to lead Ma Yu. The 7 individuals commenced their arduous exercises within the confinement, battling against withdrawal, panting heavily. Veins bulged on Wei Xia's forehead as he struggled to speak. You still have lives. There are opportunities for you. Persist, endure. Meanwhile, in other cells, anguished cries for drugs echoed. Hechen, Ma Yu, and Lu Jian felt increasingly grateful as they gazed at Wei Xia. Unable to contain himself, Ma Yu inquired, Brother, what is your name? In that moment, meeting their gazes, Wei Xia's eyes radiated a gentle and pure smile. There is no need to remember my name. Simply live well. Chapter 79. Life can be dynamite or seeds in the hospital room. Wei Pingxing's gaze froze, his emotions nearly erupting. This emerging commercial tycoon of Yeqing now found himself at a loss, leaning against the wall, his complexion ashen, his words barely a whisper. What kind of body did the memories conjure? Gaunt, scarred, tattoos sprawling. Beneath the needle marks lay a frail and utterly powerless frame. Broken, exhausted, on the brink of collapse. He had been ensnared by drug dealers to such a degree. He himself was in this state. Yet he still sought to save these wretches. As if drained of all strength, suffocated by despair, Wei Pingxing could hardly believe his own eyes. The host of the Phoenix News frowned, countering. Wretches? Some were coerced or deceived. Have you forgotten? His self-designation is that of a narcotics officer, someone who not only eradicates drug dealers, but also rescues lives. The host fell silent, watching with a complex expression. Such a person, with the strength of a diamond and the heart of a bodhisattva. But with so many entangled causes and effects, how could he possibly withstand it? At that moment, the program's camera focused on the hospital bed. The middle-aged man, on the brink of death, starkly contrasted with the resilient and frenzied youth from the recollections. That vibrant life force seemed to be waning. The live stream's comments erupted in shock. In the recollections, he appeared weaker than anyone yet exuded such a powerful contagion. He truly resembles a madman. A madman not governed by desire, he has indeed mastered himself. In modern times, in the bustling Dongping district of Heavy City, at Starlight Plaza, the streets were alive with people, the shops playing music over their loudspeakers. He Chun, now nearing 60 and having found success with his used car dealership, strolled with his child. At that moment, he caught sight of a screen, his face turning pale, suddenly collapsing to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Many gazed upon the man who cried out with a heart-wrenching sorrow. He Chin choked on his tears, unable to articulate his emotions. I finally see you again. You saved me then, saved me from my despair. His hands covered his eyes, yet tears continued to flow through his fingers, his body trembling as he recalled 30 years prior. That year, the raven-haired youth stood against the light, extending a hand towards him. Thin, exhausted, with scars etched across his body, he was a vision of chaos and ruin. Yet this very boy had reached out to him amidst the abyss, pulling him back. He unveiled what had once been a life steeped in hopelessness. Overseas, in Southeast Asia, a middle-aged man donned in a suit lifted his coffee, engaging in jovial conversation with foreign clients. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently drifted, He caught sight of a familiar face, his fluent foreign tongue suddenly halting. His eyes welled with tears, the coffee slipping uncontrollably from his grasp. "Mr. Ma, what's wrong?" His assistant, noticing his boss's sudden distress, frowned in concern. But Ma no longer cared, his lips quivering, emotions surging within him, and he could finally hold back no longer. Brother, I see you again." Unmindful of his composure, he wept aloud, and in that instant, he seemed to revert to that despairing and numb youth from 30 years ago, engulfed in anxiety and trepidation. Until someone coldly informed him, "You were once the pride of your parents." In the mire of despair, a flower suddenly blooms. That year, after his release from prison, his elder brother arranged for him to work while studying, even supporting his overseas education. "Without my brother, I would not be the person I am today. Perhaps I would not have survived to this moment." Mayu was already in tears, weeping uncontrollably. In He City, within a residential community, the vegetables had arrived. 50-year-old Lu Jian had gained weight, yet he gazed affectionately at his daughter. However, upon seeing the figure in the live broadcast, he suddenly became dazed and collapsed to the ground. His wife hurried to support him, only to find her husband covering his face, weeping. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could not articulate his thoughts, pointing at Wei Xia in the life retrospective program. The red string on his wrist nearly faded. If it had not been for that young man that year, after his release, he would not have been able to leave the rehabilitation center. Without the job he provided, he would have never had the chance to marry his wife. He would have no life. "It is you. I have finally seen you. It is you." Meanwhile, in Luoqiu City, Zhou Guoqiang leaned against an old brick house, while a young boy brought him medicine. "Grandpa, it's time to take your medicine." Now in his 70s, he was frail and aged beyond recognition. Yet, upon seeing that face, he still struggled, shedding tears. "It is you." He reflected on how he was able to live, even managing to open a recycling station here, all because after his release, Wei Xia had sent people to repeatedly beat him, warning him not to touch drugs. Thus, he lived, ran a recycling station, and took in an orphan to raise, hoping to do something good. Because of this, now, before his impending death, there are still those willing to care for him, preventing him from dying alone like a wandering soul. He suddenly raised his trembling hand to fan his face, weeping uncontrollably. "Grandpa." The grandson he had picked up tugged at him, but Zhou Guoqiang only cried, his voice weak and despairing. "You do not understand. I was the one inflicting pain on him. I was truly a beast. He was saving us, and he even sought to save someone as worthless as me. Who will save him? How can I repay the debt I owe him?" On Douyin, numerous live streaming rooms emerged, each with varying titles. He intervened in the entanglements dragging people down, solely to save one more soul. Even in the abyss, he has not forgotten his original aspiration. How to change a person's life. Someone lifts others from the depths of despair. The captured images displayed the eldest son in contrast. The comments were plentiful. "To exist in the same era as such a person is why I believe in humanity." Perhaps it is precisely because there have been so many such individuals throughout history that humanity still holds hope for continuity. He reaches out to lift others. Even as he himself falls into the abyss, yet he never regrets it. Some shine in the darkness, while others ignite flames and decay. Their light may be fleeting, yet it is resplendent. In the memory retrospective footage, Wei's third son, Wei Pingzheng, was seen, now with bloodshot eyes. He continues to employ his previous tactics, impersonating officials to lodge complaints, bribing the media to escalate the situation. He feigns the role of a drug dealer, threatening journalists. However, unlike before, the temporarily deceived drug dealers quickly regain their senses. They begin to resolve the complaints internally, spending even more to silence the media. The search resumes and the looming sense of death grows palpable, causing Wei Pingzheng to lose his former confidence. He realizes that fear is approaching and understands the immense pressure Wei Xia once faced. Being relentlessly targeted, unable to shake off the threat, is truly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Wei Pingzheng starts to spend money to forge death certificates for his younger siblings, altering their identities. Yet, he continues to receive incessant calls from distant relatives and inquiries from various merchants in his work area, spanning all walks of life. He even learns that the drug dealers are employing DNA comparisons in their search. They have planted informants everywhere, awaiting reports. A profound sense of helplessness washes over him, causing Wei Pingzheng to awaken in fright at night, suffering from insomnia, nightmares, and a dazed demeanor. Finally, he involuntarily picks up a knife, but quickly snaps back to reality and drops it in panic. It dawns on him that his once prized political experience offers no assistance. Breathing heavily, Wei Pingzheng utters in fear, "What did Wei Xia do after 1997? Why weren't the drug dealers after us then? And why didn't our relatives face threats or temptations to locate us? What exactly did Wei Xia do? As he delves into his memories, scenes of Wei Xia emerge synchronously. Someone is here to see you. The prison guard escorts Wei Xia out. Through the glass, Lu Changjiang furrows his brow, his heart aching, nearly brought to tears. The drug dealer's watchful gaze is unperturbed, for the visitor is merely a hoodlum, nothing unusual. Wei Xia observes Lu Huangmao, seemingly casual. What brings you to see me? How is the King of Fighters tournament going lately? On the other side of the glass, Lu Huangmao's heart races as he gathers his thoughts. He knows this is the boss's coded language, understood only by them. Someone's causing trouble. But that won't affect the tournament, right? What is the opponent's score? I recall the highest record last time was. Wei Xia recites a lengthy string of numbers, and as time runs out, he waves goodbye, as he still has another half-month to serve. Lu Huangmao carefully notes the numbers Wei Xia just recited, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. He hurriedly returns to his small room, retrieves a magazine, and begins to translate using a codebook. Previously, relatives contacted my grandfather, urging them to silence their mouths. If any relatives wish to betray me for money, they can be dealt with harshly. As he reads the translated lines, Lu Huangmao's expression turns fierce. At last, he awaits the boss's command. The boss's siblings are, after all, my own brothers and sisters, Lu Changjiang's siblings. Flames ignite as the note is quickly consumed, and Lu Huangmao disguises himself, quietly leaving with a few trusted brothers. In the evening, they finally arrive at the small mining town. Here resides a relative of the boss, named Li Guofu, who is Wei Xia's uncle. After investigation, it is revealed that Li Guofu was previously deceived by drug dealers disguised as merchants and has begun to contact Chengzhou. Even knowing this, he remains indifferent. At that moment, Li Guofu, with 1,000 yuan in his hand, hummed a tune, reveling in his fortune as he contemplated a visit to a salon in the city. Suddenly, an old van sped towards him, jolting over the rough road before flinging its door open. Lu Changjiang seized Li Guofu and pulled him inside. Who are you? Is this broad daylight robbery? My neighbor is a police officer, so go ahead and steal if you dare. You'll be executed, he shouted. But his words fell on deaf ears. The masked figure in the front drove relentlessly until they reached a desolate area. 5 vans positioned themselves in 5 directions, each tethering a rope. Now, 5 ropes were cinched around Li Guofu's head and limbs. The engines roared deafening. Li Guofu let out a wail. His pants gradually soaked as he babbled incoherently, begging for mercy. By the end, saliva dripped from his mouth, leaving him in a state of shock. Lu Huangmao squinted, observing intently, and only after confirming that Li Guofu had truly lost his mind from fear did he exit without a flicker of emotion. The barrage of comments surged in the background. This is the true method. Wei Xia truly deserves the title of a compassionate heart and an iron fist, willing to die to save others. But when faced with evil, he will be more ruthless than the wicked to protect his family. Chapter 80. What is his name? At present, the First People's Hospital of Yeqing is inundated with deliveries, many of which are for Wei Xia. Wei Pingsheng, with a wry smile, shifts his gaze, comparing Wei Pingsheng and Wei Xia's eldest son. After a prolonged silence, he speaks in a subdued tone. In the past, I was much like the third brother, believing that with my avant-garde experience and foresight, I could adeptly navigate any crisis. However, the adversary is not merely a rival in commerce or a bureaucratic conundrum. In that era, we were neither magnates nor political titans. We had to confront ruthless assassins and drug traffickers backed by formidable organizations. In the face of such individuals, all our experiences proved futile. The scene remains frozen in his mind, depicting Li Guofu ensnared by 5 vans, his head and limbs held captive. A shiver runs down Wei Pingsheng's spine. It seems that in his memories, Wei Xia has never before exhibited such ferocity. Her ruthlessness was always directed at others. In the valley, before an unmarked tombstone, Chengzhou, now aged, gazes in astonishment at the vacant figure on the screen. Li Guofu? He recalls that this individual had previously reached out to him, but at that time, he had paid little heed, exchanging a few hasty words before rushing off to set up his stall. Subsequently, when Li Guofu suddenly fell into a stupor, he became preoccupied with caring for his child and had no opportunity to check in on him. A chill envelopes him, causing Chengzhou to tremble slightly. They had nearly fallen into a trap. Were it not for Wei Xia, if the drug traffickers had discovered them, the elderly couple and the child, Ping Ling, would likely have perished before they could mount any resistance. The recollection unfolds further. In 1997, bald Lu Chang reclined on a sofa, his brow furrowing as he listened to his subordinate's report. Brother Chang, we can't reach that fellow Li Guofu from the mining town. Li Guofu? What happened to him? Word has it he suddenly went mad and was sent to a mental institution. The cigarette he was smoking glowed red as the bald man abruptly stood. No, this isn't right. He coldly regarded the messenger, dialing the phone of a balding middle-aged man behind the scenes to relay the news. That relative of the Wei family has gone mad? What of the other Wei relatives? They are unharmed. At that moment, even the balding middle-aged man's expression shifted. Strange. Could it be those young Wei brats? But considering their ages, the oldest is merely 20. How could they possess such capability? Or is it that a friend of theirs is exerting influence from behind the scenes? After a brief pause, his voice darkened, filled with malice. Continue the search. Additionally, we must secure the market in Dongchang province first. That is the main target. Then, enlist a few who can bring in the meat. And establish a thorough drug line from western Yunnan. As the call ended, bald Lu Chang's excitement intensified, while his subordinates continued their reports. That kid hasn't uttered a word since entering the rehabilitation center. His resolve is truly admirable. Lu Chang nodded in satisfaction regarding Wei Xiao's performance. Once he is out, he can be mentored. Yet, a growing puzzlement loomed over Lu Chang as he rapped the table with an expressionless demeanor. For all these years, he has harbored the suspicion that the Wei children were still alive. However, it mattered little. The market remains paramount. On Douyin, the heat of comparison among the eldest sons continues to rise, with online viewers surpassing 5 million, and new comments begin to appear on the screen. At long last, the long-anticipated confrontation has commenced, following years of strategic maneuvering by both parties. Perhaps the disappearance of Wei Xiao in 1997 is intricately linked to this unfolding saga. From the battlefield of the Wei family to the treacherous realm of drug trafficking, two distinct paths have begun to clash. The Wei family massacre case sees Wei Xiao in the light, while the drug traffickers lurk in the shadows. Yet, within the drug trade, it is Wei Xiao who operates covertly, with the traffickers unaware that the eldest son of the Wei family massacre is now standing amongst them. Wei Xiao's memories unfold. In the dimly lit drug rehabilitation center, 8 individuals occupy a room, all engrossed in their books, save for Zhou Guoqiang. These tomes were procured by Wei Xiao from the rehabilitation center. In light of his initiative to engage in learning, the guards have adopted a more amiable demeanor towards this young addict. Lu Jian speaks, acknowledging the rapid changes of the current era. The economic landscape evolves with time, influenced by both policy and environmental factors. Upon your release, if you aspire to uplift yourself and achieve distinction, you must diligently study economics. The current economic climate is significantly impacted by the environment. He interjects, the motorcycle and automobile markets are vast. The scarcity of vehicles you observe on the streets is a consequence of economic conditions. As the economy progresses, the costs associated with various vehicles will decline. Purchasing power will rise, and the market will approach saturation. This sector holds considerable profit potential. To thrive, one must adapt to regional specifics, such as utilizing rail transport in Xinjiang or automobiles in the north, where the complex topography heightens the demand for motorcycles. Mayu adds, what does this passage convey? In business, the essence lies in capitalizing on price differentials. Currently, which industries are advantageous for major nations? Light industry and labor-intensive sectors. In the future, products like clothing and small crafts, such as nail clippers, will undoubtedly emerge as significant export goods for large nations due to low labor costs and affordable production lines, thus generating profit. Learning foreign languages, particularly in nations like Russia where light industry is underdeveloped, will allow you to exploit price differentials effectively. Zhou Guoqiang, despite lacking physical advantages, reflects you possess the advantage of humility, allowing you to navigate old resources and recycling, which is a burgeoning field. While not a guaranteed path to wealth, once scaled, saving a modest sum annually is achievable. You must also contemplate your future as you age. Wei Xiao exhibits a remarkable aptitude for teaching, selecting highly specialized literature and meticulously guiding the 7 individuals through various thought processes and ideologies. Even Zhou Guoqiang, who had long surrendered to despair, finds himself engaged in discussions. Mayu, Hechen, and Lu Jian gaze at the hoarse-voiced youth with gratitude, for the first time harboring hopes for their post-release lives. In a modern hospital room, the elderly Ma Taigang observes this scene with a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. He endeavors to help each individual resolve their dilemmas and chart their life trajectories. Zhao Jing, somewhat perplexed, gazes at his mentor and inquires, "How do you know?" At that moment, Ma Taigang could only tremulously point at the screen. Recalling the scene, in the dead of night, a young boy with dark hair lowered his head, engrossed in books, newspapers, and reports, diligently recording and contemplating. Beneath his hands lay materials detailing the economic conditions and developmental environments of various regions. He meticulously charted a new direction in life for each of his fellow inmates deserving of redemption. Soon, some inmates began to depart from their cells. Each and left. Lu Jin followed, and the young Mayu, now donned in fresh attire, stood at the door, tears streaming down his face as he turned away. Big brother. Thank you. Wei Xia calmly patted Mayu's shoulder. Give me a call. Not only did he have Mayu's number, but he also possessed the contact details of several others. In the corner, Zhou Guoqiang looked on with disdain, having entered the facility multiple times. He could not fathom how someone like Wei Xia, with countless needle marks, could possibly remain uncorrupted. With only 2 individuals left in the cell, Zhou Guoqiang's expression began to shift. Even with Wei Xia as the sole occupant, he persisted in studying, recording, silently chanting slogans, and diligently exercising, dripping with sweat. It seemed as though withdrawal symptoms were entirely non-existent for him. As dawn broke, Zhou Guoqiang remained silent for a considerable time before, for the first time, he voluntarily rose from his bed to follow Wei Xia, trembling as he attempted push-ups. Wei Xia turned to observe him, training while struggling to speak. Do more good deeds. One must face the sun. You cannot remain lost forever. As long as you shine brightly, you will ultimately atone and stride towards a better life. Facing the sun? Zhou Guoqiang's perpetually dark heart began to illuminate, tears streaming down his cheeks. He turned away, unwilling for Wei Xia to see, yet he persisted in trembling through his push-ups. Zhou Guoqiang, the time has come. You may leave. Before departing, Zhou Guoqiang cast a deep glance at Wei Xia, slowly bowing. This was his first act of humility. Wei Xia, undisturbed, continued reading. The cell was now empty save for him. Yet he seemed to possess an intrinsic biological clock imprinted upon his soul, adhering strictly to his regimen of exercise and study, unwavering in his routine. Young Ma Taigang observed from a distance, frowning. What core essence drives such a person? He was already aware of Wei Xia's activities in the rehabilitation center, reading, studying, and aiding others. Ma Taigang stepped outside and dialed the phone of Dong Ting, who was on a business trip. He could analyze an individual through their accessories and assist chronic addicts like Zhou Guoqiang in resisting withdrawal symptoms. He could even accurately assess various economic conditions and strategize developmental plans for several individuals. What do you think such a person ultimately desires? After a prolonged silence, Dong Ting responded, is it possible that he dislikes the underworld, abhors violence, and detests drugs? Perhaps he yearns to be a narcotics officer, to pursue his calling. And to help many others. Ma Taigang was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is this true? Dong Ting's voice seemed to shift, suddenly inquiring. What is his name? He shouted on. Most likely a false identity, Dong Ting asserted with newfound certainty. As the call ended, he gazed towards the direction of Luoqiao City, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He is an informant, perilous indeed, having divulged numerous clues to us, yet his name remains unknown. Should he sacrifice himself in the future, how shall we remember him, and how shall we commemorate his legacy? Chapter 81. The Cycle of Life. On February 14th, 25 years ago, the northern city of Yeqing, along with Baiqing and the entirety of Dongchang province, was enveloped in a continuous drizzle, as the temperature fluctuated dramatically. Within the city, the streets bustled with vehicles and life, yet an underlying chill permeated the atmosphere. However, in front of the grand screen at the Wanda Plaza in Yeqing, numerous individuals, having finished their work, gathered silently to witness the memory retracing scene. This moment became an indelible memory for many over the past quarter century. In the detoxification center of October 1997, 7 inmates had departed, leaving behind a dimly lit cell that barely illuminated the space. Soon, a new group of detoxifying individuals was ushered in by the guards, who regarded them with palpable disdain, repulsed by the stench and the telltale marks of addiction upon their arms. It was then that Guard Chun Wen's gaze fell upon cell 045, where Wei Xia extended his hand through the bars, greeting each newcomer. Did you fall victim to deception, or did you choose this path? He inquired. What? You chose it? You fool. Do you wish to squander your life? Is it your desire to plunge into ruin? Step outside and engage in something meaningful. Do not let drugs destroy you. And you, looking so young, barely in your 20s, were you deceived? Listen, good child, you must quit. With reform and openness on the horizon, the future is limitless. Our nation will prosper, and you shall have the opportunity to travel and embrace life. You appear to be in your 40s. Why do you still indulge in this filth? Why would you expose your child to it? You wretched creature, once I am free, I shall deal with you. Wei Xiao, confined within the cell, resembled a rabid dog. His tone softened when addressing those who had been misled into addiction, offering warnings to abandon their vices. Conversely, he unleashed furious tirades upon those who had willfully succumbed to drugs, striving to rouse them from their stupor. If he encountered someone who not only indulged themselves but also led others astray, he threatened them to the point of pallor. Guard Chun observed him with a peculiar expression. He sensed that Wei Xiao's mental state was unstable. At times, he would engage in soliloquies while exercising alone. At other times, he would instruct a few individuals in business practices, though the reason for their absence remained a mystery. Occasionally, Wei Xiao would erupt, angrily rebuking those who returned for a third time, even resorting to physical confrontation. Yet, inexplicably, Qinwen felt neither aversion nor malice toward Wei Xiao. Despite his appearance as a seasoned addict, his arms marred by needle marks. Eventually, the cell fell silent, only to be broken by the anguished cries of detoxifying individuals, incessantly pleading for one more hit, one more taste. Suddenly, a furious roar emanated from cell 045. If I must die, then let us live better. The erratic wind mirrored the tumult of addiction within. It is not I. Do you wish to exist like mere sludge? To live as muck? If we must die, then let us live better. In time, voices from other cells began to join the cacophony. For a moment, dozens of cells reverberated with cries of despair. No more muck. No more muck. Let us live like humans. The roar persisted. While on the ground, Wei Xiao was diligently performing push-ups. His lips had long since become parched. The scars from past injuries still unhealed, now splitting further due to the relentless shouting. Bloodstains from reopened wounds marred his pillow and bedding, but such details were inconsequential. At this moment, a barrage of comments flooded the screens. Platforms like Weibo, Tushio, and Douyin were awash with fervent reactions. His charisma is unparalleled. If it were anyone else, I would deem them a fool. Yet Wei Xiao truly incites change, for his sincerity is genuine. Only through the purity and honesty of his appeal can these lost souls and despondent individuals begin to awaken. Observe closely, Wei Xiao's eyes radiate joy. It is an indescribably blissful smile. For each person he can awaken to the perils of addiction brings him immense happiness. Wei. Buddhism teaches that all evils must be eradicated, signifying that once one bears personal karma, they must shoulder immense despair, as saving others is a daunting task. Why should one endure such burdens? He is a narcotics officer. The recollection continued. At the end of October 1997, Wei Xiao's incarceration officially concluded. A mole planted by drug traffickers relayed information to the higher-ups at Tianhai Pharmaceutical. The bald-headed man disregarded Wei Xiao's ramblings during his rehabilitation, perceiving him merely as a madman named He Xiaodong, whose erratic speech and actions were inconsequential, provided he remained discreet and was not an officer. Moreover, having some territorial influence sufficed. Such individuals could expedite market expansion for drugs, and should any issue arise, they could easily be sacrificed. Thus, the bald man paid no mind. At this moment, at the first drug rehabilitation center of Luoqiao, Wei Xia emerged in prison garb, his head shaved. Lu Changjiang had arrived with 3 modified vans, awaiting him alongside his subordinates. Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, believing that during his time in rehab, Wei Xia had improved significantly, having abstained from drugs for nearly a month. His routine was now structured, his diet regulated, and coupled with physical training, the once emaciated and lifeless Wei Xia appeared to have regained some vitality. Moreover, Wei Xia did not exit in a state of despondency. Instead, he strode out with his head held high, exuding a sense of pride as though he were a member of the narcotics squad. He scrutinized the other inmates emerging alongside him, even warning them, "If you ever touch drugs again, I will sever your hands. Now, hurry home and spend time with your family." He fixed a fierce glare upon a pallid young man, though his tone was not malicious. "You are still so young. Steer clear of this substance. If you find yourself in need, seek me out at the old district's video hall. Take some money and engage in honest work." With that, he admonished every ex-addict as they emerged from prison. The others, intimidated, nodded or departed with complex expressions. Wei Xiao was engrossed in his role, and the prison guards escorting him, including Chunwen, felt a mix of emotions, even a sense of bewilderment, as he perceived Wei Xiao as a comrade, a particularly caring and seasoned elder brother. He consistently tends to everyone, wishing for their well-being. In doing so, he has upset many, and few hold any fondness for such a person. Chunwen smiles wryly, pondering how he could ever possess such feelings. He is merely a young addict. He warns He Xiaodong, having emerged from rehabilitation, to live a good life and to never return. Understood. Wei Xia suddenly interjects. Intrigued, Chenwen turns around, only to witness a peculiar scene. Wei Xia strides toward his underlings, vociferously proclaiming, "What pretense of society is this? Go home, all of you. Lu Changjiang stays. The rest. Return home to cook for your families. Come back tomorrow." Wei Xiao bellows at his subordinates, who, taken aback, dare not refuse and reluctantly drive away. Only Lu Changjiang weeps profusely, constantly wiping away his tears, for he alone knows what the boss cherishes most, family. Yet, he feels neither presence nor validation within his own family. When his underlings support him, he furrows his brow, finding it too boisterous. Conversely, if they return home to cook or converse with loved ones, he finds joy, as if he too has once been treated with such care by family. The prison guard Chun is perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. As the gates of the rehabilitation center close, Wei Xia enters the vehicle, while Lu Huangmao dries his tears and the van roars to life. Wei Xia gazes longingly at the rehab center before fixing his resolute gaze upon Luoqiu. This city, vibrant in the rain, is destined to flourish into a grand metropolis due to the forthcoming reforms. Yet, in this evolution, many evils will arise, the most dreadful of which is drugs. Father, I shall fulfill what you could not. Wei Xia tilts his head toward the gloomy outside, his voice firm and piercing. Boss, shall I buy you a bouquet to celebrate your release? Lu Huangao chuckles, hoping to lighten the mood. Wei Xia shakes his head until a thought strikes him. His sister Wei Pilin adores flowers. He then says, other flowers are too costly, and I am too sullied. So, let us gather a bunch of wild grass, for it thrives endlessly. Chapter 82. The life of Xiao Wu at this moment. The ward in Yeqing was suddenly filled with numerous figures. Some donned brand new down jackets, others were clad in tailored suits, and a few clutched a gradually fading red string. The host of the Phoenix News gazed upon them, his expression complex. He Chun, Lu Jian Mayu. 30 years had passed. The youngest among them was in his 40s, while the eldest had crossed into his 70s, yet they all gathered here now. He Chen's eyes were reddened. Lu Jian trembled slightly, holding a bouquet of wild grass. Lush and upright, it was not particularly beautiful, yet its vitality was remarkably resilient. The elder brother had a fondness for wild grass and had gifted it to me once before. Mayu's swollen eyes appeared somewhat vacant, his gaze drifting from the wild grass to the hospital bed, from which he retrieved a dried, framed bouquet of wild grass, reminiscing about the past. That year, the wild grass his elder brother had given me still thrived. He had said that one should embody the spirit of wild grass, always positive, forever radiant and vibrant. Yet now, the figure on the hospital bed was emaciated, resembling a mere shadow of his former self. A sudden ache pierced Mayu's chest.